Chapter 1. The Unexpected Transition. Repository of the Mind. Tang Wanqiao found herself inexplicably transported to another realm. After several consecutive days of relentless overtime, she had vented her frustration at her unscrupulous boss, lamenting their heartlessness, yet here she was, having crossed into an entirely different world. Without any prior warning, she hastily packed a few belongings, now left clad in nothing but a single set of pajamas. Thankfully, she did not have a habit of sleeping in the nude. However, a daily routine of 9 to 5 with a mere salary of 3,500 seemed rather appealing in this new context. Surveying her surroundings, she marveled at the towering trees that stretched skyward, their ancient branches lush and vibrant. Wow, an untouched forest? Where on earth had she landed? Ding dong, dear host, greetings. I am the trading system 001. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in her mind. After immersing herself in novels for years, Tang Wanqiao was surprisingly accepting of this. It appeared her golden opportunity had arrived, and what a generous one it was to greet her upon arrival. Detecting the host's strong desire, damn that Zhou, I'd rather be a wildling in a beastly world. Congratulations, host, you have been chosen as the sole traveler to the Beast Realm. Ah, the Beast Realm. Tang Wanqiao elongated her tone, acknowledging the unexpected system. It seemed System 001 was privy to her thoughts, which was hardly surprising given her intense grievances against her boss. For the safety of the host, the Time and Space Transition Bureau kindly reminds you, the Beast Realm is perilous. Please form a bond with a male of the Beast Realm promptly to ensure your safety. So much talk, but have you prepared a starter pack for me? Tang Wanqiao naturally communicated her thoughts to 001. Having read enough novels, she understood the concept of consciousness flow. Please hold on, host. The trading mall is now accessible. As a newcomer to the realm, the host is granted 2 bottles of elixirs, capable of detoxifying and healing. Indigenous traits, comprehension of the Beast Realm language, and enhanced physical prowess. A human lighter and a small knife are also included. As the words resonated, a flash of white light enveloped her, and Tang Wanqiao felt invigorated. Even her heartbeat grew stronger. Before her lay a small knife and a lighter. Stowing away her 2 survival essentials, Tang Wanqiao felt a wave of relief. Without food, fire was of utmost importance. 001. Does the trading mall operate on a barter system? Having received the starter pack, she was eager to learn more about this trading mall, curious if it held any unexpected treasures. The Time and Space Transition Bureau will issue various tasks, and the host can earn points by completing them. Upon hearing 001's explanation, Tang Wanqiao opened the dimly lit mall that was evidently not yet operational. Though unable to exchange goods, she could still browse. Most items were local specialties of the Beast Realm, various animal hides, herbs, and food. These were the least expensive, with basic items available for just 2 points. Scrolling further, she encountered familiar living essentials from her previous world, the categories largely unchanged, but the prices had skyrocketed tenfold. A single sanitary pad cost 20 points. You're robbing me blind. Tang Wanqiao pouted, noting how the more essential items were exorbitantly priced. Outrageous. Continuing her exploration, she even found elixirs, like those gifted by the system, priced at 2,000 points a bottle. She wondered if their efficacy matched their names. Wow, how generous of you, just tossing 4,000 points my way. Tang Wanqiao felt a surge of emotion. This system was far superior to that miserly Zhou, who had merely scorned her. Detecting the host's high satisfaction with the system, an additional 50 initial points were gifted to the host. I declare, from this moment on, we are the best duo ever. Tang Wanqiao's heart raced. Receiving 50 points right off the bat was a delightful surprise. Oh, and there are books too. Learning never ceases? She stood still, stroking her chin as she scrutinized the titles. Botanical guides, construction techniques, cultural heritage, quite comprehensive indeed. 200 points per book seemed rather reasonable. How does one activate this mall? By forming a bond with a male of the Beast Realm, the mall will automatically unlock, along with an additional 5,000 points as a settlement fund. Settlement fund? Quite humane, but why must the bond be a prerequisite for activation? Tang Wanqiao sighed. She merely wished for a sweet romance. In the novels, there were hardly any unattractive men from the Beast Realm, yet she couldn't just collect them indiscriminately, Could she? Now, it seemed finding a partner was crucial to unlocking the mall. What if she couldn't find someone appealing in time? This mall was pivotal for her survival and well-being. In this light, perhaps who was chosen mattered less after all. Sustenance was paramount. Rest assured, host, the Beast Realm operates on a polyandrous system. For each male you bond with, you will receive 5,000 points. Please seize this opportunity. Tang Wanxiao felt tempted by those 5,000 points, though the notion of multiple partners felt a bit unsettling. It seemed rather unclean. Let's assess the situation first. If all else fails, she could bond with one to activate the mall and later choose someone more to her liking. What a relief. Barefoot on the grassy ground felt rather pleasant, though she was apprehensive about potential insects lurking about. Tang Wanxiao shivered slightly, quickening her pace in search of a suitable campsite and some food. Surviving today was her priority. She certainly didn't want to be snatched away by a wild beast mid-journey. Two suns hung directly overhead. No wonder it's so hot. Tang Wanxiao plucked a large leaf to fan herself, realizing she hadn't yet encountered a water source despite her lengthy trek. Now, she was not only thirsty but also quite hungry, feeling as though she might wither under the scorching sun. Detecting the host's dehydration, water source localization is now activated. Why, you're simply the best, system. Tang Wanxiao feigned tears of joy, obediently following the system's guidance while throwing in a few compliments. You are the finest system in existence. 001 had never encountered the intricacies of human emotions, yet it found itself appreciating Tang Wanxiao's kind words. What a delightful host, who even knew how to flatter literally a benevolent soul. Finally, I found water. Tang Wanxiao was nearly overcome with joy. Heaven only knew how unbearably hot it was with two suns blazing down on her. Without a suitable container for boiling water, she could only drink a few handfuls from her palms to stave off dehydration. I'm alive again. She patted her stomach, feeling hunger pangs. Fortunately, the stream was teeming with fish. The water only reached her thighs, not too deep. However, catching fish was a skill in itself. She rolled up her pant legs, standing in the water, but after a lengthy struggle, she had yet to succeed. These fish were slippery and unpleasant. I'm done, Tang Wanxiao exclaimed in frustration, pretending to walk away before turning back with determination. I've got you now. She firmly grasped a fish nearly the length of her forearm, wading back to shore triumphantly. You little rascal, consider yourself caught. Gathering some firewood, she cleaned the fish by the water's edge and began to roast it over a makeshift fire. The small knife proved adequate for the task, working quite well. Using a sharpened stick, she skewered the fish, turning it for even cooking. Without any spices at hand, the fish's freshness shone through. After gutting it, the meat was tender and slightly sweet, quite delectable. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed behind her, causing Tang Wanxiao to whip around in alarm. Chapter 2. Should I just push him in to drown? A dark figure crashed onto the withered wood lying in the stream. Vaguely, Tang Wanxiao thought she heard someone grunt. Upon closer inspection, she saw a dark serpent's tail draped over the dead wood, the surrounding water tinged with a hint of pink. Oh no, a snake. Judging by the tail alone, it appeared to be a python. Such a large serpent could easily swallow her whole. Do not fear, host, this is a black serpent beast man, grievously injured and on the brink of death. System 001 offered a warm reminder, having encountered many humans who harbored a fear of snakes. A black serpent beast man? Is he venomous? She cautiously picked up a dry stick she had found earlier and approached the waterside, poking at the serpent's tail. Non-venomous, but it is advised that the host maintains a safe distance. Cold-blooded beastmen are often wanderers. Although he is gravely wounded now, approaching him could result in injury to the host. Wanderer Tang Wanxiao crouched by the stream, resting her chin in one hand and pondering. Was he the type of beast man known for forcibly taking females against their will? Didn't wanderers typically possess immense strength? Yet this one appeared quite pitiful, his tail nearly severed. Splash! He emerged from the stream, grasping a branch with one hand. Merely climbing onto the wood seemed to exhaust all his strength. The wound on his serpent tail was increasingly torn, blood continuously washed away by the current. Lying on the dead wood, the figure appeared pale, the black serpent tail hanging limply in the water, the flesh around the wound raw and white. Long black hair was damp from the water, a few strands clinging to his back, half submerged and floating in the stream. Wow, wow, wow. System. He's moving. Tang Wanxiao gasped, retreating in fright, her heart racing. Didn't you say he was on the verge of death? How did he manage to crawl up? Should I just push him back in to drown? She needed to find a place to spend the night in the nearby trees with a wandering beast lurking here. How could she possibly sleep? It was uncertain if she would find another suitable spot. Those trees were either too tall for her to climb or too short to provide adequate cover. Before arriving in the beast realm, she had adored the descriptions of the alluring serpent beastmen in novels, but now that she faced one in reality, the idea of him being a wanderer filled her with trepidation. Cough, cough. The serpent beastman coughed twice, choking on the water, nearly losing his grip. His body trembled slightly, his voice weak and feeble, unconsciously murmuring, "Cold." The host is contemplating whether to form a contract with him, considering he is on the brink of death. By inscribing a temporary contract mark, the shop could be activated, allowing for the acquisition of a botanical compendium and the potential to gather more food, thereby increasing the chances of survival. Is that really the case? Tang Wanxiao crossed her arms before her, gazing at the serpentine beast man, who was perilously close to his demise in the water. She found it difficult to accept the proposal put forth by the system. Are you serious, system? He was nearly dead, and yet she was to take advantage of him, even initiating it herself. The temporary contract mark would vanish after 3 days, granting 1/5 of the settlement fee. However, once the temporary mark expired, forming a contract with the same beastman would no longer yield a settlement fee. As long as the host provided a drop of blood from her tongue, a contract could be established. What if he refuses to drink it? If I force it down his throat, he won't bite me, will he? Tang Wanxiao felt a surge of interest in this plan. The botanical compendium could sustain her until she found a beastman tribe. By the way, can stray beasts also form contracts? Tang Wanxiao pondered, somewhat perplexed. A contract is meant to protect the rights of females, so if stray beasts could also form contracts, would that not render them indistinguishable from ordinary beastmen? Stray beasts could indeed form contracts. They were akin to ordinary beastmen, merely lacking a tribe. Evil beastmen, however, were those who had coerced females into contracts only to be abandoned by them and scorned by the beast gods. As for cold-blooded beastmen, they were generally unappealing to females and often found no willing partners. They preferred solitude, earning them the title of stray beasts. During mating season, many cold-blooded beastmen would invade tribes to forcibly mate with females, descending into the ranks of evil beastmen. Transitioning from a beastman to an evil beastman came at a horrific cost, with a mere 1% survival rate. Cold-blooded beastmen were formidable, having plundered numerous weak tribes of their females, which made them generally disliked. They were often hunted down by larger clans before they could fully mature. The current serpentine beastman before her was a solitary snake, recently come of age and eligible for a contract. 001, noticing Tang Wanxiao's hesitation, began to feel anxious. The host was merely an ordinary human who had yet to find a tribe, unaware of when she might encounter other beastmen. Do not hesitate, host. If he dies, the shop may never open for you. Taking a deep breath, Tang Wanxiao gripped the small knife and strode purposefully towards him. If I fail, I shall perish. For the sake of the shop, she would act like a rogue and kiss a snake. After all, with a grim expression, she squatted beside the withered tree to negotiate with him. I'll drag you up. Please don't bite me, all right? She was still somewhat afraid of pain. A snake's teeth were sharp and could leave multiple wounds. Seeing that he remained still, Tang Wanxiao waded into the water, wrapping her arms around his shoulders from behind. It seemed her actions had tugged at his wounds, eliciting a pained cry from him, his cold body shivering slightly. It doesn't hurt. Though she feared he might retaliate, she was equally terrified of being dragged down and drowned. Caution was prudent. After considerable effort, she finally managed to pull him halfway onto the shore, though his serpentine tail remained submerged, and she lacked the strength to lift it further. Tang Wanxiao set him down and collapsed onto the ground, finally able to take a moment to examine the serpentine beastman. His tail was exquisite, adorned with sleek, dark scales that shimmered in the sunlight. His features were strikingly alluring, as if painted in a masterpiece. How beautiful, Tang Wanxiao sighed softly, feeling a pang of regret. He was the embodiment of a dreamlike serpent. Merely gazing at his face made her want to save him. She reached out to touch the side of his face, which was icy to the touch, yet felt delightful beneath her fingers. The moment she made contact, he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing faintly red vertical pupils. With those eyes, his visage became irresistibly enticing, striking a chord deep within her heart. How could she bear to let him die? Should she use a healing potion to save him? System. Will he still harm me if we form a contract? Tang Wanxiao hesitated, realizing that had she not seen those captivating eyes, her feelings might not have been so intense. Yet the combination of black hair, red eyes, and a serpentine tail was simply too difficult to relinquish. Even knowing the dangers of beauty, she found herself unable to resist its allure. Chapter 3. The Stranger Beastman. Regardless of whether they are ordinary beastmen or wandering beastmen, inflicting harm upon a mate is strictly forbidden. During the binding period, he cannot cause you any harm. Otherwise, you will sever the contract, leading to severe repercussions for him, even unto death. 001 found it perplexing why the host would favor a dark-scaled serpent beastman. Wouldn't the furry beastmen be more appealing to females? 001 advised against prioritizing a bond with a cold-blooded beastman, as they tend to be quite possessive. Once bonded, unless one possesses greater strength to subdue him, he would not permit the host to seek a second partner. 001 felt akin to the most overprotective of human mothers, urging the host to reconsider, for one beastman is insufficient in the beast world. No single beastman can address all needs. Furthermore, the frigid season in the beast realm is long and harsh. Serpent beastmen must hibernate during this period, making it challenging to ensure the host's survival. I understand, Tang Wanxiao concluded, having grasped the system of the beast realm. This means that as long as the contract exists, he cannot harm her. Cold-blooded beastmen are no different from ordinary ones, save for their possessiveness. Being a connoisseur of aesthetics, she was drawn to his appearance, and the opportunity lay before her. Why not take a chance? If he proved not to be violent, she could save his life. A permanent bond would grant her continued access to the marketplace. Tang Wanxiao suddenly noticed several markings on his arm and inquired with curiosity. Is that a beast mark? Indeed. The beast mark signifies the beastman's strength, ranging from 1 to 7 levels. Each mark represents one level. Hence, the more marks one possesses, the greater their strength. It is said that beastmen with 6 or more marks are favored by the beast god. 3 marks. Does that denote considerable strength? Tang Wanxiao was uncertain about the significance of level 3. Advancing to higher levels is perilous, yet he had recently come of age and was already a level 3 beastman, which was quite impressive. 001 contemplated briefly and suddenly recognized that this serpent was rather remarkable. At least his strength was commendable. Typically, beastmen reach level 3 only after living half their lives, yet he was still young. With opportunities, his strength could still rise, and now that he had a host, he could not remain merely a 3-mark beastman for eternity. The serpent lay aside, gazing at the female who had pulled him from the water. Alternating between sorrow and contemplation, as if pondering something. Was he regretting his predicament, fearing that he might become attached to her? Females often shared similar sentiments, predominantly fearing cold-blooded beastmen. Only a select few were willing to accept them. Usually drawn by their formidable strength, which offered greater assurances of survival. However, this young female was quite kind, not allowing him to languish in the icy waters awaiting death. The serpent closed his eyes slightly, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. The pain from his injuries was fading into numbness. Dying here would not be so bad. At least he could bask in the sun. Would you like to bond with me? Tang Wanxiao, noticing his growing chill, felt a pang of urgency. Her beautiful companion was on the brink of death. With great effort, the serpent opened his eyes and sniffed the air. The young female was without a mate. No female would allow a cold-blooded beastman to take the role of first mate, for they were notoriously possessive, unwilling to accept weaker brethren. Had she dragged him up merely to toy with him? To watch his hope only to refuse him and cast him into despair? Besides, he was dying. I cannot survive. The serpent's eyelashes fluttered. Due to her earlier kindness, he wished not to dwell on her teasing. He softly reminded her of his impending demise. There was no need for such jesting. Beastmen possess formidable self-healing abilities, yet his tail was nearly severed, and the extent of his internal injuries remained unknown. He was merely hanging onto a breath. Perhaps he could take one last look at this world. "Do you have someone you like?" Tang Wanxiao asked again. Upon seeing him shake his head, she continued, "Then why not bond with me? I promise to treat you well." This serpent had a gentle demeanor. His tone was quite mild. Despite his appearance, if he were to be somewhat petty, so be it. If he refused, she would have to extract every last bit of utility from him. Fine. Was it simply to mock him? So be it. Laughter would suffice, for he was nearing death. Suddenly, soft warmth pressed against his lips, the sweet scent of the female enveloping him, mingling with a faint trace of blood that lingered between them. His pupils trembled slightly as he extended his tongue to draw the blood away. The young female genuinely wished to bond with him, yet he was on the verge of death. Even if they bonded, he could not endure for long. Why did he encounter her at this moment? If he died, would she feel even a hint of sorrow? If so, then his life had not been in vain. Host, the marketplace has been activated. 1,000 points have been credited. Please check point 001, somewhat bewildered, respected the situation, noting that this serpent's character seemed amiable and not like a malicious beast. If the host wished to take him in, 001 suggested she administer a vial of healing potion. Otherwise, he would perish if I give it to him directly. Will there be risks? Summoning a vial of medicine out of thin air to heal his wounds instantly seemed quite precarious. Rest assured, there are measures in place. All right. Tang Wanxiao awaited the system's response regarding the measures, only to be surprised when a flash of white light caused the little serpent to faint. She picked up the fallen vial, disregarding any complaints about the system's abruptness, and poured every last drop down his throat. Her tongue was also sore from the ordeal. Had she known, she would have saved a little for herself. As the sun set and the twin moons rose high, Tang Wanxiao feared that if she left him here, he might be taken by wild beasts, rendering her efforts to save him a waste. He had become quite valuable. Bonding with him could yield an additional 3,000 points. Initially, she thought he would awaken shortly, but he remained unconscious until nightfall. Hesitant to extinguish the fire, she held him close, seeking solace. At least she was not alone in this daunting place, lest she be overwhelmed by fear. If wild beasts approached, she could wield the torch as a weapon. The forest at night was truly terrifying, with an unsettling feeling that something monstrous lurked in the shadows, sending chills down her spine. She pulled her arms closer, mentally imploring the system, why hasn't he awakened yet? A gust of wind rustled the branches, and she worried that some colossal creature might approach. If it did, they would be devoured. One bite each, differing flavors of human and serpent. Host, please remain calm. The effects of the medicine require time. His injuries are severe, necessitating a period for healing. Tang Wanxiao pressed her lips together, reaching out to check his heartbeat to ensure he was still alive. Cradling his cold body, she feared he might have succumbed. Were it not for the fact that his wounds had significantly healed, she might have doubted the authenticity of the system's medicine. Please wake up soon. It's so frightening here, she murmured softly, her voice trembling. The night was deep, the twin moons shifting overhead, when once again, she heard the rustling of leaves and the faint sound of breathing nearby. Chapter 4. The four-mark beast man. With a rustling sound, numerous leaves fell to the ground, indicating that something was indeed approaching, and it was sizable. Tang Wanxiao's heart nearly stopped, her gaze fixated on the direction of the sound. A massive brown bear, towering as high as a building and covered in bristly fur, emerged from the forest. It regarded Tang Wanxiao and the serpent with a glimmer of greed in its eyes. Tang Wanxiao felt a tightening in her chest. Clutching the torch tightly, she embraced the serpent. If you don't wake up, we're doomed. This enormous bear would surely devour her in a single bite. The bear lumbered closer, drool dripping from its long snout, its small eyes glistening with hunger. It sniffed the air and suddenly transformed into a burly man, standing over 2 meters tall, his muscles rippling beneath a mere loincloth. Tang Wanxiao felt somewhat uneasy. The only silver lining was that he was a beast man. Even a malevolent one could be of some use. Female, your beast man is injured and unconscious. The forest is perilous. The bear man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth that appeared rather repulsive. Discard him and come with me to my cave. I can protect you. As he spoke, he advanced, regarding the unconscious serpent as no threat whatsoever, merely a potential meal. Wait, Tang Wanxiao dug her nails into her palm to maintain her composure. I don't know you yet. Shouldn't you introduce yourself? At her words, the bear man paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. Wasn't this merely a mating ritual? Why was an introduction necessary? Do you not wish to share your name with me? I find you quite appealing, yet you refuse to reveal your name. Tang Wanxiao tightened her grip on the serpent's hand, her expression sweet and adorable, while inwardly she felt nauseated. As she engaged in this charade with the bear man, she frantically summoned the system in her mind. System, help. My life is at stake. I urgently require weapons. Any guns or cannons available? I'll take out a loan. Outwardly, she appeared gentle and serene, but internally, she was seething, nearly ready to unleash a flurry of unorthodox martial arts. This is absurd. Even from a distance, this bear reeks. It's utterly revolting. The serpent is far better. He carries no odor. Heaven help her. If all beastmen were like this bear, wild and unrefined, her life would be forfeit. She remained steadfast in her loyalty to the serpent. Host, please remain calm. He will awaken soon. 001 reassured her, unfazed, reclining casually. Let us not speak of the impossibility of obtaining a loan. In this beastly realm, it is equally inconceivable for weapons far surpassing the civilization of this world to suddenly emerge. Smuggling firearms is strictly forbidden. Having merely 2 kitchen knives would be cause for celebration. If you can hold on for just another 2 minutes, this snake will surely be dispatched. The bear-like creature had never encountered such a gentle female. As he listened to her, he felt an intoxicating warmth. Moreover, the little female expressed her fondness for him. In light of this, Bear 3 was not averse to treating her well, provided she bore him a litter of cubs, which he would cherish dearly. I am called Bear 3. What is your name, little female? He grinned at Tang Wanxiao, who appeared bashful and timid, igniting his impatience. In truth, Tang Wanxiao was forcefully suppressing her urge to roll her eyes. Foolish beast man, playing with him was as effortless as training a dog. I am called Dai, she replied. Dai? Yes, Tang Wanxiao nodded, feigning compliance, while struggling to contain her laughter. Once I have slain you, my dear beast husband, we shall commence our mating swiftly, thus allowing you to father a brood of bear cubs for me. Observing Bear's growing agitation, Tang Wanxiao gritted her teeth, wondering why he remained oblivious. You have yet to disclose your rank among beastmen. If you are not formidable enough, how could you sustain me? How could I possibly feel secure in your presence? She interrupted his muddled thoughts once more. I am a 3-mark beastman, a skilled hunter, and I can certainly provide for you. He seemed to grow impatient, eager to demonstrate his strength and make the little female submit entirely. Taking 2 steps back, he struck the tree trunk with a punch, creating a dent in the massive tree that could be embraced by 3 men. It was evident that his strength was formidable. Had he struck Tang Wanxiao, she would have been sent to her next life prematurely. Tang Wanxiao's eyes sparkled with admiration, her tone filled with astonishment. Wow, you are incredible. She frantically racked her brain, trying to prolong the encounter by another minute and a half, but no solution came to her. Unbeknownst to her, the snake she held in her arms had begun to stir. I have already demonstrated my prowess, little female. It is time for us to mate. Bear 3 fixed his gaze on Tang Wanxiao. Intending to mate before dealing with the snake, a hapless serpent lay unconscious. He would crush it with a single step. Furthermore, this little female had too many inquiries. Mating should come first, and any concerns could be addressed later. He resolved to take action, adjusting his animal skin skirt and puffing out his chest. Tang Wanxiao felt nauseated, wishing to skin him and use his bear hide as a mat. Who goes there? She exclaimed, terror etched across her face as she pointed towards the forest. You must check. There are other beastmen hiding there. Bear 3 was indeed frightened. Turning his head in concern, he worried about being ambushed and had not detected any scent of other beastmen. The more he pondered, the more hesitant he became to venture further into the woods. What if there were more powerful beastmen lurking? It was wiser to seize this little female and flee. As for the snake, after mating with her, he would compel her to sever her bond with it. Bear 3 rushed towards Tang Wanxiao, reaching out to grasp her. Suddenly, a dark serpent's tail struck him with great force, causing him to stagger back several steps. Enraged, Bear 3 glared at Tang Wanxiao, finally realizing that she had deceived him. She had no intention of mating with him. She was merely stalling for time until the serpent awakened. There were no other beastmen nearby. She was simply playing him for a fool. "You dare to deceive me," Bear 3 bellowed, his form gradually transforming into the massive brown bear Tang Wanxiao had seen earlier. "Your beast husband is of the same rank as I, and he is wounded. He cannot protect you." Bear 3 opened his mouth, uttering human words. "Once I have slain him, you shall know the price of deceiving Bear 3. The snake raised its hand, gently patting Tang Wanxiao from behind. "Do not fear. I will protect you." Its pair of pale red vertical pupils appeared both beautiful and enchanting, yet its tone was unusually gentle. In the blink of an eye, it dashed forth like a bolt of lightning, transforming into its beast form, a colossal dark serpent. Each swing of its robust tail stirred up dust and snapped tree trunks. Bear 3, though resilient, could not withstand a relentless onslaught. Once again, the serpent sent Bear 3 crashing to the ground, coiling its tail tightly around him. The sound of bones cracking was one Tang Wanxiao had never heard before. Chapter 5. Regret. Bear 3 roared as he struggled desperately, bewildered as to how this wretched snake had suddenly ascended to 4 marks. Had he sustained injuries during their previous fight, leading to its upgrade? The 4-mark serpent effortlessly dominated Bear 3, mercilessly overpowering him. The serpent's cold head rose high. It only ceased its assault when Bear 3 lay bloodied and breathless, his bare hide nearly reduced to a pulp. Hisses, the serpent flicked its tongue, its vertical pupils momentarily resting on Tang Wanxiao. Little female, it reverted to its half-human, half-serpent form, concerned about potential surprises and worried that Tang Wanxiao might fear its beast form. The bear beast man is dead. Tang Wanxiao had witnessed the entire brutal slaughter, an astonishingly straightforward execution that left her in shock. "I am called Shebi. I am far more formidable than he. I can protect you." Under the moonlight, his hair gleamed white, and Tang Wanxiao felt a twinge of inferiority. She had not looked this radiant even after 3 days of death. "Little female, will you return to my cave with me? Or do you wish to go back to the tribe?" Upon waking, he found Tang Wanxiao, initially believing he was dreaming. He had thought he was doomed. Yet here he was, alive and ascended to 4 marks. The little female had stayed by his side, and his injuries had healed. She must have been the one to tend to him. She was truly remarkable, even surpassing the shamans of the great tribe. Tang Wanxiao yawned, tears welling in her eyes. "Let us go to your cave." It was the perfect opportunity to find a place to shield herself from the elements and sleep. She was utterly exhausted after enduring so much. Finally managing to keep him alive, Shebi smiled as she acquiesced, swimming forward to lift her. "I will carry you." "We shall arrive shortly." As they glided through the forest, Tang Wanxiao closed her eyes, intending to rest for a while. It was her first time riding on the back of a serpent. "Little female, you have yet to tell me your name," Shebi inquired. He had vaguely heard her mention her name was Dai while he was unconscious, but he still hoped she would share it with him directly. "Tang Wanxiao," she replied, yawning and leaning against his shoulder. Shebi carried a faint aroma of grass and wood, which was quite pleasant. Wanxiao, a lovely name. Though he did not comprehend its meaning, he found it melodious. Moreover, the little female was fragrant, soft, and her skin smooth. He was quite taken with her. In a wonder, beastmen yearned for companions. To embrace such a delightful partner at night brought joy beyond measure. Hearing him speak, Tang Wanxiao sighed inwardly, feeling it was worth it. It was no small feat to use a potion worth 2,000 points to save him. He was no mere stray beast, but gentle and docile. Tang Wanxiao relaxed, her eyes closed. The beast pattern of Shebi's form, a coiled black serpent, adorned her wrist, appearing rather beautiful. With this beast mark, she felt Shebi's presence and understood his emotions. At this moment, he was quite happy. Shebi glided through the forest, his tail nearly spinning like a propeller, his mind filled with thoughts of Wanxiao's willingness to become his mate. Furthermore, he was the first beast husband, and she was willing to return to his cave with him. However, if Wanxiao wished to return to the tribe, he would accompany her as well. The wind whispered in their ears as they approached their destination. "We have arrived." Shebi's vertical pupils fixated on the cave entrance in the cliff, sniffing the air. "Another beast has occupied my cave." He turned to place Tang Wanxiao on a massive tree, his serpent tail stretching long, with just a small portion resting on the ground. "Wait here, Wanxiao. I will go and deal with this." Tang Wanxiao, unaware of his intentions to drive off the intruders, assumed he was merely tidying up. She nodded, leaning against the tree trunk. Be careful not to fall. It's quite high, and a fall could be fatal. You go ahead. Shebby moved swiftly, scaling the cliff in an instant. With a few resounding thuds, he sent the intruders tumbling down the cliff. Fortunately, it was not very high. For beastmen, they would likely only sustain minor injuries. The ousted creatures landed with a thud, maintaining their beast form as they jumped on the grass, hurling accusations at Shebby. Their grunts were unintelligible, filled with ire. When Shebby's head peeked from the cave, they screamed and scampered away, their tails between their legs. Thankfully, their tough skin and high resilience spared them from becoming mere meatballs. Tang Wanxiao witnessed a colossal wild boar crash to the ground, sending dust flying, causing even the tree she sat upon to tremble. Shebby hastily cleaned up the cave, discarding numerous items before rushing back to fetch Tang Wanxiao. His little female was alone outside. What if she was bullied by a careless beastman? In addition to those despicable solitary beasts who will inevitably come drawn by the scent, how could they resist the allure of Tang Wanxiao, who is both gentle and beautiful? Surely, they will come to vie for her attention. Upon entering the cavern, Tang Wanxiao truly grasped the meaning of being impoverished. The cavern was barren, featuring only a stone bed and a pile of thick animal hides in the corner. There were no tables, chairs, or even a container for water. Yet, in the beast world, such conditions are to be expected. One cannot demand more, as long as no one calls her in the middle of the night to request overtime. She would consider herself fortunate. Shebby seemed somewhat awkward due to the emptiness of the cavern and swam over to Tang Wanxiao, sitting beside her with his tail coiled beneath him. I have always lived alone and do not know what females prefer. I will gradually acquire more items. You should rest if you are tired. Tomorrow, I will tidy up the cavern, and whatever beast you wish to eat, I shall catch for you. Tang Wanxiao dozed lightly for a while, feeling relatively refreshed and not at all drowsy. Although Shebby's cavern was simple, it was quite clean and devoid of any unpleasant odors, a clear indication of his fastidious nature. Any kind of meat will do. But I prefer it cooked, Tang Wanxiao stated without hesitation. After saving his life, it was only natural for her to voice her preferences. All right, Shebby nodded, a smile playing on his lips. A moment of silence enveloped them as he cast a sidelong glance at Tang Wanxiao, wondering when they would truly become mates. The current contract could only last 3 days, and afterward, he would no longer be the little female's companion. What if she decided against becoming his mate? I suddenly feel quite sleepy. Let us discuss this matter tomorrow. Tang Wanxiao feigned a yawn and lay down on the stone bed. Though she was undeniably attracted to Shebby's appearance and the remaining 4,000 points, it all felt too rushed. Perhaps it would be best to let her ponder for a day. Shebby's tail drooped as he swayed it back and forth, deciding not to disturb Tang Wanxiao's slumber. Did the little female think him inept, leading to her regret? Dejected, he gathered the pile of hides from the corner and swam slowly out. He selected some attractive hides to keep, washed them, and hung them out to dry, while he bartered the rest in a nearby tribe for other items, a small clay pot and a tiny pouch of salt crystals. Upon returning to the cavern, he found Tang Wanxiao asleep, and he coiled around her, shielding her from the cold winds outside. Chapter 6. Shall we become mates now? Upon awakening, Tang Wanxiao felt invigorated. Surprisingly, the stone bed had not left her with any aches. Unbeknownst to her, Shebby had served as her mattress and blanket throughout the night. Wanxiao, you're awake? Are you hungry? Shebby asked, coiling his tail beside her, the tip concealed behind him as it gently swayed. He had hunted the female's favorite, the fluffy beast, and was certain it would bring her joy. Perhaps she would agree to become his mate. Somewhat. Let us go roast the meat. I caught a fluffy beast, he said, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, eager to see her expression of delight. Unfortunately, Tang Wanxiao had no idea what a fluffy beast was and merely assumed it was a little lamb. All right, she nodded, noticing Shebby's growing despondence. Tentatively, she clapped her hands and raised her voice. You are amazing. Indeed, it appeared that good snakes deserve praise. Outside, a fire was kindled, with a skewered beast she had never seen before roasting above the flames. It was soon ready. Although Shebby was not fond of the fire, having previously consumed his prey raw, he borrowed some fire-starting materials from a nearby tribe at Tang Wanxiao's request, An old goat, had advised him that females were delicate creatures requiring soft beds, warm hides, cooked meat, and multiple meals each day, cautioning against bathing in the creek at night, lest they become ill from the cold. Just as he finished washing the hides, he planned to lay them out for Tang Wanxiao to ensure she would not be cold during the night. Sprinkling a bit of salt crystals, Shebi tore off a leg of the beast, sprinkling a light yellow salt powder over it before offering it to Tang Wanxiao. Try it. The exterior of the beast's leg appeared somewhat charred, making it look unappetizing. However, the prospect of having meat without hunting was enticing enough for Tang Wanxiao. She peeled away the burnt skin and consumed a substantial portion of the leg before feeling satisfied. I am full now. Did I not roast it well? You only ate a little, he said, having never cared for a female before and unaware of their appetites. He himself needed to consume a significant amount of meat to feel sated. It is quite good. It would have been better if it hadn't been overcooked, Tang Wanxiao observed. It was evident that this was his first attempt at roasting meat, and he seemed fearful of the flames. Wanting to keep a distance from the fire, I will roast something else for you tonight, Shebi smiled, his eyes crinkling with delight at her lack of complaints. I will tidy up the cavern and lay down the hides. You want to feel cold tonight. He immediately set to work, understanding that he could not leave Tang Wanxiao unattended, so he took her along with him. This time, he cleaned meticulously, even removing the small pebbles from the ground. Resulting in a truly clean space, he hurried to the water to wash himself and retrieve the cleaned hides. He allowed Tang Wanxiao to choose some for clothing, while the remainder was prepared as bedding. Sitting beside the stone bed, she found the furry mat too warm for winter. At that moment, she could hardly bear it in pursuit of her comfort. Tang Wanxiao felt compelled to ask for a bathtub, a change of clothes, and toiletries. Observing Shebi's busy form, she resolved to be forthright. She couldn't keep making him dizzy with each exchange, especially since the additional items in their home would be hard to explain. It was better to lay everything bare. She exchanged points with the system for 2 sets of undergarments, a set of sleepwear, and planned to wash her dirty sleepwear after a bath that night. These items cost her 100 points, while toiletries consumed another 160 points. Her basic needs were thus met. Where did these come from? What are these? Shebi inquired, bewildered. These are all items I need? Tang Wanxiao replied, concocting an explanation, her expression serious. I conjured these using witchcraft. You must not tell any other beastmen. Shebi stared at her, dazed, as he coiled his tail around himself. Witchcraft? Is it similar to that of a shaman? Something like that. It requires some form of payment in exchange, Tang Wanxiao explained, stifling a laugh at his bewildered expression. If others find out, I will be in grave danger. Can I trust you? She asked. Blinking at Shebi, her gaze filled with skepticism. I absolutely will not let any other beasts know, Shebi promised, a hint of anxiety creeping into his demeanor as he embraced Tang Wanxiao. You are my mate. I will not allow anything to happen to you. What payment is required? Is it dangerous? It's not dangerous. You needn't worry, she assured him. Host is truly devious, deceiving the Navi snake. 001 suddenly interjected, prompting Tang Wanxiao to nearly forget its presence. It had only appeared actively at the beginning and required a summons to appear afterward. It's all for my own survival. Besides, it's not a lie. I truly need to use points to purchase these items. Tang Wanxiao defended herself, holding her ground. Host, when do you plan to officially bond with him? A friendly reminder, the store will close in a day and a half. I am feeling a bit hesitant. After all, we've only just met. Tang Wanxiao chuckled, observing Shebi as he worked, secretly conversing with the system. Please do so soon. Otherwise, if the contract expires and you renew, the 4,000 points will be lost. Moreover, once you formally bond with a beastman, you will be better equipped to withstand the harsh winter, and your constitution will improve, which is beneficial for your survival. All right, I understand, she replied, glancing at Shebi, who was no longer just a beautiful little snake, but a moving source of health and 4,000 points. Since she would inevitably bond with him, it seemed wiser not to waste those points. Wanxiao, what kind of beast meat do you wish to eat tonight? I will go hunting, the diligent Shebi pondered as he tidied up their little abode, determined to become a competent caretaker. Whatever you catch is fine. Just return early, she instructed. All right, Shebi smiled, his lips pressed together as his tail began to sway vigorously behind him. Did she want him to return early? Surely, she would miss him in his absence. Wuden Tishi? This time, Tang Wanxiao noticed the tip of his swaying tail and reached out to grab it, but it was just out of reach. What's wrong? Shebi swiftly retracted his tail into their circle. Let me touch your tail, Tang Wanxiao said, her eyes filled with yearning as she gazed at his dark serpent tail, feeling envious. How wonderful it would be if she could conjure a tail of her own. It looked so lovely. Would you like to touch it? Shebi asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he extended his tail toward Tang Wanxiao. Touching his tail, did that mean she wished to bond with him now? Ah? Tang Wanxiao was momentarily taken aback, feeling the coolness of his tail against her palm, which seemed to radiate warmth. She was merely interested in touching his tail. Why did it imply a desire to bond? Was touching the tail equivalent to a proposal of mating? Shebi's gaze fell, his voice low. Only a mate can touch the tail of a cold-blooded beast, just as a warm-blooded beast's ears cannot be touched casually. To touch the tail signifies a desire for mating. If Wanxiao does not wish to bond with me, the temporary contract will end. Chapter 7. Binding companions tonight once again reminded of the covenant. Tang Wanxiao bit her lip, engulfed in hesitation. What troubles her mind? Cece found herself perplexed. He had proven his prowess in hunting and could certainly protect her. He was obedient. Could it be? He glanced down at the slightly protruding scales on his serpentine tail, withdrew it and transformed into human form. Around his waist was a piece of dark, sharkskin-like beast hide. When beastmen shifted from their animal forms to human, they donned skirts made from the hide of their primal beast, which were convenient to wear and could be automatically stowed away without the risk of loss or damage during their next transformation. He had already located his own shed skin from adulthood and planned to craft a skirt for Tang Wanxiao once they became companions. Tang Wanxiao gazed at his long legs and slender waist, her heart fluttering. Oh dear, Cece was simply too handsome. She desperately wished to touch him. Wanxiao, I am quite capable. There is no need for concern, he remarked as he began to tug at his beast hide skirt, leaving Tang Wanxiao momentarily stunned. Wait, she exclaimed, jumping up to grasp his loosened skirt with one hand and his wrist with the other. I am not worried about that. You mustn't just strip off your clothes. Oh no. She could hardly accept such words. Although she was a true modern individual, her skin was evidently not thick enough. Quickly put that back on. It's inappropriate to undress freely, especially outdoors. Otherwise, I want to become your companion. She realized she was being a bit petty, yet the thought of Cece flaunting himself in public was simply unbearable. Very well, he replied, looking pitiful as he retied his beast hide skirt, completely unaware of what had upset Tang Wanxiao. I'm hungry. You should go hunt, she said, having grown weary of the beastman's exuberance. She had resolved to have him out of her sight for a while to establish her psychological defense. Early death leads to early rebirth, for the sake of those 4,000 points. She was determined to secure Cece tonight. All right, but don't leave. Wait for my return, he said reluctantly as he departed. Fortunately, his cave bore the scent of 4-striped beastmen, deterring ordinary wild beasts and ensuring that no beastmen would casually intrude upon his territory. Upon his return, he dragged in a bleeding goat. Hearing the sound, Tang Wanxiao approached the cave entrance to investigate. Cece brought the goat to the downstream water source, slaughtered it, skinned it, and tossed the entrails to the opposite bank to prepare for roasting. Cece, upon hearing her call, he set down the bundled goat and instantly teleported outside. What is it? Take me down, Tang Wanxiao said, wrapping her arms around him. The cave was too high for her. Making it inconvenient, I caught a goat. The meat is tender, and I'll roast it for you. Cece cradled her with a guilty expression. However, the fire has gone out, and I need to fetch it again. Can you wait a moment? He had no means of preserving the fire. The borrowed flames from the goat tribe had extinguished. He felt anxious about not being able to provide her with roasted meat promptly. Could he truly care for this little female? Take me down. I have a solution. Obeying her command, Cece carried Tang Wanxiao to the woodpile. Assuming she merely wished to play, he was aware of her shamanic abilities. Yet the items she conjured were only daily necessities. Could she really conjure fire? Tang Wanxiao pulled out a lighter, gathered some dry grass, ignited it, and stuffed it into the woodpile. Cece watched in astonishment. What is this miraculous object? It ignites with just a press. Wanxiao, you're incredible, like a messenger of the beast Godai in the eyes of the beastmen. Only the shaman or the messenger of the beast god possessed such remarkable skills. Indeed, let us roast the meat. I shall teach you. Tang Wanxiao was no longer willing to eat charred meat. She wanted to impart her skills to Shi Cixi, ensuring that if she ever wished to be lazy, she could still enjoy delicious food. All right. After washing the goat meat, she placed it over the fire, and using the ingredients available in the marketplace, she stuffed the goat's belly with scallions and ginger to mask the gamey flavor. Modern seasonings were truly exceptional. After all her efforts, she spent 44 points. For a delightful meal, it was worth it, and there were plenty of seasonings left for future use. The fragrance wafted through the air, and Shi Cixi had never known roasted meat could possess such an enticing aroma. Not only was there the scent of the meat, but an indescribable fragrance lingered as well as the meat cooked. The twin suns began to set. Tang Wanxiao cut off some meat and offered it to Shi Cixi. "Do you like this flavor?" The meat was hot, and Shi Cixi stuck out his tongue. Unable to discern the taste, he still preferred it cool, then let it cool a bit before eating. Goat meat would become quite gamey when cooled, but since Shi Cixi could not handle hot food, she decided to let him be. Tang Wanxiao filled herself first, leaving the rest for Shi Cixi, ensuring no food went to waste, especially since beastmen had large appetites. Delicious. The flavor is a bit painful on the tongue, yet so fragrant. Dipped in chili, Shi Cixi had never tasted anything like it before and became entranced, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Tang Wanxiao. Wanxiao is amazing, however. After experiencing such flavorful roasted meat, he suddenly realized that females typically did not prepare their own food. Had Tang Wanxiao been mistreated in the tribe, she had never expressed a desire to return to live in the tribe after coming back with him. He believed he had unraveled the truth and felt a pang of sympathy for Tang Wanxiao. Such a wonderful little female. How could anyone mistreat her? Tang Wanxiao was the most beautiful, gentle, and kind female he had ever encountered. What could possibly lead the beastmen to treat her so poorly? The beastmen placed great importance on reproduction. Could it be that Wanxiao was unable to bear young? Regardless, he did not care. What was the point of having a litter of serpent offspring? They would likely become targets for the beastmen, and even if they managed to grow up like him, they would eventually become aggressive beasts during their mating seasons. Watching Shi Cixi consume the entire prey while his abdomen remained flat left Tang Wanxiao utterly astonished. She raised a hand to poke at his abdominal muscles. "Are you full?" "Quite," he replied. After digesting his meal, Tang Wanxiao could no longer tolerate the smoke, dirt, and grime. If she didn't tea-wash soon, she felt she might turn into a wild person. "I want to take a bath." A tea this moment. The night air was merely cool, and the creek water was not icy. A bath should not lead to illness. She planned to boil water in a large pot tomorrow for a hot bath, but would make do for tonight. However, it was dark and the water was quite chilly. Shi Cixi hesitated, reluctant to acquiesce to Tang Wanxiao's bathing request. How about waiting until tomorrow when the twin suns rise? He feared that Tang Wanxiao might fall ill. For many females had perished due to illness. It was a grave and dangerous matter. "No, I must wash." Tang Wanxiao promptly rejected without a second thought. She did not want to be filthy. Moreover, if they were to become companions tonight, Shi Cixi needed to be clean. Not bathing is unsanitary and increases the risk of illness. Shi Cixi trusted her words, and hearing that not bathing could lead to illness left him in a dilemma. He had never lived in the tribe, only knowing that many females appeared dirty yet remained healthy. Perhaps they did wash regularly but simply did not clean themselves adequately. Chapter 8. The Deceiver Snake. "You never listened to me. Do you not wish to become my companion?" She feigned an intimidating tone, and indeed, Shi Cixi appeared pitiful as he pledged his loyalty. "I wish to become your companion." But he genuinely feared that Tang Wanxiao would fall ill. "If you do not take me, I will sneak away myself." Upon hearing her words, Shi Cixi conceded. Sneaking off was far more perilous. What if she were to choke on the water or be snatched away by a wild beast? "I will take you." Gathering a heap of toiletries and a piece of beast hide to serve as a towel, he insisted, "You must wash thoroughly." She did not want to be dripping wet in the wind while waiting for Shi Cixi. That would certainly lead to a cold. No shape-shifting allowed. "Just like this, I will teach you how to use these," Tang Wanxiao instructed, concerned that if he transformed into a naked man mid-bath, it would be quite alarming. She was not yet comfortable with his serpentine form. Once he learned how to use the items, she could let him shift into human form and wash himself. Shi Cixi submerged in the water. Observing Tang Wanqiao's movements as she dampened his hair and applied fragrant substances to it, massaging it in. This is called shampoo. Create bubbles, rinse it off like this. This is body wash, and here is the toothbrush, toothpaste, and facial cleanser. She also applied a bit of body wash to him, insisting every part must be cleaned. You must wash yourself as a human. If you don't wash properly, I want to become your companion. Shi nodded, eager to assist himself. He secretly glanced at Tang Wanqiao, who had turned her back to him, letting out a deep sigh. Why wouldn't she want to become his companion? He couldn't comprehend. If she was afraid of his beast form, she wouldn't have wanted to touch his tail. If she disliked him, she wouldn't have roasted meat for him or shared a bed. Wanqiao, I'm all clean. He stood in the water, gazing intently at her. Shall I check? Yes, all right. Tang Wanqiao replied, pointing to where she had just been. No peeking, understand? Oh, he said, lowering his head when suddenly he remembered something and circled back into the water. I'll block the wind for you. No peeking. Transforming into his beast form, he coiled around her, forming a protective barrier. His massive serpent head rested atop his body, with his vertical pupils keenly observing the surroundings. Bathing outdoors was certainly preferable. After ensuring he was clean, Tang Wanqiao wrapped herself in the beast hide and instructed Shi to tidy up. He packed everything into a beast hide bag, hanging it from his tail, and reached out to embrace Tang Wanqiao. You smell even better now, but I can't detect Wanqiao's scent anymore. He leaned into her neck, inhaling deeply, only to receive a swift slap. What are you doing? Tang Wanqiao's complexion flushed slightly as she tightened her grip on the animal hide, still feeling vulnerable, fearing that this fellow might go wild and desire a spontaneous coupling devoid of your essence. She felt a sense of grievance emanating from Shi, who was earnestly expressing his feelings to her, as he obediently lifted her into the cave. He did not agree to form a pair bond, nor did he allow her to catch a whiff of his scent, questioning whether she disliked him. Lying on the stone bed, the layers of animal hides felt unbearably hot, yet the stone bed remained hard and icy. Only Shi's presence provided some comfort. She could only wait for better conditions to exchange for a mattress and a complete bedding set, which felt like a waste in the cave. Determined, she gazed at Shi and resolved to take the plunge. Shi continued to lick his lips, feeling an intense heat throughout his body. Had he known, he would have closed his eyes earlier. The moonlight poured into the cave, illuminating the surroundings clearly. After waiting for a considerable time for him to return to bed, Tang Wanqiao noticed him instead clutching a ceramic jar and drinking water. Shi? He turned his head, setting down the chilly jar, unable to suppress a sigh. What should I do? I feel so uncomfortable. He swam to the edge of the stone bed, coiling his entire serpentine body around it, with his tail wrapped around as he asked Tang Wanqiao, Will you sleep on me tonight? Tang Wanqiao found the animal hide too warm. She had slept on his tail the previous 2 nights. Transforming into her human form, today she intended to establish a bond. After expressing her intent, she leaned in to kiss Shi, holding onto the animal hide towel tightly. Shi was taken aback by this delightful surprise, dazedly gazing at Tang Wanqiao, feeling the warmth of her lips, reminiscent of that day when Wanqiao had kissed him. In a swift motion, he transformed back into his human form, his sharp fangs morphing into ordinary little canines, though his eyes retained their beastly slits. While Tang Wanqiao usually found him attractive and well-behaved, today she truly witnessed his wild nature, which appeared less docile than usual. Even his smile carrying a hint of mischief. Had this rascal been pretending to deceive her all along? After being slightly burned, Tang Wanqiao's expression shifted. How interesting. I almost forgot. This fellow has 2. All serpent beast men are alike. My dear. Seeing her attempt to escape, Shi grasped her wrist and leaned closer. Don't you like it? His tone remained gentle, as usual, devoid of any hint of abnormality. Just moments ago, his smile could have easily been a figment of Tang Wanqiao's imagination. Gazing at his irresistibly alluring face, Tang Wanqiao decided to take the plunge. Clinging to Shi's shoulder felt like a small boat adrift in the water, and she found herself feeling somewhat disdainful as he too seemed uncomfortable. The sounds of his breathing were intoxicating, his voice husky. Wanqiao, once we bond, you cannot seek out other beast men, or I will have to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Tang Wanqiao realized that all cold-blooded beast men were inherently the same. This fellow had merely feigned tenderness to deceive her, this great fool. In a wonder, it was said that one must be able to suppress cold-blooded beastmen before forming a bond. Otherwise, wouldn't that be courting death? Yet, this was her choice. What could she do? It had already come to this, might as well pamper him a bit, for he wasn't going to kill her. All right, such a good boy. Shi planted a gentle kiss on Tang Wanxiao's brow. Secretly rejoicing in his success at deceiving the right person in her dreams, Tang Wanxiao heard the system's notification. Ding Host successfully formed a bond with the Serpent Beastman. Shi 4,000 points have been credited. Please check your account. At dawn, with the twin suns hanging in the sky, the heat was unbearable. Tang Wanxiao nestled deeper into Shi's embrace, feeling genuinely cool. He was like a summer necessity, a human-shaped air conditioner. According to the system, the hot season was nearing its end, and the cold season would soon arrive, requiring ample preparations. The beast world consisted of 3 seasons: hot, cold, and spring. By modern standards, the hot season spanned 5 months. Spring 4 months, and cold 3 months. The cold season was when most beastmen went into rut, as they couldn't venture outside and had little to occupy themselves. Offspring conceived during the cold season would be born in spring, allowing them to survive through the cold months. For serpentine beastmen who hibernated, they typically gave birth in spring, allowing for births before the onset of the cold season in the beast world. It only took 3 months to give birth. Upon hearing this, Tang Wanxiao's expression changed. I don't know. I cannot manage that. I am human, after all, and not like the beastmen. Although her physique had been enhanced, the thought of giving birth every 3 months seemed daunting. Moreover, there were no obstetric facilities here. Childbirth could easily turn fatal. Her life was paramount. What if I buy some medication? Yet, if she laid eggs, it shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Chapter 9. Will I not receive a reward? She scrolled through the marketplace, finding that contraceptives were exorbitantly priced, costing 10 times more than other items akin to elixirs. She couldn't afford even a little. Was it illegal in the beast world not to bear offspring? How could they treat her this way? Despicable. Forget it. I can't afford it. I'll take it one step at a time, and the boat will naturally reach the bridge. Wanxiao Shi nuzzled against Tang Wanxiao. Exceedingly clingy, he tugged at the animal hide blanket, pressing it against her chest. The beast mark had shifted, now resting on her heart. Wanxiao was quite fond of him. The little black snake, which had previously coiled around Tang Wanxiao's wrist, had now moved to her chest and awoken from its slumber, standing upright with its eyes wide open. Tang Wanxiao preferred his current innocent and benign demeanor over the fierce and ruthless one he exhibited last night, which, while thrilling, was too much to bear. Shi, will you hibernate throughout the entire cold season? Tang Wanxiao found it hard to accept that he would sleep all winter long, leaving her without companionship for conversation. Although she had an exchange system, ensuring she wouldn't starve or freeze, the loneliness was daunting. I will occasionally wake up. Shi playfully rolled around her. I will prepare enough food and animal hides before the cold season. Once I fall asleep, do not approach me. It could be dangerous, he carefully reminded her. With Tang Wanxiao by his side, he could not leave the cave for a safer winter retreat. If he awoke startled, he might react instinctively, posing a significant risk. All right, I will go hunting shortly. You wait here obediently. He longed for Tang Wanxiao, but with the cold season approaching, he needed to prepare promptly. After laboring from dawn until dusk, he returned with an unknown number of prey, roasting them over a fire, tearing them into small pieces for preservation. He also gathered a considerable amount of firewood to keep Tang Wanxiao warm. The cave was too cramped to store everything, so he carved out 2 additional caverns for supplies. Shi was so busy that he barely touched the ground, and Tang Wanxiao didn't wish to burden him further. She exchanged some points for tables, chairs, cabinets, a bathing tub, and cooking pots, even purchasing a bag of rice. Life was all about sustenance. She mustn't shortchange herself. The pile of supplies cost 100 points, yet she still had a comfortable balance. Sufficient for a long time. As night fell, Shi finally completed all his tasks for the day. You've worked hard. Tang Wanxiao smiled, stepping forward to embrace him warmly. Feeling her affection, Shi's face broke into a blissful smile. Gently stroking her hair, he said, No, just being with you is enough. He considered himself fortunate to have met Tang Wanxiao. From that moment on, there was someone waiting for him in the cave, someone who loved him, cared for him, and felt for him. Tang Wanxiao nodded, leaning against him, cherishing the tranquility and warmth. Life in the beast world was indeed far more relaxed than in modern times, especially with such a handsome companion who was utterly devoted to her. She could juggle both love and career, having the best of both worlds. You should sleep early. You seem quite tired today. Tang Wanxiao felt a pang of concern for him, as he had not had a moment to sit and rest. Yet, Shi Si felt invigorated, having just formed a bond yesterday. He couldn't possibly allow her to sleep alone. I'm not tired, Wanxiao. Let us mate. He leaned in to kiss Tang Wanxiao, noticing her occasional resistance. Pathetically pleading, will you not reward me? I worked hard today. Tang Wanxiao could hardly resist his demeanor. Despite knowing his true nature, she found herself charmed by his antics. The coolness of his serpent tail gently coiled around her ankle. Laden with suggestiveness, no, you should bathe first. All right. Although he didn't fully understand, he complied, knowing that if he didn't clean himself properly, he might make her ill. Tang Wanxiao nestled into the animal hide blanket until a cool presence slipped under the covers. Pressing against her back, with a pair of arms wrapping around her waist, Wanxiao Shi called out sweetly, his icy lips kissing her behind the ear repeatedly. His sharp little teeth emerged uncontrollably, gently nibbling on her earlobe, while a hand slipped under her clothing, igniting the flames of desire. Tang Wanxiao shivered slightly, turning to embrace Shi Si, cradling his face and capturing his lips in a passionate kiss. This fellow was truly striking. Even after seeing him daily, she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. Each time he struck at her heart, she couldn't help but feel fortunate for having saved his life. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known if she could find such a beautiful and clean little beast man again. I want to be on top. Tang Wanxiao pressed down on Shi Si, her cheeks slightly flushed as her hands roamed over his body. You cannot move. All right, I will listen to you, he obediently replied, a hint of curiosity in his tone. From his neck to his chest, a delightful tingling sensation coursed through him, and Shi Si's excited pupils twitched. He desperately wanted to move, yet Wanxiao seemed to enjoy it this way. Perhaps he would try it next time. Wanxiao Shi Si's eyes glowed slightly red, softly entwining his fingers with hers. Tang Wanxiao's forehead glistened with a light sheen of sweat, her cheeks pink with exhaustion. Then let me take the lead. He truly could not bear it any longer. If this continued, he would undoubtedly suffocate. The dawn was hazy as Shebi had already ventured out to hunt, and the previously simply tanned animal hide was now ready for use. The moment he left, the bedding became unbearably warm, waking Tang Wanxiao from her slumber. She recalled the trading system. System, are you there? I am here. 001 yawned and stretched as it emerged from its dark confines. How vexing it is to have been inexplicably confined to that dark room. What could possibly be so confidential that it cannot be viewed by its VIP members? If it comes to that, it could always upgrade to SVIP. When will the tasks be released? Tang Wanxiao was quite concerned about this. Earning points was of utmost importance, akin to earning money. Only with points credited could she spend freely. Otherwise, she would feel an unsettling anxiety. Host, tasks require exploration outdoors. They will be automatically released upon encounter. Each task provides varying points as a reward. 001 dragged out a data chair and reclined with an air of nonchalance. The quickest way to earn points is still through forming a partnership with a beast man. Howl Tang Wanxiao nodded in understanding. Thus, the fastest method for her to earn points independently was to transform her heart into a durian, allowing a person to perch upon each of its spikes. As long as she remained sufficiently fickle, it was only a matter of time before she could dominate the beast realm. However, she found this impossible. Despite being a modern individual, she was rather devoted. At this moment, her affections were solely for Shebi, and the thought of juggling two relationships weighed heavily on her conscience. Unable to remain in the cave any longer and with Shebi still absent, she found the cave too high to descend safely. Tang Wanxiao sat at the cliff's edge, letting out a long sigh. It was indeed too high, somewhat intimidating. However, the view was splendid. If she focused ahead and avoided looking down, her fear diminished. Moreover, the air in the beast realm was refreshing, devoid of car exhaust and factory fumes. Taking a deep breath felt liberating for her lungs. Chapter 10. The detestable white tiger nearby. The branches rustled, and before Tang Wanxiao could react, a massive white tiger leaped from the thicket. What the? System? Is that a beast man? Tang Wanxiao quickly scrambled to hide within the cave, regardless of whether it was a beast man or a wild beast. Yes, The height of the cave was significant for her, but for such a large tiger, it could easily scale it in a few leaps. Who could tell if this tiger was friend or foe? With Shebby absent, it was best to seek refuge. She assumed the tiger had merely passed by in search of prey, only to discover it was heading straight for her. Before her stood a colossal white tiger, blocking the cave's entrance, causing Tang Wanxiao to retreat several steps in fright, nearly tumbling off the cliff. Pebbles cascaded from the edge as she fell to the ground, her heart racing. Should she fall, she would either die or be left crippled. Little female. The white tiger spoke in human language, its tone fervent. Upon realizing it had frightened Tang Wanxiao, it swiftly transformed into human form, towering and far more muscular than Shebby. Adorned with a white animal skin skirt. Its features were sharp and striking, contrasting starkly with Shebby's appearance. One exuded an aura of seduction, while the other was a rugged masculine type. Though he was undeniably handsome, Tang Wanxiao found herself disliking this type and felt that this inexplicable beast-man was obstructing her path. What do you want here? This is my home. Tang Wanxiao mustered her courage despite her fear. System, what should I do? Do you think a small knife could harm him? Her only advantage was the element of surprise. If she could exchange 20 points for a knife and catch him off guard, perhaps she stood a chance. That may prove difficult. 001 hesitated to discourage her, but beastmen lived in perilous environments from a young age. A sneak attack was unlikely to succeed and could provoke the opponent. Little female, you must have been taken by the serpent beast. Do not fear. I can protect you. Where is your tribe? I can escort you home. The white tiger, Hu Yuan, was filled with delight at the prospect of rescuing the little female. Believing that she would eventually accept him as her primary mate, I am Hu Yuan, a warrior of the white tiger tribe. Do not be afraid. He had sensed her sweet fragrance from afar and found it delightful. None of the females in his tribe could compare in beauty to her. This is my home, and I do not require your assistance. My mate will return shortly. If you do not leave, I shall have him kill you. Tang Wanxiao was bewildered by his nonsensical threats. How could anyone intrude upon another's home with such peculiar remarks? Where was Shebby? He should have returned by now. Was it possible he had encountered trouble? I am not afraid, little female. I am quite strong, a four-striped beast man. The serpent beast cannot defeat me. You need not worry. Hu Yuan's mention of Shebby stirred a hint of irritation within him. Previously, during the tribe's ambush, that serpent had sustained severe injuries yet somehow survived, and now he had snatched a female from somewhere. He regretted not delivering a fatal blow. Allowing the serpent to escape into the river had been a grave mistake. He wondered how long the little female had been taken, and if she had suffered any harm. Hu Yuan gazed at Tang Wanxiao with concern, noting her fear at his proximity, which ignited an inexplicable rage within him. The serpent beast must be punished. It has undoubtedly mistreated the little female, causing her to be terrified even in the presence of a good beast man like me. Do not come near, or I shall have Shebby kill you. Tang Wanxiao attempted to feign bravado, but Hu Yuan was undeterred, convinced that she had been threatened and tormented by the serpent beast. He has returned. I will take you away first. Hu Yuan swiftly covered Tang Wanxiao's mouth, effortlessly leaping from the cliff with her in his arms. Do not fear. I will send you to the hunting team for protection, then return to deal with him. He will no longer have the chance to harm you. Hu Yuan carried Tang Wanxiao through the forest, even as she bit his hand in protest and brandished a glimmering object that resembled a knife sharper than stone. He did not relent. He seized the knife from her grasp and tossed it aside, stroking her hair in reassurance. I will not harm you, little female. Do not be afraid. The more fiercely she resisted, the deeper his resentment for the serpent beast grew. He found himself enamored with this little female and wished to bond with her. From the first moment he laid eyes on her, he was captivated by her skin, reminiscent of the clouds above, and her voice, as soft as the gentlest of cubs. Yet, the serpent beast had left her in such a distressed state. She appeared unstable, as Tang Wanxiao watched the cave recede into the distance. She felt a mixture of exasperation and anger. What kind of person was this? So excessively confident, disregarding her words, and resorting to abduction. Hu Yuan transformed back into beast form, gripping Tang Wanxiao as he moved swiftly. Earlier, he had covered her mouth to prevent her from calling out and attracting the serpent beast's attention, but it seemed this had only frightened her further. Suddenly, the forest erupted with the sound of thrashing leaves. As if some colossal creature were charging through, a massive black serpent head loomed into view, bringing renewed fear to Tang Wanxiao until she caught sight of those pale red, beastly eyes. The beast mark on her chest glowed momentarily. It was a pair of eyes she recognized. "Shebi, save me!" Tang Wanxiao cried out, a surge of joy swelling in her heart at the thought of Shebi delivering a thorough beating to the insufferable tiger. Upon returning to the cave, Shebi caught the scent of Hu Yuan, and with Tang Wanxiao missing, he recalled the white tiger beastmen who had pursued him earlier. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to annihilate the entire white tiger tribe. These beastmen, who prided themselves on their righteousness, had not only hunted him but had also abducted his female. With a mournful cry, the massive serpent beast surged into the dense forest, following the trail. Realizing he had to be cautious, he refrained from attacking recklessly. Tang Wanxiao was still in Hu Yuan's grasp, and any hasty action could endanger her. As Hu Yuan sensed Shebi's approach, he felt a rush of anxiety. While he was not afraid of the serpent beast, with the little female present, he worried that if he provoked Shebi, she could be harmed. Furthermore, the cold-blooded nature of the serpent beast meant it would not hesitate to endanger her. As Shebi drew closer, Tang Wanxiao swiftly exchanged for a new knife from the system and plunged it fiercely into Hu Yuan's jaw. Keeping her distance, she feared being thrown off and potentially falling to her demise. However, she trusted that Shebi would catch her if she fell. Hu Yuan winced in pain, but did not release Tang Wanxiao until several white tigers leaped from the nearby woods to intercept Shebi. There were 5 three-striped beastmen in total. The moment Hu Yuan saw Shebi, he realized that if the hunting team warriors clashed with the serpent beast, it could lead to severe injuries or even fatalities. However, with reinforcements, he no longer feared that the serpent would take the opportunity to harm the little female. He set Tang Wanxiao down, letting out a mighty roar, and 2 white tigers flanked her. Shielding her, he then turned to confront Shebi. 3 three-striped beastmen and 1 four-striped beastman. Currently, Shebi is merely a 4-striped beastman. Facing such numbers could prove fatal. Tang Wanxiao was in a state of panic. As the 2 irritating tigers continued to obstruct her path, what was she to do? This broken system, why can it sell fruit knives but not firearms? How infuriating. Chapter 11. She can only want me alone. As the battlefield distanced itself, the distant cries of the serpent beast echoed, nearly bringing Tang Wanxiao to tears. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she drew a stone knife to her throat, watching the 2 white tiger beastmen become flustered and at a loss for what to do. Confirming her gamble had paid off. "Stand aside, or I shall take my own life." Her threats proved effective. The 2 orcs indeed stepped back, even transforming into humanoid forms to persuade her, "Little female, the stone knife is perilous. We are not wicked beasts. We will not harm you. We only wish to protect you." The white tiger on the left, in its human guise, was slightly shorter and possessed a darker complexion than the one on the right. Indeed. Tang Wanxiao could hardly be bothered to listen to their nonsense. She turned and fled. She was surrounded by 4 white tigers, engaging in a relentless battle. Even if the remaining 3 could not overpower Shi, they could still inflict additional wounds upon him. Tiger Yuan roared and swiped his claws, leaving several fresh gashes on Shi's body, blood oozing profusely. Trapped, Shi caught sight of Tang Wanxiao rushing toward him and could not help but call out, "Don't come over! Hurry and leave, it's dangerous." These white tiger orcs merely sought to snatch his female. They would not harm Wanxiao, but if she inadvertently wandered onto the battlefield, one misstep could lead to her demise. "Stop!" Tang Wanxiao sprinted with all her might, watching in anguish as they lunged at Shi, tearing into him, blood splattering everywhere. She was heartbroken. This was the beautiful one she had rescued with 2,000 points. And these orcs were truly despicable. Seeing her recklessly charge forward, Shi was almost driven to madness, exerting every ounce of strength to thrash his tail and fend off the white tiger orcs. Charging toward Tang Wanxiao. Not good, the snake beast has gone mad. Tiger Yuan was furious. How could they allow the female to come here? Little female, run. Cold-blooded orcs, especially snake beasts, were notoriously petty. If they wished to take the female, he would rather swallow her whole than let them succeed. When he reached Tang Wanxiao, Shi reverted to his human form, revealing a snake tail, his body covered in wounds. He embraced Tang Wanxiao. Pressing her close, "Don't be afraid. I'm late," Shi whimpered. Tang Wanxiao looked at him, her heart aching. So many injuries were all the fault of these mindless white tiger orcs. "Does it hurt?" "No, but don't do this again." "It's very dangerous," he replied, referring to Tang Wanxiao's reckless approach to the battlefield. Shi held Tang Wanxiao tightly, while Tiger Yuan dared not make a move. That cunning snake beast. He had used the female as a shield. Observing that Tiger Yuan and the others were still restless, Tang Wanxiao broke free from Shi's embrace and wrapped her arms around him, shielding his head. She was furious. If it were just Tiger Yuan, Shi might not have been at a disadvantage, but they were being dishonorable, attacking Shi in numbers. "If you strike again, you can kill me too. Have your ears been stuffed with fur? Can't you understand human speech?" Tang Wanxiao's words startled Tiger Yuan. He could not comprehend why this little female would protect the snake beast. The white tigers all transformed back into their humanoid forms. "Little female, being with him will put you in danger." Tiger Yuan attempted to persuade Tang Wanxiao, feeling pained by her willingness to sacrifice herself for Shi. Females were a rare commodity, cherished and respected by every beast. Yet she was using her body to shield a cold-blooded beast. "The cold season is approaching. I cannot protect you," he continued. "Cold-blooded beasts are selfish. If you are with him, no other beast husband will safeguard you during the cold season, and it will be perilous." Tiger Yuan sought to press his case further. As a four-patterned beast, why did the little female insist on being with the snake beast? Shi interjected, pulling Tang Wanxiao into his embrace. A smile curling at the corners of his lips. "She will only choose me." He did not wish for anyone to take Tang Wanxiao away. She belonged solely to him, and anyone who dared to seize her would be met with death. "Little female, you heard that." Tiger Yuan was taken aback by his admission. Did he not fear that the female would despise him for it and dissolve their bond? After all, females often desired multiple beast husbands to care for them and ensure their safety. So what? Tang Wanxiao cared not at all. The system had already mentioned that cold-blooded beasts were possessive. She was aware of Shi's strong desire for ownership. She had agreed to it last night. Furthermore, now one Shi was sufficient to protect and care for her. What need had she for multiple beast husbands? Even if she sought another, it would not guarantee her safety. Who could guard against a millennium of thieves? Tiger Yuan gritted his teeth. This little female was indeed exceptional. If she were willing to consider him as a beast husband, he could accept this snake. Little female, the cold season is fast approaching. My strength is not inferior to that of the snake beast. I hope you will contemplate my proposal. As a white tiger orc, his body heat and fur could keep a female warm during the cold season, preventing her from succumbing to hypothermia. I do not like you. It is impossible for me to become your mate. Tang Wanxiao's rejection was fueled by her resentment for him injuring Shi. If she were to find a partner, it would undoubtedly be someone she favored. She only held affection for Shi, thus she would only protect him. Shi, let us go home. Tang Wanxiao gently patted Shi's shoulder, deliberately avoiding his wounds. Shi smiled, exuding a bewitching charm. All right, when we return, I will apply medicine for you. With so many wounds, it must hurt immensely. It does not hurt. I will be fine soon, from now on. Take me with you whenever you go out. We shall go together. Very well. As their figures faded into the distance, the tenderness Tang Wanxiao displayed toward Shi was not lost on the watching eyes. The other white tiger orcs dared not meet Tiger Yuan's gaze. It was the first time he had been so ruthlessly rejected by a female, and all for a stray beast. Tiger Yuan's prowess among the younger generation was unparalleled. Every female in the tribe yearned for him, some even willing to prioritize bearing his offspring. Yet he had always found them lacking, believing that they had too many beast husbands, a situation he detested. Now, he had taken the initiative to seek a female's consideration, only to be turned down. How the tides had turned. Tiger Yuan clenched his fists, watching their figures vanish until he could no longer hear the little female's voice. He still held affection for her. Even if rejected, it mattered not. A male's rejection was hardly a grave matter. If he treated her better than the snake beast, one day she would surely reconsider. Let us return to the tribe. Tiger Yuan transformed back into his beast form and set off. Since he could not take the little female now, it would be wise to prepare for the future. He would pursue her once he had hunted the beast meat she favored, showcasing his superior abilities compared to the snake beast. Little did Tang Wanxiao know all this. She believed that after her rejections, Tiger Yuan would retreat. Yet, to her astonishment, every day that followed, she found him waiting at her doorstep. "Shi-Si?" Tang Wanxiao called softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Early that morning, Shi-Si had vanished, and outside the cave, the roars of tigers reverberated, causing the ground to tremble. They had promised to hunt together. How could he sneak away? She crept to the cave entrance, her brow furrowed as she observed the fierce struggle between a snake and a tiger below. Chapter 12. All are stinky. Yesterday, the wound she had bandaged on Shi-Si had reopened, now seeping blood. She had initially thought it was not serious enough to warrant the use of healing herbs. Yet today Tiger Yuan had come looking for trouble again. Tiger Yuan leapt aside, narrowly avoiding a strike from Shi-Si, who had created a large pit where he had just stood. Both were four-patterned orcs. Yet Shi-Si's strength subtly surpassed his own, a result of the harsher environment in which he had grown up. Continuing this way would lead to mutual destruction. The moment Tang Wanxiao appeared, Shi-Si ceased his struggle with Tiger Yuan, retreating to her side and transforming into his snake-human form. "Wanxiao, your wounds have reopened." Tang Wanxiao gazed at the blood-stained bandages wrapped around him, noting the old wounds still unhealed alongside new ones. Her lips pressed together. "I was wrong. Wanxiao, please don't be upset." Shi-Si lowered his head, trying to soothe her, pressing against her cheek. The cold sensation roused her awareness. Tang Wanxiao shot a glare at Tiger Yuan below, wanting to speak harshly, yet Tiger Yuan seemed unfazed, even dragging some prey forward to profess his affection for the little female. "This is my catch. I am quite formidable, Wanxiao. Please ignore him." Shi-Si clung to Tang Wanxiao's waist pitifully, knowing he could not defeat Tiger Yuan. If Wanxiao favored Tiger Yuan and wished to bond with him, he would have no choice but to accept it. "Let us go home." Tang Wanxiao disregarded Tiger Yuan's words, taking Shi-Si's hand and retreating into the cave, even hanging a few animal skins to block the entrance. She realized that regardless of how many times she rejected them, these orcs would only follow their own desires. "Come, let me treat your wounds." Tang Wanxiao waved, retrieving her medicine box and clean gauze. Gently unwrapping the bandages around Shi-Si, she noticed the surrounding skin had become red and inflamed, causing her to frown. Carefully, she applied the medicine to his wounds and meticulously rewrapped them. "You must take care of yourself," she said softly. "Always getting hurt. Doesn't it hurt?" Shi-Si obediently nodded. "I will listen to you." Just a bit more medicine. Don't waste it." Tang Wanxiao diligently applied the herbal mixture to him. In truth, such minor injuries would heal within minutes for a four-patterned beast, yet he deliberately lingered, knowing that Wanxiao would be concerned for him and treat his wounds. "Wanxiao, are you hungry? Shall we go hunt?" Shi-Si was unwilling to remain in the cave any longer. The more supplies Wanxiao prepared for winter, the better. He could go long periods without eating, so there was no need for daily hunts. However, Wanxiao needed sustenance. Otherwise, she would grow thin and her health would decline. He did not wish to lose her. He had to take good care of her. "All right, take me out for a stroll. Let us catch something casually, but don't take any risks." Tang Wanxiao also wished to take a stroll, hoping to discover some herbal remedies along the way. To seek out the unique treasures of the beast world, she first needed to obtain a compendium of plants from the system. With a book in hand, she casually flipped through a couple of pages, revealing simple illustrations alongside detailed descriptions. These included information on their primary growing locations, their effects, methods of use, and whether they were food, medicinal herbs, or a combination of both. "What is this?" She heard Shi-Si approach, peering curiously at the book she held, even extending a finger to touch it. "What a fascinating item. I've never seen anything like it before, especially the illustrations. This is a book that records a wealth of useful knowledge in written form. It tells you which herbs can be used for treating injuries, what is edible and what is not," Tang Wanxiao explained as clearly as possible. Shi-Si quickly withdrew his hand, hesitant to touch it again. "Is the knowledge of the shamanic healer also derived from this?" he inquired, for wandering beasts like them had no shaman to tend to their wounds. Thus, he had never witnessed how a shaman treated injuries, only hearing tales of how herbs could hasten healing and even help broken bones mend, as well as cure illnesses afflicting females. With a shaman around, females can live healthier lives, she affirmed with a nod. "You are truly impressive, Wanxiao," Shi-Si said, clinging to her waist from behind and resting his head on her shoulder, rubbing against her cheek. Tang Wanxiao chuckled softly, tousling his hair. How about I teach you to read when I have the time? Then you can understand it too. Okay, Shishi replied obediently, his beastly eyes glinting with excitement. Will there be a reward for learning? He was aware that these words and medical skills were precious, and he was curious to know just how much she valued him. Although the scars of a beast were like badges of honor, if they were not formidable enough, they would be ridiculed by females. Yet, Wanxiao cared for his wounds, applying medicine and gently blowing on them to ease his pain, indicating her fondness for him. Perhaps in the future, he would not have any bothersome brothers. With that thought, he let a smile grace his lips. What kind of reward do you desire? Tang Wanxiao ruffled his hair again, her tone gentle. How about a kiss as a reward for learning? A hint of amusement danced in Shishi's eyes as he responded. Thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. All right, Wanxiao is truly wonderful. Let's go out. He effortlessly lifted Tang Wanxiao, seating her on his arm, and swam out, his tail flicking contentedly. Once he had improved his strength and completely dismissed any thoughts of Hu Yuan, Wanxiao would no longer be interested in that foul tiger. The cave no longer bore Hu Yuan's scent. Only the three prey remained, suggesting that Hu Yuan was resolute in his intentions. Wanxiao can eat the prey I caught. We don't need these, Shishi said, noticing her gaze linger on the game, wrinkling his nose in disdain. They all stink, don't waste it. You should eat it. Tang Wanxiao understood his intentions, knowing he did not want her to accept these gifts. She also suspected that offering prey in the beast world was a sign of courtship, and accepting them would imply she acknowledged Hu Yuan's pursuit. However, Shishi was different. He was a male beast man. Eating them did not mean she had accepted anything. Upon hearing this, Shishi nodded in agreement, supportive of the idea. As long as Wanxiao rejected Hu Yuan's offerings, he was pleased with any handling of the matter. For now, filling Wanxiao's stomach was the priority. Do you like long-eared beasts? I can catch one for you. Roasted, it should taste quite good. The long-eared beast was adorable and fluffy. Wanxiao would likely enjoy it, and it was small enough for her to consume. I do. Tang Wanxiao's eyes lit up as she nodded. Long-eared beasts sound like rabbits. Spicy rabbit meat is truly delicious. Even if it can't be stir-fried, roasted rabbit with plenty of seasoning is still delightful in the forest, perhaps due to the impending cold season. The colors of the plants appeared somewhat dull, lacking their vibrant greens, and the traces of wild beasts had diminished significantly. Chapter 13. The crystal of the fierce beast as she surveyed the surroundings for edible or medicinal plants. A sudden electric sound surged through her mind. Ding! The exchange system 001 is back, and it brings good news. Upon hearing the announcement, Tang Wanxiao immediately inquired, Where have you been? What good news? No wonder the system had not appeared voluntarily lately, only responding briefly when she sought it, resembling a mere machine. Following a resolution from the Temporal Management Bureau to ensure the welfare of the host, a storage space has been specially opened. Tang Wanxiao raised an eyebrow, opening the marketplace and discovering a space of approximately 50 cubic units had indeed materialized. There really is a space. This is an essential item for home and travel. Elated with the newfound space, she couldn't help but ask, will it keep things fresh? If it could preserve freshness, she could still enjoy fresh meat during winter without the need to waste points on the system for exchanges when Shishi was unable to hunt. It can preserve for a short time, like 1 to 2 months, but not indefinitely, 001 replied, wandering around in her consciousness with a geriatric demeanor. This is a benefit I fought for. You should be grateful. That's quite good. Being able to preserve for a while is sufficient for me. Tang Wanxiao was easily satisfied. Having these items was already wonderful, and she was confident she could find ways to manage any minor shortcomings. Do not be too quick to rejoice. Urging Shishi to level up should be the top priority. It was rumored that beastmen with 6 markings or more could receive the blessings of the beast god and acquire abilities related to the 5 elements. Tang Wanxiao was so shocked she nearly leapt off Shishi, slapping his back in astonishment, her face a mask of disbelief. Wanxiao, did you see something you liked? Shishi asked, somewhat bewildered, glancing around at nothing but trees and grass. What could possibly elate her so? No. I'm sorry if I startled you. Tang Wanxiao regained her composure, looking apologetically at Shishi. No, it doesn't hurt. The small injury has already healed, Shishi replied gently. Upon hearing a noise, he hastily scooped Tang Wanxiao into his arms and climbed a tree. What is going on? Tang Wanxiao asked, perplexed, as she perched on a branch, glancing down. They were several dozen meters off the ground. It was quite high. She withdrew her gaze and embraced Xisi tightly, her eyes closed in fear of the height. Shu Wanxiao, do not be afraid. If a solitary fierce beast passes by, I will go down and capture it. Do not make a sound. He leaned in to kiss her, not wishing to miss this opportunity. Fierce beasts were unlike ordinary wild animals. They possessed crystals within them. They were ferocious and brutal, typically roaming in packs within the dark forest, seldom venturing out. Capturing them was no easy feat. Only large tribes could muster teams to hunt in the dark forest, and the spoils were seldom enough for each member to receive even one crystal. These crystals could enhance a beastman's strength, making them highly coveted. With a single crystal, overcoming obstacles to advancement would be trivial. As long as he consumed the crystal, next time Hu Yuan would undoubtedly perish at his hands. Be careful, Tang Wanxiao whispered, aware that such creatures were dangerous, her concern for Xisi evident. Although she disliked him fighting and getting hurt, beastmen were not delicate little rabbits. They had to grow stronger. System, what are fierce beasts? Will he be in danger? Unable to contain her worries, she voiced her thoughts. Fierce beasts possess crystals within them, which can enhance a beastman's strength. They usually appear in packs within the dark forest. A solitary one is likely injured and has fled. 001 reassured her, stating that Xisi would be fine and she need not worry. What about the abilities? Tell me more. Tang Wanxiao was curious about the powers bestowed by the beast god. The beast world was divided into 5 regions: mountains, forests, oceans, grasslands, and deserts. With the dark forest at the center, the habitat of fierce beasts. It sounds like there are clear distinctions. Tang Wanxiao mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Aside from the dark forest, each region had beastmen who had received the beast god's blessings, each representing one of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Their commonality was that they had all attained a level of 6 markings or higher. What about Xisi? Will he gain wood-based abilities? Tang Wanxiao was unsure if each region had its unique representative abilities. Not necessarily. The 5 elements are just the foundation. There are many derivatives, such as ice derived from water. A chilling howl pierced the air, accompanied by a tremor that shook the ground. Tang Wanxiao felt as if the branch beneath her was on the verge of snapping. Oh no! She swayed uncontrollably, grasping the trunk with all her might to prevent herself from falling. Could it be? What colossal creature could cause such a commotion? I've never encountered a fierce beast before. With that thought, she craned her neck, attempting to peer through the foliage to catch a glimpse of the legendary fierce beast. She was so focused on the distant view that she failed to notice a shadow darting towards her from behind. Host, be careful. A fleeting glimpse of a shadow made Tang Wanxiao scream internally in panic. With a thunderous crash, a colossal creature, armored in a shell, collapsed like a heap of flesh. Shebi retracted the tail that had ensnared the ferocious beast, using its sharp claws to slice open the creature's abdomen, extracting a diamond-shaped crystal the size of a palm from its heart. Even stained with blood, the crystal radiated brilliance under the sunlight. Undimmed by its gruesome surroundings, after swallowing the crystal, Shebi closed its eyes, and when it reopened them, its beastly gaze shimmered with renewed vitality, the 4 markings on its arm transforming into 5. This method of ascension was swift but required some tempering to solidify. Fortune favored this encounter as it happened upon a lone, severely wounded beast. Now, when Hu Yuan comes again to seize Wanxiao, humph! It stood tall, ready to meet Tang Wanxiao. Yet, the beastly mark on its chest suddenly dimmed for a moment. A wave of anxiety washing over it, Wanxiao. Shebi's eyes glinted sharply as it darted through the forest, tracking the lingering scent in the air, which bore the aroma of male beastmen, specifically, those from the White Tiger tribe. At that moment, the unconscious Tang Wanxiao lay upon the back of a sprinting Black Panther beastman. The violent jolting roused her from her stupor. Her vision blurred past fleeting images before she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. A series of thunderous roars echoed, awakening her further. As she opened her eyes, a bitter taste filled her mouth, and she found herself in a rudimentary cave, lacking the furnishings she had exchanged from the system. It resembled the initial cave of Shebi, albeit with a hint of medicinal scent and a ceramic pot nestled in the corner. Little female, you are awake. Leopard Mo crouched nearby, noticing Tang Wanxiao's awakened state, and leaped forward, his dark eyes gleaming brightly. Who are you? Tang Wanxiao gasped, leaning back in alarm, frantically calling for the system. After losing consciousness, she had not heard from it again, only recalling its warning to be cautious. Chapter 14. The Black Panther Beastman, Leopard Mo. Little female, I am Leopard Mo, and this is the White Tiger tribe. You need not fear. Leopard Mo, realizing he had startled Tang Wanxiao, retreated to his previous position. The shaman has gone out, and I was tasked with watching over you. You are finally awake, he chuckled, scratching his tousled black hair, his expression somewhat simple-minded. With his wheat-colored skin and chiseled features, he was an uncommon sight of handsomeness. The shaman said that as long as you wake up, all will be well. The White Tiger tribe. Tang Wanxiao furrowed her brow, not fully listening to Leopard Mo's words. Why am I here? I went hunting and saw a snake about to bite you. In my clumsiness, I frightened you into fainting, he admitted, lowering his head apologetically. I am sorry. Fortunately, the shaman is skilled. Otherwise, there could have been dire consequences. It's all right, Tang Wanxiao replied absently, her mind preoccupied with the sounds of a struggle outside. Host, you are finally awake. You scared me to death, 001 exclaimed, patting its chest and collapsing onto the ground in a heap. I almost lost the host, and to think it was due to being scared by that wretched Black Panther beast man. All this is that foolish leopard's fault for running too fast, causing the host such distress. In a sudden realization, 001 exclaimed, Oh dear. Host, Shebi has arrived and is outside, about to clash with the White Tiger tribe. What? Tang Wanxiao leaped from the stone bed, sprinting towards the exit. Little female, what's wrong? Where are you going? It's dangerous outside. Leopard Mo was startled, not daring to intervene. The strength of male beastmen could be uncontrollable, potentially harming the little female. I heard commotion outside. It must be my beast husband looking for me, Tang Wanxiao explained hurriedly as she dashed outside. Little female, slow down, Leopard Mo called, chasing after her. Outside, a serpent beast was indeed searching for his female. As he spoke, he recalled the scent of the serpent beast lingering on Tang Wanxiao. He your beast husband. If the serpent beast has forced you, you can sever the bond. He cannot harm you again. Our tribe's warriors will protect you. Leopard Mo had never seen a female with only one beast husband, especially one who was a serpent beast. Upon further thought, it was conceivable that those cold-blooded beastmen might abduct a female from the tribe and force her to sever her bond with her prior husband. Though the scent of the serpent was indeed on her, that did not imply her willingness. Perhaps the serpent had taken her by force. He did not force me. It was my choice to bond with him. Could you please help me get there? Tang Wanxiao, realizing she had been running for so long without sighting the tribe's entrance, sought Leopard Mo's assistance. Perhaps she had taken a wrong turn. Leopard Mo hesitated but felt guilty for causing the little female to fall from the tree. All right, I will take you there. He transformed into his beast form, a massive black panther lying gracefully on the ground, its sleek fur glistening beautifully. However, at this moment, Tang Wanxiao had no inclination to admire the creature's beauty. Thank you, she said, climbing onto Leopard Mo's back and urging him to hasten. Outside the tribe, Shebi was surrounded by a multitude of ferocious beasts, white tigers, spotted leopards, and gray wolves. The White Tiger tribe was a diverse, mixed tribe, predominantly inhabited by white tigers, the original dwellers of this land. The others were either following their females to reside in the tribe or solitary beastmen who had joined it. At the forefront stood Hu Yuan, a familiar face, surrounded by a dozen beastmen who barred Shebi from crossing the tribal threshold. Return my mate, and I will leave immediately. Shebi's voice was frigid, exuding an air of lethal intent. He had been careless, allowing Wanxiao to be captured by the White Tiger tribe. He could not ascertain whether they had coerced Wanxiao into actions she despised or mistreated her. What mate? You clearly wish to abduct females from our tribe. Some uninformed beastmen glared at Shebi with disdain. These cold-blooded beasts regularly raided the tribe for females, and even when they succeeded, they failed to safeguard them. Each female seized would not survive long, and those rescued often bore severe injuries. Who would covet a female from your tribe? My mate is within your tribe. If you do not return her, I will storm in and reclaim her. Shebi seethed, furious that the White Tiger tribe had repeatedly attempted to seize Wanxiao while he had merely stepped away, allowing them to succeed. Bound in matrimony? The beastmen exchanged glances, indeed detecting the scent of a female on him, and recalling that Leopard Mo had brought back an injured, unfamiliar female. Could it be that the little female earlier is this serpent beast's mate? Do not listen to his nonsense. Which female would willingly bond with a serpent beast? He must have abducted her from another tribe. Hu Yuan's face darkened, resolute in his belief that Shebi had forcibly taken Tang Wanxiao and intimidated her into silence. Upon hearing this, the wavering beast men solidified their stance. Indeed, which female would favor a serpent beast? Kill him. The little female would surely prefer to stay within our tribe. Hu Yuan continued to incite, eyeing Shebi's 5 markings and the altered aura surrounding him. This wretched snake has struck fortunate tides, advancing to a 5-mark beastman in mere days. At the mention of a new female joining, the single beastmen erupted in excitement, with hundreds of eligible males in the tribe. Yet fewer than 30 females. Even if each female found 10 beast husbands, many would remain without partners. Each female was thus considered precious. The arrival of a new female could soon lead to offspring for many. Just as tensions escalated, Leopard Emo suddenly shouted, "Stop!" The beastmen looked at him in confusion, uncertain of his sudden outburst and simmering with envy. This fool had not attracted a female's affection. Yet, he had returned with an injured female, potentially becoming the first male in the tribe to win a little female as his mate. Soon, the little female might bear his young, leaving the others envious. Wanxiao. Shebi's gaze locked onto Tang Wanxiao, sprawled on Leopard Mo's back, and a wave of relief washed over him upon confirming her safety. Leopard Mo halted, letting Tang Wanxiao down, and as she rushed towards Shebi without hesitation, he knew she spoke the truth. This serpent must have treated her well. No matter how she came to be with him, she had already developed feelings for the serpent beast. Leopard Mo, what are you doing? How could you bring a female to such a dangerous place? A gray wolf roared, itching to pummel the foolish leopard. Hu Yuan's expression remained grim. However, he could only watch helplessly as the little female returned to Shebi's embrace. Chapter 15. Wrongly accused, he could not confront Shebi. Having previously offended the serpent beast multiple times, intervening now would likely result in his demise. Tang Wanxiao leaped into Shebi's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck, feeling a sense of tranquility. You came to get me. Shebi cradled Tang Wanxiao, lifting her slightly, affectionately nudging her cheek with his nose. I'm glad you are safe. As the situation unfolded, apart from Hu Yuan and the few white tiger beastmen who were already aware. The other beastmen looked on in bewilderment. It appeared that the little female genuinely held affection for this serpent beast. Could it be that we have wronged the serpent? Little female, the serpent beast truly did not force you? The gray wolf voiced the confusion shared by most of the orcs present. Shebi is the beastman of my choice. He did not coerce me. Thank you for your concern. Tang Wanxiao perched gracefully on Shebi's arm. Her posture refined and added, Thank you to Baomo for assisting me as well. The cunning snake beast surely employed some trickery to charm the young female. You must not trust him, Hu Yuan spoke again. Eager to keep Tang Wanxiao from leaving, he had rarely found a female to his liking, and if he failed to secure her this time, he feared there would be no second chance. Once Shebi was out of the picture, the young female would undoubtedly consider him first. Hu Yuan's words once more caught the attention of the orcs. Although their animosity towards the snake beast had lessened, they still hoped to retain the young female, for it would increase the opportunities for the tribe's single beasts. Young female, if you wish, stay with us. Our tribe boasts many formidable orcs, and only the snake beast cannot ensure your safety. The gray wolf urged once more. Indeed, indeed, echoed the other orcs in agreement. This young female is so beautiful, fair and delicate, and possesses a gentle disposition. It would be wonderful if she could remain in the tribe. Baomo, however, was disinclined to join this commotion. The females in the tribe looked down upon him, and likely those outside did as well. Besides, that snake was a 5-pattern beastman and could very well end up getting beaten. He withdrew to the sidelines, watching the spectacle in silence, though his grip around her arm tightened momentarily, betraying a flicker of tension. Tang Wanxiao sensed Shebi's unease and clung to his neck, declaring, I do not need any other beastman. Having him is sufficient for me. As for joining the tribe, that is not necessary for now. Joining the tribe would certainly be safer than being outside, but she still had her trading system, which she preferred to keep concealed. It was better to live outside with Shebi. Upon hearing Tang Wanxiao's words, Shebi's heart momentarily stopped, wishing fervently to embrace her and shower her with affection. Wanxiao declared that he was all she needed. And having said that in front of so many orcs, he felt a dizzying sense of joy, his expression softening considerably. Now that the matter was clarified, they no longer pressed Shebi. A cold-blooded beast with a partner would not come to their tribe to seize a female. Thus, Shebi no longer appeared as an enemy to them, and the danger he posed had greatly diminished. Wanxiao, let us return home, Shebi suggested, recalling that Tang Wanxiao had not eaten and her stomach was empty since morning. It was his oversight not to have taken care of her properly. Yet, he was also reluctant to leave her side to hunt, preferring instead to prepare a meat porridge for her to tide her over. He would catch more prey in the evening to fill the storage room. All right, I am hungry too. Tang Wanxiao cupped his face and planted a kiss, feeling extraordinarily cheerful, entirely dismissing Hu Yuan's earlier provocations. It seemed that the more one spoke with such a person, the more likely they might misconstrue it as affection. It was better to limit interactions, as they embarked on their journey home. Tang Wanxiao curiously examined the 5-pattern beast imprint on Shebi's arm, asking, "Does it take 1 crystal to level up?" "Yes, thus crystals are quite precious." "What do the fierce beasts look like?" "I have yet to see one." Tang Wanxiao's sparkling eyes made Shebi's heart melt. Their skin is tough, making them challenging to hunt, and they are social creatures, which adds to the danger. Their sparse, short fur resembles that of the Moo beast. Yet they lack horns. "How ugly!" Tang Wanxiao declared, being an absolute aesthetics enthusiast. She feared ghosts yet was unbothered by those who were handsome. She exhibited exceptional patience toward those who possessed beauty. She leaned her head against Shebi's shoulder, nuzzling into his neck, and asked, "Could you refrain from hunting for a few days? The food at home is already sufficient." Yet Shebi wanted to express the necessity of preparing more provisions just in case, and worried that he would not care for Tang Wanxiao adequately if he fell asleep. Additionally, their meeting had coincided with the approach of the cold season, leaving him little time to prepare. Did he truly need to indulge in such leisure for the next few days? "If you hibernate, I will be very lonely. Please stay with me a little longer." When Tang Wanxiao pouted, Shebi found himself at a loss, embracing her with a soft sigh of acquiescence. He decided to hunt only after Wanxiao had fallen asleep, knowing it would only be slightly more challenging to find prey. Upon returning home, Tang Wanxiao clung to Shebi, insisting he accompany her in resting, resolved to prevent him from going out. She had her trading mall, ensuring she would neither starve nor freeze, but she felt tremendously bored alone. Sometimes, Shebi would return late after leaving early, and when she awoke to an empty cave, it frightened her, given the wilderness they inhabited. "System, why do snakes hibernate?" Tang Wanxiao hung onto Shebi, her face etched with melancholy. She had made her choice, and rather liked it. Shebi could protect her well, and she had no desire to seek another beast man. The skin and blood of snake beasts do not retain warmth. Hibernation in cold weather is to conserve energy. Additionally, prey is scarce during the winter, so hibernation helps reduce energy expenditure. 001 understood that Tang Wanxiao was inquiring about ways to prevent Shebi from hibernating. In the beast world, it would either require Shebi to evolve into a 6-pattern beast man or to create a warmer environment. If the host wished for Shebi's company, all that was needed was to maintain a sufficiently high temperature within the cave. By blocking the cave entrance with animal skins and starting a fire inside, it would be enough to keep him awake. But if he cannot hibernate, will it harm his health? It will not affect him. Once the cold season passes, if he can quickly evolve into a 6-pattern beast man, he will no longer need to hibernate in winter. Understanding the method, Tang Wanxiao eagerly urged Shebi to help her layer several pieces of animal skin, ensuring that as long as there was no storm, the skins would remain intact. She also exchanged for several large vats to store melted ice water for the winter. With the work now underway, Shebi felt a sense of relief, as being idle was quite torturous for him. Yet this task would not take long to complete. As he sat beside the stone bed, looking somewhat dejected, he asked, "Wanxiao, shall I take you to pick some fruits?" Seeing him with his head drooping, Tang Wanxiao couldn't help but smile. "All right, let us go fruit picking." With a purpose, Shebi perked up instantly, scooping up Tang Wanxiao for a sprint, fearful she might change her mind. After all, during the day, Tang Wanxiao had firmly instructed him not to engage in any inappropriate behavior. To put it simply, they must not mate. Chapter 16. Cold as the cold season approached, the fruits were pitifully few, with only a handful hanging from the branches, yet they looked quite appetizing, resembling bright oranges. Shebi swiftly gathered all the fruits, placing them into an animal skin pouch and offering them to Tang Wanxiao. Do you like this, Wanxiao? It's sweet and sour. Tang Wanxiao picked one up, about the size of a finger joint, inhaling its fragrant aroma. After peeling it and taking a bite, she found it to be 7 parts sweet and 3 parts sour. Indeed quite delightful. However, she had never encountered such fruit in modern times. What is this? Orange yellow fruit, Shebi replied, handing her another one after peeling it. Before the cold season, this was the only fruit available. The others have either been picked or fallen and are no longer edible. Well, since we are out, let us explore a bit more nearby. Tang Wanxiao surveyed her surroundings, noticing the absence of rivers or streams. Tonight, I feel like having fish. Then we shall go to the small riverbank. Shebi once again lifted Tang Wanxiao, initially unaware of what fish were, but after hearing her speak of them, he had learned that there was indeed fish. Tang Wanxiao enjoyed eating them, especially since she had skillfully prepared them to eliminate the fishy odor. As they passed a patch of grass, Tang Wanxiao's gaze was suddenly drawn to a cluster of plants about half her height, thinking they resembled ginger. She personally did not care for raw ginger, but it was excellent for eliminating odors, and during the cold season, she could make ginger soup. If she could find it directly, it would save her points. Shebi, could you dig one of those up for me? Noting her gesture towards the plants, Shebi did not question her reasoning and promptly uprooted one. Upon receiving the ginger, still muddy, Tang Wanxiao was elated, envisioning the delicious fish she would grill with some ginger. What is this? Shebi inquired, finding her excitement amusing, digging out a few more to fill the animal skin pouch. This is ginger. It can ward off the cold and eliminate odor. Tang Wanxiao watched as a significant portion of ginger was absorbed into her space, nodding repeatedly, satisfied that it was enough. Remember the location. We can return to dig more when they grow back. System, can you mark the location? I would hate to part with this ginger. Tang Wanxiao chuckled sweetly in her mind, confident that high technology must include such a featured IT can. 001 replied coolly, changing its tone. You are the best, system. You are the most powerful system in the world. 001 stifled a proud smile, nearly bursting with pride. Tang Wanxiao did not mind its fluctuating demeanor. She simply appreciated its willingness to be accommodating. As they ventured further, the sound of rushing water grew louder, differing from the gentle stream where she had found Shebi. This water flowed more rapidly. Upstream, a waterfall could be seen, water crashing against the rocks and splashing with crystalline droplets. The lush greenery surrounding the area was a rare and beautiful sight. How lovely! Tang Wanxiao exclaimed, her voice barely audible amidst the tumultuous water. The current here is swift, and there are fewer fish. Let us move to a calmer spot to catch some fish, but we can play here for a while. She simply wished to bring Tang Wanxiao to this place for a glimpse. Females raised in the tribe had never encountered such sights. Although Wanxiao was exceptionally skilled, her tribal origins remained a mystery. Nevertheless, she would undoubtedly relish the experience. For a prolonged period, he had refrained from inquiring about Tang Wanxiao's tribe, nor had she ever broached the subject. Hence, she tacitly accepted that Tang Wanxiao did not wish to return. Tang Wanxiao descended from Shixi's embrace and took his hand, leading him to the water's edge for some play. In her previous world, a mundane existence of daily work from 9 to 5 felt like a distant dream. Perpetually caught in the cycle of overtime or en route to it. Whenever friends planned outings or dinner gatherings, she was unable to attend. Over time, these connections grew shallow. Every relationship requires time to nurture. Even the closest friendships can wither if consistently rebuffed. Now, however, she found herself liberated from the shackles of work, waking naturally each day, with companionship to venture outside. In a moment of exuberance, Tang Wanxiao leapt into the water, startling not only Shici but even the system itself. Wanxiao, host. Observing that nothing seemed amiss, 001 retrieved a handkerchief to dab at its non-existent tears, astounded by the host's impulsive dive, seemingly unafraid of potential injury. Are you all right? Shici asked, surfacing with Tang Wanxiao in his arms, his heart racing from the shock. I can swim. Let go of me, Tang Wanxiao insisted, yearning to enjoy the water before the cold season set in. The water had already begun to chill, and soon it would freeze. No, this is too dangerous, Shici asserted, refusing to release her, as he carried her ashore and prepared a fire to dry her clothes. Having ventured out unexpectedly, he had brought only a single animal skin bag. He could not provide warmth to Wanxiao, as he was already cold himself. Sighing at the sight of the fire, Tang Wanxiao lamented that her right to play in the water had been revoked. Don't be upset. We can enjoy it more when the warm season arrives. It's too cold now. You might fall ill, Shixi whispered gently, fearing to offend her, as he quietly explained. Tang Wanxiao dared not confess that she found the water rather refreshing. Worried it might irritate Shixi, with no suitable place to change outside, she sat beside the fire, awaiting her clothes to dry. The fire is roaring. Let us roast some fish. I will catch the fish. But you mustn't quietly slip into the water, Shixi warned. His lips pressed together as he watched Tang Wanxiao until she nodded in agreement, easing his concerns. Soon, he caught several fish, skillfully cleaned them, and skewered them on sticks to roast over the fire. Tang Wanxiao washed the ginger she had brought and stuffed it into the fish's bellies. As the fish gradually turned golden and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. She eagerly gazed at the roasted fish, unable to resist taking a bite. The fish was tender and juicy, with the fishy taste greatly diminished. Delicious, Tang Wanxiao exclaimed, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. You must try some. Seeing her joy, Shixi couldn't help but smile. All right. The fish, having been gutted, lacked any strong odor, and the addition of ginger completely eliminated any trace of fishiness. After finishing their meal, they buried the charcoal and bones in the earth. Preparing to return, on their way back, they caught a few unfortunate animals, ensuring that the day's efforts were not in vain. Time flew by, and the entire beast realm was blanketed in pristine white snow. A scene of silver splendor. Shixi lazily nestled in Tang Wanxiao's embrace, yawning as he gazed at the crackling fire. The cave was warm. The flames swayed gently in the filtered breeze, reflecting in his sharp, narrow pupils. The firelight illuminated his face, rendering him breathtakingly radiant. After a while, he murmured, Wanxiao flipping over, his cool hand grasping her wrist. Cold, I'll add more wood to the fire, Tang Wanxiao replied, glancing at Shixi with resignation. Wasn't it said that the snake beastman's mating season occurs in spring? Why does he seem like a bewitching spirit, always half-lidded and tempting me the moment winter arrives? Each day seemed to blend into one another, as if he could never fully awaken yet remained full of energy. No, Shixi declared, encircling her with his serpentine form. The fire is cold. In that case, I shall extinguish it, and you can sleep soundly. Tang Wanxiao teased mischievously, pretending to extinguish the fire to ensure he would sleep through the entire cold season. Not allowed, Shixi huffed, transforming back into his human form, intertwining their hands before her. If you touch me, I want to be cold. Hey, hey, hey. Tang Wanxiao withdrew her hand, pinching his nose. Where do you think you're putting that? With his breath momentarily obstructed, Shixi tilted his head back, gasping for air. His eyes slightly reddening, filled with a tender longing. Hiss, Tang Wanxiao released her grip, unable to suppress her irritation. You little devil, Shixi, playfully nuzzling closer, realized he had certainly succeeded, a grin spreading across his face. Come on, won't you? He observed that Wanxiao was utterly defenseless against his charms, and with this thought, the corners of his lips curled upward. Outside, the snowstorm raged, while inside the cave, a tempest of emotions brewed. In the night, a pair of magnificent wings soared through the sky, circling above the cave for an extended period. The following morning, Tang Wanxiao awoke leisurely. Beside her, Shixi slept soundly, now warmed by her body heat. Stretching, she donned her clothes and prepared to make some food. The snow outside lay deep. Shixi could not venture out, for it was too cold. If he stepped outside, he would quickly succumb to sleep, potentially freezing to death in the snow. She dared not explore alone. Although many animals and beastmen hibernated, some still roamed during the cold season. Encountering a benevolent beastman might not pose a threat, but crossing paths with a malevolent one would spell disaster. Wanxiao Shixi stirred, rolling over in the warmth of the blankets, sleepily calling her name. What is it? Tang Wanxiao turned to see him wrapped in animal skins. Groggily approaching her, it smells so good. Is that porridge? He unfolded the animal skin blanket, wrapping both of them together, resting his chin atop her head, half asleep. I'm so drowsy. Then sleep. What do you need to get up for? If you fall to the ground, I can't drag you. I miss you, Shixi mumbled, closing his eyes. I can't sleep when you're not here. Tang Wanxiao sighed, allowing him to hold her, serving him a bowl of hot porridge. Drink some porridge first, Then you can sleep again. With half-closed eyes, Shishi held the bowl and drank the porridge. He then nestled closer to Tang Wanxiao. Stay with me. Tang Wanxiao patted his back. Let go of me first, all right? I'm hungry. Shishi grumbled softly, kissing her before obediently sitting beside her, watching her eat. During the cold season, he lacked the energy to do much, merely seeking a cozy spot to curl up. He longed for the day he would transform into a six-pattern beast man, when he would no longer feel this way. If he couldn't care for Wanxiao properly, she might seek another partner. After Tang Wanxiao finished her meal, Shishi gazed longingly, sliding next to her, eager for an embrace. Wait a moment. I haven't washed the bowl yet. She was surprised by his clinginess, as if he wished to entwine with her all day long. I'll wash it, Shishi insisted, burying his head in her neck, inhaling deeply. Wanxiao, wait for me. Are you not worried that you might doze off while washing? Tang Wanxiao pushed his head away playfully. That I won't. It's just a bit cool. Shishi tidied the table, wrapping the animal skin around Tang Wanxiao. Warm me up, I've grown cold. Tang Wanxiao clutched the blanket, feeling a bit helpless. Then you wash, just don't fall asleep. MMHM. Shishi yawned, fetching water from the barrel to wash the bowl at the drainage area. The icy water coursed over his hands, sending a chill through him. He yawned again, 2 tears escaping from the corners of his eyes. After storing the dishes, he swiftly returned to the warmth of the blankets. The coldness enveloping him made Tang Wanxiao frown. You're so cold. I've always been cold. Shishi blinked his eyes innocently, inching backward until the chill retreated somewhat, then leaned in closer. Tang Wanxiao. How long until the cold season ends? The entrance was draped with animal skins to block the wind. She had lost track of how many days had passed. She only knew that every night, Shishi seemed particularly lively. The sun has set and risen 70 times, I believe, Shishi calculated. At this moment, there were no concepts of months or years. Time was measured by the seasons and how many had passed. That still feels like an eternity, Tang Wanxiao sighed, feeling as if her bones were rusting from inactivity. She could not go outside, rendering her utterly bored. Wanxiao, do you wish to go outside? Shishi inquired. Eyes still closed, sensing the frigid air. It's too cold now. Sunlight cannot penetrate. When it warms up a bit, we can go out to play, all right? As long as he could spend time with Wanxiao, he would not feel bored. However, she wished to venture outside, likely due to his constant slumber, which prevented him from accompanying her properly. Once you're not sleepy anymore, we can go out to play. Tang Wanxiao desired to stretch her legs outside, but she also valued her life. She couldn't risk her life for the sake of amusement. If danger arose while Shishi slept, the consequences would be dire. They would wait until spring to venture out. When the world would be anew. Perfect, then you can show me the nearby tribes when the time comes. Tang Wanxiao recalled the bustling market that Shishi had mentioned earlier, feeling an irresistible urge to visit. Although the goods sold were not cutting-edge technology, they still held a certain charm, being the first market of this other world. All right, let us take Wanxiao out for some fun, he said, his tone languid as he blinked lazily. Days spent cooped up at home had dragged on endlessly, but finally, just before Wanxiao felt she might wither away, the sun hung high in the sky, casting warm rays upon a world still cloaked in snow that had yet to melt. The winds and snow had ceased, and although it was still cold upon lifting the animal hide, the absence of blinding snow made it somewhat more bearable. The sun had emerged, standing at the cave entrance. Tang Wanxiao was wrapped in layers of thick clothing, a down jacket as her base, and snow boots on her feet. The sun is out. The cold season will soon pass, she thought. Shishi lazily swam out from within the cave. As soon as the sun appeared, he seemed revitalized. Although the chill remained, he felt more resilient. Let us go. We lingered in the cave long enough. With the sun shining today, we can explore the surroundings. With one arm, Shishi scooped up Tang Wanxiao and slowly glided outward. Are you sure you're all right? It's fine to just rest at home, she expressed her concern, genuinely worried that Shishi might tire and fall asleep. Don't worry, he reassured her as he glided through the snowy terrain. The snow had fallen for quite some time before it finally ceased, accumulating to a depth that reached Wanxiao's calves. If she were to walk on her own, her shoes, socks, and pants would soon be soaked. Chapter 18. The market in the tribe. Do you like snow, Wanxiao? Shishi inquired, noticing that her gaze had not strayed from the snowdrifts since her emergence, as if she longed to leap into them. Having been born in the southern regions, Tang Wanxiao had never witnessed such a deep accumulation of snow. Previously, it had only been a thin layer that would likely melt by afternoon. Don't wander too far. Let us stay here for a bit. Turning her head, she could still see the cave entrance, and the snow nearby was sufficiently deep, making it a fine spot to play for a while. All right, Shishi nodded, finding a large boulder from which he brushed off the snow above, placing Tang Wanxiao atop it. Play here, but don't get your clothes wet. You might catch a cold. After saying this, he climbed up onto the boulder as well. The warm sunlight streamed down, and although it was still cold, the bone-chilling sensation had lessened. He spread his tail to bask in the sun, droplets of water forming on his black serpent tail from their previous frolic in the snow. Tang Wanxiao shaped a small snowman, her palms stinging from the cold, yet she could not resist the allure of the snow. Shishi fiddled for a while, mimicking Wanxiao's actions to craft a snowball. Meticulously shaping it, a frost-bitten hand reached forward, presenting a cute, chibi-style bunny to her. Tang Wanxiao's eyes widened in delight as she exclaimed, "How adorable! You're amazing!" Seeing her joy, Shishi felt a sense of validation. He had intended to craft a snake, but the slender form was difficult to mold without breaking. A long-eared beast was a fine choice too. He smiled, accepting her praise. What else does Wanxiao like? Tang Wanxiao raised an eyebrow and turned to embrace him. I like you. Upon hearing this, Shishi visibly brightened, his serpent tail wagging with excitement. I like Wanxiao too. Only Wanxiao. He lifted her in his arms. Unable to suppress the grin on his lips, the small serpent sea reveled in the affection, and Wanxiao found joy in his playful demeanor. Each time she saw him wagging his tail, she found it amusing. A single word from her could brighten his day. Having had enough of the snow, my hands are cold. Shall we head back? She suggested. Okay. Suddenly, the piercing cry of an eagle echoed through the air as a massive eagle beast swooped down, its sharp claws outstretched, aiming for Tang Wanxiao. Shishi quickly shielded her, his serpent tail striking out at the beast. The eagle deftly dodged, but Shishi's tail crashed into the ground, sending snow flying. Had he not reacted swiftly, the eagle's claws would have surely lifted Wanxiao into the sky. Tang Wanxiao clung tightly to Shishi's waist, burying her face against him, too frightened to look, fearing she might be snatched away. Is it a beast man? She wondered. It's a malevolent beast man, Shishi replied, his gaze sharp, the vertical pupils glinting with malice, the chill of the snow seeping into his tone. Malevolent beastmen would not easily relinquish their prey once they set their sights on a female. If they were not dealt with, they might return in the spring. The eagle circled overhead, waiting for an opportunity to strike while Shishi stood his ground. As the cold season lingered, the eagle beast had no habit of storing food, preferring to raid small tribes for sustenance and perhaps capture a female for sport. However, those tribes hid deep during the cold season, concealing both their females and food supplies. What had begun as a fruitless endeavor turned fortuitous when the eagle caught the scent of Shishi's territory and discovered Wanxiao. He had never encountered such a sweet fragrance before, and her gentle voice was captivating, making it hard to resist. Seeing her today, he couldn't help but find her beautiful. If only he could take her back with him. Tang Wanxiao felt a surge of fear at Shishi's words. How could one communicate with a malevolent beastman? It seemed that they were indeed on a path to conflict. Sensing her trepidation, Shishi softly reassured her, nothing will happen. I won't let you come to harm. In truth, the eagle posed little threat to him, but as a winged beastman, it could be challenging to combat since he couldn't fly himself. The eagle hesitated to attack, sensing the stalemate, and suddenly flew away, perhaps fearing mutual destruction or its own demise. Yet Shishi knew it hadn't given up. It would return when it found another opportunity to strike at Wanxiao. He has gone, Shishi said, quickly carrying Tang Wanxiao back toward the cave. As the seasons changed, he seemed to grow ever more lively. Wanxiao, there's a market today. Do you wish to go? He inquired, having set down the catch he had brought back. Yes, let us go, Tang Wanxiao exclaimed, setting aside the wool blanket she had been knitting, a skill she had recently acquired. Although the system shop offered similar items for sale, crafting the blanket helped pass the time, allowing her to choose her own patterns and colors. Then let us be off. Shishi used his tail to lift a large animal hide pouch filled with goods for trade. They made their way to the nearest herbivore tribe. Inside the tribe, animal skin mats were spread everywhere, adorned with various items. The market was bustling with many beastmen, not just herbivores but also numerous from predatory tribes. As Shi entered the tribe with Tang Wanxiao in his arms, many herbivore beastmen recoiled, unable to meet their gaze. Shi understood the reasons all too well. As a cold-blooded beastman, even with a female partner, he remained unwelcome. At most, the hostility had lessened, allowing for a semblance of coexistence on the same land. Tang Wanxiao, with one arm draped around Shi's neck, surveyed the stalls brimming with goods. There were ordinary furs and meats, along with trinkets crafted from animal teeth and feathers, drawing the attention of many beastmen eager to purchase gifts for their partners or to court females. If you see anything you like, just let me know, Shi encouraged. Having rarely visited markets, he typically exchanged only a little salt crystal, and the tribesmen were not particularly welcoming towards him, often restricting his wandering. The prices for salt crystals were twice what other beastmen paid. But Shi didn't mind. If they annoyed him, he could simply seize the goods outright. When he felt generous, he would trade fairly, finding the price increases negligible. Look at that. Put me down. Tang Wanxiao pointed excitedly at a stall manned by a long-eared beastman, displaying radishes and cabbages. Vegetables, I wonder where he found those. All right, Shi complied, setting her down and taking her hand as they approached the stall. Hello, what can we exchange for this? Tang Wanxiao inquired, bending slightly to point at the small cabbage on display. The system required points for exchanges, and while it wasn't much, she preferred to save her points for life-saving potions rather than spend them unnecessarily. Hello, the stall owner, a young long-eared beastman with gray ears twitching atop his head, blushed as he spoke to Tang Wanxiao, stuttering, animal skins or salt crystals can be traded. A piece of skin or a small handful of salt crystals will do. Chapter 19. Who doesn't he love fluffiness? Seeing Tang Wanxiao's gaze fixated on the beastman's ears, Shi instinctively tightened his grip around her. I brought some animal skins to trade. If you want it, we can exchange. He then glanced at the beastman, whose hair stood on end from the brief flicker of light in Shi's vertical pupils, causing him to involuntarily take a step back. Are you buying it for me? Tang Wanxiao asked with a smile, feigning surprise at the generosity. You are my partner, and I'm yours. Is it strange to buy something? Shi pouted, sounding as if he were being accused of being stingy. Then please buy it for me. Tang Wanxiao urged, squeezing his hand as a signal to ease his intimidation towards others. The herbivore tribe's inhabitants were already wary of him, and he didn't want to frighten them further with his expression that seemed to say he might devour them. Let us go, let us go. Let us check out what's ahead. Tang Wanxiao affectionately linked her arm with his, guiding him and his entire beast form forward. The gray long-eared beastman, witnessing their departure, couldn't help but exhale in relief. Although the small female was exceedingly beautiful and gentle, with a delightful fragrance, her beast husband was simply terrifying. He had long heard tales of the snake beast's notorious stinginess, and it was evidently true. The snake beast had barely exchanged a few words with the small female before he seemed ready to eliminate him. Had he truly pursued the small female? It wouldn't be long before another grave was dug outside the tribe. He silently vowed to himself not to frighten them so much in the future. As they walked, Tang Wanxiao conversed with Shi, concerned that his actions might incur the wrath of others and lead to harm. You like him? Shi inquired, his tone devoid of emotion, yet a flicker of sorrow and anger was evident in his crimson eyes. That detestable gray long-eared beastman ought to be eliminated. At that moment, the gray rabbit beastman, who was reorganizing his wares, shivered and muttered, Something's not right. It's spring, yet why is it still so cold? Upon hearing Shi's words, Tang Wanxiao replied naturally, long-eared beasts are so fluffy. Who wouldn't like them? Shi halted, appearing lost in a dilemma, as if a peculiar vacuum had formed around them. Aside from a few high-ranking ferocious beastmen, most were keen to distance themselves from the tribe. What's wrong? Tang Wanxiao asked, puzzled by his sudden stillness. If Wanxiao likes fluffy beastmen, why did you choose to be my partner? Was it out of pity because I seemed near death at the time? Shi's question was posed with a hesitance that prevented him from turning to meet Tang Wanxiao's gaze. He lowered his head as if trapped in his own world. The beast mark on his heart was apparent as he mumbled softly, revealing his sadness. Yet, he feigned generosity, adding, If Wanxiao wishes to find another beast husband, I could accept it. but it cannot be a mere herbivorous beastman who lacks capability. Are you implying that only the ferocious tribe's beastmen are acceptable? Tang Wanxiao realized at this point that he was indeed jealous, consumed by a bitterness that belied his pretense of magnanimity. If you truly like him, Shi turned his head deliberately to avoid Tang Wanxiao's gaze. His eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I can only accept one more. That is my bottom line. How convenient. If there's a Black Panther beastman in the cold season, you won't feel chilly anymore if I go hunting. He could protect you as well, he spoke to himself, having already convinced himself. Tang Wanxiao positioned herself before him, cupping his face with her hands and pressing gently with her fingertips. Are you about to cry? You've misunderstood. Shi's expression spoke of a heart ready to shatter, yet his words remained obstinate. I never said I wanted to find another beast husband. Tang Wanxiao seized the moment, taking his hand as they continued forward. Upon hearing this, he willingly moved along. Why affection is akin to how beastmen relish meat or how females adore the flowers that bloom in spring. Along with those beautiful adornments, Tang Wanxiao reassured softly. And indeed, Shi seemed to absorb this as this feeling different from your affection for me. Shi tightened his grip slightly, apprehensive of the answer he might not wish to hear. Indeed, it is different. So you needn't worry. Tang Wanxiao recalled everything that had transpired at the stall. Aside from glancing at the gray rabbit beastman's ears, her inquiries had been quite ordinary. Shi likely believed her lingering gaze indicated fondness. I was merely curious about his ears, she clarified, and Shi appeared entirely appeased, reassured that Wanxiao still favored him above all else. Suddenly, a series of cheers erupted ahead as a crowd of beastmen gathered in a small square, seemingly captivated by something exciting. What are they selling over there? Let's go take a look. Tang Wanxiao's curiosity was piqued, and she tugged Shi along at a quickened pace. Outside the throng, the cacophony of discussions rendered it impossible to discern anything clearly. I'll carry you. Shi bent down to lift Tang Wanxiao into his arms. Yet, the surrounding beastmen were towering, and even perched on Shi's arm. She could not see ahead. I still can't see. As she spoke, she felt Shi grip her waist and hoist her onto his shoulder, one hand stabilizing her side. This is better. Tang Wanxiao gasped in surprise, clutching his hand as she exclaimed. This is too high. Rest assured, I won't let you fall, Shi assured her. Tang Wanxiao knew he was quick to react and would never allow her to tumble, so she ceased to dwell on it, half holding his hand for stability while gazing forward. With Shi's height comparable to the surrounding beastmen, being atop his shoulder granted Tang Wanxiao a significantly improved vantage point. Female. How could there be a female here? One beastman discovered her and stared in astonishment at the female who did not seem to belong to the herbivorous tribe. Indeed. And this female has chosen a snake beast as her husband. Another chimed in, incredulous. I thought I was mistaken with my senses. It turns out there truly is a female among us. The hushed whispers around Tang Wanxiao stirred unease within her. Why couldn't a female be present? Soon enough, she understood. It was not that females were unwelcome, but that they would not buy the items being sold on stage. As the elderly white rabbit beastman, the vendor at the stall, stood at the center. His face lined with wrinkles and his ears drooping, the vigor of youth was absent from his demeanor. Clearing his throat, he commanded silence from the crowd. Warriors of the tribe, it is an honor to have so many brave beastmen at our marketplace. He smiled, embodying the hope of the tribe. The herbivorous tribe was inherently disadvantaged. Without the occasional influx of precious crystals from the ferocious tribes, they would have long been extinguished. As was customary, the representatives from the White Tiger tribe selected first, followed by the remaining tribes in order, the Giant Wolf tribe, Bear tribe, and Flying Eagle tribe. These prominent tribes still existed as ferocious factions, ranked by strength. The White Tiger tribe was the most formidable of them all, not only due to their might, but also their possession of a shaman. The Giant Wolf tribe was similarly strong, housing a shaman, though slightly inferior to the White Tiger tribe. The Bear tribe, with their tough hides and robust defense, stood out as well, yet their scarcity of females led many single beastmen to follow females into new tribes in search of partners. The Flying Eagle tribe, comprised of winged beastmen, was delicate. An injured wing could hinder even hunting, and their tribe was perched upon a cliff with scarce resources. As for the Tiger tribe, they were originally kin to the White Tiger tribe, but internal strife led to their division. Following the death of the old chieftain and subsequent disasters and invasions, the tiger tribe dwindled, with only 3 females remaining. So these are the tribes. Tang Wanxiao sat upright, her palm gently caressing the side of Shixi's face. The herbivorous tribe was inconsequential, with only a few ferocious tribes maintaining clear boundaries. 20 females ascended the wooden platform, most appearing timid and somewhat frail. Clearly unable to sustain themselves, hence displayed for selection by the ferocious tribes. It was better than starving in their own tribe, allowing them the chance to barter for benefits. The representative from the White Tiger tribe was Hu Yuan. Familiar to Tang Wanxiao, who leaped onto the high platform, his imposing beast form captivating the attention of the gathered females. The White Tiger tribe, being the mightiest, naturally showcased their strong warriors. After a few laps around the stage, Hu Yuan transformed back into his human form and had a pouch of precious crystals sent up. The pouch contained 9 crystals, a sum painstakingly accumulated over several years by the tribe. Every year, the tribe summoned beastmen warriors for hunts, but even the best luck yielded only 4 crystals, accompanied by the loss of a warrior. 2 crystals were distributed among the tribe's warriors, and 1 was saved for the marketplace to exchange for a few females. A tribe could not thrive without females. Precious crystals could be gradually hunted, but once a female was taken by another tribe, they would have to wait years for another. The White Tiger tribe's initial bid was for 9 females, with the remaining 11 contested by the other 4 tribes. Tang Wanxiao sighed softly, recognizing that the disadvantaged tribe could hardly protect their females, not out of reluctance to sell males, but because no tribe was willing to accept them. 1 female was worth a crystal, ensuring that the tribe could resist dangers and gain protection from the ferocious tribes, a deal that was undeniably advantageous. Once Hu Yuan selected his choices, he led them off stage. This time, the White Tiger tribe had sent 40 warriors solely to escort these females back to their tribe. Though he noticed Shixi and Tang Wanxiao, he refrained from acting due to his inability to contend against Shixi and the responsibilities weighing upon him. A misstep would not be forgiven by their leader. The Giant Wolf tribe claimed 6 females, the Bear tribe 2, the Flying Eagle tribe 2, and the Tiger tribe 1. Aside from the White Tiger and Giant Wolf tribes' females, the remaining tribes were set to select males for immediate pairing, aiming to swiftly reduce the number of single beastmen and encourage a new generation to foster the tribe's growth. As the excitement dwindled, Shixi enveloped Tang Wanxiao in his embrace and swiftly navigated through the crowd. The single beastmen gazed at Wanxiao with longing, their envy palpable. How infuriating! Do they not have any females in their tribe? Why do they always stare at my partner? Tang Wanxiao harbored a profound aversion towards the unabashed gazes of the orcs, particularly when they displayed their so-called masculine allure, devoid of any sense of shame as they brazenly lifted their animal skin skirts for all to see. She found it utterly intolerable for anyone to flaunt themselves in public. Thus, she buried her face in the crook of Shixi's neck, tightly shutting her eyes and softly urging him to hasten their departure. "All right, let us wander elsewhere," Shixi replied, lifting the corners of his lips, feeling a sense of relief as he cradled Tang Wanxiao. A horde of barbaric beasts was certainly not to her liking. As they stepped out of the encirclement, Shixi spoke gently, reassuring her that they had not followed. With a sigh of relief, Tang Wanxiao rested her head on Shixi's shoulder, feeling somewhat drained. "I crave something sweet." She had never encountered such an indescribable scene in her life. Merely recalling it now stirred a sense of nausea within her. "Very well," Shixi said, lifting his hand to gently tousle her hair. "I shall take you to find sweet syrup." Tang Wanxiao assumed it would be a kind of fruit juice until Shixi produced a honeycomb. Honey. Upon seeing the honeycomb, her eyes sparkled with excitement, visibly rejuvenating her spirit. The taste of honey water was quite delightful, far more flavorful than plain water. She hesitated to exchange her points for honey, considering that a mere spoonful in the beast realm sufficed for a cup of honey water. Costing 2 points, in contrast, modern artificial honey required 20 points for only a few uses. Indulging in it every day would be exorbitantly lavish. She could easily spend 20 points on a sanitary pad. As that was a necessity, but honey water was merely a treat, entirely unnecessary. Money should be spent wisely, as should points. Perhaps one day, when she became prosperous, she might indulge extravagantly. For now, she resolved to diligently save her points for elixirs, always preparing for the worst. The vendor was a brown bear orc, taller and sturdier than the average orc, a fact that endeared him to the females. Tio win over a mate. Sweet syrup was undoubtedly the way to go. He patted his chest proudly, boasting that while most orcs could not procure sweet syrup from the honey beast's stinger, they bears found it far easier, which attracted females who particularly enjoyed sweet syrup to mate with bear orcs. Though he was merely a three-striped orc, his female had borne him a brood due to the sweet syrup. However, she had recently taken a new mate and ceased to mate with him. Once he exchanged the sweet syrup for something fresh, Aru would surely favor him again and resume their mating. "What do you wish to exchange for?" Shishi asked, noticing Tang Wanxiao's fondness for the snake. The brown bear orc pointed at the sparkling bracelet adorning Tang Wanxiao's wrist. "I want that string of stones. I shall give you a honeycomb." He had long noticed the trinket on the little female's wrist, which shimmered under the sunlight, and he believed Aru would find it enchanting. Had it not been for that bracelet, he would not have offered his sweet syrup for mere orc curiosity. Shishi frowned. He would have agreed to any other request from the bear orc, but the item he desired was a precious ornament from Wanxiao's wrist. He had never seen such an accessory before, and its value was undoubtedly significant. He could easily procure sweet syrup for Wanxiao, but that bracelet was a different matter. Tang Wanxiao glanced down at the bracelet. It was merely made of glass and held little monetary value. She had purchased it solely for its aesthetic appeal. She felt no sorrow in trading it, yet she recognized that such an ornament was a valuable item in the beast realm, and she was reluctant to part with it for a single honeycomb. 2 honeycombs. Observing Tang Wanxiao's hesitation, he eagerly increased his offer. He bet that Aru would adore that string of stones, and with it, she would surely mate with him again. "I simply cannot part with it," Shishi interjected, holding Tang Wanxiao's hand firmly. "I can procure sweet syrup for you. There is no need for an exchange." Tang Wanxiao felt a flicker of temptation, but recalling Shishi's lack of robustness compared to the sturdy bear orcs, she shook her head and reaffirmed her hold on his hand. "It's all right. I truly desire sweet syrup right now." After saying this, she removed the glass bracelet from her wrist. "3 honeycombs. Otherwise, I shall not trade." "Very well," the bear orc readily acquiesced. Fearing Tang Wanxiao might change her mind, he swiftly packaged the honeycomb for the exchange. He could always seek more sweet syrup, but such a beautiful stone was a rare find. The item belonged to Tang Wanxiao. She wished to trade it, and Shishi no longer opposed, merely assisting her with her belongings while he cradled her in one arm. "Where did you find that string of stones? Shall I search for another for you?" "No need," she replied, feeling satisfied with the exchange of 3 honeycombs for the bracelet. Even if she indulged in honey water daily, it would last her quite some time. Purchasing that much honey from the exchange system would cost her thousands of points. Trading a simple bracelet for it was a commendable deal. Having secured the treasure, the bear orc swiftly departed. He settled outside the cave, listening to the groans and sighs from within. That wretched wolf. Ever since Aru had become his mate, she had driven him out of their shared sleeping space. Yet, being merely a 3-striped orc, he could not contend with that foul wolf. Otherwise, why would Aru favor the wolf? Now, with this beautiful item in his possession, he was certain Aru would favor him even more. Meanwhile, Shishi was escorting Tang Wanxiao home when they fortuitously encountered the giant wolf tribe, which was transporting females back to their village. The females, being delicate, could hardly endure a relentless journey. With the sun high in the sky, they must have been hungry. The orcs of the giant wolf tribe found a suitable location and dispatched 10 brave warriors to hunt while the remainder stayed behind to protect the females. Shishi, carrying Tang Wanxiao, cautiously maneuvered past them. The giant wolf tribe and the white tiger tribe were nearly equal in strength, yet many orcs still lacked mates. Tang Wanxiao sensed Shishi's grip on her titan. Feeling a bit puzzled. "What is the matter? Do not look up," Shishi urged, using his tail to carry their belongings while keeping Tang Wanxiao securely in his embrace. "Wanxiao, you are so lovely and gentle. If they wish to entice you, wait." The leader of the giant wolf tribe, a large gray-black wolf with well-groomed fur, stepped in front of Shishi. Shishi frowned, initially thinking that the wolf intended to provoke trouble. And Tang Wanxiao shared his apprehension. "What is the matter?" Shishi maintained his composure, contemplating that for Tang Wanxiao's safety, he would avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary to prevent frightening her. The wolf, noticing his vigilance, offered a friendly smile. "The rumors about the herbivorous tribe trading females have reached the ferocious orcs. This area is perilous. A singular beast cannot safeguard a female. The arrangement between the herbivorous and ferocious tribes was hardly a secret. During such times, the ferocious orcs would band together to seize females. Should a female truly be taken, her survival would be bleak. He held contempt for cold-blooded orcs, particularly the snake orcs, who were selfish and inconsiderate of the female's needs, preventing them from having other mates. Despite his distaste for the snake orc before him, he did not wish for the snake's partner to fall into the clutches of the ferocious orcs. Subjected to torment and possibly death, my name is Wolf Ben. You may accompany us with your mate. It would ensure your partner's safety in the event of an encounter with ferocious orcs. Luo Yu, lying nearby, rolled her eyes at her leader's sudden generosity, knowing that the snake orc likely perceived them as having ulterior motives. She exhaled, disinterested, as it was not her female to protect. Why should she concern herself? Thank you for your kindness, Tang Wanxiao replied, aware of the nearby ferocious orcs and wishing to keep Shi safe. All tribes cherish their females, with ferocious orcs posing the greatest threat. After a brief contemplation, Shi agreed that for Tang Wanxiao's safety, traveling together would be prudent. Their cave was still half a day's journey away. If they encountered ferocious orcs in numbers, even if he could fight, he could not guarantee Wanxiao's safety entirely. With the giant wolf tribe's presence, the situation would be different. They too would aim to protect their females and would not stand idly by. Moreover, he had a preference for the giant wolf tribe over others. The white tiger tribe had hunted him, and Hu Yuan had attempted to abduct Wanxiao. Those grievances remained unresolved. Shi carried Tang Wanxiao to a resting spot near the giant wolf tribe, taking out dried meat to quell her hunger. The females, encircled by the giant wolf tribe for protection, were bold. Upon seeing Shi, they felt no fear and instead approached Tang Wanxiao to engage in conversation. One particularly beautiful young female with a charming face, large apricot eyes, and a delicate nose, wore a skirt made from rabbit fur, albeit a bit thin. Hello, my name is Duoer. What is yours? She greeted warmly, discreetly observing Shi and Tang Wanxiao. This little female was truly stunning, her skin as delicate as clouds, exuding an aura of gentleness. Yet she could not fathom why Tang Wanxiao would choose a snake orc as her mate. Hello, you may call me Wanxiao, Tang Wanxiao replied, not rejecting her kindness and smiling back at her. Receiving a response, Duoer stepped out from the protective circle of the giant wolves and plopped down beside Tang Wanxiao. You are so beautiful, even more so than my beast mother. Duoer could not help but reach out to touch Tang Wanxiao's cheek. Thank you, you are quite lovely as well. May I ask why you chose a snake orc as your partner? She was undeniably curious and couldn't help but ask in a hushed tone whether he was the one who had taken you back. Every spring, stray beasts and brutish beastmen would invade the tribe in search of females. And with Tang Wanxiao's striking beauty, she would surely attract many suitors. Why then had she chosen the serpent beastman as her mate? As she spoke, she discreetly cast a glance at the serpent sea by her side. Concerned that he might overhear, Duoer, believing her words to be secret, was unaware that every male present had heard her, for they needed to remain vigilant during the hunt. Poor hearing was simply not an option. No, it's because he is handsome, Tang Wanxiao clarified. Duoer paused upon hearing this, then nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he was indeed quite good-looking. However, she found herself puzzled. What good was looks alone? Males needed to possess strength and the ability to care for females. Beauty might uplift one's mood, but she had thought that Wanxiao chose the serpent beastman for his prowess, considering he was a 5-patterned beastman. Previously, she had never seen one, only knowing that the young chieftain of the giant wolf tribe was a 5-patterned beastman. Tang Wanxiao smiled. I simply prefer handsome beastmen. Chapter 22. Fondness for Wolf Moon. Speaking of good looks, Duoer leaned closer to Tang Wanxiao and whispered, I think that Beastman's beast form is quite attractive. She pointed to the silver-white wolf beastman lying on the ground in feigned slumber. I heard he is called Wolf Moon and is already a 4-patterned beastman. Dio, you like him? Tang Wanxiao inquired. Well, he is a 4-patterned beastman, and his beast form is impressive. He could keep me warm during the cold season, Duoer sighed wistfully. It's a pity he looks rather lazy. I wonder how strong he really is. A 4-patterned beastman should have no trouble hunting, Tang Wanxiao casually remarked, chewing on the jerky he had offered her. I'm not talking about hunting. Duoer playfully slapped Tang Wanxiao's hand, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. I mean mating, cough, cough, cough. Tang Wanxiao was taken aback by the words that reached her ears, nearly choking on the jerky. She had thought Duoer to be a pure and innocent flower, only to discover she was rather bold. "Slow down with your eating," Si interjected, taking Tang Wanxiao's bamboo cup, lifting the lid to hand it to her while gently smoothing her back. The beastmen near Wolf Moon, upon hearing that a female was fond of him, felt a twinge of jealousy. They had yet to return to the tribe, yet a female had already taken a liking to Wolf Moon. Although the beastmen who came to escort them generally received the favor of females and could form bonds more swiftly, Wolf Moon was always so languid. How could he compare to their strength? Wolf Moon lifted his eyelids, casting a fleeting glance at Duer, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his lips. Before shutting his eyes once more to resume his feigned slumber, "What's wrong, Wanxiao?" Duer asked, puzzled, as she observed her friend's reaction to the food. "It's nothing," Tang Wanxiao replied, feeling shy and gently nudging Si's hand to signal him to move away. "Could you please step back a little?" Si blinked, inching closer instead, resting his head on Tang Wanxiao's shoulder, well aware that she was easily embarrassed. Not only was there a curtain hanging at the cave's entrance, but he was also forbidden from mating with her outside. "But I can still hear from over here," Si murmured softly. Tang Wanxiao sighed, pinching his hand a bit harder, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "Never mind, hearing it is fine. It's not like I said it." She had to work on her tendency to feel awkward on behalf of others. In this beastly world, she was at least civilized enough not to run about naked. Just then, the hunting team from the giant wolf tribe returned, dragging 2 game animals, their skins stripped and roasting over the fire. "I'm heading back now. Wanxiao, if you have time, come visit me at the tribe," Duer said, her eagerness to wait for the roasting meat evident. Previously, the tribe had lacked strength, and without roots, it would take a long time to enjoy a meal. But today, 2 game animals were plentiful. The giant wolf tribe truly lived up to its reputation as the second strongest tribe. It seemed her future days would be a bit more comfortable. "All right, goodbye," Tang Wanxiao replied as Duer left, leaning back into Si's embrace. "You should take a nap, Wanxiao," Si suggested, knowing her tendency to doze off after lunch. Though it wasn't as comfortable as lying on a stone bed, with the beastmen from the giant wolf tribe guarding her. He allowed her to rest on him. Duer found a clean spot to sit, and the feigning Wolf Moon beside her stirred, rolling onto the grass and ending up next to her. While she knew that Wolf Moon meant no harm, Duer was still startled when a massive wolf head came to rest on her lap. Tang Wanxiao watched from a distance, sighing inwardly at the cunning wolf. They had surely overheard the previous conversation. Duer's heart leapt with joy as she reached out to stroke Wolf Moon's silvery long fur, her fingers brushing against his twitching ears, unable to resist giving them a gentle rub. Wolf Moon lifted his gaze, exhaling softly before rising and carrying Duer into the depths of the forest. However, due to concerns about brutish beastmen, they didn't venture too far. Tang Wanxiao covered Si's ears with her hand, feeling a sense of helplessness. The beast world was indeed open. Even in the midst of a wild escapade, they were so close to the crowd that she could hear everything clearly. As for why she covered Si's ears instead of her own, it was simply because this fellow was growing increasingly restless. If this continued, he would likely lose his reason. Si's tail coiled around Tang Wanxiao's ankle, gently brushing against her. His vertical pupils sparkled with affection. Wanxiao previously, his mating season had occurred in spring, but due to the warmth of the cave in the cold season, it had been advanced. Now, hearing the commotion around him, he too felt a longing. "No, we'll discuss it later," he replied, his lips pouting in a pitiful manner as he obediently wrapped his arms around Tang Wanxiao. A pair of wild mandarin ducks had emerged, with several new couples forming as they watched the giant wolf tribe's beastmen snuggling and rolling about. Having successfully won the favor of the females, eagerly, they followed the females into the thickets. The sounds around her made Tang Wanxiao feel despondent. She pinched Si's face, let South find another place to rest. But not to ensure safety, they couldn't stray too far, yet staying close meant being subjected to all the surrounding noise. "All right," Si agreed, lifting Tang Wanxiao and seeking a secluded spot to rest. Finally, the cacophony faded, allowing her mind to find some peace. The roasted meat was ready, and the group of beastmen and females who had just left returned, their faces filled with satisfaction. The aroma was enticing. But since it was a whole animal being roasted, it was inevitable that it would be charred on the outside and raw within, appearing rather bloody. Tang Wanxiao couldn't stomach such a meal. But for these few females who had just transitioned from the herbivorous tribe, it was a delicacy. The thicket was eerily quiet, and as Tang Wanxiao dozed, C suddenly sprang to his feet, startling her awake. "What's wrong?" she exclaimed, tightening her grip around his neck, fearing there was danger. "There are brutish beast men nearby," C replied, his beastly pupils flashing with hesitation. After a moment, he decided to return Tang Wanxiao to the safety of the giant wolf tribe's camp. The males in the camp were indeed on high alert, while the females continued to enjoy their roasted meat, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. After a piercing eagle's cry, gigantic figures emerged from the thicket. Last cold season, they had failed to find enough females, and half the season had passed with the ones they had taken perishing. Today, upon learning that the herbivorous tribe was trading females, they had sought allies to attempt a sweeping capture. Hearing the noise of females nearby, the beastmen of the giant wolf tribe furrowed their brows. It seemed that some of their females had been taken. The females, realizing that brutish beastmen were approaching, huddled together in fear. Having been warned of their danger, 30 giant wolves formed a protective circle around the females, and C gently stroked Tang Wanxiao's hair, placing her in the center of their defense while he stood guard on the periphery. He hadn't intended to interfere. These brutish beastmen had yet to discover him and Wanxiao. However, in recent years, brutish beastmen had become increasingly savage, and the females they abducted seldom survived for more than a few moon cycles. Chapter 23. Are you being a bit overconfident? To ensure Wanxiao's safety, relying solely on himself would not suffice. The best solution would be to join a tribe, where many beastmen would take turns hunting and patrolling to safeguard the tribe's security. If he ventured out to hunt, he wouldn't have to worry about Wanxiao's safety, and she wouldn't feel bored alone. The only downside to joining a tribe was that Wanxiao might, like other females, end up with multiple mates, a situation he could not prevent. The brutish beastmen paced around the protective circle of the giant wolf tribe, including scorched-faced scorpion beastmen, scarred tiger beastmen, and a limping wolf beastman. Though they were outnumbered by the beastmen of the giant wolf tribe, brutish beastmen were known for their strength, cunning methods, and reckless abandon. Should they fail, these females would be taken and subjected to torment. The newly bonded beastmen of the giant wolf tribe were filled with rage at the thought, growling lowly in their throats. With so many females, capturing them would provide us with ample release for a time. The scorpion beastman said, his eyes dark and fixated on the females within the protective circle, flicking his tail in anticipation. How fortunate to come across such a number of young and beautiful females. The tiger beast let out a hearty laugh, casting a sweeping glance over all the females present, the scar that spanned his entire face appearing quite fearsome. Resolving matters quickly would allow for a swift return home. The limping wolf opened his mouth to chuckle briefly, and the remaining brutish beasts joined in with raucous howls. The wailing cries of the wolves stirred the orc warriors of the great wolf tribe. Raising their spirits high, a few stayed behind to protect the females, while the rest charged towards the brutish beings, determined to carve a path to ensure the safety of the females. The serpent, with a swift flick of its tail, shattered the wolf's waist. Wolves are known for their frail frames, and this strike caused the creature to spew blood and collapse, utterly incapacitated. Though he had previously managed to hunt despite his limp, now, with his spine broken, he would soon be rendered entirely useless. His days were surely numbered. It was all that wretched tiger's fault. Had he not proclaimed his intention to seize females from the great wolf tribe, he would never have found himself in such a dire predicament. His limbs quivered as he coughed up blood, his eyes filled with resentment. Amidst the swirling dust, the roars echoed deafeningly as the warriors of the great wolf tribe sustained injuries. The brutish beasts only grew bolder, indifferent to the fall of their allies. They had always been solitary creatures, the notion of companionship non-existent, forming temporary alliances solely for personal gain. When it came time to reclaim the females, the more allies who perished, the better. The serpent bore several jagged scars inflicted by the tiger beast's claws, while a number of wolves, fur bristling, were splattered with blood. Had he not dodged swiftly, he might have found himself with severed limbs. As the vanguard of the great wolf tribe faltered, reinforcements rushed in to replace the injured. Tang Wanxiao was surrounded by a throng of females, with Duer clinging tightly to her waist, refusing to let go. Seeing the serpent sustain further injuries deepened Tang Wanxiao's worry. While male beasts possess strong self-healing abilities, Her concern remained unshakable. Duoer, too frightened to look up, feared witnessing the wolf moon in critical condition. They had just bonded, and in this moment, he was her soul mate. How could she not worry? Do not fear. Everything will be all right, Tang Wanjiao reassured, patting Duer's back. She was indifferent to others, regardless of the circumstances. She was determined to save the serpent even if he were to cling to life by a thread. A massive black bear suddenly burst forth from the thicket, sending the females scattering in terror as they sought refuge beside the warriors of the great wolf tribe. With everyone fleeing, only Tang Wanjiao, with Duoer clinging to her, remained. As the enormous bear charged towards her, Tang Wanjiao prepared herself mentally for the worst, thankful that the injured warriors were still capable of movement. They leaped forth to confront the bear, allowing her to drag Duoer to safety. Before she could catch her breath, a foul wind swept past her as the bear's enormous maw seized both of them, propelling them from the battlefield without a chance to cry out for help. Wah! Duoer shut her eyes tightly, clinging to Tang Wanjiao, trembling uncontrollably. After what felt like an eternity of being tossed about, they were expelled onto the grass, rolling twice before coming to a halt. Pa! Tang Wanjiao spat out grass clippings, finally managing to shake off her human accessory. Help, Wanjiao, save me, Duoer whimpered, reaching desperately for Tang Wanjiao. Yet fearful of attracting the bear's ire, her pleas barely above a whisper. But as a gigantic white paw descended between them, she recoiled in terror, falling silent. Tang Wanjiao, wincing from the stones embedded in the grass, struggled to sit up. Since her arrival in this beastly realm and her bond with the serpent, she had never endured such discomfort. Even falling had been a foreign experience, as her home was always meticulously kept. She looked up at the white tiger beast that had captured her and Duoer, feeling an unsettling familiarity, especially with the scar adorning his mouth. Wanjiao, the white tiger chuckled, pacing around her, completely disregarding Duoer. His intention had always been her. The other female's fate mattered little to him, though it is you. Tang Wanjiao scoffed at Duoer, realizing the tiger's interest lay solely in Tang Wanjiao, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Retreating to the side like a quiet chicken, the imposing figure of the tiger leaned closer, sniffing at Tang Wanjiao, his pale golden eyes filled with envy. Serpent beast, another serpent beast. His claws dug deep into the earth as he narrowed his eyes. Taking a step back, with so many brutish beasts around, you're doomed. It was I who saved you. Tang Wanjiao could no longer hold back her eye roll. And then what? Am I supposed to be eternally grateful? The situation was not as dire as he claimed. The warriors of the great wolf tribe still had the strength to fight. Even if they were overpowered, the serpent could lead her to safety. She had no need for the begrudging assistance of this white tiger beast. Moreover, the sudden appearance of the black bear seemed too convenient, as though it were orchestrated to scatter the females. Coinciding with the tiger's own arrival, the moment the bear appeared, he had immediately jumped in to abduct her. It all seemed like a well-planned scheme. Tang Wanjiao found it hard to comprehend how she could possess such an allure that would compel a beast to go to such lengths to obtain her. You will be my mate, and I will protect you, the tiger declared, transforming into human form and crouching before her with a serious expression. I know that Serpent Beast has forbidden you from seeking another mate. Serpents are notoriously possessive, but you must surely harbor feelings for me. Tang Wanjiao furrowed her brows, confusion etched on her face. Who said I liked you? Are you not being a tad too presumptuous? Wanjiao, you need not fear that serpent. I will protect you. He cannot harm you, the tiger continued. Moved by his own sentiments, he was willing to collaborate with the brutish beasts to eliminate the serpent, even abandoning his own tribe's mission to escort the females back home. Wanjiao is not what you should be calling me. We are hardly familiar, she retorted. Furthermore, the serpent has never harmed me. I chose him. And I would not grow fond of you even if he were to perish. Tang Wanjiao had previously only concerned herself with preventing misunderstandings, having turned him down once and refrained from even meeting his gaze. Little did she know that he had conjured up an entirely different narrative in his mind, stubbornly refusing to heed her explanations. Moreover, she found the tiger beast's demeanor repulsive. If he truly cared for her, why not confront the serpent directly and prove his worth? Instead, he resorted to underhanded tactics, neglecting her safety and disregarding the lives of other females in this realm. She could not fathom how the tiger could be oblivious to the fate awaiting the females should the brutish beast succeed. The white tiger gazed at Tang Wanjiao in silence for an extended period, an undercurrent of anger brewing within him. He had always known that females could have multiple mates. The duty of a warrior was to protect and care for them. Yet, throughout the years, he had always been the most formidable warrior in the tribe, with females vying for his attention. Even the lesser chieftains could not compete with his popularity. Now, having pursued a female actively, he found her rejecting him for the sake of a repulsive serpent. He noticed the deepening hue of her eyes. Tang Wanjiao bit her lip, contemplating her options. The system offered no substantial assistance. A mere knife could not harm the tiger, a lesson she had learned through experience, and it might provoke him further. She observed that the tiger's demeanor was increasingly troubling. "Do not worry. Your rejection stems from a lack of understanding of who I am," he said, flashing a disconcerting grin. "Though I may not possess the prowess of the serpent, I can still care for you. My strength is not to be underestimated." With that, he seized Tang Wanjiao's wrist, rising to pull her towards a nearby ravine. Duoer, witnessing Tang Wanjiao's abduction, hurriedly followed at a distance. Together, they could not hope to match the tiger beast. Their only recourse was to await the return of Wolf Moon and Tang Wanjiao's mate. The tiger had initially intended to escort the females back to the main tribe, but during his patrol, he encountered the brutish beasts and discovered some valuable items in the ravine. Since Tang Wanjiao was unwilling to bond with him willingly, he would take the initiative. Wanjiao was kind-hearted and gentle. He understood this well. After all, how could she have formed a bond with the serpent that had taken her captive, treating him with such kindness and tenderness? Once they were bonded, she would never break the contract. Even if the serpent somehow survived, he would settle for being her second mate. If the serpent were to perish, all the better. He would then become her soul mate, the first in her heart. Tang Wanjiao would treat him as she did the serpent, with warmth, smiles, and concern for his injuries, perhaps even surpassing her affection for the serpent. As Tang Wanjiao was dragged along, her wrist grew red and sore from his grip. The tiger flung her down once more, and this time she landed amidst a sea of flowers, less painful than before. The air was thick with a choking scent, prompting Tang Wanjiao to cough a few times. Her eyes welling with tears instinctively, her intuition warned her that this was no benign substance. The tiger's intentions were undoubtedly sinister. "System, what is this?" The dormant 001 re-emerged, seduction flower. I advised the host to stay away and avoid inhaling the pollen. Even if she had no intention of remaining chaste for the serpent, she certainly did not wish to grant the tiger an advantage. The thought alone made her feel nauseous. Tang Wanjiao glanced at Hu Yuan, who was leisurely folding his arms, and immediately understood that he was waiting for her to explode before taking any action. "Wanjiao, do you not like these flowers? Females generally adore flowers. They are so fragrant. Just take a whiff." Tang Wanjiao covered her mouth and nose, her brows furrowed. "I do not like flowers." Hu Yuan raised an eyebrow, stepped closer, and crouched down, grabbing Tang Wanjiao's hand. "It's all right if you don't like them now. Soon, you will die." As he spoke, he restrained her hand that was covering her mouth and nose. Despite her struggles, she inhaled a large amount of pollen. Instantly, she felt her body begin to heat up, a peculiar yearning blossoming within her. Observing the dazed look in Tang Wanjiao's eyes and the flush on her cheeks, Hu Yuan revealed a triumphant smile and tore away his leather skirt, pressing Tang Wanjiao down amidst the flowers. He himself did not avoid the pollen, having reached his limit. The leather on the little female was peculiar, and he had never seen what animal it came from. With a forceful tug, he ripped a large tear in it. Leaning down, he sniffed at the nape of Tang Wanjiao's neck, feeling a surge of jealousy dissipate as he realized he could soon replace the scent of the snake beast with his own. The person beneath him was compliant, having offered no resistance, merely expressing refusal moments ago, yet now lay obediently beneath him, clearly enjoying his presence. Her delicate arms wrapped around his neck, and Hu Yuan's golden pupils sparkled with excitement. Just as he intended to advance further, a knife of unknown material pierced through his back, embedding deeply within him. Hu Yuan, filled with rage, grasped Tang Wanjiao's face, realizing just how close he had come to having his heart pierced by that blade. He could have died at the hands of a female. How could he not have noticed her concealing a weapon? Why had it appeared out of nowhere to harm him? "You wicked female, do you wish to kill me?" Hu Yuan's eyes blazed with fury. Yet the effects of the alluring flower were significant. He was currently in discomfort, but regardless, he was determined to possess this female today. Even if she sought to dissolve their bond later to end his life, he would drag her down with him. Get away! Tang Wanjiao felt utterly repulsed and, seizing the moment, slapped him. However, she had no strength left, and the slap was feeble. Host. Someone is coming. 001 was anxious. If the host failed to eliminate Hu Yuan, he would undoubtedly be furious. A silver-white figure suddenly lunged at Hu Yuan, and a wolf and a tiger immediately began to battle amidst the sea of flowers, scattering pollen everywhere, turning the floral expanse into a Mediterranean landscape. Tang Wanjiao, having exchanged for a piece of leather from the marketplace, trembled as she wrapped it around herself. She was utterly exhausted. Wanjiao. Duoer rushed over from the mountain crevice to Tang Wanjiao's side. Adjusting her leather covering, don't worry, Wolf Moon has arrived. She helped lift Tang Wanjiao to her feet. Let us move to a safe place. Your beast husband will surely arrive soon. Both Wolf Moon and Hu Yuan were four-pattern beastmen, but Wolf Moon had just endured a fierce battle and was slightly at a disadvantage. He had rushed over upon realizing his female was missing, only to find that the snake beast's female was also present. Chapter 25. Had I known, I would not have gone to the market. Shashi arrived and saw Tang Wanjiao surrounded by flowers, her complexion flushed, weakly leaning against Duoer. His expression shifted as he took Tang Wanjiao into his arms. Peeling back the leather to inspect her. Are you injured? Upon seeing the red marks encircling her wrist, he felt a pang of heartache. He could not bear to see Wanjiao harmed. Damn that tiger beast. Tang Wanjiao rested her forehead against Shashi's shoulder, tears glistening in her eyes. I feel so unwell. I'll be back soon. Shashi gently caressed Tang Wanjiao's face and urged her to lean back into Duoer's embrace. Take care of Wanjiao for me. That damn tiger beast could not be allowed to live. He must die today. With Shashi's arrival, Wolf Moon naturally stepped aside to allow him to handle the situation. It was not uncommon for beastmen and females to engage with alluring flowers, but that was always consensual, meant to enhance intimacy. A beastman like Hu Yuan, who maliciously forced a female, was no different from a vile beast. Shashi was seething with rage. The sight of the nearly broken skin on Tang Wanjiao's wrist ignited his fury. How dare that wicked tiger beast force Wanjiao? His assault was fierce and unrelenting. Each strike aimed at crippling Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan collapsed to the ground, his legs broken, yet until his last breath, his gaze remained fixed on the direction of Tang Wanjiao. Shashi showed no mercy. After a few decisive blows, he hurried back to Tang Wanjiao's side. Taking her into his arms, he felt her brush against him as she gasped for breath, causing a tightening in his lower abdomen. Wanjiao, wait. Wolf Moon took Duoer away. Having inhaled a considerable amount of pollen during the scuffle, the two couples retreated to resolve their situations. Shashi, I feel so unwell. Tang Wanjiao's eyes were misty, her hands wandering over Shashi's body. Do not fret. Shashi was ignited with desire, lifting Tang Wanjiao in his arms to leave the flower-laden area, knowing they would not find resolution there. They discovered an uninhabited cave, cleared the stones from the ground, and laid down the leather. Shashi leaned down, kissed Tang Wanjiao's cheek, and murmured an apology. I'm sorry for arriving late. Thankfully, Wolf Moon had reached them first. Otherwise, Hu Yuan would have surely harmed Wanjiao. Tang Wanjiao, lacking rationality, nestled against Shashi, seeking the coolness he provided. Despite the absence of a modesty cover for the cave, she was too preoccupied to care. As dusk approached, Shashi brushed Tang Wanjiao's sweat-dampened forehead, lightly cleaning her up before wrapping her in leather and carrying her to seek the protection of the great wolf tribe. The vile beastmen had not fully departed. It was perilous. Wolf Moon also encountered Duoer and Shashi, then followed the scent they had previously tracked. Most of the beastmen in the great wolf tribe were injured. Yet those with partners felt the concern of their mates, making their wounds feel less painful in that moment. When Wolf Bin saw Wolf Moon and Shashi returning, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally back. The vile beastmen have just retreated, but they may return. If the two of you are left alone with a female, it could easily be dangerous. Shashi held Tang Wanjiao in a comfortable position, allowing her to rest against him, having resolved to seek refuge within the great wolf tribe. Only by joining the tribe could he feel secure enough to hunt, providing Wanjiao with a stable life. Instead of having to worry about reckless beastmen harming her at every turn. Wolf Bin refrained from disturbing the slumbering Tang Wanjiao, directing all his questions towards Duoer and Wolf Moon. Was it a vile beast man? Wolf Moon bore several new wounds but appeared to be in good condition, which reassured him. Each female in the tribe held great importance, and the Beastman warriors were treasures of the tribe. Only when the warriors grew strong could the females live securely within the tribe, contributing to its overall strength. Although Wolf Moon seemed lazy, he was a rare four-patterned beastman. His absence would require a crystal to fill his void. No. Wolf Moon understood Wolf Bin was inquiring about the identity of the one who had captured the female. He expressed disdain. The beastman from the White Tiger tribe, Hu Yuan. Beastmen like them, who became four-patterned warriors at a young age, were not unknown within the beast tribe. Most were familiar with one another, enjoying a modest level of fame. He had taken a liking to the snake beast's female, and when she refused to bond with him, he attempted to force her. Wolf Moon briefly explained the situation, having learned it from Duoer. Hu Yuan was quite popular within the White Tiger tribe, yet he had never taken a mate. No one would have imagined he would commit such nefarious acts. What a despicable beast! Have you dealt with him? Wolf Bin frowned, equally enraged. Such a beast man deserved to be eradicated. He must not be spared, lest he force other females and create further disaster. He has already been killed by Shishi. Wolf Moon nodded, the fluffy tail of a wolf covering Duoer as he made her a makeshift blanket. Duoer embraced Wolf Moon's tail, equally indignant. Fortunately, Wolf Moon arrived swiftly. Otherwise, that wicked beast man would have surely succeeded. Both females and males possessed their own pride. A beast like Hu Yuan was unworthy of being called a beast man. Having grasped the situation, Wolf Bin turned to glance at the cold-blooded beast man who cherished Tang Wanjiao like a treasure. Although Shishi was a beast man of few words, he already had a partner and posed no threat to the tribe. If they could be persuaded to join, the tribe would gain another female and a powerful warrior. He needed to find an opportunity to inquire about their intentions. Wolf Bin flicked his tail and found a spot to rest. At dawn, the main group would set out, but Tang Wanjiao felt immensely uncomfortable nestled in Shishi's arms. She could not conjure a set of clothing out of thin air, leaving her wrapped in the leather like a spring roll, unable to move freely. Wanjiao, what's wrong? Shishi looked down at Tang Wanjiao, who was incessantly shifting in his embrace, puzzled. Did he hold her incorrectly, causing her discomfort? How much longer until we reach home? Tang Wanjiao grimaced, stretching her arm for air. Although it was spring, being wrapped in the leather felt stifling. She was wearing an undergarment, so she wouldn't expose herself, but some ventilation would be nice. Do you miss home? Shishi nuzzled his cheek against Tang Wanjiao's head, his tone gentle. Yes, had I known, I would not have gone to that market. Almost allowing that villain Hu Yuan to take advantage of her, not to mention being eyed by so many wicked beasts, Tang Wanjiao felt fortunate that everything she traded had been stored in her space. Although she hadn't given away anything particularly rare, losing it would still be disheartening. She raised her hand to embrace Shishi's arm, burying her face in his neck, relishing the coolness and yearning to change into a fresh set of clothes. Once home, she could take a bath and change. Shishi, aware of Tang Wanjiao's penchant for cleanliness, understood that she must be unable to endure the stuffiness and stickiness of the beast's skins. Upon their return, he would need to boil extra water for her to bathe, knowing it would surely delight her. Chapter 26. Task Announcement Host. A task has been issued. 001 suddenly appeared, carrying a transparent electronic screen. Meandering through her consciousness. Task 1. Join a tribe and earn 1,000 points. Task 2. Heal the tribe's members. Each recovery will yield points, with rewards varying according to the severity of injuries. Task 3. Provide an unknown edible food to the orc tribe and earn 1,000 points. 001 glanced at the announced tasks, nodding in approval. They were all relatively simple and well-suited for a newcomer traversing this world. The points are quite generous, Tang Wanjiao mused, her spirits lifted by the prospect of earning enough points to exchange for a comprehensive medical compendium, thereby commencing her studies in medicine. These tasks appeared to promote the positive development of the orc tribes. Tasks 2 and 3 seemed manageable, but joining a tribe was a matter worth deliberating. If it were a good tribe, establishing a life there would pose no issue. However, if it were filled with individuals like Hu Yuan, well, that thought alone was daunting. Additionally, would the tribe accept Shishi? After all, in their eyes, snake beasts, cold-blooded orcs, were deemed the most unreliable and untrustworthy. Wanjiao? What is it? Tang Wanxiao returned to her senses, observing the pouting Shi, who looked rather pitiful. What had caused this sudden display of grievance? Wanxiao, what are you pondering? I've called your name several times without receiving a response. After grumbling, Shi continued, do you wish to live in a tribe? Why the sudden inquiry? She was taken aback. Just as she received the system's task announcement, Shi had posed the question about joining a tribe. Wasn't that a tad too coincidental? Life in a tribe would be much safer. When I go hunting, you could also socialize with the females there, and the cold season wouldn't be dull. Shi enumerated the advantages of joining a tribe, hoping to persuade her, yet he was apprehensive that her previous tribe had treated her poorly, leading to her aversion towards tribes. If you dislike it, we can reside outside. I was merely inquiring. It's no big deal. Shi's tone remained calm, though Tang Wanxiao sensed his nervousness. Aside from the bond of their contract, his embrace had tightened slightly. Do you have a tribe in mind? Tang Wanxiao countered, knowing that as a female in this beast realm, any tribe would gladly accept her, while only Shi might face rejection. I think the Great Wolf tribe would be acceptable, he replied. His lips pursed. He was reluctant to praise these tribes, and by extension, the orcs within them, whom he held in low regard. Once they joined a tribe, he couldn't fathom how many orcs would pester Wanxiao. Hemph! Were it not for her safety, he would prefer the freedom of the outside world. Then let us ask if the Great Wolf tribe would be willing to take us in. Tang Wanxiao understood his reluctance, yet since he had broached the subject, it would be best to seize the opportunity. Shi had lived in this realm far longer than she, the outsider. He would surely discern which tribe was amicable, sparing her the trouble of navigating blindly into unknown territories. If the Great Wolf tribe accepted them, it would be a free 1,000 points. All right, I will inquire. Upon hearing her agreement, Shi's mood brightened instantly. The two conversed throughout their journey, planning to consult with Lang Bin before departing, as he was the captain of the escort team for the female members. Generally, such individuals held significant sway within the tribe. If he deemed it feasible, they could directly meet the tribe leader. As they neared home, Shi took the initiative to bid farewell to Lang Bin while inquiring about joining a tribe. They maneuvered through a throng of orcs and females to reach the front. Are you here to say your goodbyes? Lang Bin inquired, his pace unyielding as he contemplated how to persuade Tang Wanxiao to join their tribe. Yes, thank you for inviting us to accompany you. Tang Wanxiao replied with a smile, expressing her genuine gratitude. You're welcome. Caring for females is the duty of every good orc, Lang Bin replied. Although he had yet to find a mate, he had developed feelings for a female, thus he had no intention of pursuing Tang Wanxiao. Little female, do you have any plans after returning? Would you consider joining our Great Wolf tribe? He directly posed the question. For orcs were known for their straightforwardness. Tang Wanxiao glanced at Shi, surprised by the smoothness of the situation. However, their silent exchange appeared to Lang Bin as a rejection. Unwilling to concede, he persisted, believing that adding another female to the tribe would be beneficial. Little female, as you have seen, our Great Wolf tribe comprises 30 brave warriors, yet when faced with wicked beasts, it is a fight to the death. With only one orc husband, life outside can be perilous, he earnestly urged her, convinced that if she agreed, Shi would naturally follow suit. Thus, his suggestion held little value. Before he could continue outlining the benefits of joining the tribe, Tang Wanxiao interjected, all right, we will go. She and Shi had already agreed to join the Great Wolf tribe. Since the invitation was extended, it would be best to accept it directly. Wonderful, Lang Bin exclaimed. His joy palpable. I shall return to inform the chief immediately. With this, the tribe would gain a new female, significantly increasing the chances for the single orcs, and the more females within the tribe, the better its prospects for development. The surrounding orcs, overhearing Tang Wanxiao's agreement to join the Great Wolf tribe, erupted in cheers. This little female was not only gentle and beautiful, but also had only one husband, presenting them with ample opportunity. We must take our leave. Tang Wanxiao nodded to Lang Bin, then patted Shi's shoulder, signaling that it was time to depart. They needed to return and organize their belongings before making further plans. Her space and system shop could not be exposed. It was best to prepare all necessary items before openly relocating to the tribe. Captain, the little female will surely require assistance for her move. Let us help her, a nearby orc unabashedly voiced his thoughts, eager to accompany Tang Wanxiao back to show his face. Having aided the little female, he would undoubtedly be prioritized when she chose a husband within the tribe. The Black Wolf orc glanced at Tang Wanxiao, who was being held by Shi Si, and when their eyes met, he instinctively averted his gaze, feeling shy. The little female is truly beautiful. First, escort the other females back to the tribe. Lang Bin instructed, noticing Shi Si's presence and hearing the words of the Black Wolf Orc, hastening his pace to leave, unable to suppress a smile. Once the little female joined the tribe, she would surely seek other husbands. How could he possibly guard against that? Very well. Lang Bin understood the urgency of the situation. They needed to ensure all the newly arrived females were safely returned to the tribe. However, as he turned to leave, he gradually lost sight of Tang Wanxiao and felt a twinge of disappointment. He had refrained from courting other females because he had set his sights on Tang Wanxiao, hoping to become her mate. Chapter 27. What now? Will you kill me? Outside the Great Wolf tribe, the guards rejoiced at the sight of the returning tribespeople from the market, especially upon discovering that 2 additional females had been brought back beyond the original plan. Prompting cheers. Their tribe possessed only 6 crystal cores, yet they had brought back 8 females. How could the orcs not be elated? Moreover, a third of those who went to escort the females had returned with mates, further fueling envy. Indeed, this was a fortunate endeavor. Unfortunately, they had not been chosen. The tribe required hunting teams to venture out daily, necessitating patrol teams, making it impossible for every single orc to go out. If willing, single orcs had to sign up for competitions, with at least 100 or more orcs registering each time. Only the top 30 would be allowed to participate. Hey, Wolf Tooth, why haven't you found a mate? Wolf Qing, a close acquaintance of Lang Bin, approached him. Before their departure, Lang Bin had confidently promised to find a female to mate with, yet he returned still single. Lang Bin was a 4-patterned orc, boasting considerable strength in the recent expedition. Logically, a female should have been inclined to mate with him. Let us head back to the tribe. The females need to rest. Lang Bin recognized the excitement among the younger orcs regarding the new female additions to the tribe, but thought it impractical to keep them outside indefinitely. I'll tell you later. Lang Bin winked, teasingly withholding information about his favored female. Lang Bin led the team back to the tribe, beginning to arrange accommodations for the newly arrived females to rest. Mated males and females resided in separate caves, while single orcs lived in communal caves. Upon returning, many orcs had formed pairs, necessitating the excavation of new caves for them. Fortunately, there were several vacant caves available to assign to the females for proper rest. Once things settled down, Lang Bin cheerfully approached Lang Bin, seeking approval. I wish to bring the little female into the tribe. To depart from the tribe, it is essential to inform the leader of the hunting team, lest one be unable to locate them in times of need. The leader has been tirelessly pursuing prey alongside the wolves. A simple word with the wolves will suffice. The leader suggested bringing a few beasts along, allowing them to choose their own spots for digging their burrows. However, the wolf Fong was somewhat reluctant. If he were to go alone, the young female would undoubtedly remember him first, and when it came time for pairing, she would likely consider him first. If he brought others along, what if the young female took a liking to someone else and forgot about him? I have heard that snake beasts can be quite possessive. The leader hinted. Wolf Fong pursued the partner of the snake beast. Bringing a single beast would merely invite trouble, let alone the fact that the snake beast was a 5-striped creature, a match too easy to defeat. If he went without the beasts, he might return with 4 legs instead of 3. Very well, Wolf Fong reluctantly agreed, reasoning that he was merely tasked with moving things. He called upon Wolf Blue and a few other beasts of lesser strength. Among the group, he was the most formidable. Although Wolf Blue was also a 4-striped beast, he was merely a child, still not of age. Wolf Blue would require more time to reach maturity, and even if the young female favored Wolf Blue, she would still consider Wolf Fong first, placing him ahead of Wolf Blue. As Wolf Fong dashed away, the leader resumed his tasks. He had brought back trinkets from the market, certain that the young leaf would adore them, believing this time he would indeed win a mate. Wolf Fong summoned 2 3-striped beasts, particularly a gray wolf beast with duller fur, and called upon Wolf Blue as well. Wolf Brother, I have heard this female has a snake beast as a partner. A 5-striped one at that. Are you certain you stand a chance? Wolf Blue inquired as he walked beside Wolf Fong. Snake beasts can be quite possessive. Wolf Fong Brother is merely 4-striped and certainly cannot compete with him. Moreover, 5-striped beasts are indeed quite formidable. How can one know without trying? As long as the young female favors me, what could he possibly do to harm me? Wolf Fong dismissed the concern, asserting that selecting a partner was ultimately the female's choice. No matter how powerful the snake beast, he would still have to obey her wishes, wouldn't he? Wolf Blue, upon hearing Wolf Fong's words, fell momentarily speechless. What if the snake beast truly did harm him? He felt utterly helpless. The two beasts, Wolf Sky and Wolf Water, who trailed behind, found themselves in agreement with Wolf Fong's sentiment. They were no match for the snake beast, yet what if the young female took a liking to them? Surely, the snake beast could not kill them, could he? As they returned to the intersection where they had parted ways with Tang Wanxiao, Wolf Fong pursued the faint scent, leading them onward. Tang Wanxiao was outside the cave, drying her hair after a bath, while the snake beast was busy packing their belongings. With so many items, they could not possibly move everything in one trip. It would take time. Young female, we have come to assist you in your move. A sudden voice from outside the cave caused the snake beast to frown. He instantly recognized it as the black wolf beast from the giant wolf tribe who fancied Wanxiao. How infuriating. A mere four-striped beast dares to disturb Wanxiao? Tang Wanxiao rose from her recliner, her loose nightgown billowing in the breeze, the fabric undeniably comfortable. The brilliant light fell upon her, causing even her strands of hair to shimmer, enveloping her in a soft glow. Thank you. Tang Wanxiao politely expressed her gratitude, startled by the unexpected presence of strangers, initially fearing they might be hostile beasts. Fortunately, they were merely beasts from the giant wolf tribe. Noting their unwavering gaze upon her, she wrapped a small blanket around her shoulders. The snake beast emerged from within the cave, naturally draping an arm around Tang Wanxiao's shoulders, drawing her close, his expression dark. Tang Wanxiao looked up at him, only to catch a glimpse of his lips curving slightly upward. Thank you so much. I was worried about not completing the move in one go. The snake beast spoke, his tone devoid of any displeasure, filled instead with warmth and friendliness. However, paired with his demeanor, the words fell differently upon the ears of the four beasts below. It sounded as though he were not speaking of an incomplete move, but rather of an endless struggle. Wolf Water and Wolf Sky, feeling inferior to the snake beast, trembled at the realization of his displeasure. This snake beast was far too intimidating. How dared Wolf Fong approach him? Would such a foul-tempered beast truly refrain from harming them? The two glanced at Tang Wanxiao and then at the snake beast, suddenly finding solace in their single status. What if the young female truly favored one of them? They would be subjected to 3 beatings a day from the snake beast. Wolf Fong was startled as well, yet he could not show fear in front of the female he admired. He had to maintain his composure if he wished to capture her attention. He stepped forward, his tone brusque. Let us hasten our move. We must return to the tribe before nightfall. You can still dig a new burrow. Wolf Blue marveled at Wolf Fong's unwavering demeanor, silently praising him as a true warrior of the giant wolf tribe. Yet, as Wolf Fong took another step forward, he stumbled slightly, clearly unable to maintain his balance. Wolf Blue chose to keep his mouth shut and looked up at the sky. Perhaps it was best to let it go as the 4 giant wolves shouldered the bundles prepared by the snake beast. The latter carried Tang Wanxiao's personal belongings. These were items she held dear, and she would not allow these filthy males to touch them. Wanxiao, come, the snake beast called, his tail laden with packages, nearly resembling a Christmas tree. Tang Wanxiao hesitated, feeling a pang of sympathy at the sight of his outstretched arms, yet she understood her own pace was limited. Not only would they fail to reach their destination before nightfall today, but they likely wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. I shall carry it. This way, you will be more comfortable. Tang Wanxiao sought to take the bag slung over his shoulder. The bag was slender, and its weight would surely strain his shoulder. It was better if she held it. Though the weight still rested upon the snake beast, at least her shoulder would not ache. Unnecessary. You sit tight, the snake beast replied, raising a hand to smooth her hair. His fingers gliding gently down her cheek. If you feel tired, take a short nap. Wolf Blue watched their interaction with wide eyes, inexplicably feeling a twinge of envy. This young female was so gentle, even showing concern for the snake beast. Wolf Fong, on the other hand, gritted his teeth, intent on making an impression in front of Tang Wanxiao, striving to become familiar to her. The snake beast harbored a deep disdain for the trio of wolf beasts, finding Wolf Blue the only tolerable one among them, being merely a child. The other 3 were older, lacking strength, and at their age, being merely 4-striped beasts was hardly worthy of being Wanxiao's mate. How dare they still harbor such dreams? As for Wolf Blue, his strength was commendable. If Wan Xiao were to choose among the four, the snake beast would prefer her to select Wolf Blue, with a steady pace. The snake beast gently patted Tang Wanxiao's back, soothing her to sleep. For once she was asleep, she would not have to witness those bothersome wolf beasts. After enjoying a gentle breeze, Tang Wanxiao felt drowsy. Leaning against the snake beast's shoulder, intending to take a short nap. For reasons unknown, her slumber felt particularly prolonged, and upon waking, they had yet to reach the giant wolf tribe. What has happened? Tang Wanxiao spotted Wolf Fong. His face marred with injuries, along with the trembling limbs of Wolf Water and Wolf Sky, leaving her quite bewildered. Even the once vibrant Wolf Blue appeared dispirited, his head hung low. They had accidentally fallen and scraped their faces. The snake beast replied, his gaze unwavering, displaying no hint of shame. Tang Wanxiao nodded, retracting her gaze, noticing a fresh wound on the snake beast's chest, now clotting. What happened here? She instinctively touched the area around the injury. When did you get this? Hiss. The snake beast inhaled sharply, a hint of moisture gathering in his eyes. It hurts, Wanxiao. A gentle blow will ease the pain. Tang Wanxiao diverted her attention, blowing softly on his wound. Once we arrive, I shall tend to it. Wolf Fong's astonishment led him to lift his head, realizing the snake beast was shamelessly feigning vulnerability to elicit sympathy from the young female. Moreover, that trivial injury would heal in no time. Yet here he was, feigning pain, and the young female seemed not to mind, offering her gentle care and promising to apply medicine. Wolf Blue too was taken aback, casting a complex gaze at the snake beast and Tang Wanxiao. Beasts typically regarded scars as badges of honor, never showing weakness regardless of the severity of their injuries, for to do so would render them perceived as cowardly and inept in the eyes of females. Yet, the snake beast's show of vulnerability had earned him the young female's comfort and concern. Wolf Water and Wolf Sky were now even more cautious around the snake beast. Not only was he ruthless in combat, but with the young female so fond of him, any complaint they made would undoubtedly fall on deaf ears. Should the snake beast claim that they were the cause of his injury, the young female would surely despise them. The snake beast's lips curled into a smirk, his gaze toward Wolf Fong brimming with triumph. The group finally arrived at the giant wolf tribe, unloading Tang Wanxiao and the snake beast's belongings outside the tribe, as they had yet to determine their dwelling. They left their items at the entrance, planning to transport them to their new home once it was chosen and the burrow excavated. The gatekeepers, upon witnessing Wolf Fong return with a female, widened their eyes in astonishment, particularly at her youthful beauty. By the blessings of the beast god, their tribe was destined to surpass the White Tiger tribe and ascend to the position of the foremost tribe. As for the accompanying snake beast, he was of little concern. "A woo!" They howled in unison, to which Wolf Fong responded with equal fervor. The snake beast grimaced, though unwilling, he had no choice. He was currently well covered. And perhaps those beasts would be more curious about Wanxiao. Young female, greetings and welcome to our tribe, approached a three-striped black wolf beast, his human form handsome, yet not as striking when compared to others. Thank you. Tang Wanxiao nodded politely in response. My name is Longmu. If the little female has any matters, feel free to seek my assistance. Longmu shyly smiled for a moment. Lang Shui and Lang Tian exchanged glances, both hesitant to heed Longmu's words, for they knew that uttering anything could lead to a severe beating. If the snake beast were to take out its anger on them due to Longmu's statements, it would spell trouble. Thus, the two hurriedly stated they had other matters to attend to and quickly departed. Longmu felt somewhat bewildered, pondering why the four of them returned from their outing bearing injuries, and why Lang Shui and Lang Tian exhibited no interest in the little female. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Langya shot him a glance, silently admonishing him for allowing the foolish wolf to speak first without introducing himself. After all, if the little female needed help, it was undoubtedly Langya she should seek. Perceiving Langya's displeasure, Longmu fell silent, recognizing that Langya had a superior rank and thus deserved to speak first. Langya huffed, turning to formally introduce himself to Tang Wanxiao, only to be taken aback as she abruptly swept Tang Wanxiao away, leaving only their retreating figures behind. Midway, Shi glanced back at Langqing. His expression sour, commanding, "You lead the way." Oh, okay, Langqing replied, somewhat bewildered as he stepped forward to guide them. Despite the sizable population within the tribe, the vast landscape allowed for many choices among the cliff faces, depending on what Tang Wanxiao and Shi Si preferred for their residence. Langqing diligently acted as a guide, briefly introducing the available locations. One was rather remote, seldom occupied by beastmen, while the right side was near the tribe's center and the shaman's dwelling, bustling with activity. After listening to his introduction, Tang Wanxiao nodded and turned to Shi Si. "Shall we reside in a quieter area?" "Whatever you decide," Shi Si replied, recalling the secrets Tang Wanxiao held and noting his own aversion to commotion. "A secluded dwelling would indeed be preferable. Could you kindly lead us there?" Tang Wanxiao gestured toward the previously mentioned remote spot. "Perfectly fine. A secluded location offers privacy," Langqing affirmed. "Follow me." Maintaining his beast form, he leaped ahead. The sun was nearly setting, and the little female's cave had yet to be excavated. He felt compelled to assist, lest the chief reprimand him. "This entire section of the cliff belongs to you." It was previously designated by the chief. Should the little female require an expansion for a new beast husband, she merely needs to inform the chief. Chapter 29. A quiet departure. Though Shi Si was displeased by his words, he refrained from arguing. Having joined the tribe, he was prepared to embrace the newcomers. However, he would not share everything concerning Tang Wanxiao's affection. Once he had observed the beastmen within the tribe, he would deem those worthy of consideration. Langya and his ilk, once confronted, would learn to refrain from harboring intentions toward Tang Wanxiao. "I'll assist in excavating the cave. You all should rest well today. Captain Langbin has already informed the chief about your joining the tribe," Langqing stated while moving forward to lend a hand. "Once you've rested, we can visit the chief and the shaman." For beastmen, digging a cave was a simple task, especially with Langqing's assistance. Tang Wanxiao stood at a distance, observing as dust swirled, and soon, a spacious cave began to take shape. Shi Si, heeding her earlier words, not only excavated a storage room but also created a bathing area for her, which could later be concealed with a hide curtain. The bathing area was ingeniously positioned on the side wall of the inner chamber, ensuring excellent privacy. "All right, tidy up a bit. I will summon someone to move your belongings shortly," Langqing declared, shaking off the dust from his fur before hastily departing. Shi Si independently fetched water to clean the cave, and after finding a large stone slab, he polished it slightly before placing it inside. Tang Wanxiao expressed a desire for a wooden bed and some cushions, feeling that the stone bed was rather hard and uncomfortable. However, there was no time to create a bed now, and to construct the type of bed Tang Wanxiao envisioned, it would be best to place a stone slab underneath to prevent dampness during the cold season. Once the cleaning was nearly complete, Tang Wanxiao immediately exchanged for medicinal supplies, meticulously tending to Shi Si's wounds. He observed her quietly, his eyes shimmering with tender affection. After the application of medicine, the beastmen from the giant wolf tribe arrived to deliver their belongings, cabinets, tables, and chairs. Once everyone had departed, Tang Wanxiao retrieved a bathing tub from her space and placed it in the bathroom, along with the dried meat they had stored, neatly arranging it on the shelf. After such a lengthy bout of activity, darkness had already fallen, and after a day of labor, it was time to rest properly. The following day, Tang Wanxiao could hear a flurry of whispers outside the cave, causing her considerable annoyance. She irritably nestled closer to Shi Si, covering her ears. "It's so noisy." Shi Si opened his eyes, his crimson slit pupils flashing with irritation. Those detestable wolf beasts were loitering outside the cave early in the morning, mistakenly believing that such antics would endear them to Wanxiao. "Why not sleep a little longer?" "I'll drive them away," he murmured, ruffling her hair affectionately. "Not long until we need to see the chief and the shaman." "I want tea sleep," Tang Wanxiao replied, sitting up with disheveled hair, her eyes still clouded with sleepiness. She yawned and pulled Shi Si to wash up. The icy water splashed against her face, finally rousing her fully. Stepping outside the cave, Tang Wanxiao quickly understood the source of the commotion. Despite their efforts to speak quietly, there were dozens, if not hundreds, of individuals gathered outside. Even their breaths created a considerable ruckus. Upon witnessing Tang Wanxiao's appearance, their eyes lit up, and they rushed forward, brandishing their offerings meant to charm the little female. A chaotic throng pressed together, shouting in unison, their faces flushed with excitement, resembling fervent fans at a concert. Little female, look at me. My name is Langmo. These flowers are for you, little female," I've brought you fresh beast meat." A cacophony of beastmen clamored, raising their gifts, hoping to earn Tang Wanxiao's favor and secure their place as her beast husband. Startled by their enthusiasm, Tang Wanxiao instinctively took a step back, leaning against Shi Si. The cold sensation at her back helped restore some semblance of rationality to her overwhelmed mind. Shi Si stood beside her, his expression dark as he remained motionless. He too desired to expel these vexatious wolf beasts, but he had previously promised that Wanxiao could seek another beast husband, even if she had mentioned that it was merely a formality. He could not risk upsetting her by resorting to violence. Tang Wanxiao felt dizzy amidst the chaos. The beastmen were all uniquely attractive, each embodying different styles, yet she had no interest in pursuing a harem of beauties. Managing one was already time-consuming enough, and adding another would only encumber her further, leaving little room to attend to her system tasks. Shi Si, perhaps you could ask them to quietly leave, she suggested. Looking up at him that moment, upon hearing her words, the murderous intent flared in his eyes, startling her. She quickly grasped his arm, implying a literal departure, not a violent resolution. She feared that they had not fully integrated into the tribe yet, and to initiate a massacre would not bode well for them, even for the most benevolent of beings. Shi Si suppressed his fury and nodded. Once Tang Wanxiao released her grip, a colossal black python emerged at the cave's mouth. He transformed into his beast form, unleashing the formidable pressure of a 5-striped beastman, deliberately intending to frighten off the lesser 3-striped beastmen. How can these mere 3-striped beasts, especially these old ones, dare to consider themselves worthy of being Wanxiao's beast husband? I shall not permit it. His actions proved effective. All the 3-striped beastmen retreated, leaving only 2 or 3 4-striped ones remaining steadfast. The grassy area outside the cave became strewn with the courtship gifts brought by the giant wolf tribe's beastmen. Langqing, shrinking to the side, was bewildered by Shi Si's sudden ferocity, yet he dared not inquire further. Yesterday, a new female had joined the tribe, prompting many beastmen to seek her favor. While the first beast husband might be displeased, he would not react with such fury. They would wait for the female to make her selection before engaging in battles with the chosen contenders. Those of greater strength held more sway at home, as even the first beast husband would have to yield. Today, aside from the chief sending him to guide the little female and Shi Si, Langqing was primarily eager to witness the spectacle. He had not anticipated that this snake beast would be so fierce. Within the tribe, aside from the elderly chief, who was a 6-striped beastman, the strongest was the young deputy chief, a 5-striped beastman. The rest were likely to remain 3-striped or 4-striped throughout their lives. This snake was young yet already a 5-striped beastman. If he were to bond with the little female, would that not mean a daily beating for the others? Langqing's ears trembled as he gazed at Langya, filled with sympathy. Langya genuinely cared for the little female, yet, Shi Si, growing increasingly impatient as he noticed some still reluctant to leave, began to thump his tail against the ground, crushing the flowers and gifts into the earth. Surveying the area, he glared at the bothersome Langya, then glanced at the trembling newcomer, exasperated. Do you wish to be beaten? Having heard tales of Shi Si's ruthlessness from Langtian and Langshui, the other beastmen ultimately succumbed to the pressure and fled, save for the stubborn Langya, who refused to budge. Chapter 30. A meeting with the chief. Langqing had tasks to attend to, and as Langya was his friend, he could not stand idly by while Langya faced punishment alone. With this thought in mind, he stepped forward and said, "Let me take you both to meet the shaman." "Oh, all right, thank you," came the reply. Tang Wanxiao opened her arms to embrace Shi Si's neck, embodying the essence of a lazy spirit. Any opportunity to minimize her steps was a welcome one. Moreover, Shi Si would not exhibit excessive enthusiasm in the presence of those beastmen. "Let us proceed," she stated. With that, Shi Si refrained from further troubling Langya, silently contemplating when to drag him out for another round of beating. Langqing led the way ahead, while Langya trailed behind. His head bowed, he was no match for the serpent beast, and the young female had little regard for him, yet he was reluctant to concede. It was a rare occasion to encounter a female so to his liking. He felt compelled to exert effort to avoid any regrets. Unaware of Langya's plight, Tang Wanxiao listened as Langqing introduced the old chief and the shaman. The old chief was a 6-patterned silver wolf beastman, with 2 sons and 1 daughter. His mate, Aunt Shui, was 2 years his senior in the tribe. A chief could only have one male mate to ensure the inheritance rights remained intact. Previously, the system had indicated that 6 patterned beastmen would receive the blessings of the beast god, granting them extraordinary abilities. It left one curious about the old chief's particular power. As for the young chief, named Lang Yi, his younger brother Lang Yi was merely a year his junior, and their sister Xing Er had just come of age. Currently with 2 beast husbands within the tribe, approaching their destination, Lang Qing shrank his neck, unwilling to enter. You young females can go in by yourselves. I shall wait here. Should you need anything, feel free to call me. My name is Lang Qing. Tang Wanxiao was puzzled by his reluctance to enter. After all, it was merely the chief and the shaman, beastmen, not voracious monsters. However, respecting his wishes, she nodded and requested Shi to set her down. Clasping her hands as they slowly ventured inside, as Tang Wanxiao entered the cave with Shi, Lang Ya, with his head still drooping, approached Lang Qing. Observing his evident discontent, Lang Qing was at a loss for how to comfort him. "Brother, what troubles you?" he inquired. Sigh, Lang Ya exhaled, glancing skyward to prevent tears from falling easily. "The young female knows your name, Lang Qing, but remains oblivious to mine." He had eagerly rushed to assist, yet had failed to introduce himself. Furthermore, that serpent beast was far too stingy, fearing they might catch the young female's the bonfire tonight. You should properly introduce yourself to the young female. If that fails, perhaps it is time to let go. Lang Qing offered pragmatic advice. The number of females in the tribe was already scarce. Pursuing a single female relentlessly might lead to a lifetime of solitude if he was ultimately rejected. There were other females in the tribe who desired Lang Ya as their beast husband. It was unnecessary to hang his hopes on a single tree, I understand. I merely wish to try once more. Lang Ya replied sullenly. A beast man could only have one female partner in a lifetime. After bonding, one must dedicate everything to caring for their mate. He too wished for a better life post-bonding. The tribe's previous females had been spoiled, often possessing poor tempers, and many had at least 2 or 3 beast husbands. The newly arrived females were generally gentle and kind-hearted, with some aspiring to have him as their beast husband. Yet, none treated their husbands with the same affection as Tang Wanxiao did. Even the slightest injury would earn the partner's concern. He envied Shi and yearned for Tang Wanxiao's tender care. After a moment's reflection, he turned away. Realizing the young female had not even noticed him, it would be better to return and rest well, planning to bring back a formidable prey to impress the young female at the bonfire. The bonfire feast was a tradition of the Great Wolf tribe, celebrated on notable occasions. During the event, males and females who found favor in each other's eyes would bond, making it a prime opportunity for males to seek partners. If by the end of the night Tang Wanxiao still did not wish for him, he would have no choice but to relinquish his hopes. At that moment, Tang Wanxiao was blissfully unaware that there was someone yearning to be her beast husband. She felt gratitude for those who had aided her, yet she did not truly know Lang Ya. The primary reason was that Lang Ya had not had the chance to introduce himself before Shi had swiftly curtailed it. At this moment, Tang Wanxiao sat on a stone stool, awkwardly observing the legendary 6-patterned beastman grimacing as he endured the heat of the roasted meat. He appeared far from dignified, lacking the composure expected of a chief. In contrast, the chief's wife, Aunt Shui, exuded an air of grace and composure. Tang Wanxiao wished to sigh, but ultimately held back. Since Wanxiao has joined our Great Wolf tribe, she shall henceforth be a part of us. Aunt Shui declared, her smile gentle and dignified, causing Tang Wanxiao to feel somewhat dazed. Clad in a grayish-white beast-skin skirt, the simplicity of her attire somehow radiated an air of elegance. Was she a noble lady from ancient times, or merely an ordinary female of the beast realm? Although the tribe had few females, they were all amiable. Wanxiao could engage in conversations with them and make new friends. Aunt Shui initially intended to suggest that Tang Wanxiao should explore the tribe and meet more beastmen, that it would be perfectly acceptable for females to seek multiple husbands. However, upon glancing at Shi, she swallowed her words. It was well known that the serpent beast was miserly, and this particular one was rumored to be exceptionally stingy and cruel. There was no need to provoke his displeasure. Moreover, aside from the chief's mate, which female did not have a multitude of beast husbands? In time, Tang Wanxiao might even wish to find a beast husband herself. Shi crouched nearby, assisting the chief with the roasting, primarily because they too needed to partake in the meal. The chief had graciously invited them to enjoy the feast, concerned that Tang Wanxiao might not adapt well to life in the tribe and choose to leave. It was essential to treat these young females kindly, ensuring the beastmen of the tribe had a secure future. Yet, the meat he roasted was undeniably unpalatable, charred and smoky. Only Aunt Shui, after years of enduring it, could tolerate it. Since joining Tang Wanxiao, Shi had tasted better fare. Such charred remnants were hardly fit for her consumption. As the serpent and wolf engaged in a contest by the fire. The elderly shaman had yet to arrive, although someone had been dispatched to summon her. I understand what Aunt Shui said. I will certainly strive to get along with the tribe's members, Tang Wanxiao replied with a shy smile. Her heart filled with awkwardness. She respected the formidable elder, yet being questioned by an elder made her feel uneasy, as if she had suddenly been thrust into a dramatic performance. You need not be anxious. There will be the bonfire feast tonight. Eat plenty and enjoy yourself. You are certain to make new friends, Aunt Shui reassured her. Indeed, I will, Tang Wanxiao responded with a smile, adopting the demeanor befitting a respectful junior. Even in the beast realm, she remained a good child who honored her elders. Chapter 31. The shedding of the serpent. After dining at the chief's residence and meeting the shaman, Tang Wanxiao found herself in the presence of the great wolf tribe's shaman. Though her age was indiscernible, her white hair was bound with a grass-woven cord behind her, and her frame appeared somewhat stooped, her face etched with the marks of time. She had been carried in by a rather slender wolf beast man, reportedly serving the shaman while learning simple herbal remedies. Individuals like the shaman were rare, regardless of gender. Their existence represented the tribe's supreme wealth. Unfortunately, no new shamans had emerged in nearly a century. To preserve the knowledge of these essential remedies, the tribe selected a few talented beastmen to serve closely under the shaman. Today, the favored apprentice, possessing the greatest talent, had come. The remaining two were males and one female. Currently busy drying herbs in the shaman's yard, in truth, females had a higher likelihood of becoming shamans, given their greater innate abilities. Yet, the tribe's females were often pampered. Unless they possessed exceptional talent, very few were willing to endure the hardships of learning, preferring to remain in their caves, where males would cater to them. Thus, there were more male apprentices. Upon the shaman's arrival, she prepared a bowl of an unknown powder mixed with water, inscribing peculiar patterns on Tang Wanxiao and Shi's arms. Tang Wanxiao understood this to be the initiation ceremony for joining the tribe. Finally, she felt a wave of gentle warmth merge with her being, and then the voice of 001 echoed in her consciousness. Ding. Successfully joined the Great Wolf Tribe, earning 1,000 points. Please actively seek to earn more points. Tang Wanxiao was somewhat astonished by the energy flowing within her. No wonder Shi was so steadfast in his belief that shamans could communicate with the beast gods. It was quite fascinating. She wondered how her system compared to that of the beast gods. Good child. After joining the Great Wolf Tribe, the beast gods will protect you, the shaman said kindly, advising Tang Wanxiao that the tribe would now be her home, and its beastmen, her family. The most crucial element of a tribe is its cohesion. Only when united can we thrive, she emphasized. Yes, we understand, shaman, Tang Wanxiao replied with deep respect for the formidable elder. After all, aside from herself, who possessed an external support system, she had yet to genuinely meet anyone with extraordinary abilities. Even the chief was only rumored to possess such powers. Until witnessed firsthand, it all seemed speculative. Enjoy the bonfire feast tonight, the shaman concluded. As they repeatedly mentioned the bonfire feast, Tang Wanxiao's curiosity was genuinely piqued, and she nodded eagerly, anticipating the evening's festivities. Leaving the chief's residence, Shi had played his part as a mere backdrop, now holding Tang Wanxiao's hand as they strolled. Are you looking forward to the bonfire feast? He asked, and of course. It sounds delightful, doesn't it? It is her first time attending the bonfire gathering of the beast realm, and it sounds just like a barbecue party. Tang Wanxiao is unaware that the bonfire gathering is actually an occasion for the beastmen to seek mates. She is surprised that Shi, who rarely shows jealousy, is not envious, likely because he has never experienced it himself and does not know the true purpose of the gathering. If he were to learn the underlying truth, he would probably feel quite resentful about Tang Wanxiao attending. It is indeed quite nice. Shi nods, observing Tang Wanxiao's attire and inquires whether she desires a beast skin skirt like the other females. He has yet to see her don a beast skin skirt, having only witnessed her in unfamiliar fabrics and garments. Tang Wanxiao explains that her dress is made of fabric, of which he is unaware what animal skin it originates from. Though it feels quite pleasant to the touch, appearing thin and not particularly warm. Tang Wanxiao wishes to follow the local trend, as everyone here wears bee skin skirts. Although she finds them less comfortable than cotton clothing, she is eager for a new experience, especially since a local festival is a perfect opportunity to embrace the customs of the land. I will make one for you when we return, she declares. Shi smiles slightly, asking her what color of bee skin she prefers, or if she'd like him to use his shed skin to craft it, which he has been saving just for her. Let us see when we get back, he adds. Tang Wanxiao entwines her fingers with his, pleasantly surprised to discover that he can sew. This is the first time Shi has held hands in such a manner, feeling far more comfortable than merely grasping her hand, providing a sense of tranquility. If my sewing is not up to par, please do not mock me. How could I? RC is the most skilled, she replies, unable to contain her laughter. Shi's cheeks flush slightly. He cannot understand why Tang Wanxiao's words make him feel so flustered. I will practice my sewing before making one for you. Is that all right? Of course, she responds. Hand in hand, they return home. Once home, Shi retrieves his treasured shed skin, while Tang Wanxiao selects her preferred colors of beast skin. He has gathered quite a collection, including white and patterned skins, offering her plenty of choices. Tang Wanxiao, do you like this one? He asks, presenting the shed skin to her. The shed skins of adult snakes are reserved for their partners, carrying significant meaning. If she likes it, he will craft her a garment. If not, he will set it aside. Tang Wanxiao touches it, feeling its icy texture reminiscent of the legendary silk of the mermaids, shimmering in inky tones, appearing quite exquisite. It's lovely, is it not, your shed skin? Are you willing to make me a dress from it? Upon seeing her reaction, his spirits lift. As long as you like it, it is meant for you. He casually selects a piece of dull-colored bee skin to practice his sewing, using the needle and thread that Tang Wanxiao exchanged for from the system. Although Shi has never made clothing before, he possesses talent and understanding, observing Tang Wanxiao's usual attire and replicating her style. Instead of crafting a simple beast skin skirt and bodice, he creates a long dress that cinches at the waist. The beast skin might be heavy, but the shed skin feels light and ethereal, resulting in a beautiful finished product. Tang Wanxiao sits nearby, watching him sew with great care, ensuring every detail is precise. Indeed, it is the diligent beastmen who exude the most charm. It's done, Shi announces, presenting the finished product to Tang Wanxiao, eager for her to try it on. If anything is amiss, I will adjust it. Tang Wanxiao slips it on, thoroughly satisfied, though it is slightly loose at the waist. However, it does not detract from its appeal. It looks wonderful. Shi gazes at her with tenderness in his eyes. Tang Wanxiao playfully raises an eyebrow and leans closer, asking, am I more attractive, or is the dress? You are beautiful, he answers without hesitation, declaring her the most stunning. Then I shall wear this to the bonfire gathering, she decides, cupping his face and placing a gentle kiss on his lips, saying, thank you, see, for making this dress. It is truly beautiful. If you like it, I shall make you more in the future. Seeing his obedient demeanor, Tang Wanxiao cannot resist planting another kiss on his cheek. Overwhelmed by her affection for him, he is undeniably charming, despite his darker nature, and is incredibly sweet in her presence. Chapter 32. I am fond of Shi, little female. The bonfire gathering is about to commence. Outside the cave, Lang Qing once again takes on the role of messenger. The other females have all sought beastmen from the tribe to be their partners, leaving no worries for the bonfire gathering. However, this new little female has but one partner, brought in from outside the tribe, and the chief has requested him to remind her that they must attend the bonfire gathering, so that the tribe's single adult beastmen may have more opportunities. All right, I'm on it. Tang Wanxiao looks at Shi, smiling sweetly. Let us set off. Shi nods, taking a piece of beast skin and bending down to lift her up. Lang Qing leads them to the tribe's South Grand Square, where a platform has been erected for the shaman and the beast god to communicate. Typically, significant gatherings are held here. Below the platform lies a vast open space, where a bonfire blazes in the center, illuminating the encroaching night. The twin moons hang high, and the stars twinkle like a sea, combined with the flickering glow of the bonfire, creating a unique beauty. Tang Wanxiao is momentarily mesmerized, taking some time to regain her composure before thanking Lang Qing for guiding them. A considerable number of people have already arrived. Each family can choose a small patch of land to start their own fire for barbecuing. The central bonfire serves as a display platform for the single beastmen. All the eligible females in the tribe are surrounded by multiple males, offering warmth and companionship. Visually, it is quite a feast for the eyes, but the thought of so many people crammed together for the night makes her feel a bit overwhelmed. Where would you like to sit? Shishi notices Tang Wanxiao's envious gaze and feels a twinge of disappointment, yet he suppresses his emotions to care for her feelings. He knows she likely wishes for more than one beastman to care for and accompany her, especially since he will be out hunting and unable to be with her. Let us sit here. Tang Wanxiao chooses a position slightly further back, primarily to have more space and avoid the crowd. All right. Shishi spreads the beast's skin on the ground for her to sit. I'll go fetch firewood and meat. Wait for me, Imchum. Go ahead, she replies, waving her hand. Sitting obediently on the beast skin mat, he is quite thoughtful, bringing a piece of beast skin so she doesn't have to sit directly on the grass. Tonight, Tang Wanxiao, unlike her usual self, wears no additional adornments, only the dress that Shishi made for her. Crafted from his shed skin, the inky dress complements her snow-white skin, and the fitted design accentuates her slender waist and defined curves. Soon, the bonfire gathering will officially commence, and she wonders what the single beastmen will be like. Shishi moves swiftly, worried that someone might take the opportunity to approach Tang Wanxiao while he is away. The Great Wolf tribe is formidable, and as long as it is not the resource-scarce cold season, food is abundant for the tribe members. Each household receives a large portion of meat, freshly hunted by the hunting team during the day. Knowing Tang Wanxiao's preference for cleanliness, Shishi wraps the meat in large leaves that have been thoroughly washed, while the firewood is dragged separately behind him. Today, it is convenient to start a fire. He simply takes a spark from the bonfire. After setting up the fire, Shishi finally sits down beside Tang Wanxiao, slicing the meat into smaller pieces and skewering them for roasting, ensuring that they cook evenly without burning on the outside and remaining raw inside. Tang Wanxiao leans against his shoulder, gazing at the myriad stars above. As night falls completely, the single beastmen begin to arrive, most carrying small tokens such as flowers to please the females. Once the chief and the chief's mate see that most have arrived, they stand by the bonfire to officiate the event. Each time new females join the tribe, it is their duty to play matchmaker. The females are encouraged to introduce themselves, allowing the single beastmen to pursue them, thereby increasing their chances of winning their favor. The chief raises his voice, shedding the casual demeanor he had at home during the day. Tribe members, this bonfire gathering sees the addition of 9 new females to our tribe. The call reverberates through the air as the single beastmen shout in unison, their voices booming, 9 females. Their tribe has gained 9 young females. The partnered beastmen remain composed, while their own partners are curious about the newcomers. Silence, the chief commands. Next, let the newly joined females introduce themselves. Satisfied with the lively atmosphere, he nods approvingly. This is the way for good beastmen. Tang Wanxiao stiffens at the thought of having to introduce herself. It is her least favorite part of any gathering, one she has faced from childhood and cannot escape even in the beast realm. Don't be nervous, Shishi reassures her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Even if he has never attended before, he understands that this gathering is an opportunity for the single beastmen. Though he is unhappy about it, he had promised to allow Tang Wanxiao to find another beastman. Tang Wanxiao leans against him, letting out a soft sigh. I'm not nervous, it is merely a matter of personal preference. The self-introduction segment will commence shortly. The newly joined females of the herbivorous tribe rise to introduce their names, their favored types of beastmen, and their culinary preferences. Listening to their well-rehearsed templates, Tang Wanxiao felt a sense of relief. It wasn't nearly as complicated as she had feared. In the modern world, the competition is fierce. This one plays an instrument. That one dances, this one has won awards, and that one has traveled far and wide. It is overwhelming. Fortunately, life in the beast world remains refreshingly simple. Each female's introduction generates quite a stir. I am Duoer. I enjoy the meat of the Miemia beast, flowers, and fruits. Duoer caught sight of Tang Wanxiao and playfully winked at her. Beside her sat a wolf named Yu. The female with only one beast husband is quite sought after. After finishing her introduction, many beast men could hardly contain their eagerness to showcase themselves, vying to become her second husband. I am Linmu. As the last female completed her introduction, Tang Wanxiao knew that she could no longer evade the spotlight. Rather than waiting for the chieftain's wife to call upon her, she decided to stand up herself, unpretentiously and without seeking special treatment. I am Tang Wanxiao. The moment such a gentle and beautiful female spoke, countless gazes fell upon her, filled with curiosity, admiration, and fervor, a myriad of emotions swirling in the air. Unable to withstand their ardent stares, Tang Wanxiao glanced at the eagerly watching Shi beside her. A smile gracing her lips. I like Shi. Shi looked at her in surprise, and in the next moment, his vertical pupils softened considerably. The proud Tang Wanxiao, who had stirred up such a tempest, settled back down, confident that no one would dare pursue her now, thus eliminating the problem at its source. The single beastmen were equally astonished, casting envious glances at the smiling Shi. How fortunate he was, such a lovely female professing her affection for him in front of so many beastmen. The coupled beastmen could not help but envy Shi either. His partner not only adorned herself in garments made from his shed skin, but also openly declared her fondness for him in the presence of so many. The significance of the serpent's shed skin was profound. For a young female to wear it signified her deep affection for the serpent beast, truly a source of jealousy among the beasts. Chapter 33. Duer's new beast husband. After declining the 10th suitor bearing gifts, Tang Wanxiao wearily nestled into Shi's embrace. I am so hungry. She reached out, feeling Shi's cool waist and abdomen. When will the roasted meat be ready? Soon, Shi replied with a warm smile, turning the meat over. Although numerous beastmen approached Wanxiao to court her, she consistently informed them that Shi was the only one she desired, which undoubtedly pleased him. So happy, are you? Tang Wanxiao remarked, noticing his gentle smile as she playfully tugged at his face, his lips nearly lifting off his face with joy. Yes, the meat is ready. Shi handed her a piece, blowing on it gently before offering it to Tang Wanxiao. Today, he would present a pleasant demeanor to everyone, except for Wanxiao. Wolf Tooth approached hesitantly, holding prepared roasted meat and hunted beast skins. It was the first time Tang Wanxiao saw him in human form and momentarily failed to recognize him as the one who had helped her move. This is what I hunted, red fox beast skin, and I roasted the meat myself. Would you be willing to be my partner? He gazed at Tang Wanxiao with hope. He believed that the reason other beastmen had failed to impress her was due to the lack of sincerity in their gifts. He had heard Tang Wanxiao say she wanted only Shi, but he refused to believe it, convinced that she simply did not favor those other beastmen. The red fox beast skin was beloved by all females. He had waited a long time to hunt such a piece. I have Shi, and that is sufficient for me. I do not need another husband. Although Tang Wanxiao did not recognize Wolf Tooth as someone who had assisted her, she patiently responded. The beast world operated this way. Beastmen pursued partners, and while she understood, she had no desire to accept. Having multiple partners felt akin to managing customer service, exhausting. Moreover, Shi was simply too handsome. Wolf Tooth sighed deeply, looking at the red fox beast skin in his hands, resigned to his fate. He had intended this to be his final attempt. Tang Wanxiao had not given him any hints or illusions. It was not as if her heart ached for him at first sight. Beastmen sought to procreate and desired a gentle companion. At the very least, they wished for a bit of care upon returning home from hunting. He envied Shi for having such a devoted partner and hoped to earn Tang Wanxiao's love as well. Very well. Once the crowd dispersed, Tang Wanxiao could finally enjoy her meal in peace. The twin moons hung high, and the stars sparkled brilliantly. Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of drums piqued her interest. Indeed, the bonfire gathering was not merely about the fire. It should also feature some dancing in a corner. A beastman struck a peculiar instrument made from animal bones, resembling a turtle shell in its crescent white hue. The beats produced a rhythm that alternated between deep and bright tones. The atmosphere became lively as the shaman and his apprentices began to sing. Their melodies obscure yet strangely enchanting. The successful suitors invited their female partners to dance around the bonfire, their movements wild and uninhibited. This was a sight Tang Wanxiao had never witnessed before. Wanxiao, you have joined the great wolf tribe. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Tang Wanxiao turned to see Duer, accompanied by Wolfyu and a beastman she had not seen before, likely a recently acquired husband. Wolfyu was positioned closer to her, while the newcomer trailed slightly behind, indicating his firm standing as the first husband. Long time no see. Tang Wanxiao smiled in response. It was pleasant to have acquaintances within the tribe. Once Shi went hunting, She could find Duoer to chat and pass the time. That Duoer paused for a moment upon hearing the greeting, then smiled back. It has indeed been a while. This expression felt peculiar, yet the warmth in her tone suggested goodwill, likely a greeting from Tang Wanqiao's homeland. She settled down near Tang Wanqiao with her two husbands and introduced, "This is Wolfyu, my first husband. As you know," the silver-haired beast man waved lazily at Tang Wanqiao. "And this is my recent husband, Wolfemo, a gray wolf beast man." After introducing her husbands, Duoer added, "This is my friend, Tang Wanqiao, and her husband, Shixi." Tang Wanqiao smiled as she took Shixi's hand. Yes, having previously encountered Wolfyu, albeit in animal form, this was her first sighting of him in human guise. However, she was even more curious about Duoer's new husband. What kind of beast man could so swiftly capture Duoer's affection away from Wolfyu? She remembered how much Duoer adored Wolfyu's beast form and his silver-white fur. Wolfemo had dark gray-black short hair, his features more striking than Wolfyu's, with a distinctly defined face. In contrast, Wolfyu seemed like the charming neighbor boy. The two were entirely different types, a veritable feast for someone with a penchant for collecting. "Wanqiao, aren't you going to join them in dancing?" Duoer leaned against Wolfyu, while Wolfemo diligently massaged her legs beside her. "I cannot dance, so I shall refrain from joining the fray," Tang Wanqiao replied, munching on roasted meat while observing the merriment by the bonfire. "What about you? Are you not going to participate?" Duoer shook her head, slowly nibbling on a fruit. "Not right now. I do not wish to seek another husband yet. Perhaps after some time." She had only recently acquired two husbands and wanted to bear a litter for either Wolfyu or Wolfemo before considering another. "Wanqiao, aren't you planning to find another husband?" Duoer inquired curiously, having noticed numerous beastmen approach Tang Wanqiao with courtship proposals. Despite the allure of three-striped beastmen, there were also four-striped ones, which were quite desirable. That wolf Tooth, for instance, had been sought after by a female from her former tribe. Yet, it seemed Wanqiao did not favor any of them. "No, I feel quite content as I am. But when your husband is away, won't you feel lonely?" Duoer tilted her head in question. Now that Wolfemo and Wolfyu were hunting at staggered times, the hunting party had rearranged their schedules, allowing one of them to accompany her while the other was out. "When Shixi is gone, I cannot come to play with you?" Tang Wanqiao tilted her head playfully, smiling at her. "Of course you can. When the time comes, come find me, and we can pick fruits near the tribe." Duoer was excited. She had just made her first friend since joining the Great Wolf tribe. "And with my husband around, you won't be in any danger." "Then it's settled. You can come to play with me as well." Tang Wanqiao had her own plans to pass the time, but being alone could feel rather lonely. With Duoer joining her, they could explore new activities together, ensuring she would not be bored. Having just joined the tribe, she and Shixi were still settling in, and he had yet to receive any hunting or patrol assignments, allowing him to stay home with her. Their living space was still incomplete. She wished to cultivate some vegetables near the cave entrance in exchange for a construction manual to learn how to build. Once she had mastered the theoretical knowledge, she could rally the tribe's residents to construct proper homes, as living in the cave could be damp and uncomfortable at times. Furthermore, it was cold in winter and hot in summer. With poor privacy. Chapter 34. The aroma of tea. Just as Tang Wanqiao was lost in thoughts of a beautiful future, she was startled by a sudden roar. Shixi wrapped his arms around her shoulders, pulling her close into his embrace. "Wanqiao, did I frighten you?" "A little." Tang Wanqiao leaned against him and gazed towards the source of the noise. The orcs, who had previously been singing and dancing, were now engaged in fierce combat, dividing into two battlefields. Massive wolves were tearing at each other, their fur flying through the air like dandelions in a scuffle, leaving her curious as to what had suddenly sparked this altercation. Meanwhile, Duoer, seemingly unfazed, even encouraged the wolves, Emo and Yu, to wager on who would emerge victorious, with the winner entitled to share her bed for the night. They were vying for the position of the foremost beast husband. If a newcomer triumphed over an elder, the latter would have to concede their title. Shixi explained that the female beast husbands needed to establish hierarchy, and the foremost beast husband, by demonstrating their strength, would find it easier to win the affections of a mate. Understanding this, Tang Wanqiao nodded, her heart racing at the sight of the intense fighting. It appeared as though one might be killed in the fray. Would there truly be no repercussions? Sensing her anxiety, Shixi gently patted her shoulder, assuring her in a soothing tone that there would be no harm. Orcs possessed remarkable self-healing abilities, and minor injuries would mend swiftly, Furthermore, they would not strike with lethal intent. When one truly wished to kill, it would not merely be fur flying. The ferocity and brutality would result in blood and flesh scattered everywhere, a sight indeed terrifying. Tang Wanxiao picked up a clump of wolf fur that had drifted to her side. Pondering its gruesomeness, would it lead to baldness? Shishi took the tuft from her, tossing it aside nonchalantly, asserting that it would grow back. Even if it did not, it was of no consequence to him. As he had no fur, they were, after all, kin who had grown up together and would hold back in their confrontations, unlike himself, who had once been a stray beast. Shishi casually mentioned his past. His tone flat, yet Tang Wanxiao inexplicably sensed a waft of fragrant tea. What if, in the future, you find another beast husband? What if I cannot defeat him? He asked, lowering his head with a pitiful expression, seemingly envisioning the dire consequences of Tang Wanxiao choosing a partner stronger than himself. But if you truly like him, a few injuries are nothing. He likely would not strike with lethal force. He added. Listening to his words, Tang Wanxiao's expression became somewhat complex as she cupped his face and teased. You are quite the tea. Shishi, bewildered, did not understand the reference to tea, but it did not deter him from suspecting it was not a favorable description. At a loss for how to inquire about her meaning, he noted her smile, which suggested she was not angry, but rather teasing him. Wanxiao, rest assured, I will definitely not allow anyone to bully you, she replied, stifling a laugh. She surmised that Shishi wished to hear her promise that she would not seek another, but she chose to playfully withhold it, expecting Shishi to become proud or angry. She was taken aback by his delight instead. Do you really like me? He asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for her affirmation. Tang Wanxiao responded with vague agreement, sure, observing his tail twitch uncontrollably in excitement. She found it amusing, reminiscent of the videos she had seen of pig-nosed snakes. With a narrowed gaze, she reached out to scratch under his chin. Little puppy snake? Not a dog, but a snake, he retorted, lifting his gaze with an air of grievance. Hey, I'm complimenting you. You are adorable, she reassured him. His eyes brightened at her words. While male orcs were expected to be fierce, the term adorable was typically reserved for females. Yet as long as Wanxiao appreciated it, that was sufficient for him. Shishi blinked and nuzzled into her embrace, asking, Wanxiao, when shall we return home? He was eager to leave, for many single orcs were casting envious glances at Wanxiao. Though he found the attention gratifying, the thought of another beast husband catching her eye filled him with discontent. Are you longing to go back? Then let us depart, she suggested without a second thought. Perceiving his boredom, after all, aside from the roasted meat and songs, the ongoing battle appeared rather mundane and violent, certainly not to her taste. She was preoccupied with plans to rise early the next day to plant seeds for vegetables, as she longed for the crisp, green freshness they would yield. The constant consumption of roasted meat had begun to wear on her. Shishi, pleased by her agreement to return home, wasted no time gathering her belongings. Wanxiao, are you leaving? Duer inquired, poking her head out to catch a glimpse of Tang Wanxiao. Observing that the battle was nearing its conclusion, she could easily predict what would follow in the beast world. Once night fell with no entertainment, the fighters would undoubtedly seek their mates. Let us hurry home, she smiled as she waved goodbye to Duer. The latter, puzzled by her gesture, raised her hand to mimic the farewell. Asking, what is this? It means goodbye, Dado. Then, goodbye, Duer echoed, grinning as she imitated the farewell, finding it quite delightful. Shishi secured their belongings, waiting for the two to finish their conversation before preparing to leave. Once back in their cave, Tang Wanxiao flopped onto the stone bed, only to suddenly grimace. Ouch, that hurts so much, she exclaimed, clenching a fist while covering her chest. She had forgotten that this was a stone bed, not her soft, comfortable mattress. Wanxiao, are you all right? Shishi asked, surprised by her sudden jump and the evident pain she felt. Where did you hurt yourself? Let me help you. Not necessary, Tang Wanxiao cried, on the verge of tears as she sat up. Just wait, I will eventually build a house and have a proper bed. Next time, don't be in such a rush, he advised Amimum. Once she had recovered, Tang Wanxiao exhaled deeply, rolling onto her side to rest in her designated spot. Let us get some rest. We'll plant vegetables tomorrow. Plant vegetables? Shishi climbed onto the bed, curious about what she meant. I want to grow some grass that the herbivores enjoy. I love eating it, she explained while clutching a fur blanket. You'll understand how to do it tomorrow. All right, then you will teach me how to do it tomorrow, he replied, nodding while slyly reaching out with his tail to tease her ankle. Let us rest early. Tang Wanxiao swatted his tail away and playfully pinched his face. Get a good night's sleep. No mischief. Do you not like me anymore, Wanxiao? Shishi protested, rolling onto his side and propping himself up on his arms, his red, slit-like eyes shimmering with a glimmer of sadness. We need to rise early tomorrow, Tang Wanxiao reminded him. Shishi, unable to resist, lay back down, staring blankly at the cave's ceiling, feeling disheartened at how quickly he seemed to have fallen out of favor. Chapter 35. Exposed. What troubles you? Tang Wanxiao raised her hand across his chest, glancing at him with concern as he appeared dejected. Shishi sighed deeply, remaining silent and still, like a lifeless serpent. If you remain silent, I shall sleep, she teased, pretending to shift away from him. Predictably, he could not stand being ignored, wrapping his arms around her in desperation. It's only been a short time since we became mates. Why do you no longer wish to be close to me? Are you interested in another beast? Quite the actor you are, Tang Wanxiao remarked, half leaning on him as she playfully squeezed his face. If I were interested in another beast, you would be outside, and I would be lying next to my new love. Then why don't you want to be close to me? I'm tired and wish to rest, she replied, gently patting his chest. Just for today. Be good, fine. I will heed your wishes, he conceded, letting go of his grievances and embracing her waist instead. It's dawn. Tang Wanxiao exchanged her points with the system for a small garden hoe and a variety of seeds, including bok choy, white radish, garland chrysanthemum, cilantro, and tomatoes, over a dozen types in total. Despite her lack of experience in gardening and unfamiliarity with planting seasons, she only knew to loosen the soil and scatter the seeds, watering them and leaving the rest to fate. Shishi, meanwhile, cut bamboo to create a fence based on the simple design Tang Wanxiao had sketched on the ground with a sticked eye in the eyes of the orcs. These materials were akin to weeds, making them unlikely targets for theft. Nevertheless, she desired a tidy arrangement. Once divided into sections, she would plant vegetables alongside sweet potatoes and peanuts. She relished boiled peanuts, which had a subtly sweet flavor. Is this fence height acceptable? Shishi asked, holding a bamboo pole beside him, estimating its height to be about half that of a person. Once inserted into the ground, it would be shorter, but it was perfect for enclosing the bok choy and radishes. Yes, but the fence for the other small vegetable patch should be taller. It will look nicer, Tang Wanxiao replied, continuing her work. The small hoe was not as efficient as a larger one, but wielding the big one was exhausting. She preferred the smaller tool for most tasks. After tilling the soil into neat rows, she admired the straight lines, which appeared quite pleasing and satisfying to her obsessive tendencies. She opened the seed packets, planting different vegetables in each row, then sent Shishi to fetch water for irrigation. Quickly sprout, grow strong, she murmured while watering, resembling a ritual. Shishi kept his distance, not daring to intrude. Once she finished, he curiously pointed to the seeds scattered on the soil's surface and asked, "What will this grow into?" "Cilantro. You will know once it sprouts," she replied. Tang Wanxiao grasped Shishi's hand, leading him away from the vegetable garden. "When do you plan to join the hunting team?" "The clan chief has instructed me to accompany the hunting team tomorrow," Shishi replied, following Tang Wanxiao's pace leisurely. Tang Wanxiao nodded. "Then let us explore the tribe today. I have yet to fully appreciate this place." Being newcomers to the tribe, they were unfamiliar with many of its customs and felt it necessary to inquire and learn more. All right. Tang Wanxiao chose a direction at random, and the Great Wolf tribe was quite expansive, with rivers coursing through it, alleviating any concerns about water supply. Downstream, a number of fluffy wolf cubs were frolicking in the water, appearing both adorable and lively. "Are those the offspring of beastmen? They are rather charming," Tang Wanxiao remarked, her enthusiasm ignited by the sight of so many furry creatures, making her yearn to approach and play with them. "Yes, wolf beastmen's young are like that," Shishi observed, casting a glance at the playful cubs by the water's edge. To him, such small creatures posed no threat, yet he doubted Wanxiao would find them appealing. Turning around, he realized that at some point, Tang Wanxiao had released his hand and was now attempting to entice the wolves. "Come here, little ones." Tang Wanxiao's excitement was palpable as she spotted the cubs. Who could understand her? She had an affinity for small animals and had petted many dogs, but this was her first encounter with wolves. Even though adult wolf beastmen were off limits to her, a mere touch from a child should be harmless, right? The little wolf in the river perked up, as if responding to a primal call. Inexplicably compelled to scamper ashore and approach this unfamiliar female, a group of black, gray, and white cubs rushed toward Tang Wanxiao, her eyes sparkling with delight. She would not play favorites. Each little wolf deserved her affection. Wow, you're so cute, and you too. The white one is lovely as well. Seeing Tang Wanxiao surrounded by a throng of cubs, Shi felt a surge of frustration. Even if they were young, they were still male beastmen. How could they attempt to charm his mate? He swam forward, wrapping his arms around Tang Wanxiao's waist and pulling her away from the circle of cubs. Yet, clutching the jerky that had mysteriously appeared in her hand, Tang Wanxiao was momentarily puzzled as her feet left the ground. Wait, can't I touch them? She asked, glancing back at Shi. They are male beastmen. They should be brave and accustomed to such interactions from a young age. Otherwise, they might struggle to find mates in the future. Shi's serious tone concealed his jealousy. Had it been a group of single adult wolf beastmen, he would have acted differently. Unfortunately, they were merely cubs, so he had to tolerate the situation. Is that so? Tang Wanxiao acknowledged, yet she still fed the jerky to the little wolves. I've already taken it out and it's covered in saliva. I can't just take it back. Although the cubs of the Great Wolf tribe had no worries about food during spring and summer, who would turn down delicious jerky? Moreover, whatever Tang Wanxiao crafted was bound to be of superior quality. While others might prepare plain jerky with just a hint of salt, Tang Wanxiao's had spices mixed in, exuding an irresistible aroma. After enjoying the jerky, the little wolves gazed at Tang Wanxiao with innocent eyes, endearing them even more to her. By the way, how do you know they are male beastmen and not females? Tang Wanxiao inquired, only to notice a peculiar change in Shi's demeanor. Host, you've revealed too much. 001 cautiously interjected. IT had been enjoying its recent days, reading amusing novels and gossip from other systems. Upon hearing the host's question, he had time to intervene. What's wrong? Tang Wanxiao stiffened, suddenly recalling that some novels depicted females as lacking beast forms from birth. However, as long as only Shi knew, it should be fine. Females do not possess beast forms. Any female offspring are born in human form. Only cubs of beastmen can transform, 001 explained with exasperation. Fortunately, no one else heard her. Otherwise, if the host were to be branded with some unfortunate title, it would be disastrous. Ha. Tang Wanxiao chuckled awkwardly, suddenly hearing Shi declare, only males have beast forms. Chapter 36, Braised Pork. Yes, I know. I just momentarily forgot. Tang Wanxiao responded nonchalantly, though internally she felt a tinge of embarrassment. The best aspect of the beast world was the mating bond. She and Shi were linked, which essentially meant she held his life in her hands. They were two peas in a pod. Wanxiao, you can always ask me if you forget anything. I will remember, Shi said, gently caressing her hair, his expression somewhat inscrutable. All right, Tang Wanxiao replied, resting her chin on his shoulder. Shall we move ahead and explore? Sure. As they ventured onward, two enormous caves on the mountainside caught Tang Wanxiao's attention. The entrances were quite large, and it appeared as though many people were inside. As she stretched her neck to peer inside, Shi suddenly pressed her head into the crook of his neck and turned to leave. What's wrong? What's going on? She asked, a hint of panic in her voice as she clutched his hand. It's nothing. We took a wrong turn. Let us go elsewhere, Shi replied casually, quickening his pace. Why are we moving so fast? It stinks. Let us hurry, Shi remarked disdainfully, clearly hiding something from her. I didn't notice anything, Tang Wanxiao muttered, feeling a bit disgruntled. The more he acted this way, the more curious she became. Let us head home. In the future, Wanxiao, do not come here alone. He hadn't anticipated that they would end up near a den of wolves, where a cave was inhabited entirely by single beastmen. If they caught wind of Wanxiao's scent, they might go wild in pursuit of her. This is frustrating, you're not telling me, which only adds to my curiosity. They are just single beastmen from the Great Wolf tribe. There's nothing of interest. Let us go back and eat meat. All right. With their exploration of the tribe abruptly halted, Tang Wanxiao contemplated when she could invite Duer along. The beastman she was seeking was from the tribe and should possess a wealth of knowledge. It would be worthwhile to chat with her. Outside the cave, a pitiful little beast man named Langqing sat waiting. He squatted at the cave entrance, a half-carcass of prey beside him. Upon seeing Tang Wanxiao and Shixi return, his eyes brightened. "You're finally back." He had been waiting there for a while. The clan chief always had him running errands, delivering this and that. It was quite dull. He would prefer to accompany the hunting team instead. "This is for you. Usually, when the hunting team returns, you can claim your share of the meat at the square. Remember to go pick it up tomorrow. Thank you for letting us know. By the way, the clan chief asked me to inform you that the hunting team will set out at sunrise tomorrow, and the females in the tribe will also gather nearby. The collected resources will be processed and brought back by themselves." Langqing first glanced at Shixi, reassuring him, "Rest assured, the safety of females in the tribe is a priority, and someone will be assigned to protect them." He then turned to Tang Wanxiao. "If you're interested, you can join the other females. It's not mandatory." This initiative primarily aimed at ensuring the well-being of the females, so there would be protection during gathering activities. The shaman advised this. If females remain in the tribe for too long, it could negatively impact their mood and health, hence the gathering activity.as for hunting. The tribe dispatched hunting teams daily, and all game brought back was distributed among the tribe. If one hunted outside the designated times, the spoils belonged solely to them. During spring and summer, game was plentiful, making it easy to secure enough food, often resulting in surplus. However, beast meat was not easily preserved. It could last a couple of days in spring, but by summer, it would spoil by the next day. If a female were to consume spoiled meat, she could fall ill and potentially die. Typically, before the onset of winter, the tribe would engage in concentrated hunting, leaving only a small contingent of beastmen to protect the females, while the rest would venture out. However, the cold weather made hunting difficult, and resources could become scarce, leading to a situation where the entire tribe had to prioritize feeding the females. Beastmen could endure hunger for a few days without issue. Once Langqing departed, Shixi began processing the game. Tang Wanxiao squatted nearby, reflecting on how the Great Wolf tribe truly deserved its reputation as a large tribe. Even with just the two of them, they had amassed such a bounty. It was no wonder that smaller tribes struggled to sustain females and opted to trade with larger tribes, ensuring the survival of their females and the continued growth of their tribes. As she gazed at the beautifully marbled meat of the Humuhumunukunukwapui, Tang Wanxiao nearly drooled, though roasted meat alone lacked excitement. When her radishes grew, she could make a delightful rib and radish soup. At present, it would also be splendid to purchase a pot and spices from the system to prepare some braised pork. Without hesitation, she resolved to do just that. She wouldn't settle for anything less. Having acquired a pot, an array of utensils, and spices, Tang Wanxiao eagerly envisioned the braised pork beckoning her. Shixi had grown accustomed to Tang Wanxiao's ability to conjure items from thin air. While still surprised, his expression remained well-controlled. "Wanxiao, what are you planning to make?" "Something delicious. Cut me a piece, and you can have the rest." Tang Wanxiao made a few gestures on the body of the humming beast and procured a perfectly balanced piece of pork belly, marbled with fat and lean meat. Initially, she intended to cook it all thoroughly before offering it to Shixi, but Shixi had quite the appetite, making it a hassle. It would be simpler to let him swallow a portion and then enjoy something else herself. Shixi was not particularly fond of hot food, yet he had also grown weary of raw fare, as after consuming, Wanxiao would deny him a kiss. "No, I prefer cooked food," he insisted. "Shall we have dinner today?" Tang Wanxiao proposed. After all, braised pork is best served with rice to avoid becoming too greasy. It would be better for the two of them to dine together. Shixi would only consume 7 or 8 bowls of rice, so cooking a bit more wouldn't be a bother. "All right, let's eat." He nodded and began to kindle the fire. The rice was fragrant. Although it lacked distinct flavor, it felt immensely satisfying and filling. Once the rice was steaming, Tang Wanxiao began preparing the pork belly. "You've worked hard, Wanxiao," Shixi remarked, observing the neatly cut pieces of meat, curious about her cooking method. After caramelizing the sugar, Tang Wanxiao couldn't help but smacking her lips. Though it wasn't as visually appealing as a chef's creation, it still looked quite appetizing. Especially once the meat was added, the simmering aroma was irresistible. As the dish was completed, Shixi couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. "It smells so good, Wanxiao. You're amazing. It's still hot. Wait a bit before you try it," she advised. All right. Since they were having a meal, vegetables certainly should not be neglected. Solely eating braised pork would be rather cloying. A light vegetable soup would be just the remedy. With that thought, Tang Wanxiao reluctantly switched to preparing a pot of vegetables. Though they only had 2 dishes, the portions were ample, a large bowl of braised pork, sufficient for Shi. The leftover pork could not be wasted. She instructed Shi to carry it back, planning to store it in her space later that evening to avoid spoilage. Let me carry it. You go in first, she said. Shi cradled the large bucket of braised pork, a bucket of rice, and a noticeably smaller bowl of vegetable soup back to their cave. He wasn't fond of vegetables. Thus, this portion of soup was primarily for Tang Wanxiao herself. In Chapter 37, the making of a backpack unfolded as the two sat opposite each other at the table. Tang Wanxiao picked up her chopsticks and offered a piece of meat for Shi to taste. Nearly causing him to drool, he took his specialized spoon, gently blew on it to cool, and placed it in his mouth. The rich, fatty flavor combined with the delightful aroma shot straight to his senses. Before meeting Wanxiao, he had endured a life akin to that of a wild man. This is delicious, Wanxiao. You're incredible. Upon hearing this, Tang Wanxiao smiled with her eyes crinkling in delight. Is that so? I feel quite capable myself. Wanxiao, will you be gathering tomorrow? Yes, I plan to see what's available. You must be careful. Don't wander off alone. He recalled the incident when Tang Wanxiao jumped into the water. Feeling concerned about her safety, if she ventured too far in her excitement, it could be perilous. While there were areas designated for gathering where females could go, likely cleared and thus safer, he believed in preparing for the worst. All right, you can rest assured, Tang Wanxiao quickly assured him, as she was fairly cautious about her life at times. Moreover, as spring had only just begun, the grass and trees were just starting to bud, and after a period of frost, it was unlikely any fruits would be ripe. However, getting some fresh air was still a positive. Perhaps she might meet a few friends, alleviating future loneliness. If she could find something worthwhile, that would be even better. The system had previously mentioned that providing a new food source to the tribe could earn her points, and as a modern individual, she was aware of many edible items. Speaking of earning points, her primary source was likely through healing the orcs. Females were less prone to injuries, but ailments like fever and chills could still occur, and males were even more susceptible. Battling daily and accumulating wounds, she was uncertain what the rewards for healing would be like. After dinner, Tang Wanxiao exchanged for a comprehensive manual on handicrafts from the system. She thought to learn how to make bamboo baskets for her gathering excursions, as well as knitting sweaters and crafting small blankets. Although these items could be exchanged for a mere 20 points each in the system shop, with no pressing matters at hand, she preferred to engage in hands-on crafting. In the beast world, precious items like elemental crystals and salt were rare. During her previous visit to the market, she had only managed to trade a few pelts for a bit of salt. She contemplated curing some meats for preservation, which not only extended shelf life but also varied her diet. However, curing required a substantial amount of salt, and relying solely on the pelts would likely be insufficient. But the items she crafted herself were different. Both females and males used leather bags for carrying items, and larger bags were quite heavy, while smaller ones seemed impractical beyond mere decoration. Moreover, using pelts for bags felt wasteful. They wouldn't spare such materials unless absolutely necessary. Bamboo backpacks, on the other hand, were lighter than leather bags and could hold more. With materials readily available, a single bamboo stalk could grow several meters overnight. Ensuring no waste, a small blanket was far more comfortable than a leather counterpart. If she made one for personal use, she could invest effort into choosing patterns and colors, while for the market, she could create a simplified version to trade for salt and honey. However, exchanging for elemental crystals would likely be challenging. Resolute in her decision, Tang Wanxiao stepped outside to check how much bamboo Shi had brought back. If there was enough material, she wouldn't need to send him to chop more. She had no intention of crafting a large backpack. A small one would suffice, being lightweight. Once the fruits matured and resources became abundant, she could consider making a larger one. Wanxiao, where are you going? Shi, having washed the dishes, noticed her heading out without calling him. Tang Wanxiao turned, slightly taken aback by his anxious expression. I'm just going to check if there's enough bamboo. Shi referred to bamboo as segment tree, a term she adopted because it seemed fitting, as bamboo indeed grows in segments, making it easy to understand. Dio, you need to do something? I'll join you. Shi wiped his hands on a nearby leather cloth, his expression relaxing considerably. I'm going to weave a bamboo basket. Let us go together. Shi followed closely behind Tang Wanxiao as they stepped outside. There was still a considerable pile of bamboo by the small vegetable garden, already split into strips and sufficient for their needs. so there was no need for another trip to chop bamboo. What can I do? Shishi obediently stood by, awaiting Tang Wanqiao's instructions. He didn't know what a bamboo basket was or had never seen one, so he was prepared to follow her lead. Can you split these into strips? Tang Wanqiao took out a kitchen knife and tried it. Achieving a standard quality to sell would likely be challenging, but as long as it was usable, that was sufficient. Observing her actions, Shishi nodded in understanding. All right. He took over the task of splitting the bamboo strips while Tang Wanqiao continued to peruse her book. Curious, Shishi leaned in to see what she was reading. This time, it was not just densely packed text. There were also colorful illustrations, distinctly different from the illustrated plant guide. Tang Wanqiao had not taught him any complicated characters, only the numbers 1 through 10, which he could comprehend. The images depicted hands holding bamboo strips, with labels like Step 1 and Step 2 in the upper left corner, likely detailing the steps to create the bamboo basket Wanqiao intended to make. Satisfied with his curiosity, Shishi resumed his work. After a glance, Tang Wanqiao nodded confidently. It was merely a matter of interweaving the bamboo strips, not overly complex, though the final product might lack aesthetic appeal. She opted for a simpler design, recognizing that the bamboo strips she was using hadn't been treated. Even if she put in the effort to create something impressive, it would likely deteriorate quickly. She would consider the first attempt as practice. Shishi worked swiftly, and soon a neat pile of bamboo strips lay on the ground. Tang Wanqiao, following the instructions in the book, began weaving, her pace brisk. She enjoyed crafting and was not clumsy, managing to avoid entangling herself in the bamboo strips. As the bamboo basket took shape, Shishi felt eager to try as well, mimicking her steps slowly. Before long, they had completed 2 baskets, one large and one small. Tang Wanqiao held up her sizable bamboo basket, inspecting the miniature version crafted by Shishi with a raised eyebrow. The smaller basket was ideal for catching fish or shrimp in the river. Perfect for bringing back to F or why did I ask this used for carrying things? Shishi inquired, envisioning its function akin to a leather bag, yet much lighter. Clever. I'll take this with me tomorrow for gathering. If I find something good, I can store it inside. Tang Wanqiao indicated where she wanted the straps to be attached. Using bamboo strips would cause discomfort and could easily break, so she preferred fabric straps. She could cut some from old clothes or use leather, both of which would work well. Could you cut me 2 leather straps? About this long and this wide. She gestured to indicate the size of the leather straps. Shishi nodded, darting off like the wind, already holding 2 strips. These leather pieces bore patterns, and if cut incorrectly, they would easily tear, but Shishi had sewing experience, so he wouldn't encounter any issues. In Chapter 38, the bamboo weaving was completed, and Tang Wanqiao tried on the backpack. The leather straps she requested were half a palm's width, ensuring they wouldn't dig into her shoulders. And the length was just right, preventing it from sagging or shifting as she moved. What do you think? How does it look? Tang Wanqiao twirled around with the bamboo basket on her back. Wanqiao, you've done a splendid job. This bamboo basket is quite practical. Shishi examined the situation with great attention and provided a thoughtful evaluation. With this bamboo basket, one could store a multitude of items without the constant necessity of carrying them by hand, thus liberating one's hands when slung over the shoulder. I, too, feel quite remarkable. Tang Wanqiao, with a touch of pride, nodded in agreement. She then set down the basket and gathered the remaining bamboo strips to dry in the sun. Although freshly made items can serve their purpose for a time, they are prone to mold. However, once the finished products are air-dried, they can be preserved for an extended period. Ding, host, a new task has been issued. 001 joyfully bounced forth to deliver the news. The more points accumulated in the host's account, the quicker it could level up, and perhaps soon it would attain a physical form to a new task. Tang Wanqiao spread out the bamboo strips to dry while responding to 001's message. This fellow has become increasingly lackadaisical. I wonder what it has been up to. Task issued. Teach the tribe members a useful life skill. Upon completion, earn 10,000 points. 10,000? Are you serious? Tang Wanqiao was utterly astonished. Accumulating such an amount of points would require her to save countless lives and provide an array of sustenance for the tribe. 10,000 points equate to 5 vials of spirit medicine, enough to save 5 lives. That is sufficient for her to die 5 times and resurrect. SK. She had a hunch that her journey to the beast world was not merely for reproduction. The bond fee was only 5,000, yet teaching a skill to the tribe members was worth 10,000. She would study tirelessly and impart every skill she could. Humph. she needed to contemplate how to expedite her teaching plans. Being a teacher in the beast world would indeed be a splendid endeavor. In high spirits, Tang Wanxiao eagerly anticipated promoting her bamboo baskets during tomorrow's gathering, hoping to attract the interest of the females. Where there is demand, there is a market. She only needed to selectively teach one to suffice. Like taking on apprentices, she could also receive some benefits. If they learned well, would she still need to craft baskets herself? The time freed up would allow her to learn other skills, continue teaching, and amass points, leading to infinite resurrections. Wanxiao, don't you like this small one? Shaisi tinkered with the little bamboo basket, adding straps. I do. Tang Wanxiao took the tiny basket for a trial. It was a lovely single-shoulder design. Although not particularly practical, she found herself enamored with such quaint items. Back in her previous life, she had adorned her home with many beautiful trinkets. Let's keep it at home. It might prove useful for catching small shrimp or fish. All right, I'll put it away. With the bamboo weaving complete, it was time to water the seeds in the garden. She selected a large bamboo tube to fetch water, but found it less convenient than a half gourd. With nothing else to do, Shaisi took more bamboo to shave into strips for drying. Weaving bamboo could easily injure one's hands. Noticing Tang Wanxiao's fingers were red, he decided he would take over this task next time. After tidying up, he couldn't remain idle and went to prepare dinner. While he was not skilled in making complex dishes like braised meat, cooking porridge was well within his capability. Tang Wanxiao preferred not to eat overly rich foods all the time. She occasionally craved something light. After having braised meat in the morning, she felt inclined to have something more delicate in the afternoon. Shaisi prepared a meat porridge with a hint of greens. Though he was not fond of it, Tang Wanxiao insisted it was good for the body, so he obliged. After dinner, the double moon replaced the sun in the sky. The starry sky in the beast world was truly beautiful, untainted, and clear. They lay on a fur mat, gazing at the moon, with Tang Wanxiao nestled against Shaisi's waist, relishing the tranquility. Wanxiao? Shaisi, puzzled, wondered why she was so captivated by the same sky they saw every day. Each time he accompanied Tang Wanxiao to view the moonlight, he felt an unreal sensation, as if she might vanish at any moment. What's the matter? Are you cold? Tang Wanxiao pinched his cool, jade-like hand, mistaking his chill for discomfort. It's a bit chilly. Shall we head home? Lying on the stone bed, Shaisi coiled around her like a great serpent. No, he was a serpent indeed. In the darkness, Tang Wanxiao playfully pinched his face. What's wrong with you? You seem a bit off today. Can we mate today, Wanxiao? Shaisi's lips brushed against Tang Wanxiao's waist, his red slit pupils glimmering faintly in the dark. The cave was warm yet dim, thanks to the animal skins hanging at the entrance. Tang Wanxiao could not discern Shaisi's expression, so she gently patted his shoulder. We need to rise early tomorrow. I won't tire easily. Just a moment. Shaisi inched closer, his cool face nuzzling against Tang Wanxiao's chest. I feel quite uncomfortable, Wanxiao. Suddenly, she recalled it was spring, which meant it was Shaisi's mating season. No wonder he was acting strangely. Perhaps sleeping without any embellishments had left him feeling unwell. All right. She stroked his head nestled in her neck. Fortunately, Shaisi remembered her plans to gather the next day and did not cause a fuss. As dawn broke, Tang Wanxiao rose and donned her outer garment, observing Shaisi, who appeared somewhat listless. It was quite early, and had it not been for her desire to venture out, she would have preferred to sleep longer. Wanxiao is up. Let us have something to eat before we go. Shaisi had prepared everything, waiting for Tang Wanxiao to wake. Today, he would join the hunting team, needing to refrain from following her constantly. It would be better for her to bond with the tribe members. Once everything was ready, they set off. Tang Wanxiao clung to Shaisi. Today, she was riding on her serpent master's back, avoiding the need to walk. Outside the tribe, many beastmen had already gathered. Upon their entrance, Tang Wanxiao and Shaisi became the center of attention. Other males typically parted ways with their partners after a brief embrace. Yet at this moment, Tang Wanxiao was nestled against Shaisi's neck, sound asleep. The beastmen responsible for guarding the female gathering team were predominantly single males, as collecting resources not only allowed the females to relax, but also aimed to increase the likelihood of forming pairs within the tribe. Being out together provided the perfect opportunity. Uncharacteristically, Shaisi did not display irritation. He merely patted Tang Wanxiao's back gently. Wanxiao, we have arrived. Tang Wanxiao sighed softly, rubbing her cheek against his neck. Be careful. The pains of an early riser. Who understands? All right. Shay Si planted a kiss on her forehead before reluctantly releasing her. His gaze swept across the guard team, landing on the despondent Lang Qing in the corner. Lang Qing was feeling downcast. He wanted to hunt, but the chieftain forbade him, insisting he accompany the female protection team. Spending the whole day in the woods was indeed dull. Lang Qing internally grumbled, completely unaware that the chieftain was acting in his best interest. After all, a beast man like him, lacking romantic sensibility and somewhat clueless, would struggle to find a suitable partner. Other male beastmen usually had a favorite female before reaching maturity, and once they matured, they would hunt to win her affection. But Lang Qing, fixated solely on hunting to enhance his strength, had no interest in forming a bond. If it had been anyone else, the chieftain would not have bothered. Only because Lang Qing possessed some prowess did he take the time to care. Offspring produced from strong beastmen and females would be more resilient, ensuring the tribe's future strength. To ensure the giant wolf tribe's growth, good genes must be maintained. Setting aside everything else, Lang Qing, even before maturing, had already become a four-striped beastman, a remarkable talent. His offspring would undoubtedly become strong members of the tribe. Lang Qing. Shay Si's expression was not exactly pleasant, but certainly better than when directed at others. Huh? Lang Qing replied, in truth, he harbored a desire to become strong and thus respected those stronger than himself, even if he had been beaten by Shay Si upon their first meeting for Tang Wanqiao's sake. My partner requests that you look after her. Shay Si grasped Tang Wanqiao's hand, noticing her bewildered expression, and added, the outside is dangerous. Please don't let me worry. Understood. Lang Qing rose, assuring him. Although he was reluctant to undertake this responsibility, as a member of the guard team, he was obliged to fulfill his duties. Aside from him, the other single beastmen wore peculiar expressions, gazing at Shay Si as if he were a possessed monster. What male would willingly entrust his partner to the care of another? They could not fathom it, let alone a jealous serpent beastman. It was indeed perplexing. Tang Wanqiao was quite popular within the tribe. She had only one beast husband, yet she was both beautiful and gentle. Who wouldn't be fond of her? However, due to Shay Si's vigilant protection, they dared not approach. Yet today, he had proactively requested another male to assist in looking after Tang Wanqiao. Lang Qing may not have matured yet, but that would soon change. This was tantamount to Shay Si expressing willingness to share his partner with Lang Qing, if he was amenable to allowing his partner to seek companionship from other beastmen. Did that not imply they too had a chance? A throng of single orcs gazed with fervent eyes at Tang Wanqiao, nearly drooling in their admiration. It mattered not to them whether the first or second beast husbands were available. Even the third and fourth would suffice, for they held no objections. However, when the cold, penetrating gaze of Shay Si fell upon them, this group of single orcs suddenly became acutely aware. This serpent was notorious for his stinginess. Perhaps there was some unavoidable secret that compelled him to share with Lang Qing, and only Lang Qing at that. Should they foolishly attempt to test their luck, they would likely meet a grim fate. It was time to set off. A howl from the hunting party echoed through the air, prompting Shay Si to reluctantly release Tang Wanqiao's hand, glancing back at her thrice before she vanished from sight. He lingered at the rear of the group, his pale red vertical pupils dimming slightly. The hunting party had departed, and the female gathering team was also assembled. 10 females ventured forth, closely accompanied by 20 males for protection. All within a short distance from the tribe. Tang Wanqiao searched for Duer's figure but found nothing. It seemed Duer had opted out of the gathering, choosing instead to spend the day with Lang Yue or Lang Mo. The only familiar face absent left Tang Wanqiao feeling somewhat dejected. Yet, the bamboo basket she carried had caught the attention of the other females before she could even promote it. Hello, my name is Huar. What is yours? What do you have on your back? After a moment's hesitation, Huar approached Tang Wanqiao, genuinely curious. Her hesitance stemmed from her fear of Shay Si. The serpent was infamous for his miserly nature. Should he take offense, it was unlikely he would harm her directly, but he might very well resort to beating her partner in private. Despite this, Huar held a fondness for her 4 beast husbands. She knew that although Shay Si was a 5-patterned orc, her husbands were merely 4-patterned and stood no chance against him by Tang Wanqiao. She replied with a gentle smile, pleased to have encountered the first girl from the gathering team willing to converse with her. This is called a bamboo basket. It is used for carrying items, much like a leather pouch. She provided an example and turned to let Huar try lifting it. You can give it a go. It's lighter than a leather pouch and quite spacious. I'll give it a try. Huar's eyes sparkled for a moment. She was attractive, though her skin bore the roughness of sun exposure. She disliked remaining in the cave for extended periods and preferred outdoor adventures, thus acquiring a sun-kissed complexion through her daily excursions. She lifted the bamboo basket and noticed it appeared significantly larger than her pouch. Yet the weight was comparable. It was also aesthetically pleasing and could be comfortably worn on her back. This is amazing. Where did you find it? Can you tell me? She expressed her desire for a bamboo basket of her own to carry along on future gatherings. I made it, if you like it. I can teach you how to make one. Tang Wanxiao had anticipated that some would be intrigued by this new creation. As long as she could teach one person, she would earn 1,000 points, so she was not particularly concerned about how many learned from her. The remaining females, noticing Tang Wanxiao's amiable nature, could not resist expressing their eagerness to learn how to make bamboo baskets. I want to learn too. I can have my beast husband hunt for you. Me too. Me too. I also want to learn. If you need leather, I have plenty to offer. Observing the eager expressions of the females, Tang Wanxiao nodded with satisfaction. This was the fulfillment of her role as a teacher. The single males in the guard unit, aside from the somewhat oblivious Langqing, also noticed the females' interest in the bamboo baskets and expressed their desire to learn from Tang Wanxiao. Hunting was a skill every male possessed, but crafting bamboo baskets was not. Should they master this skill, they might find a suitable partner through it. If you wish to learn, gather your materials when we return to the tribe, and I shall teach you. Tang Wanxiao did not reject their desire to offer something in return. One must give to receive. She intended to collect a small benefit, as long as they did not receive something for nothing. It was a fair exchange. Creating this bamboo basket was quite simple. They only needed to prepare the materials, and as for the tuition, a piece of beast meat would suffice. She did not wish for anything extravagant. A piece of meat was easily attainable for them. The materials are made from the jejia tree. All right, we understand. The males nodded in acknowledgement after learning about the materials. Jejia trees were plentiful near the tribe, and they could easily gather some on their way back. A piece of beast meat as tuition was also straightforward, requiring little effort. Chapter 40. Snake fruit or wild strawberry. Although Langqing displayed no interest in learning to craft bamboo baskets, he recognized Tang Wanxiao as an exceptionally astute female. With her remarkable idea of utilizing jejia trees to create baskets, he believed she would thrive even without Xixia's presence. Langqing had never encountered a female like her. While others were ordained by the beast gods, Tang Wanxiao relied solely on her own ingenuity. Unbeknownst to Tang Wanxiao, Langqing's thoughts were far removed from her mind. She was merely eager to count her points the following day with great anticipation. Let us gather first. I shall teach you how to make bamboo baskets tomorrow. Good. The group quickly agreed, bustling with excitement as they discussed their plans for the next day. Huar continued to follow Tang Wanxiao, her mind racing with the possibilities of what other wonders Tang Wanxiao might create. She believed that playing alongside her would surely lead to other delightful surprises. As for the beast husbands, orcs were known for their strong self-healing abilities. A beating was no cause for concern, as long as Tang Wanxiao could keep Xixi in check and prevent him from striking too hard. All would be well. Shall we gather together? Huar suggested, then added, Can I call you Wanxiao? She found the three-syllable name cumbersome and preferred the simplicity of two. Of course. You are very kind. Huar complimented her, eagerly engaging in conversation with Tang Wanxiao as they wandered to gather intriguing items, hoping to collect some ripe fruits along the way. The purpose of their gathering was not merely to supplement the tribe's resources. Upon entering the forest, the vibrant green surroundings provided a refreshing sense of tranquility. Amidst this lush greenery, a particular plant stood out, its branches adorned with small, bright red fruits the size of a pinky finger. As she approached, Tang Wanxiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Wild strawberries were a delightful treat, sweet and tangy. Just as she reached out to pluck one, Huar shouted, Don't eat that! Startled, Tang Wanxiao froze, her hand hovering above the wild strawberries. What's wrong? You can't eat this. Huar pulled Tang Wanxiao back several steps, wielding a twig to swat at the leaves. Eating it could be deadly. The snake fruit is dangerous, and poisonous snakes lurk nearby. If you get bitten, it would be a dire situation. Snake fruit? Tang Wanxiao murmured, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized the red fruit. Was it not the snake berry Huar referred to? She recalled that snake berries and wild strawberries did indeed resemble one another. Yet she had studied their differences in detail in the herbology guide she had exchanged for. Snake berries bloom with yellow flowers, their fruits having a smooth, uniform surface, while wild strawberries bear white flowers. with their fruit's surface uneven and irregular. The distinction was rather straightforward. Moreover, this particular plant thrived in shaded areas, while snakeberries typically flourished in sunlight. The entire plant of the snakeberry was medicinal, yet it was not advisable to consume it as a fruit. Overindulgence could indeed lead to the discomfort and diarrhea Huarer had mentioned. This is not snake fruit. It is wild strawberry, Tang Wanxiao clarified, pulling Huarer's hand gently as they stepped closer to the plant. Huarer, fearful of snakes, was reluctant to approach. Yet knowing she could not allow Tang Wanxiao to face potential danger alone, she clutched her stick and followed, prepared to call for the male guards should any snakes appear. Tang Wanxiao couldn't help but chuckle at Huarer's vigilant demeanor. She was rather endearing, resembling a solemn cat on watch. Without further explanation, Tang Wanxiao plucked a few ripe wild strawberries. Though they bore a striking resemblance to snake fruit, there were indeed differences. Look, it even has flowers. They are white. The snake fruit you encountered before must have had yellow flowers. Right? Her words prompted Huarer to reflect. I suppose snake fruit does have flowers, but I didn't pay attention to their color. Her knowledge of the dangers of snake fruit stemmed from a tragic incident during a previous gathering, when a young orc had consumed too many snake fruits and perished from poisoning. The cub's mother had also been bitten by a hidden poisonous snake nearby and could not be saved. For a long time, the tribe refrained from gatherings until a female fell ill and required resources, prompting them to resume their outings. However, now, gatherings could not include young cubs, and they were restricted to areas near the tribe that had been deemed safe. With guard teams assigned to accompany them, I don't remember. Let us move quickly. This place isn't safe. Huarer expressed her concern for Tang Wanxiao, as a newcomer to the Great Wolf tribe. She felt a sense of duty towards her fellow tribespeople. Don't worry, trust me. Tang Wanxiao spoke those words, yet did not stubbornly remain by the wild strawberries. Primarily, her concern lay in the fear of the flowers. She didn't wish to frighten anyone into a state of distress. Thus, she followed the flowers back to the main group. Numerous females who had ventured out to gather were now clustered together, each adorning wildflowers in their hair, engaging in friendly conversation. The guards encircled the vicinity, mitigating potential dangers while casually conversing with the females they admired, presenting them with bouquets. Tang Wanxiao still held a few wild strawberries in her hand. She was undeniably tempted, for wild strawberries were seldom available for purchase. She only indulged in them during visits to her hometown, where she could pluck a few to savor their taste. Additionally, snake fruit was also a valuable item. Considered a medicinal herb, yet consuming too much raw could lead to poisoning. Seeing that Tang Wanxiao was not obstinately sticking to her previous stance, the flowers finally breathed a sigh of relief, advising her as they walked, "You mustn't eat anything indiscriminately. There was a case in the tribe where a young orc perished from poison. Let us join the other females for a chat instead. There are also those beautiful flowers you can pick to bring back." As she spoke, she casually plucked a flower nearby and adorned Tang Wanxiao's ear, exclaiming, "This looks lovely." The females in the tribe cherished flowers greatly, often gathering some to take home. However, once these flowers were picked, they wilted within a few days, losing their beauty. Tang Wanxiao touched the flower by her ear, smiling at the flowers, which momentarily caused the flowers to become dazed. She thought, no wonder so many single orcs in the tribe were fond of Tang Wanxiao. She possessed a radiant and comfortable beauty that appeared incredibly gentle. "You are truly beautiful," one of them complimented, her gaze devoid of jealousy or malice, filled only with admiration. Like modern girls, they enjoyed gazing at beautiful women, often preferring them over handsome men. "I'll create something for you," Tang Wanxiao responded, delighted by the praise, and began picking vibrant flowers alongside the flowers. The two of them cradled the colorful blossoms as they settled amidst the crowd. The flowers, observing Tang Wanxiao collect an abundance of blooms and even some long grass stems from the ground, felt a bit perplexed. "What are you planning to do?" "You'll soon find out," Tang Wanxiao replied, her nimble fingers skillfully twisting the long grass stems into a circle the size of a head. Gradually adding the flowers, before long, she had crafted a flower crown. "It's finished. Try it on." "Is it for me?" The flower's eyes widened as she gazed at Tang Wanxiao, handing her the crown, her face glowing with joy and confusion. Males treat females with utmost kindness for the sake of mating and reproduction, while females being kind to each other signifies pure friendship. Seeing Tang Wanxiao create something new once again astonished Langqing. Chapter 41. A new food. This little female always had some unique ideas. The flowers worn on her head looked even more exquisite because of her. Langqing sat up, no longer lounging on the ground in pretense. The flowers, thrilled, accepted the crown and shyly adjusted her hair, her eyes glancing at Tang Wanjiao with a bashful demeanor. Does it look good? Very beautiful, Tang Wanjiao generously complimented. The flowers were indeed lovely, currently a 6 out of 10 on the beauty scale. If only her skin were a bit better, she would be even more eye-catching. Having received praise from Tang Wanjiao, the flowers nearly forgot about the 1, 2, 3, or 4 beast husbands waiting for her at home. The chatting females soon noticed Tang Wanjiao's new creation and eagerly gathered around, enviously admiring the flower crown adorning the flowers. This looks stunning. Indeed, Wanjiao, you are so clever and can do anything. Hearing their envious tones, Tang Wanjiao seamlessly integrated into the group. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Great. How do we do it? The eagerness of the students served as the best motivation for the teacher. Tang Wanjiao was immensely satisfied, selecting suitable grass stems once more to weave flower crowns. Just like this, intertwine the grass stems together, then add the flowers one by one. You can add whatever you like. As she demonstrated, the others quickly grasped the technique. In truth, the females of the beast world were quite intelligent and possessed decent manual skills. Environmental factors and their inherent vulnerability had shaped the current situation. Females lacked beast forms, rendering them incapable of resisting danger or enduring harsh winters, and with inadequate medical conditions and a harsh environment, their mortality rate was alarmingly high, nearly on par with the males who fought and hunted outside. Most newborns were males, leading to a dwindling number of females, and to ensure the continuation of their race, they were pampered and shielded from harm, often being prevented from engaging in any activities. Observing their adeptness with their hands, Tang Wanjiao would often commend, "Wow, you're doing wonderfully." Her compliments were even more effective than the fawning of males, and several females were quickly won over by her charm. Tang Wanjiao was well versed in the art of flattery. A continuous stream of compliments sufficed, ideally with an exaggerated tone and gestures that the indigenous inhabitants of the beast world adored, never perceiving it as condescending. When she noticed someone struggling to create a flower crown and looking dejected, Tang Wanjiao generously offered her own finished product. "Here, take this. If you're out to have fun, you should be happy." "Really? Thank you. You're so kind." Witnessing Tang Wanjiao gift her flower crown to the little deer, the others became even more envious, clamoring to exchange and try it on. On the grass, several females chased each other barefoot, laughing and playing, radiating vitality. "Let me wear it for a while. I'll give you my flower crown. I also want to wear the flower crown Wanjiao made for ABIT. That moment, Tang Wanjiao could only feel joy and happiness at such a sight. Had it been the old her, she would have been a venomous woman, harboring pure hatred for her unscrupulous boss, with her emotions reduced to mere hunger. After spending some time in the beast world and enjoying a few leisurely days, she had revived, both physically and mentally. While watching the beautiful women frolic, Tang Wanjiao involuntarily wore an anti-smile. It was this kind of eye-pleasing life that one ought to lead. Every day began with the sight of handsome men and beautiful women, significantly benefiting her longevity. With a smile, she reached into her clothing pocket to retrieve the wild strawberries she had just picked. The flowers, busy at the moment, did not notice Tang Wanjiao's actions, but Langqing on the side suddenly changed his expression and jumped out. "Don't eat that." Tang Wanjiao was startled, nearly dropping half of the fruits in her hand. She helplessly looked at the young Langqing, explaining once more, "These are wild strawberries. They are safe to eat." Though Langqing harbored some doubts, he was calmer than the flowers and was willing to hear her out. "But they look similar to snake fruit. How can you be sure they aren't?" Langqing inquired, primarily aiming to convey the potential danger to Tang Wanjiao. "Eating snake fruit can be fatal. Your sense of smell is quite good, right? Do you remember the scent of snake fruit?" Tang Wanjiao did not hastily provide evidence, as the flowers had already been skeptical. She needed them to genuinely discern the difference for there to be room for explanation. Orcs, after all, possessed quite a keen sense of smell. They should be able to distinguish between the scents of snake fruit and wild strawberries, of course. Langqing lowered his head and carefully sniffed the few wild strawberries scattered on the ground. It carried a sweet aroma, distinct from that of snake fruit, which had only a faint scent, and upon closer inspection, they indeed appeared different. Seeing him waver, Tang Wanjiao pressed on, "In my hometown, Wild strawberries are edible. You can trust me. This is definitely not snake fruit. I must have mistaken it. With Lang Qingye's endorsement, the flowers felt less apprehensive. Tang Wanjiao tossed a few into her mouth. The sweet and sour flavor burst in her mouth. She personally was not overly sensitive to sourness, thus this fruit, with a balance of 4 parts sweetness to 6 parts sourness, was just right for her. It's delicious and not poisonous. She moved swiftly, and before anyone could intervene, the expressions of those present turned pale with fear. How could you eat those so casually? What if they're toxic? Langqing exclaimed in terror. Females were delicate. If something went awry, it would spell significant trouble, not to mention that Tang Wanjiao was a rather temperamental serpent beast female. It's fine. Trust me. Tang Wanjiao exuded confidence, not merely because she had consumed them in the modern world, but mainly because the system had not intervened to stop her, indicating they were safe to eat. Moreover, the outline of the flora and fauna had affirmed their edibility. A system-produced item couldn't possibly be fraudulent. They re-sweet and tangy, and you can all try some shortly, she sincerely invited. Seeing that Tang Wanjiao was unharmed, the group of females also wanted to taste what wild strawberries were like. Langqing sampled a few. After a moment of silence, he nodded, allowing the females to gather some. In truth, he was not the responsible beast of the guard team, and being an underage cub, he was often the subject of teasing by the older beasts in the tribe. However, his strength was formidable. With a swift leap, he had seized control of the situation, prompting the leader not to interfere. Ding! Congratulations to the host for providing a consumable food item to the tribe's members, earning 1,000 points. Please continue to strive. Host .001 celebrated Tang Wanjiao's points with great fanfare. The host is truly industrious. Cuckoo earns points, then Cuckoo spins. Soon, it will have a physical form. Tang Wanjiao was overjoyed. Earning 1,000 points today and 10,000 tomorrow, reaching the pinnacle of her life was no longer a dream. When she built her house, it would be furnished with everything necessary. Once she had saved enough for survival, she could finally enjoy a comfortable life. Suddenly, an exclamation caught Tang Wanjiao's attention, prompting the nearby resting male orcs to rush over. Chapter 42. Injured. What happened? Tang Wanjiao rushed over in a flurry. The verdant blades of grass stained with specks of blood. One of the females sat on the ground, clutching her leg. A long wound marred her ankle, blood gushing forth. Woo-woo, blood, it's bleeding. A slightly plump young girl cried out in distress. Appearing heartbroken, seemingly unaccustomed to injury, for just a few drops of blood had frightened her into tears. How did this happen? Tang Wanjiao inquired, her eyes scanning the surroundings. There are plenty of common herbs for staunching blood flow. It's not a profound secret. Xiao Qiao, trembling with fear, could barely form a complete sentence, but it was her companion, who had been picking wild strawberries with her moments ago, who explained, I scraped against a tree stump and got hurt. She was equally anxious, worried that all this blood could lead to a dire situation. Quick, we need 2 people to take Xiao Qiao back to the tribe to find the shaman. The leader of the orc team, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately thought of returning to seek the shaman's help for Xiao Qiao. Although wounds were commonplace for their males and a little blood was nothing to be overly concerned about, females were more delicate and could easily lose their lives if not properly cared for. I'll take Xiao Qiao back to the tribe. I run fast. An orc stepped forward, his worry evident as he glanced at the injured Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao felt as if her head was filled with cotton. Feeling dizzy, I feel so lightheaded. Wu-what, don't be afraid. It's all right, Tang Wanjiao reassured her. She turned to gather some thistle leaves, smashing them with a stone to apply to Xiao Qiao's wound. In truth, the injury was merely half a finger long, a needle-like cut, but the blood loss appeared alarming. Coupled with her own anxiety, she had frightened herself into a faint. Wanjiao, are you a shaman? A nearby female asked curiously. It was primarily Tang Wanjiao's confident demeanor that inspired their trust. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to let her haphazardly apply a clump of herbs to Xiao Qiao. I only know how to stop the bleeding. Tang Wanjiao envied the shamans for their ability to communicate with the beast gods. As for her, she wasn't even a mediocre healer. She just happened to know that thistle could staunch blood flow. If it were another type of injury, she would likely have to consult a book to learn on the spot. This hillside was warm, the soil moist, abundant with thistles. The flower crown she had just woven included thistle blooms, purple flowers that were quite unique. Seeing Tang Wanxiao in action, the leader of the orcs was astonished, and when he heard her mention stopping the bleeding, his admiration grew. In their mighty wolf tribe, there was only one shamaness, and once she returned to the embrace of the beast gods, the tribe would only have a few apprentices knowledgeable in herbal medicine. The fact that Tang Wanxiao could do these things without having learned from the shamaness indicated that she must have been part of a larger tribe. Smaller tribes lacked shamans, and even those with knowledge of herbal medicine were scarce. If an orc in the tribe were injured, they could only endure it themselves or seek aid from the larger tribe. Trading furs or salt crystals. You can take your time returning. There's no need to rush. As Tang Wanxiao applied the herbal paste, green liquid smeared across her hands. Males tended to be careless, even when escorting Xiaoqiao. They would inevitably cause some commotion. See? It's not bleeding anymore. Really? Xiaoqiao exclaimed in surprise, staring at the green paste on her ankle, which felt cool and no longer painful. You're amazing. You actually know how to treat wounds. The surrounding females, witnessing that Xiaoqiao's injury was no longer oozing blood, expressed their astonishment, especially since Xiaoqiao had ceased her cries of pain, clearly indicating the remedy's effectiveness. I only know the basics. If you want to learn, I can teach you some methods while gathering in the future. As Tang Wanxiao spoke, she picked up the remaining leaves and flowers to show them. This is called thistle. It's what I use to stop Xiaoqiao's bleeding. The circle of heads nodded in unison, creating a rather adorable scene. Tang Wanxiao smiled, spreading her hands to display the leaves and flowers. When it blooms, it generally looks like this, purple and rather fuzzy. The leaves are most distinctive, resembling split feathers. Indeed, it looks like the feathers of birds or beasts splitting apart. Yes, yes. After a few moments of discussion, a hush fell over the group as they gazed at Tang Wanxiao, their expressions filled with a lang of emotions, gratitude, admiration, and much more, transcending mere interest in reproduction. Thistle typically grows in warm, moist areas. If you ever need to stop bleeding and can't find a shaman, you can give this a try. After saying this, she grew concerned that the orcs might stubbornly rely on this method, hastily adding that it was best to seek a shaman to properly treat any wounds, and that they must not endure injuries alone. Health was paramount. Among the crowd, Lang Qing looked at Tang Wanxiao with admiration, feeling as though this young female radiated a certain light, strangely captivating to the orc's gaze. However, he wouldn't say he had fallen in love. His pursuit of strength outweighed the search for a partner, so he was not easily swayed like other orcs, nor had he experienced much malice in his life, unlike Shi, who seemed destined for hardship since birth. As a snake beast, he was an outcast, a creature everyone wished to eradicate. Surviving to adulthood was a feat in itself. Had he not encountered Tang Wanxiao during his misfortunes, he would have likely met his demise long ago. The slightest act of kindness she had shown him was enough for him to cherish for a lifetime. Not to mention she had saved him and expressed willingness to have him as her first mate, promising to treat him well. Thus, even as a begrudging snake beast, he hoped for Tang Wanxiao's well-being, willing to endure the presence of other males. Deep down, he wished to monopolize her, yet his mind remained clear, understanding what truly mattered. Since it's no longer bleeding, I suppose I'll wait a bit before heading back to the tribe. After all, Wanxiao is here. Xiaoqiao wiggled her foot, reluctant to return just yet. The thought of returning to a dull routine was less appealing than lingering here and chatting with friends. All right, but if you feel unwell, you must tell me, the leader replied, glancing at Tang Wanxiao and then at Xiaoqiao's minor wound, assuring her that it likely wasn't serious. The sun was high, and it was time for a meal. A few orcs were dispatched to hunt, while the remainder stayed behind to protect the group. Before long, the hunters returned, dragging a small piglet. Though it was not large, it would suffice for the females, who had initially planned to eat once a day. Missing a meal was no great concern. As Tang Wanxiao faced another meal reminiscent of the blackened meat she had tried during her first encounter with Shi, she fell silent, particularly finding it difficult to swallow while watching others relish their food. She had assumed the peculiar charred appearance was due to Shi's fear of fire, but now she realized that as long as the meat was cooked, the orcs generally did not mind. This was perhaps because they had never tasted anything better, thus lacking a point of comparison. Tang Wanxiao did not intend to draw attention to herself and refrained from cooking, settling for a meager meal, planning to teach them how to roast meat once she had the opportunity. Chapter 43. Returning to the tribe after the meal, she gathered the remaining wild strawberries into her basket. As time drew near, The leader of the males began calling the females to prepare for their return to the tribe. Everything was timed. By the time they returned, the hunting party would likely have also reached the tribe. Allowing the females to find their mates, during this outing, the females had been too preoccupied with weaving flower crowns and picking fruits with Tang Wanxiao to entertain thoughts of courtship. Thus, they had arrived as single orcs and would return the same way. The males formed a protective formation around the females, and aside from the injured Xiao Qiao, the others walked on their own. The pace of the group was leisurely, allowing the females to occasionally admire the scenery along the roadside and engage in conversation. Lang Qing walked beside Tang Wanxiao, unable to resist offering to help the young female with her bamboo basket. "I can carry that for you." While the weight might require some effort from Tang Wanxiao, it would be effortless for him, and he saw no harm in assisting. "No, thank you," Tang Wanxiao politely declined, not out of pride or a desire to avoid suspicion, but simply because she did not feel tired at that moment. If she were fatigued, she would not foolishly refuse assistance. "All right, but if you do get tired, you can let me help, or I can carry you back." Generally, only partners could ride on the backs of male orcs. Yet, unlike earthen bonds, they could assist females in emergencies. Lang Qing, being an adolescent, didn't he adhere to such strictures, although his coming-of-age ceremony was just days away. As they walked, Tang Wanxiao suddenly sensed something and turned her gaze in a particular direction. The entire group soon came to a halt, the surrounding males on high alert, baring their teeth and growling. It was only when a familiar face emerged from the woods that they relaxed. It was Shi Si. He had only recently joined the tribe, and the males were still adjusting to his presence. Upon catching his scent, they often reacted as though a strange snake beast had entered their midst. Suspecting he might wish to claim a female, "Oh, it's Shi Si." The crowd eased their tension, and the leader inquired, "What brings you here? Where are the warriors of the hunting party?" They returned to the tribe first. "I came to fetch my partner," he replied, gliding over to Tang Wanxiao and lifting her into his arms. "Did you have fun today?" "Not bad." "You weren't injured, were you?" Tang Wanxiao asked with concern, noticing that Shi Si's grip on her was slightly firmer than usual. As if he were holding back something. "I wasn't injured." The serpent cast a fleeting glance at the wolf youth, adjusting its hold on Tang Wanxiao as it shifted positions, using its tail to remove the backpack from her back. "I will take care of this. You may lean against me and rest for a while. We shall soon arrive at the tribe." "I cannot sleep," she replied. Having explored for a while, she did not feel particularly fatigued. In fact, she was invigorated, having earned 1,000 points. Tang Wanxiao was far from weary. She was quite excited at the prospect of learning the method for crafting bamboo baskets the following day, which would yield another 10,000 points, a thought that brought her joy. "What prey did you catch today?" she inquired with curiosity. She had yet to witness the male orcs in a serious hunting scenario, as she always awoke to find the spoils already laid out. There were 5 large moo-moo beasts, 3 grunt beasts, and some smaller cuts of meat. During this hunting expedition, the male orcs of the hunting party had nearly all acknowledged him as a member of the Great Wolf tribe. This was due in part to his having taken a mate, and also because of his remarkable hunting prowess, which significantly augmented the tribe's bounty. Consequently, the captain of the hunting team stated that whenever he accompanied them, he would be allowed to select his share first. "What does Wanxiao like to eat?" the captain inquired gently, his demeanor warm and dependable. The moo-moo beast, pleased. "We shall prepare a delicious meal upon our return." She was also craving the flavor of chilled beef, which, when paired with well-prepared seasonings, created an enticing aroma, devoid of the greasiness associated with pork. Very well. The journey back to the tribe was not far. And soon the grand entrance came into view. Numerous male orcs stood guard nearby, all awaiting their partners, resembling statues of longing. Xiao Qiao, upon spotting her perched on the back of another male orc. Her companions initially assumed she had found yet another mate, stirring a sense of helplessness and an indescribable emotion within them. However, they were not unaware of the nature of their kind. Many females in the tribe had 7 or 8 partners, yet still sought additional males. Their Xiao Qiao had merely 5 husbands. What could be unacceptable about that? But as they approached, they did not detect the scent of any other male on Xiao Qiao. Rather, she appeared to be crying out for a hug. "Woo-woo, wolf e." Xiao Qiao reached out her arms toward her first mate, wailing without shedding a single tear. In truth, she merely felt aggrieved and needed to vent her emotions, having always been doted upon by her husbands, leading to a degree of petulance. Moreover, In her moment of injury, the absence of her mates only intensified her feelings of grievance. What is the matter? Wolf Yi transformed into his human form and embraced Xiao Qiao. Feeling a surge of surprise, he had seldom encountered her in such a clingy state, especially given that in the past 2 years she had sought companionship with other husbands, seemingly diminishing her affection for him. My foot hurts. I am injured, Xiao Qiao whimpered. Clinging to Wolf Yi's neck, in truth, she had grown fonder of her new mate, Wolf Xian, as he was more adept at comforting her, whereas Wolf Yi often seemed a bit slow-witted. Yet, when she was hurt and feeling down, her first instinct was to turn to Wolf Yi, relying on him more than anyone else. I shall take you to find the shaman. Upon hearing of his mate's injury, Wolf Yi was instantly alarmed, abandoning all other thoughts as he rushed to lead Xiao Qiao back to the tribe. Xiao Qiao's other husband said nothing, simply following along. Tang Wanqiao observed the harmonious family of 6 with a touch of acceptance mixed with envy. Feeling compelled to respect and bless their bond, Huaer had also reunited with her husband, and after a day apart, there was a sense of sweet reunion in their affection. However, before departing, she made sure to bid Tang Wanqiao farewell. Wanqiao, my husband has come to fetch me. I must take my leave. Goodbye. After exchanging farewells, the serpent finally carried Tang Wanqiao to the square to collect the meat. Soon, representatives from each household would arrive to claim their share of the game. Upon reaching the center of the square, a long line had already formed, but the rules dictated that members of the hunting party who had ventured out that day would select their portions first, with the remainder distributed according to contributions and quantity. As the serpent approached, the captain of the hunting team, Wolf Xing, greeted them with a smile. Despite the serpent's considerable strength, even surpassing his own, Wolf Xing felt pleased that the serpent was willing to follow his lead. You have arrived. You may choose your share of the catch first. Wolf Xing gestured toward the pile of game in the square, still smiling. The serpent did not hesitate, selecting the tenderest cuts from the moo beast, leaving the remainder for Wolf Xing to distribute. Having secured his portion, the serpent had no desire to linger, intending to leave with Tang Wanqiao. Chapter 44. Is someone bullying you? I can walk on my own. You carry the game. Tang Wanqiao held onto one of the serpent's hands, marveling at his effortless ability to shoulder the weight of most of the moo beast. Indeed, the male orcs were endowed with remarkable strength. It was no wonder he could hold her so effortlessly without feeling fatigue. In comparison to the weight of the moo beast, she likely felt as light as a feather in his eyes. Let us have something spicy today, Tang Wanqiao proposed, eager to prepare spiced beef. That sounds delightful. The serpent, holding her warm and delicate hand, lowered his gaze to Tang Wanqiao. What do you think of Wolf Qing? His question came unexpectedly, leaving Tang Wanqiao momentarily taken aback. Wolf Qing. He's quite nice, Tio. Wolf Qing was merely a child, and she had not anticipated that the serpent, the self-proclaimed king of jealousy, would wish for her to accept him. What prompted this inquiry? I am simply curious about your thoughts on him. He is nearing adulthood, I do not know. I have never asked him, Tang Wanqiao replied, shaking her head, as she felt she was not particularly familiar with Wolf Qing. As they journeyed home, Tang Wanqiao noticed that the serpent's palm was clammy and felt unlike his usual self. What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? She asked with concern, scrutinizing him for any hidden injuries. I am fine, he replied, shaking his head. Let us process the game. Wanqiao, can you teach me to cook today? He wished to learn how to prepare the dishes that Tang Wanqiao enjoyed, hoping that even if she were to take an interest in Wolf Qing in the future, she would still favor him. Very well. Let us tend to the game first. Having grown accustomed to the fire pit, Tang Wanqiao had become increasingly adept at starting fires quickly, though she still used a lighter. She no longer had to fan the flames for long, as her proficiency had diminished the smoke considerably. The path from the cave to the river was a shortcut, and fetching water took little time each day. The serpent made a trip to process the game and returned with a barrel of water, while Tang Wanqiao busied herself. She was mindful of the seeds she had planted. The white radishes and cilantro sprouted quickly, likely ready in about 7 days, while the tomatoes took longer, possibly a month. Regardless of the time it took for them to germinate, water was essential. After watering the plants, Tang Wanqiao gazed at the moist soil with anticipation. The Chinese truly possess an innate love for gardening. Wherever they go, their first instinct upon encountering abandoned land is to plant something. Although still young, Tang Wanqiao had long embraced her gardening genes. having previously grown mint with her dormitory mates in college to ward off mosquitoes or brew tea. Wanxiao, what should we do next? The serpent had sliced the beef into pieces, awaiting her next instruction. Just blanch it. Do not let it boil for too long, or the meat will become tough. Tang Wanxiao set down the watering bamboo tube, washed her hands, and approached the serpent to observe his technique. As the water in the pot began to boil, she added the beef slices to cook, preparing some ingredients to create a secret dipping sauce. The key to a delectable cold beef dish lay in the dipping sauce. When made well, it could elevate even the most mundane dishes to new heights, let alone meat. Drizzling a circle of fragrant oil over it, Tang Wanxiao felt as if she might just soar with happiness. Being able to enjoy such delicacies in the beast world was the greatest joy of all. The serpent, somewhat clumsily wielding the chopsticks, managed to lift a slice of meat and present it to Tang Wanxiao's lips for her to taste. Though he was not yet adept with the chopsticks, they were indeed more convenient than spoons. As the savory morsel touched her palate, Tang Wanxiao couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Well done. This is delicious." The serpent smiled down at her, scooping the remaining food into a bowl. As long as you enjoy it, that is what matters. Let us eat. Seated at the dining table, Tang Wanxiao inquired about the serpent's schedule for the following day. As she planned to teach bamboo weaving and would not be going out to gather. Will you also be hunting tomorrow? Yes, the captain said we rest after 3 rotations of the sun and moon. And then we will continue hunting for another 3 rotations. With several hundred tribespeople, only a few dozen females remained. The male warriors could not venture out every day. A portion had to remain in the tribe for protection and to patrol at night. However, he did not need to join the patrol team. Following the hunting team was sufficient. This was primarily because he had only one mate, and he prioritized ensuring Tang Wanxiao's safety. "Oh, you will have to leave quite early again?" "Yes, we must depart before sunrise," he nodded, practicing with his chopsticks, eager to improve. "What would you like to eat for breakfast tomorrow, Wanxiao?" "I will rise early to prepare it. White porridge with a bit of sugar," she replied, enjoying sweet porridge though she could also tolerate savory. "Very well. I will finish my hunt quickly to come fetch you." He realized he had only a few days left to do so before Wolf Qing came of age, at which point he would have to relinquish his chance. "No need. I will not be gathering tomorrow." The serpent, engaged in a battle of wits with the beef slices, paused momentarily at Tang Wanxiao's declaration. "Are you tired from today?" he gently inquired, a trace of concern creeping into his voice. Was it the tribe's people who had bullied you? He was always apprehensive that others in the tribe might mistreat Tang Wanxiao. For her gentle disposition left her vulnerable. "No, everything is quite well. I merely promised to teach them how to make bamboo baskets," Tang Wanxiao replied candidly, noting that most of the females in the tribe were rather straightforward and kind-hearted. Joy was simply joy, affection was merely affection. They would never resort to bullying her. "If anyone dares to bully you, you must tell me," Shishi insisted, still somewhat uneasy, for he did not wholly trust the goodness of everyone in the tribe. Furthermore, he pondered Tang Wanxiao's frail constitution, his lips pressing together as an unsettling thought crossed his mind. What if Langqing disapproved? Shishi hoped that no one else would learn of this matter, for it pertained to Tang Wanxiao's safety. In the tribe, females were treated with deference due to their reproductive capacity, protected by the beast marks, and most importantly, by the age-old tradition of treating females well. Yet, what fate would befall a female who lacked the ability to bear children? Shishi dared not dwell on such thoughts. He had witnessed too much cruelty. Many beastmen sought to annihilate him simply because he was a serpent beast. If Wanxiao were to be devoid of fertility, coupled with her striking beauty, "I understand. There's no need for concern. No one dares to bully me," Tang Wanxiao reassured, perplexed by Shishi's worries, attributing them to the hardships he had endured in the past that made him overly cautious. During the meal, Shishi was distracted, his thoughts wandering far away. Once they had finished and tidied up, he found himself in another predicament. "Be careful," Tang Wanxiao exclaimed as she passed by, startled to see Shishi lost in thought while boiling water, nearly igniting his tail. What was he thinking? What occupies your mind? Are you worried I haven't had enough to eat, intending to roast a serpent tail for me? Shishi chuckled softly, shaking his head as he held Tang Wanxiao's hand. "No, I simply momentarily drifted off." As dusk fell, Shishi entwined with Tang Wanxiao, their bodies intertwined on the stone bed, his ardor overwhelming her. After a brief respite, he queried, "Where was your former home?" Do you wish to return? Why this sudden inquiry? Tang Wanxiao, too weary to keep her eyes open, leaned against his chest and yawned. She could not articulate her feelings clearly. Perhaps she did not wish to return, yet the comforts of air conditioning, Wi-Fi, and various conveniences lingered in her mind. Can't you divulge it to me? I can't quite pinpoint it, and I suppose I don't wish to go back. Tang Wanxiao murmured, closing her eyes and snuggling into a comfortable position, preparing to drift off. What was your home like? Shi pressed on, seemingly determined to extract an answer that night. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, we had everything. Life was convenient, and there were many forms of entertainment. What she truly cherished was the joy and ease of the modern world. Noticing her voice fading, Shi looked down to find her sound asleep, her porcelain-white face nestled against his chest. Sweet and docile, he believed Tang Wanxiao longed to return but had yet to discover the way back. Her home was likely in a mysterious realm, and if she departed, he would be left alone. He recalled that she was the messenger of the beast god, a fact she had never denied, leading him to believe she was destined to be near the divine. Was it because one day she would inevitably leave him to return? That she could not bear offspring for the beastmen? As for why she had chosen him, he could not fathom. Since you have come, might you consider not leaving? He whispered softly, his voice barely a breeze. He lacked the confidence that he could keep Tang Wanxiao by his side and could only hope for the god's enduring grace. Shi tightened his embrace around Tang Wanxiao, slowly closing his eyes. Upon awakening, Tang Wanxiao found herself momentarily disoriented at the sight of Shi still present. Rubbing her eyes, still groggy, she asked, why haven't you joined the hunting party? I switched shifts. Today I'll accompany you to teach basket weaving. Shi gently caressed her soft hair. Come on, let us eat. They are all waiting outside, so early? Tang Wanxiao did not dwell on his change of schedule. It was already done. Yet, she wondered why so many beast men were waiting outside so early. Had she known, she would have set a specific time, sparing them the wait at her door. How vexing, it feels as though I'm being treated like a celebrity. It's not too late. The sun is already high in the sky. Shi leaned down and kissed her on the forehead. They arrived quite early. I told them to return at noon. This. Tang Wanxiao jumped up in alarm, so late. She felt as though she had only just closed her eyes for a moment. How had it turned to noon so quickly? A flurry of activity ensued as she hurriedly washed up. Shi handed her a bowl of porridge he had prepared, sweetened, just right. Take your time. No need to rush. But Tang Wanxiao barely had time to savor it. She gulped it down in a few bites, hastily wiping her mouth before heading outside. Shi was taken aback. Had he known she would react this way? He would not have mentioned the waiting tribe members, fearing she would choke in her haste. She lifted the animal skin curtain. Her eyes fell upon a vast assembly of people outside, leaving her utterly astonished. Why are there so many people here? And why is the chief among them? She turned to glance at Shi, who appeared unfazed, then at the chief, who was somewhat concealed in the crowd. Was the bamboo basket truly so popular? She hadn't even made an effort and had drawn such a crowd. How was she to teach so many? Thankfully, this concern did not linger long. With the chief present, the scene fell silent, no one daring to make a noise. Despite his seemingly simple demeanor upon their first meeting, he held considerable authority within the tribe. Clearing his throat, the beastmen parted to create a pathway for him. Little female of the tribe. Yes, I'm here, Tang Wanxiao replied, forcing a smile that felt slightly awkward as she clung to Shi's arm. May I see your bamboo basket? The chief, unfamiliar with the term, had heard favorable remarks from both males and females, prompting his curiosity. To her surprise, upon arriving, he found himself amidst so many beastmen. Excluding the hunting party, nearly half the tribe had gathered, and even those little females who had previously clamored to go foraging were now content to remain. All right, Tang Wanxiao responded, retrieving the basket she had crafted earlier. It had retained a hint of moisture and a touch of green from its initial weaving, but after a day, the bamboo strips had softened and turned a more sun-dried hue. Here you go. She presented the basket to the chief for his examination. Before long, the chief smiled and complimented her. You are quite remarkable. A clever child indeed. This item could indeed replace the leather pouches. Crafted from readily available materials, and the finished product was quite rare. If the giant wolf tribe mastered this technique, they could conserve their leather for future trade at inter-tribal markets, exchanging it for valuable goods. You flatter me, Tang Wanxiao modestly replied. Flatter? Ah, the chief's expression turned puzzled, prompting Tang Wanxiao to clarify in her native tongue. It means I am not as impressive as you say. With her simple explanation, the chief understood, his face lighting up with realization. I see. Your hometown dialect? How humble of you. I've heard you intend to teach the tribe how to make these bamboo baskets, charging only a small fee of meat or leather from each person. The chief's face radiated kindness, leaving Tang Wanxiao somewhat bewildered by his intentions. Yes. How about this? The tribe will cover the fees for you, and you need not teach everyone individually. I have a splendid idea. The chief's proposal caught Tang Wanxiao off guard. She had anticipated he would try to leverage emotional ties to negotiate a lower price or even free lessons. What do you suggest? Our giant wolf tribe, though powerful, has many elderly beastmen and those who have lost their hunting capabilities. Once the chief broached this subject, Tang Wanxiao understood. This was indeed a democratic tribe, filled with compassion. They had always been supported by the tribe. And while the spring and summer seasons provided ample resources, come winter, they hesitated to accept aid, fearing they were a burden. Tang Wanxiao felt a stirring in her heart. Having encountered selfishness often, she was moved by the goodness present in this imperfect beast society. I wish for you to teach them how to make the bamboo baskets. They cannot venture out to hunt and have the time to engage in such activities. The chief's reasoning was sound and beneficial for the tribe's positive development. As for the younger beastmen in the tribe, they should continue with their own responsibilities. Let the elderly learn the art of bamboo basket making. If those disabled or elderly orcs possessed such a skill, it would not only occupy their time but also allow them to contribute to the tribe. As for the younger orcs, there is no need for them to learn this. They should focus their efforts on self-improvement and hunting. With everyone engaged in their tasks, the craft of bamboo basket making would not be neglected. Upon hearing the chieftain's words, Tang Wanxiao readily agreed. Teaching anyone is simply teaching. Her only concern was whether those tribesmen who had previously expressed interest in learning would object. Given that she had promised them, perhaps it would be best for everyone to learn together. I will thank you on their behalf. You are truly a kind-hearted little female cub. The chieftain, understanding Tang Wanxiao's concerns, reassured her, stating that he would discuss the matter with the young orcs, so she need not worry. She should focus solely on teaching. Thank you, chieftain. Tang Wanxiao smiled, feeling somewhat less anxious in the presence of the chieftain. Yes, shortly, I will have Langxing guide you, and I will arrange for the tribe's warriors to deliver the necessary bamboo for basket making. With the plan established, the chieftain wasted no time and immediately announced it to the tribe. The elderly orcs would learn to make bamboo baskets, while everyone else could continue with their own tasks. Tang Wanxiao initially anticipated that this would provoke discontent among the orcs, leading to an uproar. To her surprise, they accepted the idea with great enthusiasm, requiring no explanation from her. Does this mean we will have bamboo baskets in the future? May I be the first to trade with Uncle Yin for a basket? Listening to their discussions, Tang Wanxiao felt a wave of relief wash over her, exchanging smiles with Shi. It seemed she had indeed chosen the right tribe. Once again tasked with guiding the way, Langxing was now less resistant. Springing forth from the crowd, little female cub, Shi, follow me. The disabled or elderly orcs resided in a large cave, their children or partners having perished, leaving no one to care for them. Lacking the ability to hunt, they were reliant on the tribe for support. Tang Wanxiao leapt down from Shi's arm, gazing at the dark cave before her. Even from a distance, she could detect the unpleasant odor emanating from within. The crowding was one issue, but the lack of sanitation and ventilation worsened the situation. Uncles, come out and learn to make bamboo baskets, Langxing called out, and a rustling sound emerged from the cave. Langxing, you've come. A few aged orcs emerged cautiously from the darkness, some simply old, while others bore visible disabilities. If they were young male orcs, a limp or a missing limb would not prevent them from hunting. However, they could not provide for their families as a fully able-bodied male could, managing only to stave off starvation. Many were already advanced in age, and even the able-bodied struggled to sustain themselves, let alone those with disabilities. The chieftain has sent a young female from the tribe to teach you how to make bamboo baskets, Langxing explained, aiming to reassure them. Many orcs, upon growing old or becoming disabled, became overly sensitive, fearing they were a burden to the tribe and that the younger generation would resent them. Thus, apart from the bountiful seasons, when winter approached, they would refuse the tribe's support year after year. leading to a dwindling number of surviving elderly orcs. In truth, if it were solely for the tribe's advancement, they would not provide for these elderly orcs. However, they once served the tribe in their youth and made contributions. Abandoning them now would equate to abandoning the future selves of the tribe. Unless absolutely necessary, the tribe would not forsake any member who believed in the Great Wolf Totem, nor would the beast god abandon any of its children. Bamboo baskets? What are those? Some elderly orcs had long remained indoors, isolated from the tribe and unaware of current events. Most of these were disabled orcs whose mobility was severely diminished, making them even more sensitive. I have heard it is an item that can replace animal skin bags. Since the tribe requires our assistance, we shall contribute. Seeing their lack of resistance, Tang Wanxiao greeted them warmly. Good day, esteemed uncles. I am Tang Wanxiao, and this is my beast husband, Shishi. Together, we shall conduct a lesson on bamboo basket making. Snake beast? One elderly orc frowned at the sight of Shishi, especially upon learning he was Tang Wanxiao's partner. Many females in the tribe had suffered at the hands of wandering snake beasts, though that was decades ago. Uncle Yin, Shishi has joined our tribe, Langqing clarified, concerned that they might react negatively due to Shishi's heritage. Although he had never witnessed it, he had heard tales. It was said that Uncle Yan's partner had been taken by a wandering snake beast, by the time the tribe's dispatched members arrived. Uncle Yan's partner had already perished. I understand. I am not a malevolent beast. How could I act recklessly simply because he is also a snake beast? Uncle Yin shot a glare at Langqing, snorting in disdain. However, he still harbored disdain for Shishi, or rather, for all snake beasts. Soon, the orc warriors sent by the chieftain arrived, bringing with them several dozen bamboo stalks, creating a rather impressive sight. With the materials delivered, I shall commence the lesson, Tang Wanxiao announced. She had overheard their conversation and could surmise that something must have occurred in the past to foster their animosity towards snake beasts. Yet, those grievances were not Shishi's doing, and therefore, they had no justification to harbor hatred towards him. Nevertheless, one must remain cautious. She did not believe that these elderly orcs, even in their frail state, should be underestimated. Initially, she considered having Shishi teach a portion of the lesson, but now it seemed safer for him to remain by her side. Shishi, please assist me. Certainly, what would you like me to do? Shishi set down the bamboo strips he had brought. First, let us teach them how to split the bamboo strips. Tang Wanxiao beckoned Langqing over to distribute the bamboo stalks, suggesting that a few be given to each individual to expedite the process. The bamboo strips should be split to match the ones I brought. Take a few to show them. Tang Wanxiao handed Langqing a reference piece. Understood, Langqing replied, accepting the long bamboo strips and leading the elderly orcs to collect their stalks. Splitting the bamboo was not difficult for them. It simply required time and effort, and currently, time was in ample supply. With the materials in hand, the grassy area before the cave soon echoed with the sound of clattering bamboo shavings flying about. Tang Wanxiao moved around with Shishi, observing the quality of the bamboo strips they produced. If any struggled, she would have Shishi provide on-site instruction. Chapter 47. Do you like it? Little female cub, we have finished splitting the bamboo strips. What shall we do next? Their demeanor towards Tang Wanxiao was noticeably more favorable than towards Shishi. Even though Shishi patiently demonstrated how to split the bamboo, they could not help but maintain a cold demeanor around him, reluctant to engage. However, Tang Wanxiao was the tribe's little female cub, destined to bear offspring for the tribe's orcs. Now that we have prepared the materials, we can begin the lesson. Tang Wanxiao observed that most of the bamboo strips they had prepared were of uniform thickness, truly commendable. Before we commence, I must address one final point regarding these bamboo strips. She did not forget to inform them that the freshly cut bamboo would have its drawbacks. The moisture in the fresh bamboo would shorten the lifespan of the finished product if used directly for making baskets. Thus, the completed items needed to be dried in the shade. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of bamboo material to demonstrate, stating that semi-dried bamboo was more resilient and less prone to mold, advising them to dry their bamboo before crafting baskets. After her explanation, she began weaving the bamboo strips. Concerned that the elderly orcs might struggle to comprehend, she slowed her pace, meticulously demonstrating that tighter weaving would yield better quality, while looser weaving could be utilized for trapping spiny beasts. For a time, the only sounds in the clearing were Tang Wanxiao's explanations and the crisp sounds of the bamboo strips intertwining. To secure the end, one must conceal the bamboo strips in this manner for greater durability. After demonstrating, Some still found it challenging to grasp the technique, prompting two elderly orcs to ask, "I did not quite see. How is it done?" Hearing this, Tang Wanxiao decided to separate from Shi Si, allowing him to assist one of them. She specifically instructed Shi Si to work with one of the elderly orcs who had expressed disdain for snake beasts. Upon seeing Shi Si approach, Uncle Shu let out a cold snort, glaring at him while clutching the nearly completed bamboo basket in his hands. Aware of his unpopularity, Shi Si shrugged it off. Teaching diligently before departing, however, feeling neglected, he naturally sought comfort from Tang Wanxiao. Otherwise, those disdainful glares would have been in vain. Wanxiao, he elongated his voice, intertwining his fingers with hers to complain. He glared at me, be good. Do not take it to heart, Tang Wanxiao sighed, feeling somewhat helpless, but what could she do in the presence of such a group of elderly orcs? All she could do was accommodate Shi Si's feelings. She reached up to stroke Shi Si's face, reassuring him, "I will make you something delicious." Very well. Just as Tang Wanxiao consoled Shi Si, Uncle Yin raised his hand again, signaling her, "Little female cub. I still do not understand this part. Wait for me here." Tang Wanxiao thought she could manage on her own, saving Shi Si from further distress. "No, I want to accompany you." Shi Si's lips curled into a smile as he grasped Tang Wanxiao's hand, fingers entwined. What could they do if they looked down on him? As long as Wanxiao harbors affection for him, that is sufficient. Tang Wanxiao chuckled softly, leading him along. "Uncle Yin, is there anything you cannot do?" she inquired, only to witness Uncle Yin effortlessly ushering the snake away, his face adorned with a benevolent smile as he gazed at her. "Little female, I cannot quite grasp the intricacies of this place." The snake, feeling disgruntled, huffed and turned to the other side, taking Tang Wanxiao's hand, observing her gentle and serene demeanor as she patiently instructed the elder beastmen in the art of weaving bamboo baskets. In the distance, Tree Uncle and the wolf cub naturally took notice. This little female is delightful. She possesses a good temperament, is beautiful, and has only one beast husband. Tree Uncle elbowed Wolf Qing, his expression ambiguous. "Do you fancy her?" He doubted any male beastman could resist such a tender little female. Wolf Qing was nearing adulthood, and with his considerable talent, he was well suited for a gentle little female. "Me?" Wolf Qing hesitated, unable to articulate his feelings, still uncertain about what it truly meant to like someone. However, compared to the females in the tribe, he indeed preferred to be with Tang Wanxiao, for he found her remarkable, capable of weaving bamboo baskets and crafting flower crowns for the young females of the tribe. You know, there are plenty of single males in the tribe. While your prowess surpasses others, the little female may not choose you if it comes to that. Tree Uncle spoke cryptically. Females, while drawn to strength, also cherished the feeling of being treasured. Wolf Qing, too earnest and young to comprehend these subtleties, lacked the skill to court a female. This little female, Tang Wanxiao, already had a 5-mark beast husband, leaving Wolf Qing at a disadvantage. "But I don't understand why males must seek a partner," Wolf Qing questioned. He never saw the appeal in having a mate, constantly vying for attention among other males just to win a female's affection. Even if one did bond, it was likely they would never have offspring, for such was the natural order. Tree Uncle sighed deeply, recalling past events. If he returned from hunting each day to the care of a partner, receiving their affection, you would understand. His words stirred something within Wolf Qing, prompting him to glance at Tang Wanxiao. She was a gentle female, and her kindness toward the snake was evident to all. If she treated him as she did the snake, it would indeed be something to look forward to. "Listen to me. During your coming-of-age ceremony, hunt something grand, something that females adore," Tree Uncle imparted wisdom. "A male with such exceptional talent as yours appears once in a century. You deserve a fine female as your match." "All right, I shall," Wolf Qing nodded, determined to hunt a significant prey to prove his strength, regardless of Tree Uncle's advice. "That's settled then. We have watched you grow and will surely assist you." He alluded to helping Wolf Qing in his pursuit of a mate. "Thank you, Tree Uncle." Their conversation echoed in the ears of the snake. Though he had chosen Wolf Qing, the thought of sharing his partner caused a pang in his heart. The snake could not articulate why he felt such fondness for Tang Wanxiao. Perhaps it was due to the dignity she had granted him when he was near death, or perhaps it was her promise of kindness. "What troubles you?" Tang Wanxiao gently shook the snake's arm. Having noticed his frequent bouts of distraction in recent days, the snake snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. "Nothing, just watching them weave baskets, He wished to deny his own shortcomings, but feared Tang Wanxiao might leave him. If she were solely his, she might depart one day, but with Wolf Qing accompanying her, she would have no reason to leave. Let us eat first. The finished products will take a while longer, Tang Wanxiao said, offering a large leaf topped with several pieces of roasted meat sent by the tribe leader. While it still appeared dark on the outside, at least it was cooked within, and she had no qualms about it. Little scene. Snake. Wawa Wanxiao he is glaring at me. Tang Wanxiao. Be good, close your eyes and you want to see him. Sighing face, respect for the elderly and love for the young. JPG, Snake. Chapter 48. Pretending I'll roast a new one for you. This one is burnt. The snake recognized Tang Wanxiao's kindness towards him. Knowing such things were hard to swallow. No need. I can manage. I had a late breakfast and am not very hungry. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 20 points for treating the tribe's beastmen. Please continue your efforts. Once 001 concluded its announcement, Tang Wanxiao recalled the previous day's task of stopping the bleeding for Little Grass. The wound was minor, and having healed overnight, it likely had scabbed over. The few herbs she had gathered to staunch the bleeding had netted her 20 points, which was quite substantial. If she learned to treat ailments like headaches or fevers, she could potentially earn hundreds. By the way, when will the points for teaching the bamboo basket be credited? This was a significant sum of 10,000 points, and she needed to pay attention. Typically, points are credited in real time. They will be credited once the beastmen can independently create a bamboo basket. 001 assess the progress. The elder beastmen were diligently learning and would likely qualify for the points by the end of the day. All right then, Tang Wanxiao accepted this explanation and patiently awaited the arrival of her 10,000 points. After enjoying the roasted meat, her hands became sticky, and she intended to call the snake to wash up with her when she noticed Wolf Qing had transformed into human form. Carrying some water. The water, held in a large leaf, appeared to be quite ample. Little female, use this water to wash your hands. Wolf Qing felt somewhat bashful. It was his first time showing kindness to a female. All under Tree Uncle's guidance. Tree Uncle had merely suggested that since Tang Wanxiao valued cleanliness, he should fetch water for her, demonstrating his attentiveness and care. Thank you. Tang Wanxiao had initially worried about creating misunderstandings or provoking jealousy in the snake. She had planned to refuse but was taken aback when the snake actually thanked Wolf Qing and took the water-filled leaf to wash her hands. Thank you, she echoed, feeling compelled to express her gratitude. It was peculiar, however, that the snake showed no jealousy and even thanked Wolf Qing, making her wonder if he was indeed acting strangely over the past few days, unsure if it was merely her imagination. No need to mention it. Wolf Qing had only learned this one tactic and was clueless about the rest. The conversation soon dwindled, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Turning for assistance from Tree Uncle, he saw him shaking his head while covering his face, prompting him to walk away. He truly had no idea what females appreciated. The afternoon continued with the tedious teaching process. Throughout, Wolf Qing spoke only a few words to Tang Wanxiao, ultimately watching as they walked away together. Sigh. Tree Uncle and Uncle Yin stood beside Wolf Qing, exasperated, lamenting how if only he possessed half the charm of the snake beast, they wouldn't have to worry so much. They wondered if their praise of Wolf Qing throughout the day had any effect. All afternoon, they discreetly extolled Wolf Qing's virtues, his strength, innocence, and ability to care for females, hoping the little female would take note. Suddenly, the snake let out a sharp cry, clutching his hand, his brow furrowed. What's wrong? Tang Wanxiao grasped his wrist anxiously, observing the minuscule wound on his fingertip. Finer than a needle pricked by tea was a bamboo splinter. The snake lamented, lowering his gaze, overly dramatic. It hurt so much the surrounding beastmen regarded him with disdain, unable to find the words to express their feelings. Uncle Yin scoffed, chastising, what a shameful display. Males should be strong and valiant. How could such a beast win the affection of a little female? They awaited the spectacle, convinced the snake was foolishly providing Wolf Qing with an opportunity, anticipating Tang Wanxiao's disdain for the snake's cowardice, leading her to seek solace in Wolf Qing's arms. Unexpectedly, Tang Wanxiao offered, let me blow on it. She surmised he might be seeking comfort after feeling wrong today. She gently blew on the wound, holding his hand. If it still hurts, I'll apply some medicine when we return. All right? Okay. The snake's eyelashes fluttered, wrapping his arms around Tang Wanxiao's waist. lowering his head to rest atop her hair, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. His beastly eyes gleaming with defiance as he regarded the other beastmen, clearly conveying that no matter what, the little female cherished him the most. His actions left Uncle Yin and Tree Uncle utterly flabbergasted. The snake beast was clearly asserting that even if Wolf Qing were to bond with the little female, she would still hold him in the highest regard. Humph! What a charade! Wolf Qing was equally astonished by the snake's antics. With a male's remarkable self-healing ability, such a minor wound would heal shortly. Yet here he was, seeking comfort from the little female, who surprisingly indulged him, adhering to the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. The other beastmen resumed their work weaving bamboo baskets, avoiding confrontation. Before long, the finished products were neatly arranged, awaiting Tang Wanxiao's inspection. Ding, congratulations, host, teaching task completed. You have earned 10,000 points. 001 was eager to celebrate this achievement. The points had been credited, and Tang Wanxiao could hardly contain her joy. After all, it was a whopping 10,000 points. Do you like this bamboo basket, Wanxiao? Tang Wanxiao, regaining her composure, admired the bamboo basket in her hands, exclaiming, I think it's quite well made. She declared that she would treat everyone with kindness today. Indeed, it is quite good, the snake smiled, placing the basket aside and casting a glance at Wolf Qing. Since they have all learned, let us return home. All right, wait for me to inform them. All the elderly orcs were elated to have learned the art of crafting bamboo baskets. They felt they could finally contribute to the tribe, proving that they were not useless orcs. Respected uncles, the baskets you all have created are quite impressive. Since you have acquired this skill, we shall conclude today's session, Tang Wanxiao said with a smile as she bid farewell to the old orcs. It was splendid, earning 10,000 points in a single day. One might as well call her a merciless points-earning machine. Thank you so much today, little female cub, they exclaimed. Indeed, if it weren't for your teachings, we might have continued to depend on the tribe's provisions, which weighs heavily on our conscience. Yes, since our aging has rendered us disabled, we have merely been a burden to the tribe. Lamented one elder, tears welling in his eyes. For so many years, the tribe had sustained them, wasting untold amounts of beast meat and hides, precious resources. Now, they finally felt useful, all thanks to the clever little cub. Tang Wanxiao. Seeing the old orcs in tears, Tang Wanxiao couldn't help but feel moved. She had thought her experiences in society had hardened her into a callous woman. Yet, observing this scene, a warmth enveloped her heart. Uncles, do not underestimate yourselves. You were once the protectors of the tribe. How can you claim to be a burden? The chief respects you for this reason. The giant wolf tribe will not abandon any of its kin, and the beast god will not forsake any of its people. Her words warmed the hearts of those listening, particularly Wolf Qing, who was astonished by her sentiments. Chapter 49. May I be your friend? The elderly orcs had been under the tribe's care for a considerable time, losing count of how many winters and summers had passed. Initially, the younger orcs supported the chief's decision. But as winters set in and food and hides became scarce, dissent began to brew. Hearing such remarks made the old orcs increasingly sensitive, fearing they were a hindrance to the tribe, which is why they hesitated to accept the tribe's support during winter. Since the last winter, a significant portion of the elderly orcs had returned to the embrace of the beast god, leaving only 5 or 6 behind. Regardless of others' perceptions, Wolf Qing felt a radiant aura surrounding Tang Wanxiao as she spoke those words. Wolf Qing's father had perished while defending the tribe, and his mother's whereabouts remained unknown, which garnered him kindness from both the old orcs and the chief. He longed to be strong enough to provide for these elderly orcs, for they were like family to him. During winter, he would venture out alone to hunt, bringing back game to share with them. Had he not done so, perhaps all the old orcs would have returned to the beast god in the previous winter. Both sides cherished each other's kindness. Once home, Tang Wanxiao reclined on the warm animal hides, her hands resting on her belly. The serpent, she and I, lay beside her, its long tail trailing on the ground. Do you like this tribe, Wanxiao? Yes, I find the giant wolf tribe quite agreeable. She recalled the white tiger tribe and pondered how dreadful it might have been had she joined such a group. Although Hu Yuan had perished, he surely was not an isolated case in the giant wolf tribe. She hadn't encountered individuals of that ilk. Even if Wolf Fong or other orcs pursued her fruitlessly, they did not resort to extremes. She mused that perhaps the orcs of the White Tiger tribe had elevated Hu Yuan too highly, leading him to believe that any female he fancied must reciprocate his affections. Tang Wanxiao even speculated that Hu Yuan might not have genuinely liked her but acted out of wounded pride after being rejected. Wanxiao? Is Wanxiao at home? Hearing someone call her from outside the cave, Tang Wanxiao sprang up with a start. The voice sounded familiar. I'm here. Slow down. Be careful not to fall. She and I protected her side as they exited the cave together. Xiao Chao, what brings you here? Tang Wanxiao asked, somewhat bewildered as she saw Xiao Chao and the wolf orc beside her. She had thought the chief had informed them about the bamboo basket-making session with the elderly orcs. So she was surprised to see them appear now. We came to thank you, said Lang Yi, placing a pristine white rabbit pelt down. My partner was injured, and it was you who healed her. He had been so worried when he learned of Xiao Chao's injury that he rushed to take her to the shaman without thanking Tang Wanxiao. When they arrived at the shamaness, the old woman had asked who had treated the wound, as it was no longer serious. The injury had not been severe. Once the bleeding stopped, it had scabbed over in no time, no need for thanks. We are all members of the same tribe, she replied. After all, treating the tribe's members brought her benefits. Even if they didn't express gratitude, she would have helped regardless. The more points she accrued, the better her quality of life, ensuring her very survival. Even so, I still want to express my gratitude to you, Xiao Chao said, lifting the rabbit pelt and placing it in Tang Wanxiao's embrace. Winking at her. This is for my beast husband's hunt. I hope we can be friends, and you can come play with me sometime. Tang Wanxiao was pleasantly surprised to receive the rabbit pelt. It was her first gift from a female, even though it was hunted by her partner. Thank you for your gift. She hadn't intended to decline. If they were to be friends, there should be reciprocity. Since Xiao Chao had given her a rabbit pelt, she decided to make some handmade soap during her free time in the next few days and gift it to her. Handmade soap was a rarity in the beast world. And while it wasn't particularly difficult to make, it required time to cure, approximately 2 to 4 weeks. Can I come visit you in the future? Xiao Chao asked, her face beaming with joy as Tang Wanxiao accepted her gift. Though she had other friends in the tribe, making a new friend was a rare delight. Of course, we can go gather together as well. TS settled then. My other beast husbands will return from the hunt soon, so we'll take our leave. Xiao Chao beamed as she climbed onto Lang Yi's back. Today, it was Lang Yi accompanying her, while her other husbands were busy with the hunting or patrol teams. All right, goodbye. Tang Wanxiao waved as she watched Xiao Chao and Lang Yi walk away. Come with me for a moment, she and I bent down to embrace Tang Wanxiao, but she wriggled free and dashed back into the cave to retrieve the bamboo basket he had made, slinging it over her shoulder before leaping back to wrap her arms around his neck. She and I was warmed by her enthusiastic embrace and laughed as he caught her. Where to? Let us go. We off to pick flowers. It was the spring season, and the flowers were blooming abundantly. Tang Wanxiao sat atop she and I's arms, directing him as they glided through the floral expanse. Selecting her favorite colors, she refrained from walking on the ground, as she was quite comfortable perched on his arm. The flowers here bloomed vibrantly, and the grass was lush, while she had no fear of snakes. Given that she and I was a domesticated pet snake, akin to a corn snake, which was quite beautiful, however, encountering wild snakes still made her uneasy. The thick grass concealed insects and snakes, and she worried that striking the grass with a stick might knock the petals off the flowers. Picking flowers from the ground was not as clean and fresh as plucking them directly. The small bamboo basket that she and I had woven, initially intended for fishing, now proved quite useful for gathering petals. Tang Wanxiao stuffed vibrant red petals into the basket. Having collected a substantial amount, she also selected petals of other colors to incorporate into her soap-making endeavors. The process of making soap was not overly complicated. One would use lard from the humming beast. Render it, allow it to cool, then mix in water infused with filtered wood ash, stirring the mixture continuously. She would pour the concoction into bamboo tubes and let it sit for several weeks. Once opened, it would yield cylindrical bars of soap, which she could cut into smaller pieces to share with Xiao Chao and keep some for herself. What are you planning to do with those petals? She and I inquired as he helped gather some petals into the small bamboo basket. He had initially thought Tang Wanxiao desired whole flowers, yet she only took a handful of petals. I'm making soap. It serves a similar purpose to the shower gel you use. It can be used for washing the face, bathing, or cleaning items. Having followed Tang Wanxiao, she and I had always used modern products such as shower gel and shampoo. So he understood her words now. How do we make it? He asked, feeling awed by her capabilities. She seemed to know everything, first crafting baskets and now embarking on soap making. He realized that knowing how to read allowed her to learn so much from books. Recently, however, Tang Wanxiao had not taught him to read. He could only recognize a few numbers and understood little else. Chapter 50. Making soap. It's quite simple. You'll surely grasp it upon hearing. As she continued to pick petals, Tang Wanxiao explained, once we return, we'll render the fat from the humming beast to make oil. After it cools, we'll mix the prepared wood ash water into the cooled fat while stirring continuously. She raised the petals in her hand, adding, when we incorporate these, it will enhance the color and impart a subtle fragrance. Afterward, we'll gather some sections of the segmented tree to take back. We need to pour the mixture into them and let it sit for a while to ensure its success. Sounds indeed manageable, he replied. She, the serpent, nodded slightly, raising her hand to pluck the grass that had somehow gotten tangled in Tang Wanxiao's hair. After gathering her materials and returning home, Tang Wanxiao released the majority of the remaining hum-hum beasts from her space, cutting large chunks of fat with a knife. Typically, when cooking, she would saute fatty meat first before adding other ingredients. And she had never properly rendered fat before. Today presented the perfect opportunity to do so. By frying the rendered fat, she could prepare delicious oil residue for when her vegetables grew. There are two methods for rendering fat, frying directly or simmering with water. The latter is more suitable for novices, as it is less likely to scorch in order to have a container for the rendered lard. Tang Wanxiao specifically exchanged for a lidded clay jar through the system, which could be left outside in the cold or stored in the storage room or space during warmer weather without spoiling, as the fragrant aroma wafted through the air. The serpent crouched by the earthen stove, gazing up at Tang Wanxiao. It smells delightful. Is soap made from this scent? Would using it while bathing make one hungrier? It will be ready soon, Tang Wanxiao replied, filtering the first batch of oil residue and setting it aside to cool. She sprinkled a bit of chili powder on top, and once it cooled slightly, she offered a piece to the serpent to taste. The remaining portion was stored in a separate container. The combination of chili and oil residue was enticing. The serpent's eyes narrowed in delight as he savored the crispy morsel. This is oil residue. You mustn't eat too much at once, or it will become overwhelming. The serpent nodded, pinching off a piece to feed Tang Wanxiao before clutching the rest, occasionally nibbling on it. After finishing the oil rendering and soaking the ash in water, Tang Wanxiao combined the contents of the two bowls, handing the chopsticks to the serpent and directing him to stir continuously in one direction. Such physical labor was well suited for male beastmen. 100 bars of soap only required a bowl of oil residue. The originally pale yellow liquid transformed into a thick, snow-white consistency, gradually taking on the color of solidified lard. The serpent appeared surprised, his hands continuing their work as the mixture turned white. Yes, stir a little longer. Then add the flower petals and mix them in, pouring it into the segmented tree to seal. Tang Wanxiao instructed him as she washed the pot, preparing to cook. She was quite hungry. After a day of hard work and having only eaten a small amount of jerky at noon, she desired a hearty meal for dinner. I will handle the rest. The serpent moved the bamboo tube filled with soap into the storage room before returning to cook. He had become quite adept in the kitchen. Anything he had made once, he could replicate flawlessly the next time. Tang Wanxiao admired this remarkable memory of his. After dinner, they each took on their respective tasks, one washing dishes and the other watering the vegetable garden. Tang Wanxiao, known for her impatience, could teach with patience, but anxiously awaited the rapid growth of her plants. She needed to see the tiny sprouts breaking through the soil to feel at ease. Despite knowing it took 7 days for seeds to germinate, she couldn't resist checking on her little garden daily, counting the days eagerly. Her hot pot and her vegetables depended entirely on this small plot of land. Wanxiao, I've boiled the water, the serpent called, having prepared the bathing water and mixed it with some cold water to achieve the perfect warmth. Coming, Tang Wanxiao set down the bamboo tube and skipped back inside. Behind a hide curtain, Tang Wanxiao settled into the bathtub while the serpent stood guard on the other side. Listening to her speak, it was evident that Wanxiao was thrilled to have received gifts from other female tribe members, sharing stories about her female friends in the tribe. The serpent lifted his head to sniff the air, detecting a faint, sweet scent. Wanxiao, perhaps you should refrain from gathering tomorrow. Why? Tang Wanxiao, now dressed with her damp hair cascading behind her, lifted the hide to look at the serpent outside. He took her personal towel to wrap around her hair, then leaned down, resting his face against her abdomen as he inhaled deeply. Your estrus period is approaching. He sensed the smell of blood. Wan Xiao replied that she experiences this monthly cycle. He did not fully understand, but the term estrus seemed more fitting. He knew little of how other females experience their cycles, only that it involved monthly bleeding, which had initially startled him. During the cold season, one morning, he awoke to the scent of blood on Wan Xiao, thinking she had been injured, only to later realize it was a female's estrus period. The serpent closed his eyes, reopening them to reveal narrowed pupils, yet his expression softened. Wan Xiao, it smells so good, surely not. Tang Wan Xiao pushed him away, feeling exasperated. This phenomenon was both annoying and worrisome. Moreover, she would need to exchange for sanitary pads from the system as soon as her cycle began, costing 20 points each. Had she not earned more recently, she would have been quite distressed. I can smell it. Wan Xiao, do you doubt me? The serpent licked his lips, swimming closer to her. Restless, it truly smells delightful. If you go out tomorrow, those single males will surely take notice. I must hunt to protect you. Tang Wan Xiao was well aware that the serpent spoke the truth in the previous two instances. He had predicted her going out the following day. No wonder she had been feeling so desirous of him lately. Let's avoid going out for the next few days. I will return home early. The serpent cupped her face and kissed her softly, gently laying her back onto the stone bed. Spring was indeed the season of estrus for serpentine beasts, and he found the alluring scent irresistible. But I will be bored at home. Tang Wan Xiao grasped his neck, attempting to negotiate. 7 days confined indoors felt too torturous. Previously, she had refrained from going out during the cold season because the serpent could not protect her, and they lived outside the tribe, where many fierce beastmen roamed. Now that they were inside the tribe, she felt it would be fine to stay and play with flowers or small grasses instead of gathering. The serpent sighed heavily. I will leave early, returning at midday. Wherever you wish to go, I will accompany you. Please do not venture out alone. All right? He feared something might happen, even within the tribe. Tang Wan Xiao was unaware of how far the scent of a female in estrus could travel. If nearby male beastmen or stray beasts caught wind of it, the situation could become perilous, especially with winged beastmen who could easily infiltrate the tribe. All right. She tilted her head and kissed him on the chin, playfully commenting, Your eyes are truly beautiful. Chapter 51. Are we still friends? Liking you is all yours. The serpent smiled, lowering his head to capture the deep crimson of her lips. Their lips met, a soft warmth enveloping them. As dawn broke, Tang Wan Xiao rolled over, only to find the space beside her icy cold. There was no sign of the serpent. Her premonitions had indeed come true. Tang Wan Xiao donned her sanitary pad and lay on the stone bed like a fish frozen in time, unable to toss and turn. Typically, she slept soundly, but the more she was denied certain things, such as ice or flipping pancakes, the more she longed for them. Host, are you all right? 001 observed its host appearing somewhat restless, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. How peculiar. This has never happened before. Boredom set in after just a minute of confinement. Tang Wan Xiao groaned, feeling an abundance of energy, as if she could plow 2 acres of land at once. How about we knit? 001 proposed, producing some yarn and long needles from its reserves. No need for 998 or 888. Just 20 points, no risk, no reward, forget it. I'd rather chat with you, as it costs no points. Very well. 001 ceased its relentless promotion of its products, knowing that eventually, the points would be spent from the host's account. Host, the serpent left you some food, 001 reminded her, concerned she might grow hungry. Let's eat while we talk. Tang Wan Xiao engaged in a leisurely conversation with 001, and time swiftly passed. As noon approached, sounds echoed from outside the cave, and she initially assumed it was the serpent returning. Yet no one entered. Curiosity piqued, she quietly lifted the hide curtain at the cave's entrance to peer outside. To her surprise, it was Duoer, accompanied by her newly found beastman mate, the gray wolf beastman named Langmo. She appeared to be hesitating outside, clearly uncertain about something. Tang Wan Xiao realized she hadn't seen Duoer in several days. It had been 7 or 8 days since the bonfire gathering. Hello, Duoer? Tang Wan Xiao called out. Pulling the curtain aside, Duoer had been about to leave but, upon noticing Tang Wan Xiao, broke into a delighted smile and took a few steps forward before lowering her head again. Wan Xiao. She fidgeted with her fingers, seemingly too shy to meet Tang Wan Xiao's gaze, while Langmo, standing nearby, remained silent. Is something the matter? Why so quiet? Tang Wanxiao, disinterested in speculation, preferred to ask directly, as she was not privy to their thoughts. Duer hesitated. Then suddenly asked, "Are we still friends?" Considering she had known Tang Wanxiao the longest, even before the other females of the tribe, and they had shared experiences involving the alluring flower, her sudden inquiry felt significant. However, since their arrival in the tribe, she had not sought out Tang Wanxiao, nor had Tang Wanxiao looked for her. It was as if their connection had abruptly severed. Why the sudden question? Of course. Tang Wanxiao replied, lifting one side of the hide curtain and casually asking, "Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Absolutely. Duer beamed at the invitation, momentarily disregarding her beastman companion, and hurried towards Tang Wanxiao. Langmo jumped slightly, calling out, "Slow down," as he attempted to catch up with her. Understood, Duer replied, yet in reality, she was already at Tang Wanxiao's residence. Langmo was a male beastman. Even though he had already formed a bond, he would not casually visit someone else's home, as this would be perceived as quite impolite in the eyes of males. Male beastmen possess a strong sense of territory, and even when roaming outside their tribes, they claim vast expanses of land as their own. Even within the tribe, their caves are deemed their territory. Shouldn't you check on your beast husband? Tang Wanxiao glanced at Langmo, who stood basking in the sunlight outside. Was it truly acceptable to leave him unattended? There's no need to worry. He will rest nearby and wait for me, Duer affirmed. Being a genuine native, she was well aware of such customs. Although Tang Wanxiao was unaware of this practice, she did not press the matter. After all, he was not her beast husband, and some sunbathing wouldn't be harmful. With a rare visitor in her home, Tang Wanxiao prepared 2 cups of honey water using bamboo tubes, diluting the honey with warm water, perfect for the slightly cool spring weather. She placed 1 cup before Duer and held the other, sipping it leisurely. The bamboo cups were polished smooth, ensuring no risk of cutting their lips. And both she and Shi had their own marked cups, which they would not share with others. "Can sweet syrup be steeped in water?" Duer asked, cradling the cup and cautiously taking a sip. Intrigued. Typically, when they had sweet syrup, they consumed it directly. Sweet syrup was indeed a rare delicacy, generally accessible only to those who had formed bonds with bear beastmen. Without such a partner, acquiring sweet syrup often required trading at the market. It was said that the tails of beastmen bore venomous stingers, causing excruciating pain and swelling red welts upon being stung, a discomfort only bear beastmen, with their tough skin, could endure. Steeping it in water makes it less cloying. Consuming it directly is a bit too sweet, Tang Wanxiao remarked, savoring a sip of honey water, which was just right, not overly sweet or cloying. "Did your beast husband procure this for you?" Duer inquired, her envy evident as she gazed at the pale yellow liquid in her bamboo cup. She longed to enjoy sweet syrup steeped in water as well, but both Langyue and Langmo were wolf beastmen, lacking the robust hides of bear beastmen. A sting from a bee beastman would be quite painful for them. "We traded with the bear beastmen at the market previously," Tang Wanxiao responded, suddenly recalling Duer's earlier hesitation. "Why did you come without making a sound?" It's just that I haven't seen you in so long," Duer replied, a hint of sadness in her voice. "You never come to play with me. And I can't go outside. I thought perhaps you had made other friends and no longer wished to be my friend." She had remained in her cave, having heard about the bamboo basket incident and the discussions among the tribe's females regarding Tang Wanxiao. They spoke of gathering together, with Tang Wanxiao teaching them to weave flower crowns, yet she had never sought Duer out while gathering. "I was worried about you, which is why I didn't come looking," Tang Wanxiao stated, her concern stemming from the fear of encountering scenes involving long needles. After all, the beast world was quite liberated. They did not distinguish between day and night, and whenever there was free time, it was often filled with intimate encounters. At the cave entrance, it was not uncommon to see public displays of affection. Duer had 2 beast husbands, one of whom was newly acquired, and it was a time of fervent affection. She felt it best not to intrude. "Why can't you go outside?" "I'm with child, and Langyue won't allow me to venture out," Duer replied, gently touching her slightly rounded belly, her face glowing with affection. "The healer advised that I should walk more to ease her worries." Tang Wanxiao exclaimed, looking at her belly in astonishment. She had thought Duer merely looked a bit bloated from a recent meal. The slight roundness was not particularly noticeable, yet they had only been apart for 7 or 8 days. How could she already be showing? Chapter 52. Whose is it? How long has it been? When did this happen? I had no idea. Tang Wanxiao marveled at Duer's belly. Her curiosity piqued, yet she hesitated to reach out and touch it. The healer said it's been about a dozen cycles of the moon. Duer replied, her excitement evident as she recalled the day she first learned of her pregnancy. However, as Lang Yue had been overly protective, she had been unable to go out, which had left her somewhat displeased. Therefore, I've been having Lang Mo accompany me, while Lang Yue has gone off to hunt. Only a dozen days. Tang Wanxiao cast another glance at Duer's belly. Were the healers in the beast world truly that skilled? To discern a pregnancy within just a matter of days? Host, have you forgotten? In the beast world, pregnancies last only 3 months. Of course, it can be detected in just over a week. 001 suddenly chimed in. Wanting to witness the miracle of life for the first time in its existence, IT also realized it might need to pay more attention to its host's future offspring, as it had heard that the birthing process could be perilous. Oh, that's right. I nearly forgot. Tang Wanxiao nodded absent-mindedly. 3 months is astonishing. As for myself, I still experience monthly cycles. My constitution should have improved slightly, but I imagine I still fall within the human realm. If it were me, I doubt I could give birth in just 3 months. Do you know whose child it is? Tang Wanxiao asked, her curiosity intensifying. Could male beastmen discern whose offspring their partners were carrying? Or would the females have an inkling? I'm not sure yet. We'll only know once the child is born, Duer responded, equally curious. She had inquired with Lang Yue and Lang Mo, but they could not determine the sin at this stage. Only upon the child's arrival could they tell. This too served as a protective mechanism for the newborn, ensuring that during the female's gestation, each beast husband was compelled to work diligently to hunt and care for her. In that brief interval, Shixi returned. He didn't hesitate to search for Tang Wanxiao's figure upon entering, and only relaxed upon seeing her sitting there unharmed. Wanxiao, I'm back. Heaven knows how worried he had been while hunting outside. Yet he could not afford to stay away. He needed to ensure Wanxiao was well fed daily and gather ample beast skins to prepare her bedding. In truth, the absence of any disturbance in the beast mark indicated that Tang Wanxiao was safe. Yet Shixi still feared that upon his return, she might have left him. Why are you in such a rush? You're sweating, Tang Wanxiao remarked, rising to wipe the sweat from Shi's brow. Noticing the faint reddish marks on his body, while they appeared unbroken, the wounds had already healed. His urgency had caused him to act less composed than usual. Hunting was often a swift affair. And a minor injury was inconsequential. I was worried about you, which is why I was a bit anxious, Shixi replied, forcing a smile as he lowered his head, allowing Tang Wanxiao easy access to his forehead. Next time, don't act like this. I want to run off, Tang Wanxiao murmured, turning to introduce Duer. This is Duer. I believe you remember her. She came to play with me. They exchanged simple nods of acknowledgement. Avoiding further conversation, it was Duer who stood to bid farewell. Wanxiao, I'll come to find you again tomorrow. Your beast husband is back, so I'll head home now. She had been out for quite a while and should return. Lest Lang Yue scold her. All right, see you tomorrow, Tang Wanxiao replied, glancing at the bamboo cups on the table. Suddenly, she remembered something and called out to Duer. Duer, wait a moment. With that, she dashed into the storage room, filling a bamboo tube with honey for Duer to take home. Here is some sweet syrup for you to steep in water. Remember, don't consume too much at once. It's not good for your health. Moderation is key with any food. While this honey is a natural, harmless product of the beast world, overindulgence can still lead to toothaches. And as a pregnant woman, you should be especially cautious about your diet. Thank you, Wanxiao, but I can't accept this. It's too precious, Duer replied, not quite bold enough to accept such a generous gift. Sweet syrup was a rarity. If she took it, Wanxiao would have none left. And she had just enjoyed a cup of sweet syrup-infused water. Yes, fine. I have plenty. Just take it. Friends shouldn't worry about such things, Tang Wanxiao insisted, always generous with her friends, and a bit of honey was hardly a burden for her. Upon hearing Tang Wanxiao's words about friendship, Duer was utterly moved. Such a sentiment was rare, and even if she grew tired of sweet syrup, she could trade for other goods at the market. She had never encountered anyone as generous as Wanxiao, who would freely offer gifts. Wanxiao must truly see me as her best friend. Oh, I'm so touched. Then I shall take my leave. Thank you for the sweet syrup. I promise I will come to play with you tomorrow, Duer said, waving her hand and mimicking Tang Wanxiao's farewell. All right, goodbye. Watching her friend's emotional response, Tang Wanxiao couldn't help but reflect on the tales of pregnant women experiencing heightened emotional fluctuations. Indeed, she was on the verge of tears. After bidding farewell to Duer, Tang Wanxiao finally had the time to examine Shixi's injuries. Where did you get hurt? Let me see. She pulled Shixi closer, scrutinizing the reddish marks on his skin. What happened to you? Why are you all red? Most peculiarly, his wounds appeared faint, as though he had merely scraped himself, without breaking the skin. I was scratched by prey. But it has already healed. Shixi gently ran his fingers through Tang Wanxiao's hair, his tone soothing. Oh, not worry. He had hurried back, leaving the other members of the hunting party behind. In truth, he had spotted Lang Mo lurking nearby on his way back and, knowing he was another female beastman as husband, had not thought much of it. Healed? Tang Wanxiao's expression turned somewhat strange. Had he truly healed from a beast's scratch in such a short time? His self-healing abilities were remarkable, especially considering he had previously shown her a tiny injury that had seemed to trouble him immensely, begging her to apply medicine, and it had left a mark for quite some time. Realizing his slip-up, Shixi's expression changed, and he thought to himself that he had spoken too hastily. Oh dear, indeed, there was no actual break in the skin. It was merely a scratch. He spoke up to reassure himself, concerned that in the future he might be unable to seek comfort from Tang Wanxiao. Is that the case? Yes, precisely. Snake raised a hand to touch her nose, her gaze wandering. This table is indeed a table, and this floor is truly a floor. Clever Snake, he is merely trying to deceive you. Host.001 remarked sarcastically. The self-healing ability of male beastmen is inherently strong. Previously, witnessing him receiving the host's affection, he found minor injuries troublesome for the host, and thus refrained from commenting. However, now that he has inadvertently let it slip, it seems he must be addressed properly. Haha, he is quite busy pretending now. Tang Wanxiao's eyes curved into a smile. People often feign busyness in moments of awkwardness, and beastmen are no exception. Well, I'll wash the cups. If Wanxiao wishes to play somewhere for a bit, I shall take you. After saying this, Snake picked up the bamboo cup from the table and slipped away. All right, go ahead. Tang Wanxiao had no intention of making things difficult for him. She merely wanted to feign a bit of vulnerability. After all, it was no great matter. Chapter 53. Pottery. Upon hearing that Duer was expecting offspring, Snake was not surprised. He had sensed it as soon as he entered the cave. Who do you think it might be? Tang Wanxiao looked curiously at Snake, believing that perhaps higher-ranked beastmen had a keener sense of smell. I have no idea. Snake shook his head and pulled Tang Wanxiao in to plant a kiss on her cheek. Does Wanxiao like cubs? Not really. I can't say I like them. Tang Wanxiao was ambivalent about children, feeling that she herself was still quite young. Moreover, the notion of a stranger residing within her womb frightened her. Is it still early today? Do you wish to pick some flowers, Wanxiao? No, let us gather some clay by the water's edge, Tang Wanxiao suggested. She truly yearned for the ancient homes built with blue bricks. Yet the process of firing blue bricks was far from simple, requiring many hands and the right amount of heat. This endeavor must be postponed for now. Once she teaches the tribe how to preserve food, enabling them to store supplies for winter, then the construction of houses could be contemplated. If the tribe's basic needs were not met, her desire for early enjoyment would likely be met with disapproval from the chieftain and the tribe's people. There are numerous methods for food preservation. One could slice beast meat thinly to air dry naturally or cure it with copious amounts of salt. Cured meat could be stored in earthenware jars. And when the time comes, one could dig a cellar to place the jars in a cool spot, thus preserving them for an entire year. Dried meat, on the other hand, could only last 2 to 3 months. She wanted to first test whether the pottery could be successfully fired. If it proved successful, she could teach the tribe how to make pottery. What is clay? Snake inquired, having encountered a new term. He knew soil as it was everywhere, yet clay. Was it merely sticky soil? Tang Wanxiao was at a loss for how to explain it and could only tell Snake that he would understand once he saw it. It could be used to make pottery. Upon arriving at the small river within the tribe, they observed the water flowing slowly along the bank. However, Tang Wanxiao was aware that one misstep could easily lead to being swept away by the current. This small river seemed to flow down from the mountains. They were currently near the lower reaches. The water upstream was reserved for drinking, while the downstream water was for bathing. Tang Wanxiao lowered her head, too shy to look around. It seemed the timing was not quite right, as dozens of naked male beastmen were frolicking downstream. They did not shift into beast form, but rather took on human shapes to play in the water and wash themselves. The distance to where Tang Wanxiao intended to collect clay was merely a few meters, and everything was clearly visible. They displayed no shyness, unabashedly showcasing their bodies. Most of these single male beastmen had come together to bathe, while those with partners typically came alone at night to wash quickly before returning to their companions. These single males had ample time to enjoy themselves in the water. She-snake, shall we find another spot? Tang Wanxiao whispered, covering her eyes with one hand. She feared encountering sights that were inappropriate. All right, She-snake replied, preparing to lead Tang Wanxiao further upstream. Hey, snake beast, are you here to bathe as well? A beastman swam close, poking his head above the water to greet She-snake and Tang Wanxiao. Little female is here too. He had heard that this snake beast was willing to share a partner with Wolf Qing's young cub. Once Wolf Qing returned with the prey for his coming-of-age ceremony, he would likely be able to bond with a mate, much to the envy of the beastmen. Little female, why are you covering your eyes? He asked with concern, completely oblivious to the fact that Tang Wanxiao was doing so due to his nudity. I in the world of beasts, who wasn't exuberantly enthusiastic. No, we have matters to attend to. Let's chat another day with that. She patted She-snake's shoulder, signaling him to leave quickly. Finding an unoccupied place, Tang Wanxiao casually picked 2 large leaves and had She-snake dig up some clay to take with them. This clay was a valuable resource. It could be used for both pottery and brickmaking. Upon returning home, she filtered out the dry twigs, leaves, and water plants entangled in the clay, kneading it until it became smooth, resembling a reddish-brown dough. She-snake coiled his tail beside her, poking the clay mass with a finger. It was soft. Can this really be made into pottery? He questioned. Pottery is hard, but this soft clay, how can it be transformed into pottery? Of course, trust me. Tang Wanxiao divided the clay into 2 halves, handing one piece to She-snake. You should join in as well. Lacking a potter's wheel, she could only shape the pottery by hand, rolling the clay into strips and stacking them together. The amount of clay they brought back was limited, allowing for the creation of only a small jar. She-snake watched and learned, despite its wet appearance. It indeed began to resemble a pottery shape, albeit still soggy and likely to leak. After shaping the pottery, she placed it beside the fire to dry slightly. Once it had dried sufficiently, she covered it with branches and lit a fire. The firing process would take some time. Tang Wanxiao dusted off her hands and awaited the outcome. The key to successfully firing pottery lay in achieving an even temperature throughout. If any section was too hot or too cool, cracks would form, rendering it fragile. As night fell, she watered the small vegetable garden. The soil appeared level, with no leaves sprouting, but upon closer inspection, she could discern a few white-green sprouts breaking through the seeds. Night enveloped the surroundings. She-snake curled up on the stone bed, wrapped in animal hides, not daring to touch Tang Wanxiao. He felt too cold, and during her menstrual period, she preferred not to be close to him. At night, the fire in the cave needed to burn brightly so her hands and feet would not be cold. Once these few days had passed, he could resume holding her while they slept. He turned to look at Tang Wanxiao, unable to resist reaching out to take her hand. Yet, would holding hands be too cold? Tang Wanxiao smiled and shook her head, grasping his hand and snuggling under the blanket. She was not cold at all. She-snake found it strange. Before he had a mate, he always slept alone as a snake. But now that he had Wanxiao, if he couldn't be close to her for even a day, he felt a sense of loss. Even if they could only hold hands while sleeping, he felt immensely satisfied. Tomorrow, you need not rush back from the hunt. Just be careful not to get hurt. Tang Wanxiao worried that he might, like today, return home injured. Although male beastmen had strong self-healing abilities, injuries still caused pain, and she had no pressing matters to attend to. There was no need to push himself to such extremes. All right, I shall try to return early. She-snake nodded in agreement, knowing that tomorrow the females of the tribe would come to find Tang Wanxiao to play, ensuring she would not feel bored alone at home. Moreover, if he went out for one more day, he would have 2 days off, perfect for accompanying Wanxiao in other activities. Get some rest early. We have to rise early as well. Early to bed and early to rise is a good habit. Tang Wanxiao, preoccupied with thoughts of her small pottery, woke as soon as She-snake stirred. She stretched, greeting the morning with a bright smile. Good morning, morning. She-snake leaned in to kiss her lips. Would you not like to sleep a little longer? It is not yet dawn. Chapter 54. The bath invitation let us first see how the pottery turned out, then I can sleep again. Tang Wanxiao rose early, her spirits lifted at the sight of his handsome face. The branches in the fire pit had burned down, leaving only embers glowing faintly. Snake used a stick to retrieve 2 small pots, slightly larger than his palms. They had cooled sufficiently by now. The freshly pulled pottery was blackened, and when tapped gently with a branch, it produced a crisp sound, indicating it had successfully fired. After a simple cooling and cleaning process, Tang Wanxiao filled both pots with water to check for leaks. Her pot, being smaller, had received even heat in the fire, and aside from its darkened exterior, it showed no signs of leakage. Snake's pot had no visible cracks, yet it leaked water, likely due to inadequate sealing during the shaping process. Seeing that the clay had indeed transformed into pottery surprised Snake. So, pottery is truly made from clay, and the process is quite enjoyable. Shall we discard the one that leaks? He asked, feeling a tinge of regret. The exterior looked appealing, but if it leaked, it was rendered useless. Let us place it at the cave entrance. We can use it as a flower pot when we plant flowers in the future. Tang Wanxiao wished not to dampen his enthusiasm, for this was the first pottery piece crafted by Shi, holding a significance unlike any other for him. Although it was merely a pot, Shi realized that Tang Wanxiao truly cared for him in every conceivable manner, which tugged at one's heartstrings. Despite being a simple matter, it suddenly instilled a sense of confidence in him. Perhaps Wanxiao would not abandon him, and would willingly stay by his side. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, he embraced Tang Wanxiao, playfully ruffling her hair before departing. Shi left, and Tang Wanxiao indulged in a brief slumber until she was roused by someone calling her from outside the cave. Wanxiao! Is Wanxiao at home? Huar appeared with a basket, adorned with flowers at its rim and filled with an assortment of fruits. Upon hearing the commotion, Tang Wanxiao stepped out to investigate. Not spotting Huar's beast husband, she surmised he had likely sought refuge in the shade nearby. You've come. Please, come in and have a seat, she invited, lifting the animal hide curtain to one side, allowing the daylight to fill the space, while ensuring privacy when it was lowered during rest. Sure, Huar, with her vibrant and confident demeanor, exuded a warmth that made one feel at ease. She entered the cave, marveling at the wooden shelves and the smooth table set in the corner. These things are exquisite. They could stack up in the cave without getting dirtied. Huar examined the storage rack before turning to caress the solid wooden table. This is quite convenient for placing items. And it looks lovely as well in her own dwelling. There was only a stone bed and a fire pit for roasting meat. It was evident that Tang Wanxiao possessed far more intriguing items. The wooden shelves and table were actually exchanged by Tang Wanxiao through the system, and their wooden construction was unobtrusive. If anyone inquired, she could simply say they were made from felled trees. This rack is indeed quite handy for storing things, preventing everything from piling on the ground, Tang Wanxiao explained, pointing to the shelf. Initially, Shi had stored items in corners or in small crevices carved into the rock wall for salt crystals and similar items. Huar and her companions must have done the same. And this table is where I usually eat, she continued, offering Huar some honey-infused water. Give it a try. Thank you, Huar replied politely, placing her small basket on the table. This is for you. I gathered a plethora of fruits while foraging, and I can't possibly consume them all. Also, this is a new bamboo basket crafted by Uncle Yin and the others. It's low and flat, lovely for holding items. I even picked flowers to adorn it. Tang Wanxiao was somewhat astonished by the basket, which resembled the bamboo weaving techniques of the present world. It seemed that given time and energy, the beast folk could indeed create many remarkable things. It looks wonderful, and your craftsmanship is quite impressive. Indeed, it is for you. Huar beamed with pride before inquiring about how the cabinet and table were made. Can you teach me how to create such a cabinet and table? I would love to possess them. Of course, when you have some free time, let your beast husbands take a look. They will surely learn. As it's quite simple. Tang Wanxiao was not one to withhold knowledge. Teaching the cabinet and table would likely earn her some points. The 2 items amounted to 20,000 points, and combined with her small pottery, she would soon accumulate a total of 30,000 points. Wealth was on the horizon. That's wonderful, Huar exclaimed, sipping the honeyed water, which was indeed far more delightful than plain water or sweet syrup. Tang Wanxiao is truly a clever little female. Being friends with her is the best, as one can learn so many fascinating things. By the way, I came to invite you to take a bath with me. Huar said, squinting contentedly at the warm sunlight outside. It's a lovely day, perfect for a bath. If it gets cold again, we will have to wait until the warm season. Where shall we bathe? Tang Wanxiao inquired. At the small river in the village, just downstream. The males will drive away any dangers, allowing us to bathe in peace. All the females in the tribe are going to bathe today. Listening to Huar, Tang Wanxiao thought to herself that they were indeed headed for an outdoor wash, and she preferred to forego the outing, as she would prepare hot water for her at home. Moreover, she was currently not in a position to encounter cold water, nor could she swim in the wild. I cannot immerse myself in cold water right now. You all should go ahead. Tang Wanxiao declined Huar's candid invitation, adding, if you find yourselves in heat, be sure to avoid cold water. It can cause discomfort. She wished to express the term menstrual period, as heat carried a certain embarrassment, but explaining it would require more context. Oh? Is that so? No wonder I feel discomfort in my abdomen every time I bathe during my heat. Huar nodded, indicating she had learned something valuable. Had it been someone else, she might not have believed it. But who was Tang Wanxiao? She could staunch the bleeding of a little grass with a mere handful and could craft bamboo baskets. But not bathing feels quite uncomfortable. It makes one itch. Huar confessed. She was indeed one of those rare females who valued cleanliness. If there was an opportunity to wash, she would surely seize it. However, in the beast world, the circumstances were such that most females had grown accustomed to the lack of bathing options. At home, you can heat water in larger bamboo tubes. Just boil a few, and once the water is hot, it can be used. Tang Wanxiao mentioned this and realized how crucial containers like pottery were for those living in the beast world. They could be used for boiling meat, preserving cured meats, and heating water. No wonder she had never encountered pottery in the chief's abode. Perhaps there was only one for the entire tribe, reserved for the shaman or cherished as a treasure. All right, I understand, Huar nodded. But today was indeed a rare opportunity to bathe, and she was determined to go. Otherwise, if I heat the water, I will have to wait again. I think I will wash at the small river today, and next time I will ask my beast husband to prepare water for me. Chapter 55. Soap. Ultimately, Tang Wanxiao could not resist Huar's persistent coaxing. Although she had initially vowed not to bathe, she agreed to accompany her. The handmade soap she had crafted previously had not yet fully saponified, so she discreetly exchanged for an inconspicuous bar of soap from the system to bring along. Under the current circumstances, bathing meant merely rinsing with clean water. For a better wash, one would use plant ash to scrub, but cleanliness was hardly achieved. As soon as she stepped outside, Tang Wanxiao encountered Duer, who had also come to chat with her. As they had agreed the day before, Duer, would you like to join us at the river for a bath? Tang Wanxiao extended the invitation first. Duer glanced at Huar's expression. Seeing no sign of irritation, she nodded, sure, but I cannot enter the water. The shaman said to wait until the warm season to bathe. She had not anticipated running into other females from the tribe who had come to find Tang Wanxiao. The three of them made their way to the riverbank, where several females were already bathing in the pleasantly cool water. The current from upstream carried away any impurities, and the river remained crystal clear. Tang Wanxiao noticed no beast males on guard, which, while absent, provided a measure of reassurance. She removed her shoes and sat on the grass, while Duer, unable to enter the water, sat cross-legged nearby, leaving only Huar to shed her animal hide skirt and immerse herself in the water. The bath feels quite refreshing today. It's not too cold, Huar remarked, splashing water over herself as she engaged in light conversation with the two on shore. Born in the Great Wolf tribe, Huar was well acquainted with everything in the tribe. Yet these newly joined females had not fully come to her attention until recently. She had only seen Duer once at the bonfire gathering, as the rest of the time she likely remained in her cave. However, every encounter was a chance for connection, and friends were always welcome. Floating at the riverbank, Huar curiously observed Duer's abdomen. Are you with child? Having never borne offspring herself, she had only witnessed the older generation give birth. Before the cold season, she had hoped to provide her beast husband with a litter. Yes, in just over 70 days, I shall give birth, Duer shared, counting the days, knowing she would need to seek the shaman's assistance when the time arrived. How wonderful! My beast husbands and I have been together for quite some time. Yet I have yet to conceive, Huar replied, her tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. Duer, ever the comforting presence, reassured her. It is often the case. We are still young, and there remains opportunity. Tang Wanxiao found herself at a loss for words on the matter, As her upbringing differed greatly in the present world, she was often preoccupied with thoughts of what to eat for breakfast or dinner after work. Women were not solely defined by their ability to bear children. They could shine in various fields. If anyone pointed a finger and scolded someone for not having children, they would surely be deemed ignorant. However, in the beast world, the affection and attention bestowed upon females stemmed solely from their reproductive capabilities. The tribe did not rely on them for sustenance. They merely depended on their ability to produce offspring to ensure the survival of the clan. Tang Wanxiao did not want this. She believed that every individual had their own worth, and while females in the beast world bore the responsibility of reproduction, they should not be respected solely for their ability to do so. Although she had not resisted the notion of marriage and childbirth since arriving in the beast world, primarily due to the responsible nature of most males, she still felt a desire for independence. Huar, why don't you try this? Tang Wanxiao decided not to dwell further on the topic and instead retrieved the bar of soap she had exchanged for from her bag, presenting it to her. The pure white soap bore no extraneous embellishments, and its scent was subtly reminiscent of milk rather than overpowering fragrances. What is this? Huar inquired, intrigued as she took the soap, her wet hands finding it smooth and slippery. Almost as if it were a slippery beast trying to escape her grasp. Yes, soap, meant for washing hair and body. If you use clean water, it may still feel greasy, but with soap, that won't be an issue. The additives she switched to are few in number, and there is no need to worry about hair loss when using them for washing hair. However, if one forgoes conditioner, the hair may become somewhat dry. Huar gazed in astonishment at the palm-sized soap, its fragrance delightful. Could it truly cleanse effectively? Duoer was equally intrigued by this item known as soap, yet she couldn't bathe today and felt too shy to ask Tang Wanxiao for assistance in understanding its usage. Huar held the fragrant soap, inhaling its scent repeatedly, thoroughly enchanted by its delightful aroma. Simply wet it with water, then lather and apply it to your body. A gentle rub will ensure cleanliness. Tang Wanxiao demonstrated the action. Reminiscent of when she first taught Shishi how to bathe, Huar grasped the method and immediately set about putting it into practice, leaving only Tang Wanxiao and Duoer by the bank. I have crafted many handmade soaps. Once they are ready, I shall share them with you, Tang Wanxiao remarked, not overlooking Duoer, as she understood that when everyone goes out together, it would be unfair for only one person to enjoy the good fortune. That sounds wonderful, thank you, Wanxiao, Duoer replied with surprise, not expecting to possess this item called soap herself. She felt she had nothing of value to offer Tang Wanxiao in return, only the hope that Langyue and Langmo would return with some animal hides or perhaps a piece of meat to present to Wanxiao. When you all have tried it and find it satisfactory, you can learn to make soap alongside me. Can you truly teach us how to make it? Duoer was astonished by Tang Wanxiao's generosity. Whether it be bamboo baskets or soap, possessing such rare items could facilitate numerous trades within the tribe. Yet, she was willing to share even a small benefit with the other beastmen in the tribe. Of course, once you learn, I shall no longer need to make it myself, right? Tang Wanxiao smiled, taking her inclination to be lazy to the utmost. Everything currently required self-sufficiency, and once the tribe members learned, she could simply barter for what she needed. Absolutely. If I learn, you can take as much as you want, without needing to give me anything in return, Duoer exclaimed excitedly, immediately making her promise known. When she first laid eyes on that soap, she thought it was remarkable. If she could make it herself, she would indeed be a formidable female. After experiencing the wonders of soap, Huar's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swam back to shore. Wrapping the soap in a large leaf and presenting it to Tang Wanxiao. This soap is truly wonderful. It leaves no stickiness after washing, and the fragrance is delightful. You need not return it to me. This is a gift for you, Tang Wanxiao replied, not accepting it, for she had plenty of this item herself, and Huar had also gifted her a basket of fruits. Really? Huar clutched the leaf containing the soap and turned to Duoer, who stood empty-handed, and generously offered to share. Then I shall give Duoer half. She climbed ashore, donned her clothing, pondering how to divide the item. After much effort, she finally succeeded in splitting the soap in two. You with child now. When you return home, have your beast husband prepare water for you to bathe. If it's heated in a bamboo tube, you won't have to worry about catching a chill. Huar quickly relayed what Tang Wanxiao had told her to Duoer. Chapter 56. Falling into water, then I shall have my partner prepare water for me tonight. Duoer could hardly contain her eagerness to bathe. Especially with the new soap in her possession. As the sky darkened, The beastmen returning from hunting were drawing near. Shall we wait for them at the entrance of the tribe? Huar let her damp hair cascade behind her. The sun still shone, and with a little wringing and some time in the breeze, her hair would soon dry. If one were to wash their hair during the cold season, it could freeze, which would be quite uncomfortable. All right, Duoer, eager for Longyue's return, sprang to her feet, momentarily forgetting her status as a pregnant woman. After sitting for too long, her circulation was sluggish. As she stood up abruptly, the world spun before her, and she stumbled towards the water. Just as she was about to fall in, Huar and Tang Wanxiao caught her in time. With a splash, Tang Wanxiao plunged into the water. Despite the bright sun, the chill of the water was shocking. Wanxiao! The two on shore gasped, ready to leap in to rescue her. Don't go in. You're with child. Huar held onto Duoer while she jumped into the water, her beast skin skirt billowing as she swam. Tang Wanxiao was a proficient swimmer, and although the river wasn't particularly deep, she still struggled momentarily before Huar managed to pull her ashore. Though the females of the beast world were raised in pampered conditions, their strength was not to be underestimated, as Huar effortlessly lifted Tang Wanxiao. Water gushed from Tang Wanxiao's mouth as she coughed, wiping her face in relief. I'm fine. Oh my goodness, Wanxiao, blood, Duoer gasped. Staring at the crimson staining Tang Wanxiao's trousers, her mind swirling in panic. How could you suddenly be bleeding? Tang Wanxiao glanced at her pants, about to reassure her that it was nothing, when Huar seized her and dashed forward. The cold wind whipped past her ears. Her wet hair clung to her face, the wind making it feel even more uncomfortable. Huar hoisted her onto her shoulder, and Tang Wanxiao felt a wave of discomfort surge in her stomach, causing her to gag, her lips paling. Meanwhile, the system in her mind was in a state of chaos, as if it were screaming in alarm at its host's peril. Host 001 transformed into a screeching chicken. The entire system in disarray. How could it be that in just a moment of neglect? My host is on the verge of collapse. System, quiet down. My head is about to explode. Tang Wanxiao tried to calm the system, but as she opened her mouth, her body jolted again, causing her to gag. She would never again find amusement in the trope of a female lead being carried by someone in a drama. It was far too uncomfortable. The tribe's members watched in disbelief as Huar sprinted with Tang Wanxiao on her shoulder, followed closely by a breathless Duoer, her face filled with fear. What is happening? Isn't Langyue's partner expecting? Why is she running so fast? And isn't that Tang Wanxiao, the partner of the snake beast? Why does she look so pale? And why are they both wet? What happened? What happened? Someone urgently grasped the still-running Duoer. Could it be something serious? Look where Huar is headed. It's towards the healer's cave. Wanxiao fell into the water and is bleeding profusely. Duoer was consumed by regret, wishing she had never followed along to create a ruckus. Had it not been for her, Wanxiao would not have fallen into the water and bled so much. Langmo had also been sent away, leaving no one nearby to help. What? The beastmen were horrified by the news. A female was injured and losing so much blood. Don't run. You need to rest. We will go see. The group of beastmen began their pursuit, trailing closely behind Huar. Who would have thought that among so many males, not one could outrun a female? Thud. Healer Granny, come quickly and see Wanxiao. Tang Wanxiao was unceremoniously thrown onto a pile of grass, wincing in pain as she cradled her rear end. Fortunately, it was not a stone bed. Otherwise, she might not have endured until the healer arrived and would have needed an immediate dose of healing potion. The healer, startled, witnessed a whirlwind pass before her eyes, followed by the raucous Huar, who appeared quite distressed. The apprentices sorting herbs outside the cave were startled into dropping their baskets, but soon returned to gather the scattered items. These were precious herbs painstakingly cultivated by the tribe's elder beastmen, and if damaged, they would be irreplaceable. What happened? Let me take a look. The healer approached the pile of grass, observing the two drenched figures, particularly noting Tang Wanxiao's clothes dripping with water. Chunsheng quickly fetched 2 animal hides. We mustn't let the young female catch a chill. Yes. She crouched down, taking Tang Wanxiao's icy hand and examining it closely. The heavy scent of blood in the air startled her. She initially feared that Tang Wanxiao had lost her child, but upon recalling that the snake beast had not brought his partner, She carefully checked and realized it was merely blood from her estrous cycle. Healer Granny, I'm fine. It's just Tang Wanxiao recovering, she hurriedly interjected, though her pale lips painted a different picture. I understand. I understand. The healer took the animal hides brought by Chunxing and handed them to Tang Wanxiao. Quickly, take off your wet garments and wrap yourself in this. Thank you, Healer Granny. Tang Wanxiao wrapped herself in the hide, shedding her drenched clothing, yet she could not conjure a sanitary napkin in front of so many people and had to endure the discomfort. The healer turned to the gathering crowd of beast men, sighing heavily. You all have no business here. Should you not return to your own tasks? A bunch of busybodies. Huar, take this child inside. Wait for her beast husband to come for her. The healer recognized Tang Wanxiao. The girl possessed a keen spirit, but now her lips were so pale, it tugged at the heartstrings. All right. Huar, though uncertain of the situation, felt reassured by the healer's demeanor, indicating it was not severe. She carefully moved Tang Wanxiao to the stone bed inside the cave and, following the healer's instructions, stoked the fire in the hearth to warm the place. Wanxiao, what's wrong with you? Huar wiped her face, having just bathed, now sweating profusely from the fright. I'm fine. It's just my estrus period. Tang Wanxiao gritted her teeth to utter those words, feeling it was all too bizarre. One day she would replace those words with something else so that it. You scared me half to death seeing you bleed. She patted her chest in relief, realizing that her earlier rush had stemmed from worry, leaving her no time to hear Tang Wanxiao's explanation. Knowing that Tang Wanxiao was unharmed eased her tension somewhat, and as she gazed at the clothes drying by the fire, she inquired, by the way, I've been meaning to ask you, what animal's skin is your fur made from? It looks quite unique. She had never encountered such a skin before. It was both light and soft, appearing incredibly comfortable. Chapter 57. A misunderstanding. This is not animal skin. It is a type of fabric, Tang Wanxiao reflected before deciding to introduce cotton and silkworms. Two seemingly inconspicuous items in the eyes of the beast men. They might merely appear as soft flowers and insects, yet once their benefits were mentioned, they would soon take notice and seek them out. This garment is woven from a particular plant, making it more comfortable than animal skin, though the material is rather rare. Additionally, silk produced by certain insects can also be utilized for clothing. She elaborated on the appearance of cotton and silkworms, leaving Huar with wide eyes, utterly astonished that such things existed in nature. It sounds quite precious. If it were animal skin, I could have my beast husband hunt for it, but plants and insects sound like very valuable items. The animal skin garments are still quite satisfactory, so I won't trouble my beast husband further. Wanxiao Duoer staggered into the cave, breathless from exertion. She was not fond of exercise, and her physical endurance was already poor, further exacerbated by her pregnancy. The recent run had nearly exhausted her. The old shaman was thoroughly impressed by these young beast men, each one pregnant and without their husbands nearby, yet still managing to navigate such predicaments. An incompetent beast husband. When he arrives, I shall give him a good scolding. Come, sit down and rest, Huar urged, patting a spot by the fire. The three gathered once more in the shaman's cave. After hearing Tang Wanxiao's words, she dared not sit for long and suddenly stood up, finally understanding why she had felt dizzy earlier. Meanwhile, Shici had just entered the tribal gates with the hunting team when he noticed many beastmen with grim expressions rushing towards him. Breathless as they exclaimed, Shici, your partner has fallen into the water and is bleeding profusely. I saw it too. She's with the old shaman now, and her face is pale. Upon hearing this, Shici's expression changed, and without even informing the hunting team leader, he vanished in an instant, leaving a crowd at the tribal entrance discussing the situation, lamenting that Tang Wanxiao seemed gravely injured and might not survive given the amount of blood lost. Shici trembled with fear as he hurried, instinctively reaching to touch the beast mark on his chest, finding no abnormalities. How could such a calamity have occurred so suddenly? He paid little mind to anything else. Practically flying toward the cave, by the time the old shaman casually remarked, your partner is inside, resting. He had already entered the cave and spotted Tang Wanxiao, wrapped in a layer of animal skin, her bare shoulders glowing white, and her complexion appearing relatively normal. You've finally returned, Tang Wanxiao exclaimed, nearly in tears upon seeing Shici. Heaven knows how she had endured until now, not allowed to return. Without any sanitary supplies to change, She dared not move for fear of a hemorrhage. Hearing the plaintive tone in Tang Wanxiao's voice nearly shattered Shixi's heart, and he swiftly swam over to the stone bed to inquire. Wanxiao, are you injured? He had heard the beastmen mention blood loss, fearing she had sustained an injury. Although she appeared unhurt on the surface, he dared not touch her, concerned he might inadvertently cause her pain. I'm not injured. I just got chilled from the cold water, and my stomach hurts, Tang Wanxiao replied, grasping Shixi's hand, which felt cool yet warmer than her own at that moment. Let's go home. I longed to take a hot bath. She could hardly bear it any longer, her voice growing thick with emotion as her eyes reddened. Don't cry, Wanxiao, please don't cry, Shixi said helplessly, enveloping Tang Wanxiao in a gentle embrace. We'll return home immediately. I'll heat water for you to bathe. All right? Tang Wanxiao buried her face against Shixi's shoulder, wiping away her tears, suddenly feeling embarrassed, refusing to show her face. Let me speak with the old shaman first, and then I'll take you home, okay? He thought to discreetly inquire with the old shaman, fearing Tang Wanxiao might be injured and not inform him. Should the old shaman say she couldn't return home? He would find a way to persuade her. However, Tang Wanxiao felt embarrassed after crying and refused to let go, wanting to be a mere human ornament. Thankfully, the old shaman entered just in time. Duoer's beast husband, Langemo, followed closely behind, his head lowered like a quail. You male beastmen are utterly neglectful of your partners. The old shaman scolded as she pointedly addressed them, ensuring they recognized their failings. You, she directed at Shixi, huffing, if you can't take care of your partner, let her find another. What if she falls into the water again without anyone there to protect her? This time, they were fortunate that Huar was present. Had no one seen it, what would happen to such a young female if she drowned? It's my fault for not looking after Wanxiao, Shixi admitted, gently patting Tang Wanxiao's back to soothe her. Yet, it truly could not be blamed solely on Shixi. It was her own carelessness. Tang Wanxiao discreetly lifted her head, ready to speak, but Shixi pressed her back down. Be good, it's nothing. He had enough scolding for one day. A male beastman could withstand a reprimand, but Wanxiao, already chilled and distressed, should not have to bear more chastisement. Fortunately, the old shaman only scolded him once before turning her ire towards Langemo. You too, where have you been, neglecting your partner? What if something happened while she was pregnant? Langemo, reprimanded, dared not raise his head, and the cave fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by the shaman's vigorous scolding. It was anything but typical of an elder. Tang Wanxiao, too, felt too embarrassed to voice her desire to leave, as they all passively endured the scolding, until a flash of silver white burst into the cave. They were finally liberated, though not for Langemo. A one-sided brawl unfolded in the clearing before the cave, where Langemo, fully aware of his fault, dared not retort, for flying everywhere, go fight somewhere else. Uve got the old woman's medicine all covered in wolf fur, the old shaman roared, causing the apprentices drying herbs nearby to tuck their tails and act like beasts, while the chaos outside grew increasingly distant. Even the spectators diminished significantly, leaving only a few bold souls still watching. Humph! A pack of troublesome beasts, the old shaman scoffed, then turned her gaze back to Tang Wanxiao. She had sensed something was off with this little female. Her estrus period was unusually prolonged and frequent. While other females experienced it twice a year for 3 days, this little female was distinctly different. Seeing the old shaman return, Shixi hurriedly inquired, Is my partner all right? Can I take her home? She's fine, just startled from falling into the water. Take good care of her when you return. The old shaman waved her hand dismissively, having grown weary of dealing with these unreliable male beasts. Turning back, she regarded Tang Wanxiao with a gentle expression. What is going on with your estrus period? She had never encountered a female beastman with such peculiarities. Typically, they were quite fertile. Chapter 58. A high fertility constitution. Tang Wanxiao could only feign ignorance at the old shaman's inquiry. What was she saying? I've always been like this. System, come out. While responding to the shaman, she frantically called for the system, seeking clarification on the estrus cycles of female beasts in this world. She had never looked into it before. As Shixi's demeanor seemed completely normal. Aside from the initial scare, he had shown no signs of doubt, and she had assumed the female beasts here were similar to her. Host, female beasts in this world only have 2 estrus periods a year. Mostly in spring and winter, 001 promptly informed Tang Wanxiao. Upon hearing this, Tang Wanxiao's anxious heart finally settled. She, the beleaguered worker, had not anticipated such hardships upon entering this realm, while others had their monthly cycles only twice a year. How was it that she experienced it every month? Why didn't the enhancement of my constitution address this? How infuriating! I've never encountered such a rare situation. She, upon hearing this, felt a greater sense of unease than Tang Wanxiao. His arms trembling slightly as he held her, yet his expression remained calm. What did the old shaman mean? If her words posed any threat to Wanxiao's life, he would not allow anyone present to leave alive. If necessary, he would flee to a new place, one where no beastmen knew them. Shi's eyelids drooped slightly as he gently caressed Tang Wanxiao's back, resembling a fierce beast protecting its young. Even the usually oblivious duoer sensed something was amiss. An air of hostility seemed to hang over her. Tang Wanxiao was bewildered by Shi's sudden display of aggression and grasped his hand in an attempt to soothe him. Your partner has a more frequent estrous cycle, making her more likely to conceive than other females. You must take extra care of her, the old shaman continued, unfazed by Shi's demeanor. Though it was the first time a young cub had dared to confront her like this, as long as he was a caring beastman, she would not hold it against him. However, even the most attentive beastman could be negligent, and if Tang Wanxiao were indeed pregnant and he remained unaware, it could spell disaster. Shi struggled to believe his ears. The shaman had just implied that Wanxiao might conceive. Perhaps it was the overt expression on his face that gave him away. The old shamaness discerned at a glance that I had lived for many years and possessed some experience. If it were an ordinary female, she would easily be able to tell how many offspring she might bear. So why couldn't I? She glanced at the confused Snake C, who was physically restrained and looking at Tang Wanxiao, who was too timid to lift her head, and no questions allowed. Tang Wanxiao thought she could guess what he wanted to ask, and it was simply too embarrassing for her to bear. Fine. The old shamaness rolled her eyes, as if to say everything was a matter of fate bestowed by the beast god. When the time comes, it will naturally happen. There is no need to rush. Tang Wanxiao cleared her throat softly and murmured, I wish to return home. Upon hearing this, Snake C immediately scooped Tang Wanxiao into his arms and bid farewell to the shamaness. I will take my partner home now, and I will send a new piece of beast hide later. He gestured towards the clothes roasting by the fire. Tang Wanxiao pointed at them, and without hesitation, Snake C coiled his tail around them and whisked them away. The shamaness waved them off, as she needed to check on another little female's unborn offspring shortly. Once home, Snake C promptly began to prepare bathwater for Tang Wanxiao. After her cleansing, she felt significantly more cheerful, no longer sticky and devoid of any bloody scent. She changed into a clean outfit and lay in the warm bedding, observing Snake C as he busied himself. In his haste to return, he had even forgotten his share of the spoils, which were instead delivered by someone from the hunting team. He inquired further about how she had been doing. Wanxiao, the brown sugar water is ready. Have a bit. Snake C handed her a warm bamboo cup and settled beside her on the stone bed, wrapping her and the beast hide blanket in his embrace. I will stay with you for these few days. Once your heat cycle passes, I will return to hunting. He had made up his mind. He could simply exchange hunting days with another beastman, for he could not allow Wanxiao to remain alone at home. Don't. If you exchange days with someone else, it will be tiring for you. I promise I won't go out alone. Tang Wanxiao assured him repeatedly, pondering how much more boring it would be if Snake C spent several consecutive days hunting outside. Yet, Snake C was genuinely shaken by today's events and remained adamant, even stating that Lang Qing had returned with a long-nosed beast. Oh, what relevance does that have to us? Tang Wanxiao teased, pulling on Snake C's hand to coax him into conceding to her wishes. Wanxiao, do you wish to bond with him? Snake C held Tang Wanxiao tightly, locking her in place as their gazes met. I do not. She promptly rejected the notion without a second thought. Was she the type to easily form attachments? What are you doing? Are you tired of me? Do you want someone else to take care of me? She feigned surprise at his unexpected generosity, suggesting he might even willingly invite another into their relationship. Snake C was nearly at his breaking point. He was inherently possessive and wished to have Tang Wanxiao to himself, yet he found himself hurt by her words. No, I was merely inquiring. He lowered his head and nuzzled against Tang Wanxiao's neck like a pitiful creature abandoned by its owner. I want to take good care of you and remain by your side. Then why ask that? Tang Wanxiao pushed his head away in a huff, asking him fiercely whether he feared he couldn't care for her properly or whether he was afraid she would run off and attract the attention of others. In truth, she spoke without much thought, yet she inadvertently struck at the heart of Snake C's initial worries. I fear you may not want me anymore, Wanxiao. Please do not be angry. His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he cradled Tang Wanxiao's face, kissing her tenderly. Since realizing Tang Wanxiao's lack of understanding regarding beastmen, he had been plagued by doubts, constantly fearing that one day he would return home to find her gone. When did I ever say I didn't want you? Please refrain from making wild assumptions. Tang Wanxiao, although slightly perplexed by the snake's line of thought, felt compelled to reassure him. She could not ignore her partner's self-doubt and evident lack of security. I only desire you as my partner. Do you still doubt me? And if one day you were to leave this place, would you take me with you? Snake C's greatest fear was that if Tang Wanxiao left, he would be unable to find her. Even though the beast mark ensured he could locate her wherever she was, he was inexplicably burdened by such concerns. Of course, I would take you wherever I go. Tang Wanxiao playfully pinched Snake C's nose, promising that she would never abandon him. She realized that beastmen indeed possessed a keen sixth sense, as he had even begun to worry about her potentially leaving the beast realm, a notion she herself had never considered. Really? More genuine than pearls. Chapter 59. The beast god's favor having received Tang Wanxiao's promise, Snake C's joyous moment was short-lived as he recalled his foolishness in creating a rival for himself. Wanxiao had declared she would take him wherever she went. Therefore, was there any need to bring back Lang Qing, risking the affection Tang Wanxiao held for him? Do you still want Lang Qing? Snake C cautiously probed, fearful of her response. Upon noticing Tang Wanxiao's apparent annoyance, he nearly broke into tears. Wanxiao, Wanxiao. He coiled around her, pleading pitifully for her to spare him. I promise I won't do it again. Feeling cornered, Tang Wanxiao gently patted his snake tail and softly explained, Lang Qing has never shown any affection towards me, nor has he ever expressed a desire to bond. It is you who keeps asking me about my feelings towards him. This snake was not only enormous but also exceedingly clingy, a challenge she found difficult to manage. Upon hearing this, Snake C fell into a rare silence. Indeed, as Tang Wanxiao pointed out, Lang Qing had never expressed any fondness for her, nor had she ever indicated any affection for him. It was he who was trapped in the thought that she might leave, seeking to find someone within the tribe to keep her close, essentially. To monitor her and prevent her from leaving It was his own fault. Tang Wanxiao recognized that Snake C understood her words. She reached out to ruffle his hair. It is not about whether I want Lang Qing or not. We are both independent beings. He has his own path, just as I have chosen you. Having lived for over 20 years in the present world, although not an extensive time, she had encountered various experiences. Lang Qing had grown up in the tribe, surrounded by the pure-hearted people of the Great Wolf tribe, who, despite the eagerness of some single beastmen to bond, never resorted to coercion or harassment of females. This demonstrated that Lang Qing had not faced much adversity. His thoughts remained innocent and easily swayed by external influences. Tang Wanxiao, rarely so earnest, conversed with Snake C. Initially, she had not understood why he constantly brought up Lang Qing, believing he was merely concerned about her fidelity. Now, it seemed he was worried about her leaving, which prompted him to seek someone to keep an eye on her. Snake C, I believe you should understand Lang Qing's past, Tang Wanxiao stated, then sat up to regard him seriously. You often ask how I feel about him. What about you? You know him better than I do. What sort of beast man do you think he is? Snake C pursed his lips, transforming back into human form to sit cross-legged opposite Tang Wanxiao on the stone bed. The cave was illuminated only by the flickering flames, yet it was sufficient for him to perceive the earnestness on Tang Wanxiao's face. He is a rare talent, Snake C asserted, affirming Lang Qing's abilities right from the outset, and indeed, this was the truth. How long would it take for the Beastman continent to witness another like Lang Qing? A young male who, upon reaching adulthood, had achieved the status of a four-pattern beastman through sheer effort. He and Lang Qing were fundamentally different. One had grown up within the tribe, protected by kin and parents, while the other was a forsaken wandering snake beastman, destined to be scorned from birth. Lang Qing's talent surpassed his own. Through hard work, he had become a four-pattern beastman just as he was nearing adulthood. Had it not been for Tang Wanxiao rescuing him, he would have long since been a corpse, devoured by wild beasts. He felt akin to a drowning man grasping at a piece of driftwood, desperately striving to hold onto the one light in his world. He is purer than I, more gifted and kinder. Snake C enumerated Lang Qing's virtues, noting that in every aspect, Lang Qing seemed to surpass him. He was cunning, aware of Tang Wanxiao's preferences and putting on an act to win her affection, resorting to unscrupulous means, even harboring suspicions about her. What right did he have to earn Wanxiao's favor? Snake C lowered his gaze, his eyes growing redder with sorrow, filled with disdain for his own lack of integrity. Tang Wanxiao subtly lifted the corners of her lips, exhaling softly as she grasped Snake C's hand, wishing to share warmth with him. Lang Qing is indeed an impressive beast man, but he is still an adolescent with a simplistic mindset, easily swayed by the words of others, unable to discern his own feelings. Snake C listened intently to Tang Wanxiao's words, his gaze unwavering from their clasped hands. He treats me much like he does Wolf Fong. Although Wolf Fong is not the mightiest beast man in the tribe, there must be reasons for Lang Qing's respect towards him, just as I possess skills in bamboo weaving and other talents that earn his admiration. Once Tang Wanxiao finished her explanation, she tightened her grip on Snake C's hand, affirming, "You are also a remarkable beast man. There is no need to compare yourself to anyone. I only have eyes for you, Snake C. You are the most exceptional in my heart." She initially found herself drawn to Shi Si due to his handsome appearance. A case of being swayed by looks, perhaps. However, as their relationship has developed, it is evident that her feelings extend beyond mere physical attraction. She can perceive the kindness he shows her. Wanxiao felt Shi Si's arms encircle her waist. His face pressed against her side, tears glistening in his eyes as he murmured, "I was wrong. I am truly sorry. I suppose I can reluctantly forgive you, but do ensure this does not happen again. Understood?" Wanxiao gently patted his back in a soothing gesture. "You are the best, Wanxiao." Shi Si, relieved to see that Wanxiao was no longer upset, clung to her throughout the night, wishing to fall asleep in her embrace. "Sweet dreams. Good morning, Wanxiao. I've completed all the chores. At the break of dawn." Shi Si transformed into a diligent gardener, finishing all the tasks around their home, eagerly awaiting Wanxiao's praise. In truth, he struggled to sleep the previous night due to their earlier disagreement, which compelled him to rise early to keep himself occupied. "Good morning." Wanxiao luxuriated in the comprehensive service, comfortably squinting her eyes. Our Shi Si is the greatest. Who could possibly resist such a life, where one is waited on hand and foot? Flattered by her words, Shi Si felt a surge of joy, almost compelled to perform a playful display of affection akin to a python. "Later, let us go to find the chief and inform him about the method of crafting pottery." Wanxiao was eager to avoid further delays. Informing the chief as soon as possible would accelerate their tribe's freedom to utilize pottery. Additionally, she proposed methods for preserving and pickling beast meat, suggesting they try a batch first, as mere words would not suffice to convince anyone. "Let us eat first. What would you like?" At the chief's abode, he examined the small pottery jar with great care. Astonished to the point he contemplated emptying the tribe's resources for Wanxiao, wishing to see her assume the position of chief. "You can craft pottery too, little female. What other surprises do you hold that I am unaware of?" His astonishment was overwhelming. The bamboo basket was already sufficient for their tribe's development, and with pottery, surpassing the White Tiger tribe would not seem insurmountable. Previously, only one tribe possessed the technique for crafting pottery. Other tribes had to offer numerous animal hides and meats, even substantial quantities of salt crystals, to trade for pottery. If only the pottery-making technique had been mastered by one tribe, the others would have long been annihilated. It just so happened that their chief was quite astute, having allied early with the White Tiger tribe for assistance, providing pottery every winter season. With such pottery, the White Tiger tribe grew increasingly powerful, eventually becoming the foremost tribe of the Beastman continent. Chapter 60. Arrangements for outing. "Are you truly willing to allow the tribe to master the technique of pottery making?" he inquired once more, waiting until he saw Wanxiao nod before he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This little female is kind-hearted, and her beast husband is exceptionally strong. Inviting them into our tribe was indeed the wisest decision. Just a small exchange of animal hides and herbs in return for such invaluable knowledge was remarkable. "Chief, I also possess methods for long-term preservation of beast meat, as well as techniques for salt production." Wanxiao dropped this momentous revelation, nearly leaving the chief breathless with excitement. Knowing how to preserve beast meat would ensure the tribe's survival during the harsh winter months. Furthermore, the ability to produce salt was something only the merfolk of the sea were known for, requiring significant benefits in exchange during trades. The merfolk were proud and only traded with the Feather Tribe, making it difficult to acquire salt otherwise, as they would inflate prices when the Feather Tribe distributed it. The reason the merfolk esteemed the Feather Tribe seemed to be their possession of a sparkling stone that shimmered beautifully in sunlight. The merfolk adored beauty and would readily agree to trade upon sighting such stones. The other tribe's beastmen did not possess anything desirable in their eyes. They were often ignored, even in conversation. This is fantastic. The chief had no doubts about Wan Xiao's words. She was an honest beastwoman, and her claims certainly held feasibility. Now, chief, how do you propose we arrange for individuals to learn these skills? With so many tasks at hand, the tribe's manpower was undoubtedly insufficient. The older beastmen were preoccupied with developing new bamboo weavings and could not be tasked with pickling meat or crafting pottery. Not to mention, their bodies were ill-suited for salt production. The salt-making endeavor was paramount. Without salt, preserving food was impossible, necessitating the selection of a group of robust beast warriors to learn at the seaside. Pottery making and meat pickling could be conducted within the tribe, allowing the less capable beastmen to take on those tasks. The chief pondered for a moment before stating, "We must prioritize ensuring our tribe's survival during the winter." He intended to arrange for individuals to learn meat preservation first, postponing other matters. Since pickling meat required a substantial amount of salt, salt production needed to be prioritized. Wan Xiao pointed out a crucial aspect. Meat can be preserved without pottery. We could simply construct racks to hang the meat. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Having gained a preliminary understanding of the processes for salt production and meat pickling, the chief conferred with several hunting team leaders from the tribe to confirm the necessary personnel. 60 beast warriors were needed to travel to the seaside, learn salt production, and securely transport the salt back. Notably, Shi Si and Wan Xiao were essential to this endeavor. Only Wan Xiao knew how to produce salt, and Shi Si was her sole beast husband. Ensuring her safety was paramount. The remaining beastmen could attempt crafting a few pottery pieces while continuing their regular hunting to sustain the tribe, as there was insufficient manpower to send the females out for gathering at this time. A gentle breeze wafted through as Wan Xiao strolled through the tribe with Shi Si by her side. She had arranged with the chief to send 4 individuals to her cave the following day, 2 to learn pottery making and 2 for meat pickling. The subsequent matters would not require her concern. However, she pondered who would tend to her small vegetable garden. If the rain continued to elude them without anyone to water it, her plants might wither and die. Long time no see. Wolf Qing suddenly appeared from nowhere, bearing some injuries yet exuding a cheerful demeanor, clearly having something to celebrate. Wolf Qing. Shi Si found it difficult to articulate his current status as either a rival or something else entirely. "It's been a while. I heard you hunted a long-nosed beast," Wan Xiao greeted amicably, hoping to ease the tension between Shi Si and Wolf Qing. "Yes, you've all heard about it." He lifted his head proudly. That long-nosed beast was no easy prey, requiring considerable effort to capture. Beast warriors should be valiant. A crowd of beastmen gathered at a distance to witness the spectacle. Upon Wolf Qing's return yesterday, everyone had noticed he had hunted a long-nosed beast, a remarkable feat for this young male. Whispers circulated that he would soon bond with the little female, Wan Xiao. Was he now presenting the heart of the long-nosed beast as an offering? Wolf Qing was indeed youthful, having the energy to frolic about after such an impressive hunt. Envious gazes were cast in his direction by other beastmen. Once, they too had been young, but to hunt a long-nosed beast and remain sprightly afterward was likely a rare occurrence. Otherwise, how could he be excited about finding a favored female partner? Indeed. And it seems Shi Si has tacitly approved. It appears they will bond soon. The onlookers, eager to witness the unfolding drama, largely believed Wan Xiao would not refuse, while a minority clung to the notion that the little female had previously stated she would only accept one beast husband, thus rejecting Wolf Qing. Exactly, Shi Si is so possessive. How could he possibly be willing to share his partner? Where did you hear such rumors? Although Wan Xiao could not hear their conversation, she could surmise it revolved around the rumors of Wolf Qing seeking to bond with her. Their expressions resembled those of viewers engrossed in a soap opera. Wolf Qing, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at Wan Xiao and Shi Si, remarking, "I merely wish to share my achievement in hunting the long-nosed beast." He considered himself somewhat acquainted with them, feeling compelled to boast about his impressive feat. I have no intention of pursuing any partner. It is a misunderstanding among the tribe. During his outing, he had come to many realizations. Hunting such a grand creature was not for Wan Xiao or anyone else, but to prove his strength and reassure Uncle Shu and Uncle Yen. Males need not bond with females to thrive. Although the life described by Uncle Shu and Uncle Yen appeared enticing, he was not Shi Si, and Wan Xiao would not regard him with the same affection. He merely admired Wan Xiao's intelligence. Should they unintentionally become entangled, it would be a disaster. Rather than seeking a partner, he desired friendship with Wan Xiao and Shi Si. I simply wish to be friends with you both, as I believe you and Shi Si are formidable beastmen. We understand. Wan Xiao smiled, recognizing her initial judgment was correct. He was indeed a pure-hearted youth enthralled by martial prowess, akin to a character in a wuxia tale, a simple child eager to traverse the world with a sword. The crowd observing from a distance was bewildered. Was it not said that Wolf Qing harbored affections for Wan Xiao, and that Shi Si had consented? What an unexpected turn of events. Shi Si has also praised your prowess. He was just too shy to initiate a friendship with you. Wan Xiao gently squeezed Shi Si's hand, smiling at him. Isn't that so? Indeed. Wolf Qing was taken aback upon hearing Shi Si's words. No wonder Shi Si treated him with more kindness than other beastmen. He had assumed Shi Si would be angered by him. Chapter 61. You mock me. Congratulations on your successful hunt and completing your coming-of-age ceremony. The snake, albeit somewhat awkwardly, offered a congratulatory remark, thereby validating Tang Wanxiao's words. The onlookers in the tribe seemed to experience a moment of clarity, exclaiming that the snake beast had always been miserly, so it was unlikely to suddenly change its nature. Indeed, it was mere gossip. I told you so. How could a miserly creature like the snake beast ever share a mate with other males? You all refuse to believe me. A wolf beast, with fervent passion and a voice loud enough to carry, made his point known, and not only the males present, but even the passing females heard him clearly, redirecting their gazes toward him and the snake. He felt a tightening in his fur and turned to find the snake beast gazing at him with a profound expression. Heh, my fur hasn't been collected yet. I must be off on the way home. Tang Wanxiao clung to the snake's arm, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, you little miser. Wanxiao, you're mocking me. The snake's ears turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed. All right, I won't laugh at you anymore. In a blink. Tang Wanxiao adopted a serious demeanor, but it wasn't long before her eyes curved into a smile again. Go celebrate RSC making his first friend in the tribe? Shall we feast on something delicious tonight? She tilted her head to look at the snake, and upon seeing him nod with a flushed face, she grasped his hand and strode confidently towards home. At the cave entrance, a basket of fruits and large cuts of beast meat awaited them. Tang Wanxiao paused in confusion, but she did not sense any jealousy from the snake, so it likely wasn't a gift from a single male. Who sent this? It was from the wolf. The snake lifted the basket and ushered Tang Wanxiao into the cave. You rest for a bit, Wanxiao. I'll process the game and turn it into jerky for our outings. All right. Tang Wanxiao settled down, selecting a favored fruit to wipe and eat. With the abundance of fruits sent previously by Huar, she found herself unable to finish them all. Perhaps I should slice them and dry them for preservation, or boil them with sugar to save them. With determination, she quickly finished the fruit in her hand and grabbed a small knife to prepare the 2 baskets of fruit. Dried fruits may change color, but they wouldn't be overly sweet like those treated with sugar, so Tang Wanxiao opted for drying. The weather had been pleasant these past few days, and she was certain they would dry nicely before her next outing, allowing her to pack some for the road. She had already decided who would tend to her little garden. Although Huar was a bit capricious, she was quite reliable, and watering wasn't a technical task. So she felt confident in trusting it to her. Outside the cave, a fire crackled, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Ever since learning to cook, the snake's culinary skills had improved significantly, and he had discovered that the secret to delicious food lay in the seasoning. Prior to making the jerky, he had marinated the meat strips with spices, resulting in a fragrant and spicy final product, perfect for snacking. After slicing the dried fruit, Tang Wanxiao transported the pieces from the basket and large leaves outside in several trips, taking advantage of the remaining daylight to dry them further. What is Wanxiao doing? The snake inquired curiously as he approached, observing the fruits that had just arrived now transformed into slices. Dried fruit? It can be preserved longer if dried for a few days. It's tangy and sweet. I think it tastes quite delightful. As she spoke, she picked up a fresh slice and held it to the snake's mouth. If it wasn't tea sweet enough, she would sprinkle a bit of syrup on it. Delicious. The snake chewed, savoring the fresh fruit's flavor. While it wasn't as delectable as meat, everything given to him by Wan Xiao was enjoyable. Tang Wanxiao chuckled at the snake's assessment. This fellow claimed everything she offered him was tasty, giving the impression that he was quite easy to please. Could you bring out some of the charcoal saved from the firewood we used this morning? Tang Wanxiao tilted her head towards the snake. Every morning, there would be leftover charcoal after burning the firewood, which could be soaked in cold water to yield fresh charcoal. Originally meant for warmth during the cold season, it was perfect for preparing a hot pot for the snake to enjoy now. It's no trouble. I'll fetch it right away. Preparing the hot pot was somewhat more complex than cooking a meal, but it was much quicker since it only required prepping the ingredients without the need to cook them thoroughly. After trading a plethora of ingredients and a copper hot pot with the system, Tang Wanxiao could almost smell the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. The spices she had obtained from the tribe leader were limited, especially the chili, so she decided to switch to a hot pot base that didn't require frying. The table was adorned with a spread of ingredients, and the bubbling copper pot astonished the snake. The broth within was a vivid red, exuding a pungent scent from the copious amounts of chili. Wanxiao, what kind of cuisine is this? The table had transformed into a different setup, allowing the charcoal to be added directly beneath the It's hot pot, cooking and eating simultaneously. Tang Wanxiao clapped her hands. Presenting the prepared utensils. It's at a spice level you can handle. Don't worry. Cooking and eating at the same time. The snake pondered, realizing it was essentially the same as eating cooked food. When he finally tasted the hot pot, he understood what true culinary delight meant. The experience was entirely different from eating cooked food, albeit a bit too hot and requiring a slower pace. The spicy and tender meat exploded in his mouth, complemented by the wheat juice Wanxiao mentioned. Slightly pungent and initially bitter, not particularly pleasant, but Wanxiao insisted that they should celebrate by sampling the flavor. This is the freshly cooked tripe, absolutely divine. Tang Wanxiao placed the tripe into the snake's bowl, noticing his dazed expression as she raised an eyebrow teasingly. Oh, are you tipsy? Just 2 bottles of beer. And you're already inebriated? Wanxiao, I feel so dizzy, and there are several of you swaying back and forth. The snake held the chopsticks, gazing at Tang Wanxiao with a goofy smile. If you're dizzy, don't drink anymore. Eat something, she said with a twinkle in her eye. Taking away his can of wheat juice, I'm full. My belly is round, she exclaimed, beaming. You look so silly when you smile. Tang Wanxiao teased, playfully poking at his face, so well-behaved after getting drunk. Wanxiao likes the well-behaved ones. The snake shifted closer, nestling his head against her shoulder. Then I'll be good. Then you should go to sleep nicely while I clean up. All right. After extinguishing the charcoal, she stored the table in her space for easy access to the storage room, preserving the remaining ingredients in her space. After washing up, she dampened a cloth and wiped the snake's face. He appeared genuinely intoxicated, occasionally mumbling as he lay on the stone bed, his tail dragging on the ground, occasionally thumping against the floor. Upon noticing her, he wrapped his arms around her waist, refusing to let go. Playfully whining. Who does Wanxiao like the most? I like you the most. As she spoke, she pressed him down, wiping his face before he could fall asleep. But if someone comes to take you away, I'll hit them. Will Wanxiao be angry? The snake clenched his fist, feigning ferocity, though in reality, he was soft and pliable due to his inebriation. I want to be angry. Then am I stingy? Will Wanxiao dislike me? I want to dislike you, then? His questions flowed incessantly, as if his nature compelled him to chatter when drunk. Quickly sleep, cover yourself with the blanket. Tang Wanxiao felt a headache from his inquiries and hastily employed the blanket sealing technique. Once covered, he indeed quieted down somewhat, closing his eyes as he prepared to sleep. Chapter 62. Departure to the seaside. The intoxicated snake rarely woke up early, staying with Tang Wanxiao until the sun had risen before finally opening his eyes. Just 2 bottles of beer had not inflicted any significant hangover pain. If anything, he simply slept more soundly, and last night's memories remained intact in his mind. His gaze was intense, and even if Tang Wanxiao wished to ignore it, she could not. Are you getting up? Let us lie down a little longer, the snake said, pulling Tang Wanxiao into his embrace, rolling over so that she lay atop him, still feeling a bit dizzy. Do you have a headache? Hearing the snake mention dizziness, Tang Wanxiao found it puzzling. Could 2 bottles of beer truly cause a hangover? Yes. She squinted, observing that he didn't appear to be in pain but rather seemed to be playfully acting coy. Really? Yes, really. The snake pouted, as if accusing Wanxiao of what she had made him drink yesterday, feeling quite uncomfortable. He had suddenly felt his body lose control, unable to manage even his tail, and was overwhelmed with the urge to speak. It's the alcohol. Drinking too much indeed makes one feel unwell. I want tea drink again. Tang Wanxiao took his words to heart, feeling a twinge of guilt. I'll prepare you a cup of sweet liquid. After soothing the snake, Tang Wanxiao changed into work-appropriate attire, preparing to weed her little garden. After all this time, she had only watered it, never having weeded. The wild grasses grew quickly, sometimes soaring high within a day. The snake, having relished Tang Wanxiao's concern and affection, no longer pretended to be aloof, feeling invigorated, as if he could take down 10 prey in one breath. Where is Wanxiao going? Weeding. Will you join me? Upon hearing Tang Wanxiao's invitation, the snake eagerly followed, delighted to be by her side, no matter the task. All right, I'll join you. As soon as they stepped into the little garden, Tang Wanxiao leaped up with excitement. Turning to embrace the snake in sheer joy's sprouting. It's sprouting. On the edge of the field, a few clusters of clearly visible grass blades stood out, but she would never mistake those tender green shoots for anything else. They were the vegetable she had longed for. Are you that happy? The snake cradled Tang Wanxiao in one arm, gently stroking her hair. Have you thought about who will help care for these crops while we're out? Ive decided. Let us ask Huar for help. For 3 consecutive days, Tang Wanxiao meticulously organized all matters at home, ensuring that her vegetables were well cared for. The dried fruits and the jerky made by Shi were safely stored in her space, leaving her with just a large bag that discreetly concealed a few lightweight garments. She reserved some dried fruit and jerky as a token of gratitude for Huar, allowing her to taste the flavors as well. As the day of departure approached, it conveniently fell on the day following Tang Wanxiao's menstrual period. During her cycle, she transformed into a veritable walking embodiment of herbal medication. It was not only Shi, her bedfellow, who felt restless, but even unfamiliar males could not resist the allure of her scent. Were it not for Shi's formidable strength and reputation, she might have attracted the unsolicited advances of numerous single beast men. To avert any unforeseen incidents during their outing, the chieftain specifically instructed that they wait until Tang Wanxiao felt comfortable before setting off. Otherwise, they would not only increase the workload of the male beastmen but also place Tang Wanxiao in peril. Huar was overjoyed upon receiving the dried fruits, as she had never tried sun-dried fruit slices before. Upon hearing that Tang Wanxiao entrusted her small garden to her, she confidently promised to fulfill the task, even though she did not understand why Wanxiao cultivated the plants. The sky remained dark, and a grand procession of 60 beastmen had already assembled outside the tribe, buzzing with excitement at the prospect of participating in salt production. They had prepared to set off early in the morning, though they had little to carry. They could hunt for food on site, and clad in their own wolf fur, they had no need for heavy beast skin garments. Wanxiao, it's time to depart, Shi gently called. Tang Wanxiao merely acknowledged him with a murmur, flipping over to continue her slumber. She could sleep early or rise early, but she simply could not rouse herself halfway through. Her heart was willing, but her body was not. Her eyelids felt as if coated with glue, her head stuffed with cotton, and the words she heard seemed to vanish the moment they left the speaker's lips. Fortunately, Shi had anticipated this, preparing warm water for her to wash up briefly before wrapping her in the small blanket they had exchanged with the system and carrying her away. Breakfast could wait until she awoke. Once the group was assembled, the 2 leading beast men exchanged glances, and the entire procession quietly entered the forest. This time, they needed to return with a sufficient quantity of salt to ensure that the beastmen of the tribe would not go hungry during the cold season. With 60 beastmen, they could carry back a considerable amount of salt, and with everyone working diligently together, they could be ready to embark on their return journey in just a few days. When Tang Wanxiao finally awoke, the troop was still traversing the woods. Wanxiao, you're awake. We should reach the seaside by tomorrow night, Shi explained their current location. They were advancing swiftly, otherwise, delays along the way would hinder their progress. And he could see that the wolf beast men from the tribe were frantically excited. They had already planned to reach the seaside in 2 days, minimizing rest and hunting time along the way, with the intention of traveling day and night. "That's quite fast," Tang Wanxiao replied, still wrapped in her blanket, merely shifting her posture to rest. Their pace was so swift that the cool spring breeze stung her face, prompting her to keep the small blanket wrapped around her for protection against the wind, lest she end up with a headache. Upon noticing Tang Wanxiao had awakened, the marching speed decreased slightly, seemingly in an effort to find a place to rest and allow the only female in their midst to recuperate properly. Tang Wanxiao was unconcerned, as she did not need to walk. She had been resting the whole time, and the food was conveniently within reach, a small bag in her pack that she could eat directly from. After finishing, she could replenish her supply from her space. She munched on the jerky, which bore a striking resemblance to the highly sought-after dried beef from her previous world. Though tough, it became increasingly flavorful with each chew. Various spices and chilies burst in her mouth, eliciting salivation. The beastmen, catching wind of the enticing aroma, could not help but salivate. Though they had never tasted it, they sensed an inexplicable deliciousness. While Tang Wanxiao found the jerky to be quite tough. For Shi, it was just right. He could chew through it in a couple of bites, akin to a merciless great white shark. Feeling a bit salty, Tang Wanxiao retrieved her bamboo cup, filled it with a generous sip. This cup was specially designed for portability, with a lid to prevent leaks. "Have a drink," she offered. "I'm not thirsty." Shi had no intention of competing with her for water, as he was uncertain when their next water source would appear. He preferred to conserve it for Wanxiao. "Your lips are parched, yet you claim not to be thirsty? Drink up." Tang Wanxiao guessed his thoughts and firmly fed him a sip. There were too many people to directly mention that the system's shop had water for sale. She merely stated that they had brought plenty, assuring him to drink without worry. Chapter 63. Successful salt production. Life on the road passed swiftly. Amidst her drowsy slumber, Tang Wanxiao opened her eyes to find the boundless ocean before her. The salty scent of the sea filled her nostrils. Under the blazing sun, a gust of wind brushed against her, carrying the unique humidity and heaviness of the seaside, which left her feeling somewhat disoriented. "Little female, what must we do to obtain salt crystals?" inquired the leading beastman, Lang Ming. They had only heard from the chieftain about the possibility of producing salt crystals using seawater, but the specifics of the process remained a mystery. They awaited Tang Wanxiao's explanation upon arrival. "Let us find a relatively flat tidal flat to dig pits," Tang Wanxiao proposed, intending to use seawater for salt production, which would yield higher quality and quantity than boiled salt. With two suns shining brightly overhead, the efficiency of salt production would be optimal. They arranged for some to dig pits on the tidal flat, and the efficiency of the beastmen was truly remarkable. By nightfall, the salt field's initial formation had been completed, filled with seawater, awaiting the start of salt production the following day. After 2 days of travel, apart from Tang Wanxiao and Shi, the other beastmen's stomachs were nearly empty. If they did not hunt soon, hunger would set in. 2 hunting teams split up. One team remained to dig the salt flats while also guarding the female, while the other set out to hunt. 30 male beastmen ventured forth to gather firewood for the night and search for drinkable water nearby. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Tang Wanxiao and Shi on the beach. Shi plunged into the sea to catch fish, while Tang Wanxiao scoured the shore for treasures. The warm, soft sand and the temperate seawater felt delightful underfoot, and the beach was dotted with tiny transparent crabs the size of fingernails, as well as a myriad of colorful and beautiful shells that Tang Wanxiao admired more and more, wishing she could take them all home. Ultimately, she selected only a few favorites to store in her space, intending to bring back some seaside specialties to share with Duo Air and Hua Air as decorative pieces. Splash! Shi emerged from the water, dragging 2 fish the length of his arm, water droplets cascading from his hair, the crimson sunset casting a warm glow on the surface of the water. He resembled a merman emerging from the depths of the sea. "Wanxiao, look!" he exclaimed, raising the fish triumphantly, a smile gracing his face. The taste of the river fish had been delightful when roasted. However, he had yet to sample the sea fish, and he wondered whether they would be bitter like the salty water he had just encountered. "You're amazing, catching such large fish so quickly," Tang Wanxiao said, stepping barefoot into the water to greet him. The water felt cool as jade. "Come up and dry off carefully, lest you catch a chill." Although she knew male beastmen were generally robust, she could not help but worry about him being wet and exposed to the chilly wind. "All right, today we'll roast the sea fish," Shi relished Tang Wanxiao's concern, his lips curving up unconsciously, invigorated to work. They built a fire, skewered the prepared fish onto wooden sticks, and set them upright in the ground around the fire. Freeing their hands. "Look at this," Tang Wanxiao exclaimed, holding up a living sea snail she had found on the beach. It was still alive, merely stranded by the receding tide, allowing her, the treasure hunter, to claim it. It was larger than a fist, and she wondered whether it would become tough once roasted. "Can this be eaten?" Shishi asked, noticing Tang Wanxiao placing the snail next to the fire, evidently intending to roast the poor shelled creature. "Of course, it should taste delightful," she replied. In truth, there were plenty of edible items on the beach, but she had only gathered a few snails, primarily because it was getting late. Moreover, she had not exerted much energy during their journey. Having eaten continuously, she was not particularly hungry at that moment, merely intending to sample the flavor. The hunting team returned shortly, bringing back a bountiful haul of game. Whether due to exhaustion or habit, the beastmen did not cook their catch but rather consumed it raw in batches within the woods. The meat of the beast world was pure and untainted, its sweetness far surpassing that of her previous world. And with each bite Tang Wanxiao took, she could not help but express her amazement. The fish, already imbued with a salty flavor even without added salt, was tender and juicy, with a delightful texture. And even the snail that had been roasted for nearly 2 hours was not tough, but rather pleasantly chewy. "This snail is truly delicious," Tang Wanxiao declared, eating one herself before offering a piece of snail meat, devoid of its innards, to Shishi. She remembered that consuming too much of the snail's innards could lead to dizziness and discomfort. After dinner, the wolf beastmen huddled together to sleep, resembling a massive, furry mountain from a distance. Besides those on watch, who patrolled, the others settled down to rest, preparing for their shifts, with even some leisure for crickets, Tang Wanxiao, and Shishi. "The little female is truly beautiful. And her temperament is so gentle," one beastman remarked. They traveled for 2 consecutive days, and the little female, far from throwing a tantrum, joined the snake beast in hunting upon reaching the seaside. They even discovered that the hard-shelled creature was edible. They were eager to taste it, but were unsure how to proceed. Perhaps they would inquire about it tomorrow when they had some free time. Indeed, I envy the snake beast for having such an excellent female companion, who is both intelligent and kind to him. Oh, seeing their interaction makes me yearn for a partner as well. Yes, indeed. Over there, the snake beast tenderly caressed Tang Wanxiao's hair, feeling content as he watched her peacefully sleeping against him. The sea waves crashed rhythmically against the shore, and the wind carried a salty scent. As the night passed, numerous salt crystals had already formed in the salt flats, merely from a night of wind. If they were to sunbathe for an entire day, they could probably yield hundreds of kilograms of coarse salt. Ugh, so salty and a bit bitter. It truly is salt crystal. The coarse salt they usually consumed also had a slightly bitter taste. Only the snake beast enjoyed better days, feasting with Tang Wanxiao. "The little female is truly remarkable. Her method actually works for salt production, and in such abundance. Now our tribe shall no longer need to barter for those expensive salt crystals at the market." The group of beastmen discussed this eagerly, wishing they could extract all the salt from this sea and bring it back to the tribe, though they knew this was impossible. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have taught the giant wolf tribe the methods of salt production, pottery making, and meat curing, earning a total of 30,001 points. Unable to contain a sigh of admiration, they remarked, "Host, you have become wealthy." Just as they finished producing salt, several beastmen in the tribe who had been learning pottery and meat curing also completed their products, resulting in a swift accumulation of points. So simple. Tang Wanxiao was quite pleased. Last time, they spent nearly 1,000 points on hot pot, and now she had doubled her earnings. With so many points, not only could she revive herself, but also indulge in hot pot to her heart's content. Wanxiao is truly impressive. The snake beast stood beside Tang Wanxiao, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and gently nuzzling her cheek. "Of course, I am incredibly capable." Tang Wanxiao proudly lifted her chin, feeling as if she was about to burst with pride. She was now a wealthy lady. Wanxiao is the most amazing. You certainly know how to flatter. I shall reward you for that." Tang Wanxiao's eyes sparkled as she pecked a kiss on the snake beast's cheek. Surprisingly, the snake beast relished this reward. Chapter 64. Attentiveness. His gaze deepened as he fixated on Tang Wanxiao's moist lips, his mouth involuntarily curling into a smile. Wanxiao's estrus period had passed, and that night they sought shelter in a cave, enjoying each other's company. The seawater in the salt flats was nearly depleted, and the beastmen, applying what they had learned the previous day, redirected seawater into the drying salt flats, eagerly awaiting the sun's rays to produce more salt for their first batch. Tang Wanxiao and the snake beast would not linger by the shore. Once the first batch of salt was ready, the beastmen would be skilled enough to manage without their assistance. It was just as well for them to return to the tribe to oversee the first batch of cured meat and prevent any mishaps. During the day, the sun blazed, and the heat was intense, requiring beastmen to periodically redirect seawater into the drying salt flats and gather the already dried salt crystals. The salt production was proceeding smoothly. Meanwhile, some idle beastmen were exploring the shallow waters, learning from Tang Wanxiao how to gather shells and snails. These hard-shelled creatures were quite beautiful. If they were to pursue females in the future, they could present them as jewelry to adorn their necks. And that snail appeared delectable. Little female, how do we eat this hard-shelled creature? One beastman, excited after finding a sea snail, looked eagerly at Tang Wanxiao. This shell is quite hard, and the meat retracts inside. The shell is beautiful, so it would be a pity to break it. If you roast it by the fire, it becomes easy to extract the meat. Its innards are inedible and must be cooked thoroughly. Otherwise, eating it raw will cause stomach pains. Tang Wanxiao specifically pointed out that the innards should be avoided. Innards. Though he was unaware of what the innards of this creature looked like, he was sufficiently tempted and promptly built a fire to roast the snail meat. Once the snail meat was cooked, he would seek her guidance and remove the inedible parts before devouring it. The texture was distinctly different from roasted beast meat. It was peculiar yet somewhat delicious. This is truly delightful. A group of wolf beastmen, now enamored with seafood, began frantically gathering sea snails on the beach. At noon, the sun was quite intense by the sea. The snake beast plucked a large leaf to shield Tang Wanxiao from the sun, while she meticulously inspected each salt flat. For curing meat, 1 kilogram of salt could preserve approximately 25 kilograms of fresh beast meat. Considering the yield, if they remained by the sea for a week, they could produce enough cured meat for the entire tribe's consumption for 2 years. With plenty left over for daily use, little female, we have mastered these tasks. You can rest assured. Females were typically well cared for, and under the scorching sun, the little female's face flushed red. It was essential for the snake beast to take her somewhere cool soon, lest she tire herself out. You and your beast husband should find a place to rest. We will manage here. He patted his chest in assurance, and the nearby beastmen echoed their agreement. Yes, yes, you should go rest. They would never allow the female to endure such hardships. The snake beast also felt for Tang Wanxiao. Although he shielded her from the sunlight, it was still stiflingly hot, and she was beginning to sweat. You have worked hard. Tang Wanxiao nodded, not wishing to be overly dramatic. She was not particularly needed here and preferred to take a short break. It's not hard at all. We are all doing this for the tribe. The situation progressed smoothly, and Tang Wanxiao, feeling justified, led the snake beast to fish. She found the seaside environment rather uncomfortable, feeling as if she could shed salt crystals after a night there. She much preferred the comfort of land. The snake beast found a cave near the water source to rest, diligently clearing out stones, laying down animal skins, and hanging a curtain at the entrance. Wanxiao, let us rest here today. He did not conceal his intentions. His eyes brimming with anticipation. Tang Wanxiao's face flushed, somewhat helpless. No wonder he had cleaned the cave so thoroughly and hung a curtain. He was indeed attentive, of course, he smiled, pulling Tang Wanxiao down onto the animal skin mat. Are you going to sleep now, Wanxiao? With a sudden sound, Tang Wanxiao swatted away his hand that had stealthily slid from her waist to her side. I want to sleep, so behave for a moment. No way. We'll sleep later. The snake beast whined, nuzzling against Tang Wanxiao's neck, igniting the flames of passion, vowing not to relent until he achieved his goal. Good Wanxiao, then what is the purpose of your questioning me? Tang Wanxiao held his head steady with both hands, meeting his gaze. The snake beast blinked innocently, admitting, I had planned to wait until evening, but Wanxiao smells so good. I couldn't help myself, not swayed by his charm. She expertly pushed him away, maintaining eye contact. The snake beast, realizing she remained unmoved, adeptly employed his charming tactics. Wanxiao, you are the best. I feel so miserable. Won't you show me a bit of compassion? Enchanted by his allure, Tang Wanxiao, in a daze, acquiesced. Upon seeing the corners of the snake beast's lips curl upward and hearing his triumphant tone, she understood the truth of the saying that beauty can be misleading. Indeed, Wanxiao is the best. He clearly remembered that Tang Wanxiao would become hungry. Estimating mealtime, he prepared food to please her, ready to continue his efforts. Tang Wanxiao was almost too lazy to glare at him. He knew her preferences well and how to elicit her sympathy, putting on a good show. At least now she was quite accustomed to his changes. The snake beast was undeniably skilled in his performance. He only revealed his true self when he was thoroughly pleased. After 2 consecutive days without sunshine, Tang Wanxiao gritted her teeth in frustration, landing a punch on the snake beast's waist. That's enough. Otherwise, I will be angry. This fellow was clearly testing her limits. Ever since she had relented and allowed him to enjoy the daylight pleasures, he had become insatiable, nearly breaking her back. All right. The snake beast gazed at Tang Wanxiao, licking his lips with a sigh of regret. But it is time to return to the tribe. The first batch of salt should be nearly complete. Once again under the sunlight, Tang Wanxiao felt as if she were returning from another world. When they reached the seaside, the snake beast found a rocky cave. Tang Wanxiao's gaze towards him was no longer innocent. The snake beast touched his face, somewhat awkwardly. Wanxiao, please don't be angry. I was just worried about the wind outside making you uncomfortable. I hope so. Imichim. The snake beast nodded, feigning innocence, and seeing that Tang Wanxiao was not fooled, he began to flatter her. Wanxiao, eat this. Wanxiao, drink some water. Let me massage your shoulders. He was adept at playing the rogue, and soon enough, he regained his former favor. The rocky cave only provided wind shelter. During high tide, a small pool connected to the sea would form inside. Glub, glub. Tang Wanxiao watched the bubbling seawater, glancing over at the vigilant snake beast with a hint of helplessness. No way. Are we encountering danger again? What kind of extraordinary aura have I activated? Fortunately, everything remained within manageable limits, and it began to grow interesting. A flash of a red fish tail broke the surface, swiftly disappearing. It was a merman beast man. The merman tribe was renowned for their beauty and skill in weaving fish fabric. Their tears could even be transformed into pearls. This was the first time she had seen one alive. Chapter 65. Merman Wanxiao, do you like its tail? The serpent, Shi emitted a soft sound, and the gaze he cast upon Tang Wanxiao was far from innocent. Within his eyes swirled incomprehensible emotions, leaving one bewildered. Should Tang Wanxiao openly declare her affection, he would likely contend to determine which was superior, the foul fish's tail or his own. What kind of gaze is that? Tang Wanxiao clucked her tongue, lifting her hand to pinch and tug at his face. What can you do if I say it looks good? Initially, she intended to inquire whether Shi knew if that being was a female or male beast man. Unlike others, the merfolk possessed both male and female beast forms, complete with sharp teeth and claws. It was merely rumored that male merfolk have dorsal fins. She had only glimpsed a fragment of a tail, leaving her in the dark about the rest. Yet, this fellow bore a striking resemblance to how he had appeared in a frenzy a few days prior, exuding an air of madness that ignited her ire. How could this wretched creature leave her to perish in bed? Tang Wanxiao was infuriated. This person, having tested her limits, was growing increasingly outrageous. Upon receiving reprimand, Shi's expression became suddenly clear, his head drooping in a pitiful manner. Wanxiao, he continued to feign innocence. That is not right, he pouted, mumbling as he clung to Tang Wanxiao. Please don't be angry, I was merely asking. If you say you like me, then I won't do anything. I'm very well behaved. His inky serpent tail writhed upon the ground, almost twisting into a braid. You can touch my tail. Please don't be angry, okay? Hey, 001 peered out curiously, bewildered by how shameless a snake could be. Host, do not reward him. It had been confined in the little black room for quite some time, and upon finally emerging, it was met with Shi's audacious declarations, prompting it to wish to utter something far more severe than mere insults. Wow. What are they saying that can't be aired? Wanxiao Tang Wanxiao pushed Shi's face away, preventing his sticky visage from pressing against hers. Should we change our location? Is it safe here? It's fine. I will guard you. They wouldn't dare approach, Shi reassured her, sensing no malice. The earlier merfolk had merely been lurking in the water, mostly curious. Was that beast man a female or male? I can't discern. The scent is peculiar, Shi recalled, then added, It might be a juvenile. Merfolk only choose to differentiate their gender upon maturity. The merfolk were the sole beastmen on the continent who practiced monogamy, as they had the opportunity to select their gender. Moreover, once a pair of merfolk bond, it is a lifetime commitment. If one partner dies, the other, regardless of gender, would not seek another. This is my first encounter with a merfolk. Tang Wanxiao confessed, genuinely curious if they truly wept tears that could transform into pearls and wove magical fabrics. If you wish to see, I can catch one next time, Shixi responded, unbothered by the ethics of bullying a child. As he acted according to his whims, that's unnecessary. They are currently producing salt nearby. Offending the merfolk would bring no benefit. Who knows what that little red fish's true identity is? The first batch of salt would be transported back to the tribe by dawn, allowing them to return as well as twilight descended. Shixi nestled beside Tang Wanxiao, seeking a dry place to start a fire and roast meat. The area was surrounded by coral reefs, with waves crashing against the rocks, creating a soothing sound. Wanxiao, you eat this piece first, he said, handing her a slice of roasted meat. Although they had been residing by the sea, they had grown accustomed to terrestrial beast meat, which was specifically hunted from the humming beasts. The pork sizzled over the fire, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Just as they were enjoying their meal, the sound of nearby waves shifted slightly. Shixi's gaze darted toward a massive coral island, realizing that the merfolk who had been spying on them was hiding behind it. What are you looking at? Tang Wanxiao followed his gaze, observing that large rocks formed crevices, within which a hint of red was faintly visible. I asked that the merfolk from earlier today? She whispered, noting its timid demeanor as it remained concealed. Yes, it probably is, Shixi replied, his hand resting gently on her waist, urging her to eat. Ignore it. Merfolk adhere to monogamy. Since Wanxiao was with him, even if it were a male, it should not dare to encroach upon their bond. Tang Wanxiao remained curious, not only about the merfolk's appearance, but also wishing to witness the famed mermaid fabric. This merfolk repeatedly appeared during their meals. Perhaps it was lured by the aroma? She glanced down at the enticing roasted pork in her hand, finding it quite plausible. Merfolk typically did not venture ashore and could not start fires in the water. Such fragrant roasted meat would surely be a rare delight. It must be said, Tang Wanxiao had unraveled the truth. This merfolk was undoubtedly drawn by the roasted meat. Cough, do you want to eat? She tentatively inquired. The only beings present, aside from her and Shixi, were the little fish and shrimp swimming in the water. We see you. If you want to eat roasted meat, you can come out, Tang Wanxiao declared, confident that no beast could refuse such delectable barbecue. The tail behind the coral twitched, and a hand adorned with delicate fingers emerged to rest atop the rock, revealing its hesitation. It was likely that it was salivating at the sight. I bear no ill intent. I merely wish to see the mermaid fabric your clan weaves. Tang Wanxiao clarified her intentions. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind the rocks, ethereal and unearthly, gender indistinguishable yet imbued with a hint of divinity. Can you guarantee that your beast husband will not harm me? If you mean no harm, he won't touch you, Tang Wanxiao assured her, though not entirely absolute. Were it not for Shixi's presence, she would not have been so bold. Merfolk, whether female or male, could effortlessly rend her asunder with their claws. Really? As the waves surged, a head adorned with vibrant red hair cautiously emerged, perfectly matching the hue of its tail. She possessed a delicate beauty, most likely a female merfolk. Indeed. With that assurance, she submerged herself, only to reappear at the edge of the coral where Tang Wanxiao stood. She emerged from the water, grasping the edges of the rocks with hands. Her seaweed-like red hair flowing gracefully, her exquisite features adorned with pearls. I've come up, she announced, gracefully leaping onto the rock's edge, her long red tail splashing playfully in the water. Her tail appeared to be at least 2 meters long, devoid of a dorsal fin, and she wore a fabric as light as gossamer. The mermaid fabric, as expected, was impervious to water. Upon her ascent, it sparkled brilliantly without clinging uncomfortably to her form. Tang Wanxiao marveled inwardly, astonished by the existence of such a perfect being. No wonder the merfolk looked down upon land-dwelling beastmen. Little female, she waved her hand in front of Tang Wanxiao's eyes. Forgive me. It's just my first time encountering a merfolk. Tang Wanxiao apologized, realizing it was impolite to stare. Chapter 66. There's an older brother, no worries, she replied. her gaze fixated on the roasted meat as she licked her lips, swallowing in anticipation. "Can I have a taste?" Having lived in the sea, her diet consisted primarily of fish, with occasional exchanges of gemstones and beast meat with land-dwelling beastmen for variety. However, she found terrestrial beast meat rather unpalatable, often too gamey for her liking. Yet, the aroma of this roasted meat was irresistibly appealing, drawing her closer, of course. Tang Wanxiao readily offered her a piece, noting the sparkle in the little merfolk's eyes, while marveling at how amiable the merfolk were, lacking any arrogance. How delightful! Or perhaps this was merely an exception she had encountered. "Thank you." The little mermaid expressed her gratitude, savoring the roasted meat, which was distinctly different from raw meat, infused with the smoky flavor and a unique taste. Her eyes lit up as she finished the piece, gazing eagerly at Tang Wanxiao. "You mentioned wanting to see the mermaid fabric, right?" Tang Wanxiao was momentarily taken aback. She had merely expressed her curiosity about it and considered the potential cost of a trade. "Could you give me some more roasted meat? I can exchange it for mermaid fabric or pearls," she suggested, licking the remnants of seasoning from her lips, her desire intensifying with each bite. To trade a mere piece of roasted meat for the legendary mermaid fabric or genuine natural pearls was an exceedingly lucrative deal. All right. Without hesitation, Tang Wanxiao agreed. The little mermaid was quick to act, wiping her mouth and diving into the sea with a splash, her red tail creating a ripple. Once she departed, Tang Wanxiao couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect her to be a female merfolk. She is truly beautiful." She had initially thought she was a mere juvenile. Perhaps the merfolk had some method of altering their scent? She also hadn't anticipated encountering a fully grown female merfolk. He hadn't detected any feminine essence during their earlier meeting. While she was away, Tang Wanxiao retrieved the remaining fresh beast meat from her space. There hadn't been much left, but it should suffice. In the world of beastmen, one must never underestimate their appetites. Strangely, after spending so long in this realm, she hadn't seen any overweight individuals. Perhaps the efforts required to maintain weight in the hot season were completely expended during the cold season. "Have you ever encountered the merfolk before?" Tang Wanxiao tilted her head, looking at Qixi. He shook his head, replying, "No, they generally do not venture into the forests. The merfolk are a mysterious race to the land-dwelling beastmen. Many have never glimpsed their true forms, relying solely on hearsay, which often leads to misinformation." The young mermaid had been away for a while, and when she reappeared, she was accompanied by another merfolk, equally adorned with red hair and a crimson tail. "I'm back," she announced, gracefully leaping to the rocks and settling down. One arm cradling a mermaid's veil while the other held a pristine white shell. Her companion remained submerged, silent and unyielding. "Brother, want you come up?" the young mermaid called, placing her belongings down and patting the vacant space beside her. The male merfolk was notably more robust than his female counterpart, his features possessing sharper angles, and his dorsal fin appeared somewhat formidable. Tang Wanxiao's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of him. He seemed to sense her gaze, a flicker of disdain crossing his face as he let out a cold huff. Indeed, such arrogance, Tang Wanxiao mused, finding it rather remarkable that they were met with disdain upon their very first encounter. Was this the merfolk's way of expressing their contempt for the beastmen of the continent? "This is my brother, Lien. I am Yin," the young mermaid introduced, a hint of bashfulness evident in her demeanor. For she had intended to discreetly take the items without being noticed, only to be caught by her brother. Her brother harbored a strong aversion towards land-dwelling beastmen, particularly the females, as the merfolk practiced monogamy. While the female beastmen were known to take multiple mates, he believed that land females lacked both the beauty of the merfolk and the strength of their female counterparts, yet were fickle and cunning, rendering them quite unlikable in the eyes of most merfolk. Land beastmen were merely seen as unfaithful females and foolish males, all possessing unappealing appearances. "I am Tang Wanxiao, and this is my beast husband, Qixi." The group exchanged brief introductions. "You and your brother bear a striking resemblance," Tang Wanxiao remarked, initially captivated, then surprised, as Lien appeared to be a masculine reflection of Yin. Never before had anyone made such a comparison. Yin glanced at her brother, realizing that no one in the sea had ever pointed out their similarities. "By the way, I brought pearls and mermaid veils. Which do you prefer?" The mermaid veil lay before her, while the pearls were hidden within the shell. Yin opened the pristine shell, revealing a magnificent golden pearl encircled by delicate aquatic plants. Tang Wanjiao had never seen a natural golden pearl of such size and beauty. Glimmering brilliantly under the sunlight, it was a precious gem, and she was taken aback by Yan's sincerity, feeling embarrassed to exchange it, as she had only intended to request a few white pearls. Yet, her curiosity compelled her to examine it closely. "Could I take a look?" she inquired. Before she could finish her request, Lien snatched the shell away, forcefully closing it. "No," he exclaimed, casting a fierce glare at Tang Wanjiao. His disdain unmistakable. Upon witnessing his expression, Shi became agitated, baring his teeth as if ready to confront Lien. A turn of events Tang Wanjiao had not anticipated. However, believing there might be a misunderstanding, she restrained Shi. Yen hurriedly waved her hands, her expression apologetic. "I took the wrong box. That belongs to my brother." In the merfolk culture, golden pearls were exceptionally rare, requiring deep-sea exploration to find, each one unique and intended for courtship. If accepted, the pearl would be fashioned into a necklace. Yen's voice diminished as she continued, casting furtive glances at Lien. Realizing she had mistakenly taken a pearl meant for courtship, she felt guilty and anticipated a reprimand upon her return. Yet, those shell boxes all bore a similar appearance, leading to her hasty error. Still, she blamed her brother for carelessly misplacing such a significant item. "Oh, so that's how it is," Tang Wanjiao remarked, enlightened by the revelation of the pearl's value. "But, Lien, as an adult, have you yet to choose a partner? Is it not said that merfolk transform according to the gender of their desired mate?" This piqued her curiosity further. "I'll trade you the mermaid veil. Consider it a gesture of friendship." Yin held up the veil, her gaze sincere, for she had woven it herself. "Exchanging your precious veil for roasted meat seems rather unfair to you," Tang Wanjiao joked. "Believing the veil to be of equal worth to the golden pearl, it's fine. I can weave another," Yin replied, not wishing to take advantage of others, and she found herself quite fond of Tang Wanjiao. This land-dwelling female. She was beautiful and had only one beast husband, resembling their kind. Although her brother claimed that all land females were treacherous, Yin felt that Tang Wanjiao, with her singular devotion, was quite different from the rest. Yet, the prospect of friendship was paramount, and other matters could be addressed later. "If you come to the seaside again, please bring me some roasted meat." Chapter 67. The goat-headed fish. Tang Wanjiao accepted Yin's request. Optimistic about the tribe's flourishing future, envisioning outings by the sea to visit Yin. Their conversation flowed effortlessly. Tang Wanjiao found herself enamored with Yin, who could refuse such a beautiful and genuine friend. Moreover, she learned a great deal about the merfolk from Yan. As for Lien, he was of little consequence, an unfamiliar presence. "Wanjiao, how did you and your beast husband meet?" Yin inquired, her curiosity piqued, eager for tales from the land. Having grown weary of the sea's gossip, she had heard of the infamous reputation of serpent beastmen among their kind, perceiving the abduction of females as a vile act. Females were not mere commodities. They were living beings, yet the beastmen often exploited their strength to seize them, with many females suffering dire fates due to their captors' negligence. However, she noted that this serpent beastman before her did not seem malevolent. Despite his reserved nature, he exhibited anger when her brother displayed hostility towards Tang Wanjiao, and he treated her with gentleness and patience. Tang Wanjiao, in turn, often revealed a touch of warmth in her smiles when interacting with him, showcasing a mutual bond. "It was by the water. He was injured, and I saved him." Tang Wanjiao's words reminded Shi of that fateful day when she had declared her intent to bond with him. Promising to care for him, he was grateful to have accepted her offer. Tang Wanjiao was indeed the best in the world. A smile crept across Shi's face as he held her hand, gently caressing it. Tang Wanjiao chuckled at the memory, teasing Yin. "I promised to take good care of him, and look, I tricked him into coming home with me." Yin couldn't help but display an expression of disbelief as she overheard her brother's passionate outburst. "Land females are indeed cunning," he exclaimed. In that moment, 3 pairs of eyes turned toward Lien, each reflecting a mix of exasperation, confusion, and the murderous intent of Shi, who had decided to confront Lien for his insolence. This insufferable red worm dared to label Tang Wanjiao as deceitful. Splash! Shi. Tang Wanjiao cried out as he lunged, pulling Lien into the water, startling her. "Why not fight on land?" the merfolk were back in their element. And this was their domain. Yin, wishing to intervene, hesitated, knowing it was perilous to leave Tang Wanjiao alone on the rocks, and could only pray that Shi would not be too harsh. Suddenly, the beast mark on her chest glowed momentarily, prompting Tang Wanjiao to reach out and touch it, sensing a change within her. "Congratulations, host," 001 chimed in, appearing with a small seat, evidently having detected something intriguing worth observing. "System, why hasn't Shi resurfaced yet?" Shi, unlike the merfolk, lacked gills and could not breathe underwater. His ability to dive relied on his powerful lungs, yet his prolonged absence raised her concerns. "Soon, host. There is no need to fret," 001 reassured her. True to its word, not long after, two heads broke the surface of the water. Shi emerged, brimming with pride, and the first thing he did was seek a reward from Tang Wanjiao. Tang Wanjiao reached out to catch him. Relieved to see he had sustained no injuries, "I'm now a six-striped beast man. I even gave that filthy worm a good thrashing. I want my reward." He leaned closer to Tang Wanjiao, wiggling his fingers to indicate he wanted two rewards. "Si is the strongest, filthy worm." Shi's choice of words towards Lien was decidedly malicious. Yin, oblivious to the tension behind her, stared in silence at her battered brother, unable to reconcile the sight before her as her sibling. She had never seen such an unattractive merfolk before. Surely that serpent didn't do this on purpose. How could a male fight and land such blows? Yin mused, unable to comprehend that Shi was indeed that kind of serpent. One who relished face-to-face confrontations, particularly with those of notable appearance. When Tang Wanjiao finally discerned Lien's visage, she silently gasped, "Oh my!" In her mind, 001 erupted in laughter, its sharp cackles echoing, "Host, he resembles a goat-headed fish." "Ha ha 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 ha, you're driving me mad." Tang Wanjiao found herself torn between covering her eyes or her ears, lamenting how a once handsome merfolk had turned into such an unappealing figure. Look, now he has lost all his charm. As 001 pointed out, she couldn't help but agree, particularly noticing the large bump on his forehead. Teske. Lien had fought with Shi and remained silent upon his return, perhaps feeling embarrassed from the defeat. "Brother, are you all right?" Yin, in a state of hesitation, found herself somewhat unaccustomed to conversing with such a visage. Lien merely nodded, appearing rather peculiar, an indescribable oddity. Nevertheless, the disdain and arrogance she previously exhibited towards Tang Wanjiao and Shi had considerably diminished. In the midst of a masculine altercation, although the other party initiated the conflict, her brother had instigated the verbal exchange, leaving Yin reluctant to speak on Lien's behalf, primarily because she was no match for Shi. "Wanjiao, it's getting late. Let us return to rest. We must set off for the tribe early tomorrow," she suggested. "All right." Upon hearing Tang Wanjiao's words, Yin felt a surge of urgency. "Wanjiao, are you really leaving? Won't you stay by the seaside for a few more days?" She had finally encountered a friend who caught her eye, and just as they were getting to know each other, they were to part ways, with no certainty of when they might meet again. "No, we have matters to attend to in the tribe." Tang Wanjiao's outing had been akin to a leisurely excursion, merely engaging in conversation while indulging in play. Having had enough fun, it was time to return. "I see." Yin expressed her reluctance. "I had planned to show you the breathtaking beauty of the deep sea, far more splendid than these mountains and trees on land. Perhaps next time, I shall definitely return." "And you must not pretend not to know me then," Tang Wanjiao replied, having heard of the merfolk's ability to provide her with a means to breathe underwater, which piqued her interest in diving. Alas, this time there was no opportunity, as their encounter had coincided with the moment they were due to return. "Wait for me a moment." Yin swiftly leaped into the water, emerging with a palm-sized pink seashell. Tang Wanjiao grasped the shell and waved her hand. "Next time you come, just place it in the water, and I shall surely know." "Thank you." Tang Wanjiao was pleasantly surprised. Such a beautiful shell could not be found on the beach. There's more to discover. Yin gestured for Tang Wanjiao to hold the shell to her ear. Following suit, she was greeted with the sound of waves and a divine, ethereal melody, a splendid sound that made her feel as though she were submerged in the depths of the ocean. Remarkable! This little surprise thrilled Tang Wanjiao even more than possessing a mermaid's veil. "I adore this. Regrettably, once it leaves the ocean, the sound can only be preserved for one night. It is a blessing from the sea." Yin explained. Chapter 68. Unveiling the mystery of the merfolk, Tang Wanxiao cradled the shell, unable to part with it. "Thank you for your gift." Yin beamed brightly, turning to bestow a wish. "Shi Si, may the next time we meet, you still be the only one accompanying Wanxiao." From Tang Wanxiao, she understood that the females on land were not fickle merely for their own sake. The land beasts were born with predetermined genders, with males outnumbering females, and due to harsh conditions, females often faced mortality. Maintaining the current state was the best course. Males found it easier to seek partners, while females had better chances of survival. All orchestrated by the beast god. Yet, she believed that Tang Wanxiao possessed the ability to choose only one mate and hoped they could remain as loyal to one another as the merfolk. "Of course, for now, it is only me, and it shall always be only me." Shi lifted Tang Wanxiao into his arms, a proud expression on his face. "Wanxiao only likes me, right?" Tang Wanxiao giggled, ruffling his hair. "Yes, just you, and only you in the future," as the sea breeze fluttered. Though they were merely newfound friends, this moment of parting felt as though they were long-time companions. "We should take our leave." "Farewell, farewell." On the way back, Tang Wanxiao stored the mermaid's veil in her space, playing with the shell that contained the ocean's blessing. She even held it to Shi Si's ear, urging him to listen. "Isn't it a beautiful sound?" "Indeed, it is lovely, but it pales in comparison to Wanxiao's voice." Shi Si affectionately nudged his forehead against hers, asserting that Wanxiao would not deceive him. Tang Wanxiao, hearing his words, chuckled as she playfully pinched his cheeks. "Absolutely not. Wanxiao's voice is indeed sweet." Shi Si lowered his head, rubbing his nose against her face, his red pupils twinkling with mirth, "especially when I am with you." "Enough of that." Tang Wanxiao's face flushed crimson, covering Shi Si's mouth while glancing around, fearing others might overhear. She believed she had been sufficiently bold. Yet this fellow seemed to possess an ever-increasing lack of boundaries. Revealing everything without restraint, their eyes met, and Tang Wanxiao sensed trouble. This guy was undoubtedly harboring mischief, grinning with delight. As expected, in the next moment, a warm and ticklish sensation brushed against her palm before vanishing. Tang Wanxiao withdrew her hand, eyes wide in disbelief. Frog-like. It was the kind of snake that would lick the palm if slapped, yet, Shi Si feigned innocence, blinking and tilting his head. "What's wrong, Wanxiao? Just the two of us here." "Who are you performing for?" Shi Si replied. "I'm showing it to you. Don't you like it, Wanxiao?" He embraced Tang Wanxiao as they swam into a cave, noticing her wiping her hands on his shoulder, feigning a pitiful demeanor. "How could you disdain me?" While this scene was filled with happiness and tranquility, on the other side, Lien sat upon a rock, nearly merging with nature. Had he previously been at the peak of his beauty, sitting there would have made him a picturesque sight. However, with a bruised visage, he now resembled a drowned spirit. Yin could not bear to look any longer and wondered what had prompted Lien to remain on land. Perhaps he was preoccupied with some thoughts or felt unworthy as a fishmonger. She respected everyone's wishes, yet she disliked drying fish, so she promptly turned back to the sea, leaving Lien in solitary contemplation. That night, as the tide receded, gluttonous wolf beasts emerged to scavenge for seashells and roast meat. These shells, when cooked, produced a delightful crunch. After walking a bit further, he raised his gaze to behold the moonlight cascading down, illuminating the entire ocean surface with an ethereal purity. Upon a rock, a figure was silhouetted, with red hair flowing behind, and a long fish tail hanging down, resembling a sorrowful beauty shedding tears of despair. A merfolk? It was indiscernible whether they were male or female, yet such a beautiful silhouette suggested femininity. He had heard tales of the merfolk's beauty, human form with fish tails, the epitome of perfection in this world. With this thought, he stealthily approached, eager to glimpse the renowned beauty of the merfolk. "Little female, what troubles you?" Before arriving, he had envisioned numerous scenarios. The proud merfolk, in their moment of despair, encountering a benevolent wolf beast and, in gratitude, offering themselves in return. Or the haughty merfolk, dismissive of his land beast identity, wiping away their tears and diving back into the deep sea. Regardless of the outcome, he would at least feast his eyes. He had yet to see a merfolk, however, when the legendary beauty turned to face him. He was met with a muscular torso adorned with bruises and scars, a visage marred by contusions, far removed from any semblance of beauty. "Ah, a monster!" Lien silently regarded the detestable land beast before him, his heart racing with terror, even hurling several hundred fist-sized seashells into the air in panic. Like a flash of lightning, he disappeared from sight. After being struck on the head by a falling seashell, his fury reached its zenith. Seizing the trembling shell hiding in its shell, he crushed it with a resounding crack. Had it not been for the searing pain from his facial wounds, he would have returned long ago, and that insufferable wolf beast, to mistake him, a robust male merfolk, for a delicate female merfolk was one thing. To sneak up on him and then flee with a shriek was another. He was a merfolk. In the eyes of foolish land beasts, he was akin to a deity. Yet, no matter how furious he was, he ultimately exhaled a long sigh. Alas, Lien lowered his head, splashing water with his tail in a fit of frustration. In truth, while in the ocean, Shi had told him that Tang Wanxiao would only desire him. Lien had not believed it. Land females were inherently cunning, never valuing emotions. How could they possibly be willing to forsake numerous choices and remain loyal to Shi? Yet, the prideful and elated demeanor of Shi, insisting that his beast mark resided over his partner's heart, and that Tang Wanxiao loved him and would not deceive him, gnawed at Lien. The merfolk also possessed beast marks. Once bonded, both partners remained steadfast until death, and every pair of merfolk lovers bore their marks on each other's hearts. What Shi claimed was a trivial matter, particularly in the ocean, where he had been injured by Shi, who subsequently sought Tang Wanxiao to boast of his glory, wearing that insufferable proud expression. It infuriated him to no end. He was insulted by being called a dead earthworm. How could that disgusting, slimy land creature compare to him? The more Lien pondered, the angrier he became, snorting as he dove back into the sea. Now he too was skeptical. Even if that land female professed to only like Shi, it was merely an empty promise. If, upon their next encounter, the land female was only accompanied by Shi, still basking in her affection, he would reconsider his opinion of them. At that point, he would be willing to believe that not all land beasts were barbaric creatures, solely driven by base instincts of mating. Chapter 69. The blessing of the beast god. Enough of the ruckus, let us sleep. Tang Wanxiao had laughed and played enough, now lying flat on the beast skin mat. Panting, Shi, having transformed into a six-patterned beast, was brimming with vitality. After tangling with Lien, he still had the energy to frolic with her. Cover yourself with the blanket. The serpent, Shi, reclined on his side, gently wrapping Tang Wanxiao in her small blanket to shield her from the chilly winds that swept in from outside the cave. Your beast markings have changed, Tang Wanxiao observed, noticing that the 5 black lines that once adorned his arm had vanished, replaced by a delicate swirl of ice-blue vines that encircled his limb. The leaves appeared vibrant and lifelike, exuding an exquisite beauty. So lovely, she remarked, reaching out to touch them, suddenly recalling the system's mention that a beast man attaining 6 markings would receive the blessing of the beast god, granting them extraordinary abilities. She wondered what powers Shi possessed. "Do you like it?" she inquired. "Yes, it's quite appealing." Shi felt no distinction in the new pattern, merely a variation in color on the markings. Questioning, "Is it beautiful, or am I?" His childish pout betrayed a hint of playfulness. Who compares their beauty with that of a design? "You are beautiful," Tang Wanxiao soothed, eager to indulge him. "Then between me and that red, foul worm, who is more attractive?" Shi excelled at pressing his advantage, asserting that he was far more handsome than that wretched pattern, and it was only natural that he outshone the creature. "Of course, you are more beautiful. You are the most stunning." Tang Wanxiao reassured him once more, not entirely untruthfully, for although the red-haired, red-tailed creature possessed a certain striking allure, Shi's dark hair and crimson eyes were equally captivating, his gaze brimming with an intoxicating allure that she would cherish for a lifetime. Moreover, the image of the creature he had bested was fading from her memory, now merely evoking the term sheep-headed fish as described by 001. As Tang Wanxiao engaged in this playful banter, she found the exchange slightly off-kilter, reminiscent of the questions a doting girlfriend might pose. "Do you truly love me? How much do you love me? Who is more beautiful, her or I?" She had never uttered such inquiries, having only listened to Shi express them. "You still haven't told me what new abilities you have acquired," Tang Wanxiao pressed. Her curiosity piqued. Her spatial ability, a gift from the system, was limited to storage and lacked offensive power. She longed for something as magnificent as elemental abilities: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, or at the very least, the ability to manipulate her spatial powers, such as teleportation or spatial blades. She closed her eyes. She, unusually coy, busied himself with something in his hands. "All right," he announced, revealing a crystalline, Q version of a proud little snake, its tiny, pointed teeth meticulously crafted. Tang Wanqiao's eyes sparkled as she received the exquisite icy sculpture, gently tapping the little snake's head. "Just like you, proud and a bit naughty. Initially crafted from snow, it could now be shaped from ice. Though it would soon melt." Shi was determined to evoke expressions of affection in Tang Wanqiao for items associated with him. The ice sculpture, the leather garments he crafted, the meals he prepared, each evoking joy akin to love for him. "Having you is enough. It doesn't matter if the ice sculpture melts," Tang Wanqiao said, her fingertip tracing Shi's brow, her gaze softening. Upon hearing this, Shi's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he nuzzled against Tang Wanqiao's neck. "You are truly the best, my favorite." The interplay of black and white in the sky transformed. Soon the night was entirely overtaken by brilliant light. On their return journey, the wolf beast men carried precious salt upon their backs. Unable to sprint with the same vigor as before, they slowed their pace toward the tribe. To obtain such a bounty of salt in so few days was an unimaginable feat. They had never witnessed such a pile of salt before. Yet thanks to Tang Wanqiao, their horizons had expanded. The tribe would no longer need to trade for exorbitantly priced salt crystals, and perhaps this would foster their growth and prosperity. It was conceivable that when the next small tribe opened its market for trading females, they might have the advantage, or perhaps return with all remaining females to their tribe. The thought was delightful. Amidst the jubilant crowd of wolf beast men, filled with aspirations for the future and eager to share their adventures with friends upon returning to the tribe, there was one downtrodden wolf, his tail drooping pitifully. In such an environment, he was all too conspicuous. Even Tang Wanqiao, who was usually adept at blending in, noticed him, though she remained silent, fearing to draw attention. This was the peculiar sharpness of the male beastman's hearing, akin to having acute senses. Yet the sensation of being on the outside looking in was torturous. Fortunately, someone did take note of the somber demeanor nearby and inquired, "What troubles you, my friend?" Two wolves walked side by side, one black and one white. "White wolf, what is the matter? You seem a bit off. I didn't see you sleep well last night. I had a nightmare." The black wolf sighed, his dark fur concealing the heavy shadows beneath his eyes. "How could that be? Weren't you just merrily out collecting shells to roast and eat?" Suddenly recalling something, he asked, "By the way, where are your shells? I haven't seen you eat any." Logically, with so many shells at the seaside, it was impossible for him to return empty-handed. The black wolf shook his head, letting out a heavy breath. "Have you ever seen a merfolk?" "What a strange question. The merfolk are so mysterious. I've never seen them, though I've heard tales," the white wolf replied, his expression enigmatic, as if privy to some hidden truths. Even Tang Wanqiao, eavesdropping, felt a rush of curiosity. His words sparked a flicker of interest in the white wolf, who gazed at the black wolf with watery eyes, as if he had found a confidant. Those who have seen the merfolk say they are the most beautiful of all beast races. Even the fox clan pales in comparison. Tang Wanqiao, listening intently, nodded in agreement, despite never having seen the fox clan. For the merfolk were indeed said to possess an extraordinary beauty. Shi noticed her reaction, suppressing a chuckle as he gently pressed her head against his shoulder, whispering, "Be careful. Your head is tilting too far back. You might fall." "Shoo." Tang Wanqiao placed her finger to her lips, signaling Shi to be quiet. She couldn't miss what the black wolf was about to say. "No, you're all wrong," the black wolf suddenly erupted, his emotions flaring as if he had just uncovered a lifelong deception. "The merfolk are not at all as the tales suggest." "How can that be?" The white wolf was incredulous, as those who had seen the merfolk had always praised their beauty. "It's true. I have seen them." His claws dug into the earth, as if he wished to tear through the ground beneath him. Chapter 70. The true merfolk. Tang Wanqiao's interest peaked. "So, were there other merfolk on shore yesterday? Is that true?" The white wolf scrutinized the black wolf, who had seen the merfolk and yet was having nightmares. "Really, you must believe me." The black wolf's face fell as he recounted. I went to collect seashells, and there on the rocks, from behind, I truly thought it was a breathtaking beauty. Long red hair, a fish tail of the same hue, but when I approached, it turned around. The black wolf's pupils widened in horror. Recalling the terrifying visage that made him wish to gouge out his own eyes, one side of its face was large, the other small, with a large bump on its forehead, and its skin was an unsettling mix of red, purple, and white. It resembled. What was that beast called? I thought I had encountered a water ghost. It terrified me. His depiction caused the white wolf's face to contort in disbelief. The embodiment of beauty in the beast world had been shattered. Were those who had previously claimed to have seen the merfolk all lying? After all, the black wolf didn't seem like one to fabricate stories. The more Tang Wanxiao listened, the more familiar the description became. One large side of the face. One small side, a forehead bulging, a face modeled in hues of blue and purple, red hair and tail. Hiss, she inhaled sharply. If it was not a water ghost, then it must be Lien. Shi seemed to have guessed as well. For it was he who had fought the creature. How could he not be familiar? She couldn't help but chuckle softly, realizing that Shi had single-handedly dismantled the merfolk's long-standing reputation for beauty. He had emerged unscathed, even evolving into a six-mark beast man. Her soft laughter evidently reached the ears of the two engrossed in their discussion, as well as those around them who had been eavesdropping. The gathered beastmen turned to Tang Wanxiao, curious about her insights. As an outsider, she surely possessed knowledge about the merfolk. Tang Wanxiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, akin to being caught eavesdropping, and quickly pretended to busy herself wiping Shi's face while forcing a smile. "Your face is dirty," she said. Shi, amused by her flustered demeanor, chuckled softly. "Thank you, Wanxiao. You are the best." How adorable, caught eavesdropping yet pretending to clean his face. "You're welcome." The surrounding beastmen, inadvertently served a dose of affection, couldn't help but feel touched by the sweetness of their relationship. The white and black wolves exchanged knowing glances, realizing that the little female had not overheard anything. Driven by curiosity, one of the beasts couldn't resist asking, "Have you ever seen a merfolk? Are they truly as ugly as he says?" Among land-dwelling beastmen, the hyena beastmen were considered the ugliest, their demeanor quite unappealing, causing many females to recoil in fear. If the merfolk truly resembled the black wolf's description, they would surely surpass even the hyena clan in terms of frightfulness. "Yes, I have seen them, and I think they are quite beautiful." Tang Wanxiao initially had no intention of intervening, but since others had inquired, she felt compelled to clarify the reputation of Yen. What a stunning beauty she is. If she were to learn that her kin were being likened to demons, it would surely sadden her. A group of beastmen, hearing her completely contrary statement to that of the black wolf, began to hesitate. Both claimed to have encountered the truth, so who was genuinely speaking? The black wolf's account was vivid and detailed, yet it was undeniable that Tang Wanxiao, the little female, would not utter falsehoods. Could it be that her aesthetic sense was flawed, perceiving what was ugly as beautiful? Some beastmen found themselves questioning this, their gazes inadvertently shifting to Shi's face, which was undeniably beautiful and magnificent. There was no doubt, the little female's taste was impeccable. This caused even the black wolf to self-reflect, wondering if he had indeed encountered some unique sea-dwelling beastman, adorned with a long fish tail and sharp claws akin to that of a merman. "What about me?" The black wolf glanced at Tang Wanxiao, seeking an answer. Perhaps there were other races in the sea that resembled each other, making misidentification quite plausible. Tang Wanxiao, with utmost seriousness, began to weave an elaborate tale. It was Lien who first mentioned her. The initial golden pearl was understandable, but the subsequent inexplicable malice that led to his beating was also justifiable. Shi, as her beast husband, cherished her dearly and would never allow others to speak ill of her. Even if she erred, Shi would undoubtedly stand by her, ensuring she was never bullied. Let Lien bear that blame alone. No wonder, such an ugly beastman must indeed be frightening. Indeed, if I were to encounter one, I would surely be terrified. With this convincing explanation, the group ceased to pursue the truth, resolutely beginning to discuss matters further. They even pitted the black wolf for encountering such a frightful beast while seeking food. As night fell, every beastman, except for Shi and Tang Wanxiao, bore hundreds of kilograms of salt on their backs, having walked all day, and it was time to rest. if they continued on like this. Encountering danger would leave them without the strength to respond. Although Shashi had already become a six-pattern beastman, typically, other beastmen would not be foolish enough to attempt theft, yet they too would tire. The entire group set down their salt sacks to rest, and those who were hungry ventured nearby in search of prey. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Wanxiao could not utilize her spatial abilities and was thus entrusted to the beastmen of the Great Wolf tribe to hunt alone. A team of beastmen, with the sheer number deterring any malevolent beastman from attempting to snatch them, allowed her to feel secure. In truth, Shashi could have protected her quite well. However, given the bumpy journey, it was best to let her rest peacefully. Once Shashi departed, those fearful of his iron fist could not resist approaching Tang Wanxiao, eager to inquire not only about what the rumored merman truly resembled, but also the most intriguing point of all: how had Shashi, having only taken the little female out for a few days, managed to become a six-pattern beastman? When he joined the tribe, he was merely a five-pattern beastman. How had he ascended so quickly? Moreover, once the chieftain became a six-pattern beastman, he acquired the ability to control fire, rendering the tribe's fire seed no longer necessary to be watched over by anyone. If it were extinguished, the chieftain could simply rekindle it. What a trivial matter. Without the need for kindling. In contrast, for smaller tribes, if their fire seed extinguished, they either had to rely on kindling to reignite it or trade valuable items such as animal skins and meat with other tribes. For smaller tribes, animal skins and meat were precious commodities, and they would hesitate to trade them for fire seeds, thus typically resorting to kindling. This was no simple task, requiring considerable effort to achieve. And some beastmen would rub wood together only to produce black smoke, failing to ignite even a spark. Tang Wanxiao shared what she could, spending most of her time discussing the customs of the merman tribe. Allowing the beastmen of the Great Wolf tribe to gain a glimpse into this mysterious race, at the very least, should they encounter them, they might not become friends but could avoid offending them. If they were to encounter formidable beings, their very lives could be at stake. Regarding Shashi's ascension, it was merely a combination of talent and hard work. Beyond that, she had little knowledge. Chapter 71. Returning home. In truth, Shashi was quite amiable and easy to get along with. There was no need to fear him. Observing the beastman's apprehension at the mention of Shashi, Tang Wanxiao felt compelled to vindicate him. Shashi might be prone to explosive reactions in certain situations, but as long as her safety was not at risk, he was rather agreeable. She also hoped that Shashi would genuinely be accepted by the tribe, not merely because he was her beast husband, but for who he was in his own right. If he could find a few friends within the tribe, life would undoubtedly be more pleasant. Friendships, after all, vary in proximity and intimacy, from ordinary acquaintances to close confidants. If Shashi could secure a few good friends, that would be splendid. In the future, when he ventured out to hunt, he would have companions, and there would be someone to converse with, alleviating his solitude. However, regarding the topic she raised, the beastmen remained in a state of contemplation, not for any other reason than the stark disparity between Shashi and themselves. Could a six-pattern beastman truly forge friendships with three-pattern beastmen? If Shashi were to look upon them with disdain, it could result in a severe beating, and even the toughest among them would feel pain. Noticing their exchanged glances, Tang Wanxiao couldn't help but feel a mix of helplessness and amusement. It seemed that Shashi's journey to forge friendships would be quite arduous. Having already broken through to become a six-pattern beastman, Shashi's strength had seen a qualitative leap. Previously swift in hunting, his newfound ability to condense ice made him even faster, returning with his prey in no time. Those who had witnessed Shashi's hunting prowess could not help but marvel at the significant differences between beasts. Since adopting Tang Wanxiao, Shashi had become increasingly adept at many skills, such as previously relying on her to start a fire. He now ignited flames with remarkable speed, having mastered the technique. Even as he prepared the freshly caught prey over the fire, one could see the muscles of the meat still twitching, a clear sign of its freshness. Sprinkling some barbecue seasoning from his bag, an enticing aroma wafted up, tantalizing the senses of those present. Not a single male in attendance could suppress their envy at his barbecuing skills. While they might remain stagnant in hunting and ranking throughout their lives, barbecuing was different. With effort, it could yield gratifying results. The delectable barbecue Shashi prepared was enough to make even the males, who were accustomed to a diet of raw meat, salivate. If they could master such a skill, would they not easily attract a mate? Competing with equally ranked males, The moment they showcased their barbecue prowess, females would undoubtedly choose them. Some clever individuals wished to stand out but feared Shishi's wrath, causing them to hesitate and shrink back. By the time the less astute realized the implications, they thought, what does it matter? Finding a mate is of utmost importance. Beast life is paramount. Shishi, meanwhile, was approached by bold beastmen seeking to learn the secret behind his exquisitely fragrant and visually appealing barbecue. Their own attempts at grilling often resulted in charred, blackened meat, the exterior cooked while the interior remained bloody at times. Yet, there were a rare few exceptionally talented individuals whose meat was dried out inside while scarcely cooked on the outside, rendering it nearly inedible. Even for themselves, consuming it was a challenge, let alone for any female, making it utterly unpalatable. Shishi cast a glance at the wolf beastman who approached for advice, his face stern as he sliced off the well-cooked outer layer of meat to offer to Tang Wanxiao. The overlooked beastman felt a bit awkward but, recalling that he had not been beaten, considered it a significant improvement and resolved to continue trying. You grill meat so well. No wonder the little female likes you, he remarked, expressing his genuine thoughts. However, to Shishi's ears, it sounded like, Tang Wanxiao likes you. This was an undeniable truth, and upon hearing it, he felt elated, as if it resonated deeply within him. Yes, Wanxiao indeed liked him. When grilling, one should not cook a large piece directly, as it would become charred and bitter. Instead, either cut it smaller or keep it further from the fire, turning it more frequently, the wolf beast man. Having received this advice, wore a look of astonishment, diligently noting down Shishi's instructions to repeat to himself. Cut the meat smaller, keep it further from the fire, and turn it frequently as for the seasoning. Since it was pre-made, Shishi was uncertain how to prepare it and chose to remain silent. Yet, the wolf beastmen, long prepared to sit on the sidelines, were unconcerned. They had never expected to glean any knowledge. So receiving even a modicum of guidance was already a victory. Thank you. Hearing the wolf beastman express his gratitude toward Shishi was nothing short of miraculous. After all, in all his years of existence, aside from Tang Wanxiao, no one had ever said thank you to him. This sensation was peculiar, not entirely unpleasant. Tang Wanxiao observed from the side as the orcs of the tribe gradually began to gather around Shishi. A promising sign indeed. What was most heartening was that Shishi had earnestly responded to the wolf beastman's inquiry, truly a well-behaved darling. Some proactive orcs immediately commenced experiments, boldly approaching Shishi to borrow fire, thus sparing themselves the trouble of laboriously creating it through friction. Following the method suggested by Shishi to grill the meat, the results were indeed far superior to their previous attempts, though it lacked the rich aroma and visual appeal of Shishi's culinary creations. At least the exterior was no longer charred, exhibiting an even hue and devoid of bitterness. As night fell, the orcs of the giant wolf tribe formed a large circle, encircling the precious salt crystals and Tang Wanxiao for protection. The bonfire blazed throughout the night, primarily to keep Tang Wanxiao warm. The days on the journey were unremarkable yet not tedious. They occasionally engaged in light conversation, speculating on how astonished the remaining orcs in the tribe would be upon seeing the salt crystals. If the chieftain were to witness such a bounty of salt crystals, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed and would organize another bonfire gathering, allowing them to showcase their skills amidst the sea of darkened grilled meats. Outside the giant wolf tribe, the orc guards on patrol spotted Tang Wanxiao and Shishi returning from afar. Each orc was laden with large baskets, reportedly filled with salt. Was it truly possible that the first batch of returning orcs had brought back so much salt? You have returned. Is this genuinely salt crystals? The two parties met, overwhelmed with excitement and joy. After spending so long outside, the comfort of the tribe was unparalleled, with animal hides to ward off the night chill, and no need for vigilance. The news of the returning orcs bringing back an abundance of salt crystals spread rapidly throughout the tribe. The square was soon filled with orcs, all craning their necks to see the contents of the baskets. The chieftain was equally exhilarated, though he maintained composure until the animal hides covering the bamboo baskets were unveiled, revealing glistening white granules that sparkled in the sunlight. The color was far more appealing than the salt crystals typically consumed in the tribe. While the usual salt was somewhat yellowish, this batch was pure white. The chieftain suppressed his excitement and sampled some, savoring its salty yet slightly bitter flavor. Indeed, it was salt. Excellent, wonderful, he exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. his heart racing within his chest as he took a few strides towards Tang Wanxiao, grasping her hand firmly. Tang Wanxiao, you are truly the envoy of the beast god, sent to elevate and strengthen our giant wolf tribe. Chapter 72. Infestation. The envoy of the beast god. The orcs of the tribe erupted in cheers. Being recognized as the envoy of the beast god was the highest honor within the tribe, earning the respect of all orc inhabitants. Tang Wanxiao had merely used this title to deceive Shishi, and the overwhelming support from so many made her feel rather bashful. Her face flushed as she cast a pleading glance towards Shishi. Shishi, eagerly anticipating this moment, regarded Tang Wanxiao as the finest little female in the world. Yet, upon catching Tang Wanxiao's imploring gaze, he instinctively intervened, reclaiming her from the chieftain's grasp. Chieftain, Wanxiao's safety is of utmost importance. You have reminded me, the chieftain nodded, raising his voice. To ensure the safety of our little female, we must keep this secret. Only then will the beast god be willing to bless our giant wolf tribe. The safety of Tang Wanxiao was paramount. If other tribes were to learn of the beast god's envoy residing within the giant wolf tribe, they would surely come to seize her. It was best to remain discreet. Once they successfully departed from the orc's fervent gaze, Tang Wanxiao let out a sigh of relief. The wolf beastmen were excessively enthusiastic eyeing the small vegetable garden outside her home. Figures were busily tending to the plants. Huar and her beast husbands had transformed into human forms, crouching awkwardly as they appeared to be unsure of their actions, seemingly fearful of trampling her crops. Tang Wanxiao's eyes curved in delight as a gentle smile graced her lips. Huar, I have returned. As she approached, she noticed several orcs diligently capturing pests from the vegetable leaves. Though her time away was brief, within those few days, the young sprouts had flourished into lush foliage. The tender green leaves occasionally hosted tiny snails, leaving small pits in their wake. Wanxiao, you have finally returned. Those wretched pests have been devouring your plants. Huar exclaimed indignantly, expressing her frustration at the relentless invaders. Each day, she was compelled to accompany her husbands to eliminate the pests, only for new ones to appear the following day. How burdensome for you, Tang Wanxiao said, touched by Huar's dedication to safeguarding her little garden. She had originally only asked Huar to help with watering the plants. Yet here she was, diligently capturing pests. I feared you might think I had neglected your crops. Huar scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed that despite her few days of assistance, pests had invaded, nearly scaring her into believing the plants would perish before Tang Wanxiao's return. I think you have done remarkably well. I have only been away for a few days, and look how much they have grown, Tang Wanxiao praised, clapping her hands as she decided to show her gratitude to Huar and her family for their diligent assistance. Today, you all must dine at my home. We shall feast on barbecue delights. Huar was pleasantly surprised by this invitation, as no one had ever asked her to dinner before. May I join you? Of course, you and your beast husbands are more than welcome to stay. The wolf beast men exchanged glances, stealthily gauging Shishi's reaction to this invitation. Would it be inappropriate for the little female to invite their partners to dine together? Would Shishi be displeased? They were confident they could hunt enough game to provide for their partners and the little female, yet feared Shishi would not appreciate outsiders entering his territory. Shishi was not upset with the little female's invitation. Yet he was curious about the presence of the other orcs. However, he could accept their assistance in helping Wanxiao, so when he noticed the wolf beast men glancing at him with apprehension, he refrained from displaying any displeasure. Seeing that Shishi was not angered, the wolf beast men exchanged glances, reassured that they would not face repercussions, and promptly declared, we shall go hunting. With that, they dashed off, not forgetting to include Huar, yet she, having not seen Tang Wanxiao for a long time, was reluctant to depart. Oh dear, you all go hunting without me. Why take me along? She playfully pulled away from her beast husband's grasp and affectionately rushed to Tang Wanxiao's side. Wanxiao, did you encounter anything interesting during your journey? Can you share it with me? The tribesmen did not venture far during their gathering, and Huar had yet to see the ocean or travel to distant lands. Of course, come to my home and we shall rest. Shishi, noticing the two little females engrossed in conversation, knew better than to disrupt their bonding time. Since Wanxiao had invited the clumsy wolf orcs to dinner, he would need to procure more game to impress them. Wanxiao, I shall also go hunting, Shishi called out, hoping to capture her attention. Be safe, she replied, her concern evident, which filled Shishi with satisfaction as he set off. The two young women had much to discuss. particularly with Huar being curious about everything. Previously, when Tang Wanxiao had departed in haste, she had only mentioned what needed to be done, leaving Huar in the dark about the purpose of the plants, which all appeared identical. After all, weren't these the plants that only herbivorous tribes consumed? Wanxiao, what is the purpose of these plants? These are not merely plants. They are wonderful vegetables meant for consumption. Tang Wanxiao explained as they walked home together. Vegetables were not universally adored. Even with improved cooking methods, some would still shun them. Oh, I see. Upon returning home, Tang Wanxiao quickly dusted off the tables and chairs, inviting Huar to sit. By the way, since you're here, why don't you check on the handmade soap I crafted earlier? The thought of the bamboo tubes stored in the pantry filled her with excitement. Surely, after all this time, the soap had solidified. How wonderful! Huar had been conserving the half-block of soap she had previously received, yet it was designed for use with water, and despite her efforts, it had nearly dwindled to nothing. Tang Wanxiao retrieved all the bamboo tubes, creating a considerable pile. With a knife, she sliced open the tubes, revealing the handcrafted soap, now fully solidified and exuding a gentle fragrance. She had infused it with flower petals, though their scent was overshadowed by the fresh aroma of bamboo. The outer petals had faded slightly in color, but still looked more beautiful than pure white. Huar gazed in astonishment at the long cylindrical bar of soap. You managed to create so much in one go. Her previous piece had been sizable, yet this one appeared to last an eternity. Indeed. Let us slice it open and see. The soap was neatly stacked in even layers, the cut surfaces displaying unique patterns formed from the added petals. Huar examined a piece, noting the differences in texture and fragrance compared to the one she had used before. With vibrant petals dispersed throughout, creating a lovely sight, there's a floral aroma. She was utterly delighted, unable to part with the fragrant soap in her hands. Chapter 73. The competitive nature of male beasts. I've made quite a few. Take some back with you, and then tomorrow we can create some new ones together. Tang Wanxiao retrieved the bamboo basket that Huar had gifted her last time, lining it with a layer of animal hide before placing the cut soap inside. She also prepared some for Huar to take later, advising her to keep the unused ones in a dry place to preserve them. Such a quantity, this will last quite a while. Thank you. Wanxiao. Huar marveled at Tang Wanxiao's generosity as she held a small bag of soap, which contained at least 10 pieces. Previously, she had not dared to share any with her beast husband, but now, with so many, they could finally have a taste. And no need for thanks. In fact, if we had the materials, we could make some right now. Bamboo tubes and flowers are easy to find. We can gather them ourselves, but the grease is a bit trickier to obtain. We'll have to wait for the hunters to return. After distributing the soap, Tang Wanxiao took out some shells and snails she had collected from the beach. Such beautiful treasures held little value in the eyes of the males, yet the females cherished them, wishing to collect or adorn themselves with these decorations. The few she treasured most, along with one gifted by Yan, she kept in her space and only pretended to transfer the others from her backpack to the table. As she pulled them out, she remarked, I found all of these on the beach. I thought they were quite lovely, so I brought them back. Indeed, so many colors and such unique shapes, Huar exclaimed, inspecting several in her hands. As she brought them closer, a briny scent reminiscent of the sea wafted up. Are these some sort of special stones? She inquired, unaware that they were once the homes of living creatures. No, they are shells from a type of edible beast found in the ocean. I envy you. Wanxiao. I've never traveled so far beyond the tribe. It must be quite an adventure. Unlike the males, who could transform into their beast forms for warmth and hunting, she lacked the means to fend for herself against dangers and was thus confined to the tribe. Moreover, her husbands were of average strength and could not easily take her out to explore. They only occasionally visited nearby gathering spots. The thought of traveling as Tang Wanxiao did seemed both perilous and exhilarating to her. Perhaps one day you'll have the chance, Tang Wanxiao replied, understanding that the primary reason for females' restricted movement was to ensure their safety. While she sympathized with the females in the tribe and wished for their freedom, she would not encourage them to venture out recklessly. If something went wrong, she could not bear the responsibility. It would be better to wait until the tribe grew strong enough to allow the females some freedom to roam. Choose some shells you like to take home. You can select any of these. Thank you. Wanxiao. Huar felt genuinely touched to have such a friend, one willing to share good things with her. She picked and chose, each shell beautiful in its own right. but she refrained from being greedy and ultimately selected a few to keep alongside the soap as mementos. The hunting males soon returned, bringing with them a sizable haul of game. Piled high like a small mountain in the clearing before the door, Tang Wanxiao could not help but fall silent, contemplating whether this was the competitive spirit among male beasts. The wolf beast man stared in astonishment at the 3 heads of prey dragged back by Xian'ai, thinking it remarkable that one beast could return with so much. The 4 of them had only managed to match his yield with great effort. What terrifying hunting prowess! No wonder the little females desired him as their sole beast husband. He alone could ensure their standard of living. That's an overwhelming amount, Tang Wanxiao exclaimed, shocked. She had been contemplating exchanging some items with the system for sweet potatoes or potatoes to roast, as those were delicious when cooked and filling as a staple food. Not too many. My husbands eat quite a lot, she added. Huar and her husbands were understandably hesitant to partake in the game brought back by Xian'ai, as they had exerted themselves greatly during the hunt. Never mind. Let's preserve what we can't finish. We mustn't waste. She disdained wasting food, as it was an undesirable habit, especially since the tribe was already pickling meat, so she decided to prepare some jerky as well. The processed game was divided into pieces and set up to roast, while Tang Wanxiao, taking advantage of the distraction, pretended to retrieve some sweet potatoes and seasonings from home. In truth, she wished for lettuce and grilled sausages as well. But that was too much. There was already more than enough meat to consume. Each person received a plate, and Huar and her husbands looked bewildered. Isn't grilled meat supposed to be eaten bite by bite? They wondered, uncertain about the leafy containers. Xian'ai monopolized the roasting area, not wishing to eat the dark, charred meat, and Wanxiao had grown accustomed to his cooking. The first batch of grilled meat was served without any males daring to touch it. They were used to consuming raw meat and would not compete with the females for food. However, Xian'ai was indeed skilled, his hunting prowess matched by his superior grilling abilities. Wanxiao, what is this pungent substance for? Huar asked, sniffing the cumin and chili powder on the table, finding it a bit overwhelming yet inexplicably making her mouth water. It's a dipping sauce. You use it to enhance the flavor of the grilled meat? Tang Wanxiao demonstrated, warning, it's a bit spicy, so use it sparingly, or your tongue will suffer. And what about this lump of earth? Is it edible too? She inquired, having never encountered sweet potatoes before. The muddy sweet potato appeared dull and uninviting, resembling a clod of dirt. This is a sweet potato. When roasted, it tastes quite sweet. Huar nodded, sampling a piece of grilled meat, which was entirely different from what her beast husband produced. This is incredibly flavorful. After adding the seasoning, it has a slight kick, but is delicious, she exclaimed. If you enjoy it, eat plenty, but don't overindulge. Save some room for the grilled sweet potato, which you will surely love. Xian'ai's grilling skills successfully attracted new apprentices, as 4 eager beastmen gathered around him, their eyes shining with anticipation. He repeated the advice he had previously given to the salt-gathering team of beastmen. Flip often, and keep a safe distance from the fire. If you roast the same spot too long, it will burn. Once the 4 beastmen nodded in understanding, he allowed them to practice their newfound skills, reminding them that while he could guide them, their progress depended on their own efforts. They took over the fire pit, excitedly beginning their practice, diligently flipping and keeping their distance from the flames. Xian'ai isn't so bad. He even teaches them how to grill meat. Holding a large piece of beast meat, he settled beside Tang Wanxiao, slicing it into bite-sized pieces and placing them on her plate. Eat more, Wanxiao. You haven't eaten properly these past few days. Having subsisted on jerky during their travels, Tang Wanxiao felt as though she had lost weight, and Xian'ai was concerned for her well-being. You should eat too. You worked hard to prepare all this meat. Tang Wanxiao wiped the sweat from his brow and offered him a bite. Seeing him smile with delight, she couldn't help but chuckle. So obedient and easy to please. Chapter 74. Grilled Sweet Potatoes. The beasts exhibited remarkable learning abilities. Before long, the wolf beastman could produce grilled meat that was visually appealing and flavorful, especially when paired with the secret dipping sauce. Delicious. Huar was tasting her husband's grilled meat for the first time, finding it exceptionally delectable. In fact, the meat he had previously grilled was already commendable, unlike the chief's, which often turned out charred on the outside and raw on the inside, a feat only palatable due to her deep affection for him. As Xian'ai, the master griller, savored the fruits of his labor, he acknowledged that while it did not quite match his own, it was certainly far superior to what others could produce. Oh, The sweet potatoes should be ready, she exclaimed. Instead of washing and slicing them, she had simply buried them whole with their skins on, allowing the ember's residual heat to cook them. When it came time to eat, it would be as simple as peeling off the skin. Using 2 sticks, she retrieved the sweet potatoes, but the beastmen, having never tasted roasted sweet potatoes before, stared in silence at the blackened lumps before them. Can this really be eaten? One of them poked at the surface. Removing some of the ash, Tang Wanxiao expertly used her sticks to place the roasted sweet potatoes on the table. This is the advantage of using chopsticks. The others in the tribe have yet to learn, and grabbing them with bare hands would be too hot to manage. For instance, the few eager wolves trying to help burn their fingers. Wanxiao, is this truly sweet? Huar asked, poking it with her finger. It was hot, but the inside seemed softer than when she had first pulled it from the fire. Of course, just peel off the blackened skin before eating. Feeling the heat, Tang Wanxiao sought refuge against Xian'ai to cool her hands. Finding him quite useful, let me peel it, Xian'ai offered, extending his hand, but Tang Wanxiao playfully swatted it away, causing him to pout slightly as he withdrew his hand. She merely wished to avoid him getting the flesh dirty with ash. As the roasted sweet potato was unveiled, its golden, tender interior revealed a high degree of sweetness. Huar was utterly captivated by the flavor, declaring it far superior to grilled meat, wondering where Wanxiao had discovered such a delightful treat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for introducing a new food to the giant wolf tribe, earning 1,000 points. Please continue your efforts. Tang Wanxiao was not surprised, focusing on peeling the sweet potato, blowing on it before offering it to Xian'ai. It's delicious. Xian'ai took a bite, the sweet, fluffy texture bursting on his tongue, successfully winning over the snake beast man, whose tail wagged with excitement. Delicious. Although it isn't meat, it's wonderfully sweet. Is this just for me? Wanxiao? He asked, holding the sweet potato that she had specially prepared for him. As the evening descended, Wanxiao felt a wave of contentment wash over her. With a cheerful smile, he accepted the sweet potato, and the lingering frustrations in his heart dissipated like mist. Wanxiao's insistence on not letting him lend a hand was not a sign of disdain. Rather, it stemmed from a tender concern for him. Sweet potatoes were merely a novelty for Tang Wanxiao. After indulging in half, her focus shifted to savoring the meat instead. Conversely, Huar and her beastly husband were transfixed by the freshly roasted sweet potatoes in the fire, their eyes gleaming with desire, completely forgetting about the grilled meat. The disdain they once held had transformed into an irresistible allure. The spoils of their hunt had indeed yielded an abundance, and since Tang Wanxiao was not particularly fond of plain salted meat, she preferred to add a dash of chili powder for flavor. Huar and the wolf beasts assisted in seasoning the meat, and at Tang Wanxiao's fervent request, they took away half, for it would not be appropriate for her to claim all the bounty when they had hunted so much. After tidying up the battlefield, Huar and her beastly companions departed reluctantly, not forgetting to take along their roasted sweet potatoes and their bundles. With Huar and the others having tasted the delicacies, it would be easy for her to encourage the tribe to cultivate them. However, as the sweet potatoes had yet to reach maturity, finding ready-grown ones posed a challenge, and she had not spotted any vines in the vicinity. She could only exchange some items with the system to procure sprouted tubers for planting, ensuring a harvest before the cold season, thus providing an additional source of sustenance for the tribe. Having bid farewell to Huar, it was time to clean up the cave. After being away for several days, a thin layer of dust had settled everywhere, while the furs stored in boxes had escaped unscathed. After tidying up, Tang Wanxiao retrieved a change of clothes, intent on indulging in a hot bath. The scent of barbecued meat and marinated delicacies clung to her, making a relaxing soak all the more appealing. Once refreshed, she sank into the bath, exhaling a sigh of relief as the steam enveloped her, making her skin feel as if it were breathing. Wanxiao, I'm coming in, she heard Shi Si's voice from outside the bathing area, separated by a hide curtain. The curtain hung from above, ensuring cleanliness by not touching the ground, allowing Tang Wanxiao to see his feet and calves. What are you doing? Nothing much, just putting something down, he replied in a tone that sounded innocent and obedient. Were it not for Tang Wanxiao's knowledge of his true nature, she might have believed him. With a huff, she leaned over the edge of the tub. Why do you need to change into human form just to put something down? This rascal maintained a half-beast form at home, only transforming into a fully human shape when he sought to engage in mischief. With his ruse uncovered, he stepped into the bathing area and settled into the tub beside Wan Xiao. "You can do that when we get home," she remarked. Thankfully, the tub was spacious. Otherwise, it would be cramped for the two of them. The water level rose, and beneath the surface, Tang Wanxiao kicked him playfully. "You soak. I'm stepping out, in a way. I already washed up outside." Wan Xiao Shixi was relentless, clinging to her and refusing to let go. While they were grilling meat outside, he had been quite uncomfortable, as Wan Xiao would occasionally touch him yet not allow him to make contact, driving him to the brink of frustration. "Tomorrow, we need to check on the first batch of cured meat from the tribe. So you better restrain yourself. I promise to heed your words." Tang Wanxiao was entirely skeptical, especially at such moments. Sure enough, her suspicions were confirmed. During her countless protests that were met with silence, she realized Shixi had changed. He was no longer the self-restrained child he once was. As day turned to night, and the stars twinkled overhead, Tang Wanxiao lay on the stone bed, resembling a scholar drained of vitality by a mischievous fairy, utterly exhausted. It mattered not. Even if the beast world were to erupt at any moment, she craved sleep, indifferent to everything else. When she finally awoke, fully recharged, the sun shone brightly on a splendid day, though she was uncertain which day it was since their return to the tribe. "Wan Xiao, are you hungry? Have some food," Shixi offered, presenting a bowl of freshly cooked meat porridge. His body adorned with wounds yet smiling radiantly. "I made it this morning. It smells delightful and is still warm, just perfect for eating." Tang Wanxiao rolled her eyes and rejected his attempt at conversation. Even when he donned a pitiful expression, she remained steadfast, knowing all too well the toll on her own waist. "I don't wish to talk to you." Yet, she had to eat, lest she truly starve. Chapter 75. Anger throughout the day, Tang Wanxiao uttered naught but her earlier proclamation, "I do not wish to speak with you." Since their arrival, she had resolutely ignored him, neither holding his hand nor allowing him to embrace her. Proving more elusive than a long-eared beast, her demeanor screamed, "I am furious. Do not touch me." Shixi was genuinely alarmed. This time, she truly seemed to be ignoring him. Tang Wanxiao aimed to make him experience the feeling of being unheard. Whenever he spoke, she would swiftly cover her ears and walk away, dodging his attempts to reach out. "Wan Xiao, where are you going?" She made her way to the area in the tribe designated for curing beast meat, where the orcs of the Great Wolf tribe were methodically engaged in their task. The females were occupied with lighter duties, sprinkling salt or skewering the meat with bamboo sticks. Upon seeing Tang Wanxiao, a group of orcs greeted her with cheerful smiles, many of whom she could not recall. After all, the Great Wolf tribe boasted hundreds of members, and given the infrequency of their encounters, not recognizing them was entirely normal. Having observed the orcs' methods, Tang Wanxiao saw no issues. The subsequent flavors depended on the salt content, which was challenging to gauge. As long as the meat remained unspoiled, it sufficed. If it turned out too salty, it could be boiled multiple times, preferable to the tribe suffering hunger during the cold season. "Little female, this meat seems a bit off," remarked a male orc, bringing a ceramic jar that he set down heavily. This jar, a relic from the tribe's past, was not one of their recent creations. The newly crafted ones were smaller. The female had mentioned that it could be used to boil water. "What's wrong?" As Tang Wanxiao inquired, she caught a whiff of an unusual odor emanating from the jar. The contents appeared to have spoiled. Despite being salted uniformly, the hanging pieces had no foul smell. Yet the jar was reeking. He scratched his head, perplexed as to where the mishap had occurred. Fortunately, the tribe had no spare jars for curing meat, so only this one had been used. The rest were hung up. The standards for containers used in curing were stringent, requiring them to be free of oil and moisture, as any contamination could lead to spoilage. Tang Wanxiao speculated that they might have washed the jar without allowing it to dry thoroughly before placing the meat inside. Otherwise, it shouldn't have produced such an odor. "Did you wash the jar before putting the meat in?" "Yes, we washed it several times," he insisted, nodding vigorously, oblivious that the issue stemmed from this very point. Although the ceramic jar was a precious asset of the tribe, it had accumulated dust from disuse. When he retrieved it, it was quite dirty, and he had diligently scrubbed it several times to ensure it was clean. That's it. If you didn't wait for the jar to dry completely before adding the meat, it would easily spoil. Everything that comes into contact with the cured products must be free of oil and water. After her explanation, The orcs present finally understood. The meat had begun to rot and emit a foul odor, perhaps not spoiled but merely releasing a stench. That makes sense. No wonder the hanging cured meat is fine. But this jar reeks. They had assumed the jar had simply not been cleaned adequately over time. We thought it was because this orc didn't clean the jar properly. Not at all. Tang Wanxiao thought to herself, as they had mistakenly blamed him for not washing it thoroughly when the real issue was that it hadn't dried. I told you I had cleaned it well. This batch of cured meat had begun to smell within days, and he had been waiting for Tang Wanxiao's return to inquire about the cause. 3 days had passed since their return. He had intended to allow the little female some rest before asking her, but waiting had taken longer than expected, and someone had gone to find her, only to return upon reaching the vicinity. Fearing to disturb Shi Si and earn his ire, Shi Si was always tightly wound around the little female, inseparable. Today, however, he had not accompanied her. Was he off hunting instead? Little female, why didn't your beast husband come with you today? He casually inquired, noticing Tang Wanxiao freeze momentarily. Upon hearing the question, she suddenly realized that he was missing, having not paid attention before. He has something to attend to, she replied vaguely, though in truth, she had no idea where he had scurried off to. Perhaps he was hiding away, feeling miserable about her ignoring him. Is that so? By the way, many ceramic jars have been produced. Would you like to take a look? He recalled the orc who had been crafting jars, producing an assortment of oddly shaped clay mounds, and finally discovering the secret. Now, aside from the larger jars, they had created an abundance of various shapes and sizes. Perfect for holding salt crystals or for the little female to drink water from at home. I don't need to go. If they can produce finished products, it should be fine. Tang Wanxiao found herself somewhat distracted. She suspected that Shi Si, being the sensitive soul he was, might be hiding away and shedding tears at this very moment. Perhaps it would be best to seek him out for the matter of her anger. She thought a few punches might serve to vent her frustration, but she did not wish to see him distressed. Tang Wanxiao was too timid to venture out of the tribe alone and had no inkling of where Shi Si might have gone. So she decided to wander about the tribe instead. Under the blazing sun, which made it difficult to think, she let out a soft sigh and sought a cool spot to rest. Had she known, she would have reasoned with him earlier. Now, she found herself needing to comfort him, unsure of who was truly being put in a difficult position. As she idly plucked at the grass, a sudden burst of wildflowers appeared before her. A riot of colors, each bloom vibrant and seemingly hand-picked. Wanxiao, Shi Si said as he placed the flowers in her arms, presenting her with some fruits. Though you eat fruits? It's all my fault. Please don't be angry anymore. It dawned on her that he had gone to gather flowers to appease her. Tang Wanxiao lifted her gaze to him, taking in his woeful expression. His wounds had yet to heal, marked by bite and claw marks, making him look utterly pitiful. Are you trying to elicit sympathy? She remarked, noting that he should have recovered by now. Shi Si bit his lip, his head bowed, having been seen through. Whether his tactic of seeking pity would be effective depended entirely on Tang Wanxiao's mood. I'm tired and my legs hurt. I don't want to walk anymore. She raised the bouquet and spoke up, eager to end their quarrel. Seeing that Tang Wanxiao was finally willing to let him embrace her, Shi Si almost wept with joy, hurriedly lifting her up. I'll give you a massage, if you deliberately keep me from speaking again. I shall ignore you for good. Though she resolved to forgive him, she still felt it necessary to convey why she had been upset. It won't happen again. Noticing his earnest demeanor, she decided to let him off the hook. Are you going hunting tomorrow? Yes, what do you wish for? I shall bring it back, he replied, eager to please, fully aware that he could not afford to provoke her again. I desire 2 shrew-like creatures, she said, her thoughts drifting to the delectable lemon-flavored shredded chicken. I am hungry now. I crave roasted meat. All right, I shall remember. I will roast meat for you as soon as we return. Shi Si gently squeezed Tang Wanxiao's hand, cradling her as they made their way home, the sunlight casting a golden hue upon their intertwined figures. Chapter 76. A cry for help. As Shi Si ventured outside, Tang Wanxiao was occupied preparing a large sack of sweet potatoes in the bathing area. This warm and humid environment was ideal for sprouting the tubers, and she anticipated that they would germinate within a few days. Each sprouted shoot could be severed and treated with a bit of ash to prevent infection before being planted in the soil for harvest. Root vegetables like radishes, potatoes, and sweet potatoes thrived beneath the earth's surface, best grown in loose, sandy soil to ensure ample size. The vines and leaves of sweet potatoes were also edible, delicious when stir-fried with fatty meats. By cutting the vines to about the length of her arm and planting them in the earth, new shoots would sprout with ease, requiring little skill to cultivate. Just as she was engrossed in her tasks, a commotion erupted outside, with many voices calling for her as though something urgent had arisen. "I'm coming. I'm coming," Tang Wanjiao replied, quickly washing her hands before rushing outside. A crowd had gathered around the entrance of the cave, and the most conspicuous figure at the forefront was a bloodied wolf blue, its fur matted together. "What happened?" Tang Wanjiao gasped, startled by the sight that resembled something pulled from a pool of blood. "Little female, can you stop the bleeding? Can you save Wolf Fong?" Wolf Blue was frantic, at a loss for what to do, having lost hope even in the tribal healer. Yet the villagers spoke of Tang Wanjiao as the messenger of the beast god, believing she might possess a solution, which led him to seek her help. Wolf Fong had suffered a grievous wound to his abdomen, a gaping hole where blood poured forth, and he lay unconscious. His breaths weak. Wolf Blue had known from the moment he carried Wolf Fong back that the situation was dire, but he refused to give up hope until the final moment. "Where is Wolf Fong? Take me to see him." Tang Wanjiao was confident she could save him. Although she was no more than an amateur healer, the system shop held powerful elixirs. With a determined procession, they made their way to the cave of the tribal healer. "Which, I'm here," Tang Wanjiao greeted the elderly woman, noting the exhaustion and helplessness etched across her weathered face, a clear indication that she was out of options. "Little female cub, go take a look," the healer urged, knowing that Tang Wanjiao was the tribe's sole hope for saving Wolf Fong. However, she had already assessed the severity of the injury and knew it was too grave. The moment they laid him on the stone bed, the hides beneath him were soaked with blood. Yes. Tang Wanjiao stepped into the cave, the stench of blood overwhelming. She approached and took a quick glance at Wolf Fong, noticing the glazed look in his eyes. The pupils dilated. Had she arrived even a moment later, he would have surely perished. If he were to draw his last breath, the elixir would likely be rendered ineffective. "Hang 2 hides at the entrance of the cave and send someone to fetch water to boil," she commanded. Upon hearing this, Wolf Blue felt a flicker of hope and immediately assisted in hanging the hides and fetching water. "Nobody is allowed to approach this cave, nor enter. Shi may come. I need him to assist." Her secret could not be revealed to anyone. "All right, I will keep watch nearby," Wolf Blue nodded, casting one last glance at Wolf Fong on the stone bed, silently praying for the beast goddess' blessing to delay Wolf Fong's passage into the afterlife. Once everyone had retreated, Tang Wanjiao began to call upon the system. "System, has everyone moved away? Rest assured, host, all is well. Use that measure on Wolf Fong." She did not gamble on whether Wolf Fong, now unconscious, could hear her words or if he might wake to witness something he should not. Understood. Taking out the elixir, Tang Wanjiao refrained from pouring it all at once. Previously, when Shi had sustained grave injuries and consumed an entire bottle of the elixir, he had healed overnight without a trace of his wounds. If she were to do the same with Wolf Fong, her secret would be utterly exposed. "Host, you can administer half to preserve his life. A bit of ordinary medicine on the wounds will allow them to heal gradually," 001 advised, suggesting that using an entire bottle at once would be wasteful. Half a bottle would suffice to sustain life. "Wolf Fong is not your husband. He doesn't require such lavish care. Males have strong self-healing capabilities. This will suffice. Will giving him half at once produce noticeable results?" Tang Wanjiao inquired. "It will not." "Do not worry," Host .001's words were reliable. The elixir was produced by the system shop, and its efficacy was well understood. Very well. Once half the elixir was ingested, the bleeding ceased, stabilizing the wound to a state where it would not lead to immediate death. Wolf Fong transformed back from his beast form into that of a man, though still drenched in blood and appearing quite fearsome. Nevertheless, his breathing had steadied. Tang Wanjiao stored the remaining half of the elixir in her space. And just then, the hot water in the clay pot reached a boil. She dipped a hide into the water and wiped the blood from Wolf Fong's body, as the stench in the cave was overpowering. As for the bloodied hides on the stone bed, she could not replace them. Wolf Fong was a fully grown male beast man, and moving him would be no easy task. Fortunately, she would not need to remain here long. By the next morning, she could announce that Wolf Fong had escaped the clutches of death, allowing the tribal healer to provide normal treatment thereafter. Having saved a life, Tang Wanjiao found herself with little to occupy her time. So she began identifying herbs in the courtyard, all collected by the tribal healer's apprentices. Aside from those for stopping blood flow, there were remedies for fevers, none particularly novel. Wanjiao, I'm back. Shi entered the courtyard, raising a small basket in his hand. He had returned home to put things away and brought along a meal, worried that Tang Wanjiao might be hungry. You've finally returned. How dull it has been. Tang Wanjiao sighed, stepping forward to lean her head against Shi's chest, feeling utterly drained after keeping vigil over the patient. I'll keep you company. Eat something first, he offered, by the fire. Tang Wanjiao reclined against Shi, who held a book, stumbling through the words of Grimm's fairy tales, which were marked with pinyin. He could understand them, though the characters felt foreign. He preferred numbers. Very good. It seems you have grasped the pinyin. Tang Wanjiao clapped her hands in encouragement. I want a reward. Shi pointed to his lips, a smile breaking across his face as he received what he desired. Wanjiao, do we have to keep watch over him tonight? Can we let Wolf Blue and the others keep an eye on him? Tang Wanjiao pondered for a moment, rising to inspect Wolf Feng's wounds. There was no risk of exposure. Did he wish to return home? Yes, this place is uncomfortable. The cave of the tribal healer was filled with the scent of medicine, and Wolf Feng was quite foul. They could only sleep on the ground, and while Shi was rugged and indifferent to discomfort, Tang Wanjiao would not fare well. I'll have Wolf Blue guard him. We'll return home. All right, Wanjiao, don't worry about him. Come teach me to read, he said, having survived a near-death experience and now brimming with vitality. Tang Wanjiao was certain she had saved Wolf Feng. There would be no issues. I send you their pinyin? You can understand it, she replied, dabbing some water on Wolf Feng's parched lips without looking back. Chapter 77. Brick-making, however, there were some words she did not comprehend. Shi simply did not want Tang Wanjiao to be preoccupied with Wolf Feng. Males did not require such meticulous care. A more casual approach would suffice for their survival. Wait for me a moment. Having entrusted the wolf's tooth to both the Wolf Blue and the shamaness, Tang Wanjiao had also relieved herself of a heavy burden. She felt the warmth of Shi at her side, his affectionate manner causing the shamaness to wince in response. The youth of today truly displayed an exuberant fondness for one another. All right, I shall go and check on the wolf's tooth. That lad is fortunate to have crossed paths with you, she remarked. Her words rang true. Had it not been for Tang Wanjiao's presence, the wolf's tooth would likely have succumbed to the embrace of the beast deity by now. I am truly grateful to you all. Once the shamaness departed, Wolf Blue found himself on the verge of tears. How did the wolf's tooth sustain such injuries? Tang Wanjiao had been startled upon seeing the wounds earlier, fearing it might have been inflicted by some prey. The thought of Shi lying there in a similar state would surely break her heart. We ventured into the Black Forest, hoping to hunt a fierce beast. He murmured, his voice dwindling as he spoke, betraying a sense of guilt. The essence crystal of a ferocious beast could enhance the strength of beastmen. The wolf's tooth had mentioned being a four-patterned beastman and wished to make an earnest attempt. As he had never witnessed the hunt of a fierce beast nor set foot in the Black Forest, he and the wolf's tooth made plans to go, hoping for a trial run. Initially, they believed that even if they could not slay a fierce beast, they would manage to escape unscathed. However, fate had other plans. The wolf's tooth had been gored through the abdomen by the horn of a fierce beast, and it was nothing short of a miracle that he managed to return to the tribe with the wolf's tooth in tow. The Black Forest was rife with ferocious creatures, all known for their violent natures. One misstep could have cost him dearly. Think that the two of them dared to venture into such a perilous place was indeed a testament to their audacity. Shi clung to Tang Wanjiao, offering no acknowledgement to Wolf Blue, much like a cat intoxicated by catnip, nuzzling against Tang Wanjiao's face and playfully tousling her hair. It's not as if I've never been there before. Wolf Blue felt a pang of embarrassment. Having only been away for a few days, Shi had already advanced to 6 patterns, while he and the wolf's tooth had barely survived their excursion into the Black Forest. No wonder we haven't seen the two of you lately, off gallivanting in such dangerous locales without a care for the chieftain's ire. Tang Wanjiao was at a loss for words. Wolf Blue, being young and naive, was one matter, but the wolf's tooth, at his age, should have known better. Had it not been for her miraculous herbs, they would have been left to incinerate. You stay here and assist the shamaness in caring for the wolf's tooth. As long as he does not develop a fever, all shall be well thy will. And I truly thank you all." Wolf Blue received a few admonishments, knowing full well that the shamaness would soon scold him further. Upon returning home, Shishi adeptly handled the prey they had brought back, particularly the sharp-beaked beast that Tang Wanxiao had specifically requested the day prior. "Wanxiao, how do we consume this sharp-beaked beast? It seems to be mostly bones, with little meat to speak of. Allow me." Tang Wanxiao took the plucked chicken, rinsed it in boiling water, and then cooled it in cold water. The pale yellow skin of the chicken tightened and shrank noticeably. She then brushed it with a layer of vegetable oil and prepared to steam it, while washing and cutting the lemon and other ingredients. Shishi, eager to learn, couldn't he resist causing a bit of mischief. "What is this fruit? It smells rather peculiar." He pinched a lemon half and took a sniff. "Does this need to be added to the meat as well?" "This is called lemon. It enhances the flavor." Noticing his curiosity, Tang Wanxiao casually sliced off a piece and handed it to him. "Give it a try. It's quite sweet. I'll give it a go." Shishi popped the entire slice into his mouth, only to be met with a combination of sourness and bitterness. "Ugh, Wanxiao, you tricked me," he whined, wrapping his arms around Tang Wanxiao and burrowing his head against her shoulder. "It's so sour and bitter." Tang Wanxiao reveled in her small victory, laughing heartily. "Have another piece. I have something special for you." Shishi's interest piqued. "What is it?" "You'll find out once you eat it." Tang Wanxiao arched an eyebrow. Holding the lemon slice to his lips, "Shall you eat it?" "Yes." Shishi swallowed the slice in one gulp, his eyes squinting from the tartness. "What are you giving me, Wanxiao?" Seeing his eager expression, she stifled her laughter and replied solemnly. "Just a lesson." Shishi pouted. "You don't love me anymore." "Nonsense. You are my greatest love." "Then I expect a kiss as compensation." The chicken, which had been brushed with oil and steamed to perfection, was tender. She tore it into small pieces, mixed in the prepared seasonings, and the dish was complete. Life continued as usual. The beastmen who had been out gathering salt returned, but this time the tribe's excitement was somewhat muted. Having seen a bit of the world, they were less easily impressed. The potters in the tribe had made remarkable progress, filling a cavern with pots of all sizes. The chieftain beamed with delight, nearly grinning from ear to ear. Once a rarity, even he, as the leader of his clan, had never had the privilege of using such items. Now, every household in the Great Wolf tribe possessed at least one. The larger pots were for water, the smaller for drinking, and the salt crystals could be stored within. The more aesthetically inclined females could even use them for floral arrangements in their caves. As he surveyed the burgeoning stockpile of cured and dried meats, the chieftain's joy was palpable. Before the exhilaration could subside, news arrived of the good tidings brought by Tang Wanxiao. A plant known as sweet potato had proven to be quite delectable, long-lasting, and filling. Upon hearing this, arrangements were swiftly made for its cultivation. The Great Wolf tribe need not worry about sustenance any longer. Life would gradually improve, at least in terms of ensuring their bellies were full. Tang Wanxiao then dropped another bombshell: plans for firing bricks and tiles to construct houses, claiming that living in such dwellings would be far more comfortable than residing in caves, and that they could also create a type of stone bed called a kong, which would keep them warm during the cold season. Upon hearing this, the chieftain was elated, realizing that not only would their basic needs be met, but they might also live in comfort. Good, good indeed," he exclaimed, his face wrinkled with laughter, astonished by his good fortune in encountering such an ingenious young female. With her mind brimming with ideas, he speculated that this winter, not only would the tribe avoid casualties, but they could also thrive. There were many two-patterned beastmen in the tribe, and while they struggled with hunting, this endeavor would not be wasteful. The chieftain waved his hand, decisively instructing that people be sent to learn from her. As for the task of firing bricks, he would enlist the potters, who had already gained experience. Firing green bricks was a skilled trade, far more challenging than making pottery, requiring precise control over the temperature and timing of the kiln. Cooling and ventilation were equally crucial. However, the seasoned potters confidently assured him that it would be no problem. They would soon become adept at it with their existing knowledge. Growing sweet potatoes was even simpler. As soon as Tang Wanxiao explained, the beastmen understood. They merely needed to cut off sprouted sections, dip the cut ends in a bit of ash, and bury them in the soil, though the land needed to be tilled beforehand. The planting would take place near the river for easy watering. The planting team required only a few individuals, and half of the tribe was assigned to prepare bricks, making the dream of living in ancient-style brick houses a soon-to-be reality. Chapter 78. Concerning the Black Forest Shi, a bit higher. Tang Wanxiao, holding a small basket, patted Shi's head and gazed eagerly at the luscious red fruits hanging from the tree. To her surprise, there were wax apples near the village. She adored their sweet flavor. Wanxiao, let me pick them. Be careful not to hurt your hands, Shi urged, protective of her. The tree was quite large, with abundant foliage at its top and numerous small branches. While they wouldn't cause deep cuts, any scratches would leave red marks and sting. Moreover, he had tasted this fruit before and found it bland. He could not fathom why Wanxiao was so enamored with it. I'll pick a couple. Tang Wanxiao selected her targets carefully, not overly concerned about the specifics. She simply picked those that caught her eye. Choosing fruit in this manner felt akin to unboxing a mystery package. Some were delightful, while others were astringent or overly dry. I'll set you down now. Shi lowered her body, gently placing her on the ground, and reached out to wipe her face, relieved to find it was merely dust. Had you been scratched, it would have hurt. Thank you for your concern, see. Tang Wanxiao smiled, her eyes crinkling with mirth as she ruffled his hair. Wait here. I'm going to pick more in a flash. Shi climbed the tree, selectively picking the best fruits. Before long, his basket was full, which he proudly presented to Tang Wanxiao. Wanxiao, is this enough? Quite sufficient, she nodded, biting into one she had just picked. The fruit was crisp, with a balanced sweetness, but lacked a robust flavor. For those who preferred sweeter or more flavorful fruits, this would seem like chewing on a bland pear. Let us head back. Shi descended from the tree, the basket hanging from his tail, as he scooped Tang Wanxiao into his arms. This basket was just right to share. She could not consume it all by herself before it spoiled. Since Tang Wanxiao had repeatedly proposed such brilliant ideas, he found himself with more idle time. The chieftain no longer required him to hunt, instead designating him to protect Tang Wanxiao each day and occasionally take her out to explore and discover new things. Shi only needed to venture out to hunt occasionally, and he did not have to surrender his catch to the tribe. In fact, the tribe even subsidized their food. He was enjoying this comfortable life. He wondered how long it would take for the green bricks to be ready. Tang Wanxiao was eagerly anticipating the construction of brick houses, reminiscent of ancient times, complete with a spacious courtyard for privacy and the freedom to raise whatever creatures she desired. She had already shared her house-building designs with the tribe, along with the blueprints, and once the materials were sufficient, they would commence construction. Over the past month, she had accumulated 15,000 points, which should rise to 17,000. Especially with the wolf's tooth's injury. The wolf's tooth had used half a bottle of miraculous medicine to survive, equating to her earning 1,000 points. Soon enough, in just a couple of days, the materials would be ready. The serpent, Shi, offered a few words of comfort. Presently, in the tribe, the process of firing bricks and tiles is conducted in large kilns, capable of producing tens of thousands of bricks and tiles in a single day. However, the first priority is to construct for the shamaness and the tribe leader before it is their turn. Primarily, Wanxiao does not wish to draw too much attention to herself, so she graciously yields to the two elder figures. The tribe leader previously mentioned to you when they would venture into the Black Forest to hunt the ferocious beasts, correct? Tang Wanxiao felt a surge of curiosity regarding the hunt for these formidable creatures. She intended to persuade the tribe leader to allow her to accompany them, so that she could provide immediate care in case of any unforeseen circumstances, particularly for Shi. Although he had already evolved into a six-pattern beastman, the ferocious beasts were not to be trifled with, and their danger was uncertain. Yet, if she accompanied him, Shi would be compelled to divert his attention to protect her, which truly left her in a quandary. It would be prudent to embark during the warm season, with a contingent of 15 beastmen, as having too many targets would render them vulnerable. Naturally, Shi was aware of Tang Wanxiao's concerns for him, yet he could not guarantee her safety within the Black Forest. The best scenario would be for Wanxiao to remain at home, awaiting his return. The Black Forest is notoriously damp, rife with mosquitoes, and once inside, they cannot make a fire. It harbors numerous dangers, and this would be his inaugural visit. According to the tribe leader, there are treacherous mud pits within that can consume the unwary, potentially leading to the demise of even a six-pattern beastman. The deeper one ventures into the heart of the Black Forest, the more perilous it becomes. Insects carry venom, and a bite would turn the flesh black. Furthermore, some streams contain water that is unfit for consumption. Should one fall in, the insects would drain the blood and flesh, creating gaping holes in their body. It is still early, and perhaps by the time arrives, our tribe may decide against venturing there at all. In truth, Shisi was acutely aware that this was an unlikely scenario. A major tribe would not let such an opportunity slip away if they wished to thrive. If they, the Great Wolf Tribe, refrained from entering the Black Forest to hunt ferocious beasts, waiting for other tribes to continue their growth, they would be unable to retain even their finest possessions. However, he wished to shield Tang Wanxiao from excessive worry. All he desired was for Wanxiao to remain joyful and carefree.